important when the two men noticed an outsider, a beautiful girl. They immediately stopped. The man awkwardly walked out, saying, Li Buan, those from the Three Han Republic are just cheap girls. Li Buan was still eager to confront him. But Zhong Xian's quickly said, Are you Li Buan? Li Buan nodded. Zhong Xian's pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, I'm here for Jin Jishuan. Li Buan was taken aback and quickly said, She's not a refugee, don't chase her away. She's very obedient and a good person. Zhong Xian's smiled at Li Buan. Since she's so good, why don't you want her? Li Buan was stunned and, after a long pause, said, Her co-workers would laugh at me. For some reason, Li Buan felt a sense of familiarity with Zhong Xian's and shared his experiences from the journey with her. After listening, Zhong Xian's felt a bit emotional. The two had gone through so much life and death together. When people are at their wits' end, they often do things they might regret later in order to survive. Zhong Xian's stood up, as if speaking to herself. Giving her a chance is also giving herself a chance. Don't let herself regret in the future. She walked out of the room, paused at the door, turned around, and said, Jin Jishuan saved you. Now it's your turn to save her. She was an illegal drifter, and her situation was very dangerous. Li Buan's body trembled. He understood what Zhong Qianzuzi meant. In the past, Jin Jishuan had done some regrettable things for the sake of her and her father's lives. Now, Jin Jishuan was facing a similar predicament again. Hadn't that man just said he wanted to target Jin Jishuan? Given Jin Jishuan's identity, it was difficult for her to remain innocent. Jin Jishuan truly needed his help. Li Buan paused at the door, recalling the mocking gazes of his co-workers. Nowadays, the bachelors in the Great Zhou Kingdom were highly sought after. Young girls from neighboring regions were desperately pursuing them, hoping to establish themselves within the city walls. With Li Buan's conditions, he could easily choose an inexperienced girl of 17 or 18. If he really married Jin Jishuan, he would likely face ridicule from his co-workers. A few minutes later, Li Buan knocked on Master Zhou's door. As soon as he entered, he asked, Master Zhou, do you think I should marry Jin Jishuan? Master Zhou was the only one who knew Jin Jishuan's background. If Master Zhou also looked down on her, he would decide to completely forget about Jin Jishuan. Even though she had saved his life several times, Master Zhou patted Li Buan's shoulder and said, I can responsibly say that Jin Jishuan is a good girl. Besides, I'm getting old and forgetful. Don't hesitate, just go. A weight finally lifted from Li Buan's heart. Master Zhou's meaning was clear. He was telling Li Buan that he wouldn't disclose anything about their journey to anyone. Li Buan turned to find Jin Jishuan. Master Zhou stopped him and said, Shaoli, I'm a few years older than you. Let me tell you something. After experiencing life and death, are some things still important? A sincere heart is more important than anything else. When you reach my age, you'll realize how ridiculous your hesitation is today. If a girl is willing to risk her life with me, her past doesn't matter. Master Zhou continued, besides, it's not a big deal. Li Buan felt ashamed. He no longer hesitated and rushed downstairs to find Jin Jishuan. As for those co-workers with their youthful ideals and awkwardness, they could go away. Life is lived for oneself, not for those guys. Moreover, in a sense, Jin Jishuan wasn't truly compromised, since that scoundrel Yang Chao was completely incapable. When he found Jin Jishuan, he discovered that one of his co-workers was indeed harassing her. Hey girl, come with me, and I'll help you clear your status as a drifter. Otherwise, I'll throw you outside the city walls to feed the worms tonight. Li Buan stopped in his tracks, looking at Jin Jishuan with concern. He feared that she might agree to the man just to survive. Jin Jishuan ignored him and turned to leave. The man grabbed her hand and pulled her toward a secluded corner. Li Buan was taken aback and slapped himself hard. How could he still be testing Jin Jishuan at a time like this? He quickly rushed over to help Jin Jishuan. Before he could reach her, a scream echoed, and a man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Jin Jishuan kicked the man hard in the belly, furious, and shouted, You scoundrel. Don't think you can bully me just because I'm in trouble. Li Buan wiped the sweat from his forehead and realized that after all they had been through, Jin Jishuan had become braver and more decisive. Chapter 386. The European Union is on the brink of collapse. Third update. She had killed before, and dealing with a petty thief was nothing to her. When she saw a man running toward her, Jin Jishuan tensed up, ready to defend herself and fight. A familiar voice called out, It's me. She relaxed instantly, then was embraced by someone familiar. The pleasant scent of the man overwhelmed her senses, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. At that moment, she finally felt safe. In the distance, Zhong Xian's also shed tears. She took a deep breath, deciding to give Wang Chong and herself a chance. Countdown, 6 days. The European Union's iron walls were already rusting and dilapidated. The entire outer wall was in ruins, and the concrete blocks produced were simply insufficient for replacements. Some areas of the wall had been excavated by the starry sky beasts, creating deep pits of 7 to 8 meters, putting the entire structure in jeopardy. The defense of the European Union was chaotic. Logically, they were well prepared. With ample supplies and the construction of the iron walls completed long ago, they had reasons to hold out longer. However, the European Union was a loose organization, and the commander could not unify the thoughts of all the member states. Currently, each country was fighting its own battle, and opinions were divided, especially among the larger nations. Each had its own ideas. Smaller nations fared slightly better, but their strength was too weak. This led to some sections of the iron walls having enough concrete blocks, while others were severely damaged. The overall commander held several meetings with the leaders of various countries and finally managed to gather some concrete blocks from a few major nations for repairs. However, the quantity was still insufficient. The walls remained precarious. What troubled the commander most was that several national leaders were already considering evacuation. The iron walls of the European Union were on the verge of collapse. A notification was sent out to convene an emergency meeting of all national leaders again. The commander decided to take the leaders to inspect the iron walls personally, to make them feel the urgent situation on the front lines. He sat down and dialed the phone of the overall commander of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Xiao Yi, hoping for some reinforcements from them. Commander Xiao, the European Union is now the last remaining human defense point in the world besides yours. We are in urgent need of weapons and ammunition, and we lack production materials as well. I know you are not under much pressure right now, and on behalf of the 50 million residents of the European Union, I am reaching out for help. The commander felt he had already lowered his tone significantly. Just a month ago, they were still the dominant developed countries, while the nation of Dezhou was merely a developing country that had risen in recent years. However, in less than a month, Dezhou has become the last hope for humanity in the world. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Commander, give it up. Take your most essential resources and technologies, especially your scientists, and join Dezhou. We need more wise minds. I don't want them to become food for the bugs." The commander slammed the table and retorted angrily, "It's precisely because of this that I asked for your assistance." Xiao Yi sighed. "You won't be able to hold out. At most, in 3 days, you will be breached." "Impossible. Although our steel walls are somewhat damaged, they can hold for at least 6 months. Moreover, our soldiers have gained defensive experience. They may hold out even longer," the commander replied. Xiao Yi slowly said, "According to our satellite observations, 80% of the creatures have entered the Atlantic Ocean. Only 20% have entered the Pacific and the Bering Strait. Do you understand what this means?" The commander fell silent, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. "Face reality. Preserving your strength is the most important thing you should do now," Xiao Yi stated. The commander, somewhat irritated, responded, "We're in this situation, and you still want to withdraw our elite forces?" Xiao Yi scoffed dismissively. "You are mistaken. When I say preserve your strength, I mean your scientific strength, not military strength. The military of your country would need extensive training before being useful here in Dezhou, let alone an army like yours. In peacetime, your military is formidable, but the military strength of allied European nations is not impressive. They excel at slaughtering civilians and children, but are helpless against formidable terrorists, let alone a strong nation like the one you face." Xiao Yi genuinely looked down on their military. What he valued was the strength of the European Space Agency. Now, aerospace talents from various nations have gathered in Dezhou, and what is missing are the talents from the European Space Agency. Searching for extraterrestrial civilizations and counterattacking them requires the brains of the entire world. Xiao Yi did not want these European superbrains to perish at the hands of the bugs. As for the European military, it truly did not matter. Chapter 387. Depressed Foreign Soldiers. Fourth update. Although it was winter, the commander still felt sweat pouring down his back. What does it mean that 80% of the creatures have entered the Atlantic? It means that an endless wave of them is about to land in Europe. Europe is already under tremendous pressure, and if the forces from the Americas arrive, he couldn't even begin to imagine the scene. Report. Leaders of several major European nations have evacuated. Their upper elites are also leaving, the aide reported as he entered. Now, only leaders from smaller countries are attending the meeting. The aide looked at the commander with concern, fearing that the commander would react with extreme anger upon hearing this news, possibly even resorting to throwing something at himself. The last time the commander heard that the leader of a major power was unwilling to support with concrete blocks. He smashed a teacup at an officer, who is still bandaged on the head to this day. He was more worried about whether the commander would lose control and pull out a gun to shoot himself. That would be disastrous. Fortunately, the commander seemed to have controlled his emotions this time and did not throw anything at him. He nervously looked at the commander, who weakly waved his hand and said, "Let them go back." After a long time, the commander finally stood up and said, "Notify everyone to assemble all the scientists and begin evacuation." In the region, a blue vehicle stopped at the foot of the Steel City wall, and a young man stepped out of it. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of authority that made others look up to him. This is what is referred to as the dignity of a high-ranking individual. In reality, it is just the intense confidence that comes from holding a high position. Once removed from duty, everything else is meaningless. Xiao Yi was no different. The so-called dignity of a high-ranking person was merely the strong confidence brought to him by his role as the commander of humanity. Those around Xiao Yi knew that he was easy to talk to and very calm. It was only when fundamental interests were at stake that he would become angry. And once he was angry, everyone would tremble in fear. However, such instances were very rare. At the foot of the Steel City wall sat a group of soldiers on guard duty. Upon seeing Xiao Yi approach, most of these soldiers stood up, saluted him. Their eyes filled with eagerness and respect, but there were a few who remained motionless, appearing tired and seemingly uninterested in their surroundings. An officer quickly stepped forward, saluted, and reported, "Commander Xiao, this is the 2843 defense segment, Zhou Shuoyang." Xiao Yi's gaze shifted to the few soldiers who were not moving, his eyes full of inquiry. This did not seem like the demeanor of the mecha warriors of the region. Zhou Shuoyang quickly explained, "These are personnel from other countries who have just been integrated into our mecha unit and are still in training. Please forgive them, Commander." Xiao Yi frowned slightly. "How are they doing?" "They look quite negative." Zhou Shuoyang sighed. "Their current state is very low. They seem to have lost their fighting spirit, lack enthusiasm for the outside world, have little hope for the future, and are very sensitive. They often can't sleep, and if they do, they wake up in a panic at night. Psychologists say they have trauma response syndrome." Zhou Shuoyang said indignantly, "I think they just need to learn their lesson. A few more days of training will do them good." Xiao Yi shook his head slightly. "Don't be too harsh. I will pay attention to this matter. If there are any developments, report them up." "Understood," Zhou Shuoyang replied, standing at attention. Upon reaching the top of the Steel City wall, Xiao Yi looked into the distance. This was the eastern section of the Steel City wall. It was not far from the sea, and he could vaguely see the shadow of the water. Xiao Yi knew that beneath the surface, large groups of starry sky armored beasts were crossing the ocean, preparing to land on the coastal areas of the region. This batch of starry armored beasts from a certain country will appear within 2 to 3 days. At that time, this place will become the most densely populated area of starry armored beasts along the entire steel wall segment. Once the European Union falls, more starry armored beasts will cross the entire Eurasian continent into the western regions of the Great Zhou. By then, the steel wall will face its most challenging test. Suddenly, the phone rang. There are not many who can directly call Xiao Yi. He pressed the answer button. "Commander Xiao, the situation here is not good. The morale of the soldiers from other countries mixed and is low, and our soldiers can't stand it, leading to multiple fights between the two sides. I have reported this to higher-ups, but I felt it necessary to inform you as well." The call was from Zhao Shi. Generally, Zhao Shi would not report to Xiao Yi directly. He is a commander who understands the hierarchy well. However, the current situation made Zhao Shi feel it was necessary to inform Xiao Yi directly. It seems that the situation is not serious at the moment. There are very few foreign mech warriors, so it hasn't attracted the attention of the higher-ups. However, Zhao Shi, as the deputy commander of the Dragon Special Forces who often operates abroad, keenly sensed that this matter is not trivial. Chapter 388. Losing the will to fight. If this issue is not resolved smoothly, it could create an atmosphere of fear of battle, reluctance, or even refusal to fight within the military. Therefore, he reported directly to Xiao Yi. After a moment of thought, Xiao Yi said, "Gather the foreign warriors in your team. I will come over immediately to listen to their voices." Xiao Yi sensed that this matter is indeed significant. Within the steel wall, there are over 1.3 billion residents of the Great Zhou, with 600 million foreign residents. Moreover, among the foreign residents, many are young people, and a lot of them have participated not only in the construction of the steel wall, but also in the mech warrior teams. Among the entire billion mech warriors, foreigners account for nearly 20 to 30. Although they are at the bottom of the military hierarchy, their numbers and influence are considerable. "How long will it take?" Zhao Shi asked. Xiao Yi replied, "About 5 hours." The distance from the eastern section of the steel wall to the southwestern section, where Zhao Shi is located, exceeds 1,000 kilometers. The fastest way is to take a plane or helicopter. However, flying is not safe, and the command center has long prohibited Xiao Yi from using any aerial transportation. Fortunately, the steel wall itself has built transport vehicles that use high-speed rail, with speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. This allows for the quickest transportation of supplies across various sections of the steel wall. Xiao Yi took the transport rail vehicle and arrived at Zhao Shi's section 1150 in just 5 hours. In the southwestern part of the Great Zhou steel wall, the meeting room was filled with people of all races, black, white, yellow, brown, and those of mixed heritage from tropical Asian regions. It could be said to be a gathering of various ethnicities from around the world. If we go into detail, white people can be categorized into various types such as Northern Europeans, Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans, and Western Europeans. Black individuals can also be classified into shades like light black, dark black, and brown black, among others. The Asian yellow race has several types as well, each with distinct ethnic characteristics that are easily recognizable. Zhao Shi glanced around the meeting room, where people naturally formed several groups. The mech warriors from countries like Pakistan, Korea, Africa, Cambodia, Russia, and Siam, which had a larger number of attendees, were in high spirits and spoke loudly. In contrast, those from countries with fewer representatives, such as the one often referred to in a particular way, Canada, Bangladesh, and another nation, generally appeared dejected and quiet. The fewest attendees came from nations like Japan, South Korea, and India, who were particularly silent and had little presence, especially for South Korea and Japan. As they were not given the corresponding migration quotas by the Great Zhou nation, very few adult males could enter, and those attending the meeting were mostly young women. Although they were also mech warriors, their combat capabilities were generally inferior to those of males, leading to their low presence. The only exception was the nation often referred to in a specific context. While their numbers were few, their morale was as high as that of the Pakistani and other warriors. The entire meeting room felt oddly peculiar, with the majority of the high-spirited individuals sharing their combat experiences and boasting about their contributions, shouting to see whose military achievements were greater. However, this shouting had little practical significance, as the defensive battle had only just begun, and everyone's contributions were still at the lowest level. On the other hand, those who were feeling low were particularly silent, seemingly disinterested in everything. Moreover, they appeared confused, fighting merely for survival, without a higher purpose in their battles. Zhao Shi quickly spotted the intern warrior Jack, whose blonde hair contrasted sharply with the other white individuals. He was very active, greeting both acquaintances and strangers, uplifting the spirits of many. Some people, influenced by his energy, had already begun to feel less despondent. Zhao Shi said to his aide nearby, "Call this young man over." Jack soon approached, saluting Zhao Shi and saying, "Report, Commander Zhao, I am intern mech warrior Jack from the country often referred to in a particular way." Zhao Shi felt that this young man seemed somewhat familiar, and after a reminder from someone nearby, he recalled that Jack was the first to capture a starry sky mech beast, and had even made a video that embarrassed another individual. It turned out that he had not just embarrassed that person, but had slapped himself in the face. The Jack from back then had now become a laughingstock. However, strangely, this young man was quite spirited. Zhao Shi asked, "Jack, your compatriots seem down. What do you think is the reason?" Without hesitation, Jack replied, "That's because our homeland has fallen. We take pride in being from that country, but now it has collapsed, and everything we were proud of has been destroyed. It feels as if our spiritual world has crumbled." Zhao Shi nodded, as this was also his thought. "But why are you not affected?" Chapter 389. Reasons for Negativity. Thanks to the recognition from the esteemed Bingxin Jiji, Jack stood tall and said, "Although our nation has fallen, we are still here. The Jewish nation was able to rebuild after 2,000 years of destruction. Why can't we? I firmly believe we can restore our nation and build it even better than before." Zhao Shi suddenly understood why the warriors of the Jewish nation, though few in number, were not negative at all. Instead, they were full of passion because they had a steadfast heart for restoration. The crowd suddenly stood up and bowed towards the entrance. Zhao Shi also stood up, knowing that Commander Xiao Yi had arrived. Jack's previously high spirits suddenly wilted. The person he feared the most was, of course, Xiao Yi. After all, his video had severely humiliated Xiao Yi. If Xiao Yi held a grudge, Jack figured he would have died 100 times by now. The fact that he was still alive indicated that Xiao Yi had not taken him seriously. Yet, he still felt nervous upon seeing Xiao Yi, which was a normal reaction for someone who had done wrong. Jack quickly slipped back to his seat. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded at everyone, then signaled for them to sit down. The meeting began. Zhao Shi stood up and said, "You have come from all over the world to the Great Zhou's iron walls for a common goal. The Great Zhou needs you, and the world's reconstruction needs you. Commander Xiao Yi is very concerned about your situation, and today, he has come specifically to hear your voices. Please share your thoughts and opinions." A warrior from a certain country immediately stood up and said, "I come from a nation of brothers. My 20 million compatriots and I are very grateful to the Great Zhou and Commander Xiao. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. We are living well in the Great Zhou and are sure we can defeat the Star Beasts for ultimate victory. We believe in the Great Zhou and in Commander Xiao." Next to stand was a representative from another country, followed by a representative from yet another nation. They all expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Given their national strength, they would have been wiped out at the first landing of the Star Beasts. The asylum offered by the Great Zhou was of great significance to them, which is why their gratitude was sincere. After these representatives finished speaking, silence fell over the room, and no one else took the floor. The atmosphere became awkward. At the host's request, a few representatives stood up to say some insipid remarks, clearly just perfunctory platitudes without any real substance. Zhao Shi murmured, "These people are not very enthusiastic, likely due to the fall of their nations. They see no hope, no future." Xiao Yi nodded, having noticed the same thing. Aside from a few steadfast allies, the warriors from other nations were quite despondent. Xiao Yi understood this well. When the great Zhou had suffered significant losses and was powerless to fight back, which passionate warrior was not equally despondent and lost? Zhao Shi pointed to Jack and said, "That guy who first caught a star beast has some insights. I suggest we listen to what he has to say." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. He also recognized the instigator who had once made him a laughingstock in front of the whole world. Zhao Shi stood up and looked at Jack, saying, "Jack, share your thoughts. Remember, I want your honest opinion. Time is extremely precious, and we cannot waste it on meaningless flattery. We must hear the true voice. Which is why I asked you to speak." Jack stood up, initially a bit nervous, but soon became bolder. He said, "To be honest, when I heard the news of the fall of our nation, like everyone else, I felt heartbroken and confused. It seemed that in that moment, we lost our direction and meaning in life and in fighting." The people in the hall lifted their heads in silence, silently looking at Jack. This young man spoke the words they truly wanted to express. With their country gone, what was the meaning of their survival? It seemed that they were left with only one thought: to live, just for the sake of living. They did not have the same passion as those from other nations, the fervor to fight for their homeland and their people. Life had lost much of its meaning for them. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. This was also a huge issue he faced. He had to reignite the passion and confidence of these warriors. Otherwise, it would become a tumor that would eventually erupt and affect the larger picture. I understand your despondency. After all, most of your loved ones and friends have been lost. It's very likely that even your partners have perished at the hands of the enemy. So, you feel heartache and frustration. Jack's words made more people lift their heads because he voiced their innermost feelings. Jack continued, "I am a bit luckier than many of you. My only relative, Uncle Hassan, escaped with me to a safe land. However, the remains of my parents and relatives are still back home, and I can understand your grief of losing close ones. Because the land that gave me life and raised me, we may never return to. It's been a long time since I thanked all the book friends for their rewards. Today I will thank each one individually. The first thanks go to Bingxin Gigi for the recognition from two great figures. Thank you. Big Boss. Chapter 390. The request to rebuild the nation. Thanks to the great recognition in the ideological field, Jack shifted his tone. However, I do not feel as despondent as you do, because just yesterday, I suddenly had a significant realization that my life has meaning. I will dedicate the rest of my life to rebuilding our great nation and making it great again. Remember, not the nonsense from some politician, but a true greatness. I want to rebuild our nation, learn from the political system of other great countries, eliminate politicians, and create an ideal country where everyone supports each other. This is my goal moving forward. Today, I am honored to meet Commander Xiao Yi, and I would like to make a request to him, hoping that he and the great nation can help us rebuild our country, establishing a truly powerful state like that of other great nations." Jack declared loudly. The crowd's gaze quickly turned to Xiao Yi. Zhao Shi was somewhat taken aback. He rubbed his hands together, feeling that letting Jack speak today was a bit hasty. He didn't expect that Jack would publicly make such a significant request to Xiao Yi. Rebuilding a nation is a major matter, and as the commander of humanity, one cannot make such decisions lightly. A qualified politician should not easily make such promises in front of a large audience, as it could provide leverage for political rivals. A young man from a neighboring country stood up, filled with excitement. "Commander Xiao, please help us rebuild our nation." Then, young people from other regions also stood up, those from the kangaroo country, the cherry blossom country, and even individuals wearing turbans from another land. Rai also stood up suddenly and said loudly, "And we from the land of the rising sun hope that Commander Xiao can help us rebuild our nation." Rai could be considered the most despondent among them. Not only had his country been destroyed, but all his family and friends had also perished. His heart's desire had clearly rejected him, declaring love for a warrior from another land. Though he had joined a training program for warriors, he felt as if he had lost his soul and no longer had any passion. His skills had stagnated, and he was mocked by 16-year-olds in the training squad. All of this made him feel hopeless and devoid of meaning. However, Jack's words ignited his passion in an instant. Even without his heart's desire, his family, or his country, he could rebuild his homeland, search for his heart's desire again, and form a family anew. As long as he could restore his nation, everything would regain its significance. And me, and us, we also want to restore our nation. In an instant, nearly all the despondent individuals were energized, standing up to make requests to Xiao Yi. Even soldiers from a few European nations who had just retreated stood up. They knew that the European Union's stronghold was about to be breached, and the hope of restoring their nations lay solely with the young, yet confident man before them. Zhao Shi regretted it. Allowing Xiao Yi to attend hastily was indeed rash. Xiao Yi was being pressured on-site, making it difficult to handle. However, he was not a politician and lacked the means to cope with such situations. If it were a matter of leading troops into battle or commanding thousands, he could manage that without issue, but hosting a meeting was beyond his capabilities. "Sit down, everyone. Please sit down." Zhao Shi stood up, futilely trying to calm the crowd. However, The people were too excited to pay him any mind. Xiao Yi smiled and stood up, surveying the crowd. His gaze had a magical quality. Wherever his eyes swept, the crowd quieted down. The powerful confidence and warm smile of this young man made people instinctively want to listen to him. Xiao Yi spoke softly, but his words shocked everyone. I, Xiao Yi, commander of humanity and commander of my nation, solemnly promise that we will do our utmost to help you restore your nations. The crowd erupted in cheers. The meeting room, which had been lifeless just moments ago, now buzzed with excitement as if it were about to burst through the ceiling. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Xiao Yi continued. Now, what we need to do is to fight for our nation's restoration and eliminate all these pests. Can you do it? We can. The crowd erupted in furious cheers. Even Lai, who had yet to master the mechs, felt an overwhelming urge to suit up and charge out, ready to take on the pests. This was the charm of Xiao Yi. Once the crowd settled again, Xiao Yi said, so now, under the guidance of your instructors, you will train hard, setting the strictest standards for yourselves. Otherwise, how can you restore our nation? There was a moment of silence. Although everyone was excited and eager to rush out to find the instructors and start practicing mech operations and tactics, they understood that Xiao Yi had more important things to say. Xiao Yi finally stated, our nation has never been one that seeks to annex other races. We have always adhered to the principle of mutual development and progress. Only those politicians who harbor ill intentions towards us would slander our nation. A single flower does not make spring. Only when all flowers bloom together does spring fill the garden. Only through the joint development of multiple ethnic groups can humanity resist the invasion of alien civilizations. Therefore, I urge you to eliminate infighting, join hands with our nation, fight against the star beasts, and push back against alien civilizations. We are all from Earth. Can you do it? Xiao Yi shouted. Yes. The entire meeting room replied in unison. As they exited the meeting room, Zhao Shi nervously said, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Should I suppress this matter? Xiao Yi smiled and patted Zhao Shi's shoulder. You're mistaken. Today's meeting went very well. It has resolved a potential future issue and provided me with a new perspective. Are you really going to help them establish a nation? Zhao Shi asked, a bit incredulous. He was well aware of the true nature of those countries during peacetime. Helping such nations establish themselves would only create enemies for themselves. Xiao Yi affirmed, of course. We will help them establish a nation. Moreover, we will assist those with real potential to become national leaders. At the same time, I plan to establish a federation, uniting countries around our nation to face external challenges together and develop collectively. Seeing Zhao Shi still a bit confused, Xiao Yi added with a smile, that Jack seems promising. Let's nurture him well. Have Qiu Darin arrange for a few tutors to teach him about our system. I believe he would be suitable to become the president of the newly established nation. Only then did Zhao Shi fully understand. Xiao Yi would indeed help these nations establish themselves, but the premise was that they would do so under the support of their nation, creating a country free of politicians and malicious intent, aiming for a global integration. Anyone who holds animosity towards the great Zhou nation will never have the chance to hold the position of president. Zhao Shi couldn't help but admire Xiao Yi's tactics, which not only resolved the emotional issues of foreign warriors, but also addressed future world order concerns. The rebuilt world will form an Earth Federation centered around the great Zhou nation. Other nations will establish a more efficient state while preserving their unique characteristics. Most importantly, the appointment of each country's president will be granted directly by the great Zhou nation. All discordant voices will be silenced, ensuring that individuals driven solely by profit motives will never become the president of a superpower. Narrow-minded populism will also be eliminated, paving the way for an Earth Federation built on common interests. In short, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. The great Zhou nation does not need unfriendly adversaries. Xiao Yi picked up the phone and called Nie Sihua. Notify everyone that elections for the governments in exile of various countries will be held in front of the Steel City walls, under the assault of the starry armored beasts. Anyone willing can register to run for president of their respective countries. Starting now, the television will broadcast the campaign speeches of the candidates from each country. Nie Sihua was somewhat surprised, but resolutely executed Xiao Yi's orders. Any country with a population of over 100,000 can apply for restoration. As long as one holds the nationality of that country, they can participate in the elections. With the speeches recorded and broadcast nationwide, the Great Zhou nation will supervise the elections, ensuring that no fraudulent activities occur, Xiao Yi stated. Nie Sihua quickly noted this down and asked, what are the criteria for running? Is having nationality enough? Xiao Yi replied, all candidates will be screened by an election review committee formed by the Great Zhou nation, and any ill-intentioned politicians will be disqualified. Nie Sihua's heart stirred. As long as the candidates were controlled, the Great Zhou nation could steer the direction of these countries and prevent them from opposing it. The Great Zhou nation allows countries to maintain their independence, but it must be based on mutual friendship. Those who harbor hostility will absolutely not be permitted to become president. After noting the key points, Nie Xihua recalled an important question. Xiao Yi, some countries already have governments in exile, such as Goryeo and Fusang. Xiao Yi responded, Goryeo? The image of a young, plump figure flashed in his mind, and he smiled faintly. All will be treated equally. The existing governments in exile will be considered transitional governments. Once a new president is elected, power will be transferred. So can they participate in the presidential elections? Nie Xihua asked. Xiao Yi chuckled again. If they wish to participate, they may, as long as their fellow countrymen still want them as their new president. However, Xiao Yi was deeply skeptical about this. Most of these governments in exile are failures. And aside from a few exceptions, they have lost the support of the people. By the way, Xiao Yi, in Fusang and the three Han republics, most of the population consists of young women, with very few men. Do such countries also need to hold elections? Nie Xihua continued to inquire. Xiao Yi said, no need. These two nations no longer have the necessity to exist. Thanks to the great recognition from the old bookworm. Here comes the fifth update. Chapter 392. Unified European Union. Sixth update. The three Han Republic and the Rising Sun Nation, once puppets and accomplices of a certain country, were given only a quota of 100,000 by the Great Zhou, specifically for young women to enter. Therefore, the majority of residents from these two nations currently entering the territory of Great Zhou are these young girls. For such countries, there is no need for independence. Marrying into the people of Great Zhou and being assimilated into their citizenry is the best choice for them. After all, the cultural differences are not particularly significant. It's just that for certain specific groups, there is a lack of some special spiritual nourishment. For those countries with populations under 100,000, Great Zhou will manage them temporarily. Once their populations exceed 100,000, Great Zhou will consider assisting them in nation building or grant them special protected areas within Great Zhou, establishing places similar to autonomous regions. The 56 ethnic groups of Great Zhou can certainly accommodate a few more without issue. After finishing his statement, Xiao Yi hung up the phone. At the command headquarters, Nie Xihua organized the call records and summarized Xiao Yi's directives before hurriedly heading to the Internal Affairs Group. Upon seeing the summary that Nie Xihua handed over, Lu Bowen was taken aback. He then realized how ambitious Xiao Yi's vision was. Establishing a planetary federation and assisting other countries in nation building was a concept aimed at creating a unified world, with the cosmic beasts not yet launching an explosive siege. Considering post-war reconstruction and such an ambitious world order reconstruction, was this really a good idea? Lu Bowen exhaled. This Xiao Yi, as expected of a young person, is bold, takes big steps, and has great ambitions. All right, since he dares to think it, we old folks will dare to act. You tell Commander Xiao that in 5 days, we will ensure that the majority of countries elect the most suitable president. Without waiting for Nie Xihua to leave, Lu Bowen picked up the phone and began his own scheduling arrangements. Such matters were best handled by the Internal Affairs Group. Lu Bowen spoke loudly on the phone. Old buddies, what we only dared to dream about in our generation, Xiao Yi is making a reality. Let us get moving. Help countries around the world establish new governments and create a world government united around Great Zhou. Act now. European Union. The commander hurriedly packed his belongings. He was preparing to evacuate. After the leaders of those major nations left, everything was precarious. The steel walls of the European Union could be breached at any moment. He had to consider his own safety. Chief, Great Zhou has just issued 2 orders. The first requires that evacuating personnel do so as families, specifically 3 generations living together. They will no longer only accept military personnel for evacuation, the aide said hurriedly. Why? The commander paused his actions, asking with some suspicion. The aide replied, according to information from Great Zhou, foreign soldiers entering the steel walls of Great Zhou are generally showing negative attitudes and low morale. The entire family's relocation helps improve the soldiers' combat effectiveness. The commander sighed. All right, let's proceed with the evacuation according to this requirement. What is the second point? The assistant replied that the country had issued a new directive to prepare for the election of an exiled government for nationals of various countries in exile, promising to assist in restoring the exiled government after repelling the alien creatures. The commander furrowed his brows and asked, what should we do? Should we form a union of European nations or establish individual nations? The union is a temporary government formed by dozens of countries, and as its commander, his power is quite limited. However, he is reluctant to relinquish the authority he currently holds. Once power is obtained, it is difficult to let go. The assistant quietly suggested. Leader, their SA standard. Only countries with populations exceeding 100,000 are considered for statehood. If each country falls short of that number, we can apply to the higher command for a unified union. The commander's eyes lit up. Are you implying? The assistant lowered his voice. Since the leaders of those major countries have fled, we can control the composition of those being evacuated. We won't allocate evacuation quotas based on the population of each country. Instead, we can distribute these quotas equally among the nations. In that case, with our 40-some countries, each will receive less than 100,000 quotas. This way, we can only reorganize into a unified union, and you, leader, can continue to serve as its chief. The assistant clenched his fist. The fleeing leaders of the major countries will also lose their say, and you will truly become the foremost figure of the union. A smile crept onto the commander's face as he patted the assistant's shoulder. Young man, you have a bright future. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. He completely ignored the assistant's graying hair. Chapter 393. The Return of the Mother Bug. Countdown. 5 days. Xiao Yi was awakened by a gentle hand. Opening his eyes, he saw Hua's smiling face. Is there something? Xiao Yi quickly sat up, not bothering to put on a shirt, and grabbed the beam at the edge of the bed to start doing pull-ups. This had been his daily routine since he received the information in his mind. Without a strong physique, how could he combat the alien creatures? Maintaining physical fitness and agility is essential for better controlling and operating the mechs in battle. Although Xiao Yi, as the commander, rarely had the opportunity to face the starry armored beasts directly, his memories reminded him that nothing in the world is absolute. His proficient mecha operation skills were the result of countless experiences passed down through the universe. Looking at Xiao Yi's well-developed back muscles, Hua felt her face heat up. She wasn't sure if Xiao Yi had such good muscles before, but she had heard that he used to be a researcher. Most researchers she had encountered were scholarly and didn't possess such a good physique. This kind of muscle must have been built up in recent months. Aren't you going to put on a shirt? Hua asked, blushing. In a room alone together, with Xiao Yi only wearing boxers, it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Xiao Yi continued with his exercises, replying, I'm not like you, needing to be so covered up. Hua was taken aback. Was Xiao Yi implying that she dressed too conservatively? She recalled that when she first met Xiao Yi in the South Seas, she had been wearing outfits that showcased her figure, but after joining the expert team for the national mobilization, she had switched to more formal work attire, which seemed more serious and dignified. It appeared that her conservative dressing had drawn Xiao Yi's teasing. Hua hesitated, wondering if she should change into something more revealing before seeing Xiao Yi again. Speak up. It won't affect my workout, Xiao Yi said when he noticed her silence. Finally gathering her thoughts, Hua replied. The command center just informed me that they've discovered the trace of the starry armored beast's mother worm. It's still in the Bay of Bengal and hasn't gone too far. Such significant news was the only reason she would rush into Xiao Yi's room to wake him up. Xiao Yi finished 100 pull-ups before grabbing a towel to wipe off the sweat and put on a jacket, preparing to head out. Aren't you going to take a shower? You're all sweaty, Hua called after him. I'm going to the command center to shower, he said as he walked. To accommodate everyone working late, the command center had a lounge and shower facilities. Sometimes, when emergencies arose, everyone would spend the night there. By the time your meeting is over, the sweat will dry. I'll help you wipe it off, Hua said, taking out a towel and catching up to Xiao Yi to help him wipe his sweat. Xiao Yi didn't idle either. He found a pair of long pants to wear and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel, casually combing his hair. This was just how Xiao Yi managed his appearance. Once Hua had dried off Xiao Yi's sweat, he put on his clothes and left. However, Hua stood there, blushing, holding the towel, and not moving. She suddenly felt that what she had just done was akin to being Xiao Yi's partner, helping him out. Unable to resist, she buried her face in the towel to inhale the scent left behind by him. Her heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. The scent was pleasant. A man's sweat carried a unique masculine hormone aroma that, as long as it wasn't fermented, was very special and appealing. This made Hua somewhat entranced. Aren't you coming yet? As Xiao Yi stepped out the door, he turned around and immediately saw Hua holding a towel, lost in thought. What? Do I have static electricity? Xiao Yi asked suspiciously. Hua quickly put down the towel and walked over, saying, your whole being is electrifying. It makes people tremble inside. Oh, then you should stay away from me next time, Xiao Yi replied, which made Hua stomp her feet in frustration. She really doubted how such a guy could have pursued that Chu Xiao back then. She suspected that other versions of Xiao Yi in different universes were emotionally clueless, and that this had somehow influenced the Xiao Yi in this world, making him so oblivious to romance. Entering the operations room, Luo Yaoyang appeared as if he had just arrived. After all, he was older and couldn't keep up with Xiao Yi's energy. He was significantly lagging behind. I've finally found the trace of the mother bug. I've arranged for a nuclear bomb, and we can attack at any time. I've also organized a strike team. If we don't detonate the nuclear bomb, we can send the strike team to hunt down this mother bug, Luo Yaoyang said. The large screen displayed images captured by a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. On an island in the Bay of Bengal, a plump, strange bug was lying among the rocks. What is it doing? Xiao Yi asked. It should be sending instructions to the cosmic armored beasts, Luo Yaoyang replied. Chapter 394. Traces of Alien Civilization. Xiao Yi took the coffee that Nie Sihua handed him and said, "Pull up images from various locations in the European Union and our Iron Wall. Let us see if there are any changes with the cosmic armored beasts." The images quickly came in. The area surrounding the Dazhou Kingdom was still quiet. The cosmic armored beasts from the Americas that had crossed the ocean had not yet arrived, and it would likely take a few more days. The entire bug line was calm. It was the tranquility before the storm. The cosmic armored beasts were gathering their strength, and once they erupted, they would attack the Iron Wall with overwhelming force. As for the segment of the Iron Wall in the European Union, there were no abnormalities either. The cosmic armored beasts were still using standard attack methods, continuously employing a tactic of overwhelming force against the Iron Wall. Everything seemed normal. "How long have we detected the mother bug?" Xiao Yi asked. "It's been 1 or 2 hours. At first, we didn't confirm it. And only after we confirmed did we notify Commander Xiao and Team Leader Luo," a staff member replied. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "Then don't rush to kill this mother bug. Let us see what it's really doing. It seems like it hasn't sent a signal to the cosmic armored beast swarm." Qian Linsun, with red eyes, walked in and said, "That's right. We just confirmed that the receivers of the cosmic armored beasts didn't pick up any extra signals." Xiao Yi frowned and said, "The mother bug doesn't seem to be directing the attack of the cosmic armored beasts. I suspect it is receiving information. Who is sending it information? Could it be those reconnaissance flying armored beasts?" Luo Yaoyang asked. Qian Linsun shook his head. "We can't determine that. It would be great if we could receive the signals that the mother bug is receiving." Xiao Yi carefully examined the terrain of the island and suddenly said, "Look, the terrain of this island is a bit strange." Luo Yaoyang ordered the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to adjust its angle, revealing the entire island. This island is a volcanic island, but it is a dormant volcano. The mother creature is resting at the center of the crater. All the vegetation in the crater has been cleared away, exposing the bare rocks. Qian Linsun suddenly exclaimed, "This terrain looks a bit like the shape of our fast radio telescope. It must be using this terrain to receive signals." Everyone then noticed that the crater indeed resembled a giant bowl, with the mother creature lying at the center. This geographical structure aids in receiving signals and also helps it to emit signals. "Yes, that's right," Qian Linsun murmured. "No wonder this mother creature can send signals from Earth and successfully transmit them to the receivers of other starry armored beasts. It is utilizing the terrain. This mother creature seems too intelligent, almost wise." Wang Lin, the leader of the biological team, said, "This mother creature must have mastered the ability to emit signals. Its intelligence must exceed that of humans, or at least be comparable. Otherwise, how could it use the terrain to receive and send signals?" Xiao Yi pondered and said, "I have doubts about the intelligence of the mother creature." Everyone turned their attention to Xiao Yi. He then addressed Luo Yaoyang. "Leader Luo, if you were the mother creature, how would you manipulate these starry armored beasts? What kind of combat strategy would you employ?" Luo Yaoyang thought for a moment and replied, "I would stage a feigned attack in other areas to divert firepower. Then, at a single point, I would use flying armored beasts for a strong assault, while the ground six-legged armored beasts would stack their attack, concentrating forces to break through at one point. With our defensive capabilities, we could open a breach in a day at most." Xiao Yi looked at the mech commanders Lin Qingxing and Peng Jinqiao. "What do you think?" Lin Qingxing said, "If Leader Luo were commanding the starry armored beasts, it would be very difficult for us to hold our ground unless we used a lot of artillery fire." Peng Jinqiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, sometimes we secretly feel fortunate that we are not facing starry armored beasts commanded by humans. Otherwise, we would definitely be defeated." Xiao Yi said, "Therefore, I have serious doubts about the intelligence of the mother creature. If the mother creature had human-like intelligence, why wouldn't it allow these starry armored beasts to possess similar intelligence?" Xiao Yi looked around. Everyone fell into deep thought. He continued, "Thus, I have reason to suspect that the intelligence of the mother creature is not very high. The reason it can command the starry armored beasts to change their attack methods should be that it received instructions from an alien civilization. Moreover, the mother creature possesses high intelligence, yet these ordinary starry armored beasts have very low intelligence, which doesn't make sense. Therefore, I suspect that the alien civilization is directly issuing commands. They likely cannot participate directly in the battle, so they are using indirect command methods, utilizing the mother creature as a medium to control the offensive of the starry armored beasts." Luo Yaoyang suddenly realized, yes, this explanation is very reasonable. This also explains why the tactics employed by the starry armored beasts are so simplistic. Even if they can change their attack methods, like the single-point breakthrough used last time, it still appears clumsy and mechanical, lacking flexibility and adaptability. I think Xiao Yi's analysis is very reasonable. Chapter 395, Repairing the Fast Radio Telescope. Qian Linsun thought for a moment and suddenly said excitedly, based on this reasoning, I have a new perspective. Extraterrestrial civilizations might not be able to survive on Earth, so they cannot directly participate in the conflict. Otherwise, they would have no reason to use such indirect means to command operations. Xiao Yi slapped the table. Professor Qian's deduction is very important. Yes, extraterrestrial civilizations might be unable to enter Earth for some reason, nor can they command the star beasts in battle. We should analyze why extraterrestrial civilizations cannot enter Earth. This will help us understand this mysterious extraterrestrial civilization better. This is the benefit of brainstorming, through everyone's layered analysis. The extraterrestrial civilization that had shown no trace now has a slight clue. I have another idea. Since the mother bug is receiving information from the star beasts, can we also receive this information and then decipher it? If so, we could know the movements of the star beasts in advance. We should keep this mother bug alive for our information decoding purposes, Qian Linson said. Xiao Yi looked at Qian Linson and said, Professor Qian, our fast radio telescope has not been destroyed by the star beasts, at least not severely damaged. I have decided to arrange for scientists to work with a rapid response team to go deep into the star beast's rear, check the damage to the fast radio telescope, and carry out repairs. While ensuring safety, we will attempt to receive the information sent by the extraterrestrial civilization. Gu Linxing has been idle for a long time. He should come out and do some work, deciphering the information transmitted by the extraterrestrial civilization. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement with Xiao Yi's approach. Moreover, if we can locate the source of these signals, we will be able to find the location of the extraterrestrial civilization. This will help us identify our targets for counterattacks. Qian Linson added. Everyone's spirits lifted. Xiao Yi stood up and said, Team Leader Luo, organize an elite team equipped with the best mobile forces. This time, we have brought back several F-35B vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, modify them, remove unnecessary devices, add a few more seats, and see if we can keep up. They must be able to take off quickly and evade attacks from flying beasts comfortably. Xiao Yi turned to Qian Linson. Professor Qian, prepare several scientists and engineers in this field to depart immediately to check the condition of the fast radio telescope. Luo Yaoyang and Qian Linson stood up and said, yes. Xiao Yi reminded them, remember, safety first. If you notice any signs of the star beast surrounding, withdraw immediately. At the same time, arrange for a feint to attract the attention of the star beasts. Finally, Xiao Yi said, this task can be assigned to Gao Daqiang. He was there last time, is familiar with the terrain, and understands the characteristics of the star beasts well. Yes, Luo Yaoyang immediately notified the team. As for scientists and maintenance engineers, Professor Qian is more familiar with this area. Do you have any suitable candidates? Xiao Yi looked at Qian Linson. After thinking for a moment, Qian Linson said, I have thought of someone. This guy hasn't been doing well lately. He should get out and move around a bit. In Bianjing City, a scruffy, small man was squatting on the ground watching ants. His name is Xinmo, a maintenance engineer who had just withdrawn from the fast radio telescope project before the invasion of the celestial beasts. He was frail and had a natural lack of athletic ability. Throughout his school years, he was often the target of ridicule during physical education classes. He set the record for the shortest standing long jump in the school, at just 25 centimeters. Yes, that's right, only 25 centimeters. After returning to the fortified city, he found himself feeling useless. Initially, his parents were proud of him for being a maintenance engineer for the prestigious project. However, after the project was abandoned, he realized he had nowhere to go, and in such a critical time, he ended up idly staying at home. His skills in mecha simulation were poor. He would get dizzy as soon as he stepped onto the simulator. Even when wearing a real mecha, he could barely walk steadily. In this era that worships mecha, he was undoubtedly seen as a failure. His status at home shifted from being his parents' pride to becoming a burden to the nation. There was no other way. Now everyone was fighting against the celestial beasts, and all work was related to that effort. The maintenance skills he had learned were of no use. Xinmo. Useless fool. A group of children suddenly shouted upon seeing him, and they were quite bold, showing no fear of him chasing after them. They all knew that even a 6 or 7-year-old child could easily outrun Xinmo. At first, Xinmo would throw stones at these kids, but now he was disheartened. After dedicating his life to research, he suddenly found himself to be useless. This stark contrast left him in despair. Xinmo, go buy some rice, his mother said, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Xinmo, whose name was suggested by a reader, will not have the origin of his name introduced in the text, but will be noted at the end. Chapter 396. The maintenance operation begins. 7th update. Looking at her son, who was in his 30s and stayed at home all day, made his mother uncomfortable. She never expected that her once exemplary son would suddenly become a freeloader, which left her unable to accept the change. Consequently, her tone towards Xinmo became much harsher. Previously, his academic achievements made his frail physique seem less of an issue, but now it was evident that there was a problem. 10 kilograms of rice was enough to make Xinmo feel better, but he needed to rest several times on the way back home. In this era that values strength and combat, it was particularly glaring. Mo did want to exercise, but he had suffered from congenital heart disease. Before his condition was treated, he couldn't engage in any physical activities. Although he was cured in his teens, he had already developed the label of being physically inept. Mo felt very wronged. He wanted to be of some use and not become a burden to his family. However, his expertise lay in the maintenance of the Sky Eye project, where he was a top-notch maintenance engineer. But once he left the Sky Eye, he felt like nothing. Even when it came to repairing mechs, he felt somewhat powerless, as the parts were too large and he lacked the appropriate tools to move them. Consequently, the mech maintenance department didn't want him either. No one would assign a mover just for him. Thus, Mo felt like a waste. Yet, he wanted to be useful. He didn't want to be a useless burden. However, he had no opportunity. He picked up a bag of rice, preparing to go buy some. Wait, your phone. His mother's tone was somewhat urgent. Who called? Mo glanced curiously at her. The command center, she said. Her emotions heightened. Receiving a call from the command center was a tremendous honor for any family. After hanging up, Mo felt a surge of excitement. What did the command center say? His mother asked anxiously. She was even more eager than he was. Seeing her son become a waste made her unable to sleep through the night, and she had been trying to find a way out for him, but to no avail. Mo suddenly threw down the rice bag. I have to go. The country needs me. He dashed into the house, grabbed a few pieces of clothing, and rushed out, filled with youthful vigor. Finally, he felt useful. Finally, it was time for him to showcase his abilities. 2 hours later, 10 armed helicopters landed at the Steel Wall Section 1173. Gao Daqiang, leading a squad of mech warriors, hurriedly escorted 5 engineers and scientists onto the helicopters. Soon, the helicopters took off, quickly ascending to an altitude of 5,000 meters. This height was the safest, ensuring they wouldn't attract the attention of the cosmic armored beasts. After observing for several days, humanity had basically figured out the movement patterns of these beasts. Approximately 10 kilometers from the steel wall, a large number of cosmic armored beasts had gathered, forming a massive circle around the steel wall, commonly referred to as the insect line. On the outskirts, there were a few scattered cosmic armored beasts, including flying and crawling types, which were few in number and primarily foraged for stray creatures. This was also why the young man from Tianzhu, Lai, was able to escape disaster at Dianchi Lake. Gao Daqiang and his team aimed to exploit this characteristic to covertly infiltrate the fast radio telescope, complete the repairs, and activate the telescope to receive signals from extraterrestrial civilizations. If they could identify the hiding place of an alien civilization, it would provide a target for humanity's counterattack. The helicopters flew in formation southward, then turned westward for safety, to avoid being directly tracked by the cosmic armored beasts. This mission was challenging and carried significant responsibility, but they were confident. Gao Daqiang glanced at the short man in the expert team. This man, standing at less than 1.4 meters tall, was even shorter than a well-known writer and director. He was also thin and moved awkwardly. Gao Daqiang doubted whether the command center had sent the right person. How could someone like this be a senior maintenance engineer for the Sky Eye project? Seemingly sensing Gao Daqiang's disdain, Mo looked up and shot him a sidelong glance. Although Gao Daqiang had a strong build, Mo showed no signs of intimidation. Despite his small stature and frail appearance, once Mo entered his domain, his confidence became immensely powerful. Within the Sky Eye team, he had enough confidence. If he considered himself second in repairing the fast radio telescope, then no one else would qualify for the first position. What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome engineer before? Mo said proudly. If anyone had seen Mo 2 hours earlier, they would have been taken aback and would never believe that these two were the same person. 2 hours ago, Mo was dejected and miserable, even allowing children to mock him. But now, the small figure radiated immense confidence and vitality. Thanks to book friends Du Jinwu Miao. Username 333776708385139. Xinyu is not a salted fish. Master Chio who loves to eat chive pancakes. Raoul. Username 704038322146. Username 48003519625032. Fu Qinxi. Lin E. Memories of Empty Years. Username 157849050002. 29070. The Queen Mother of New Beijing, who loves to eat spicy fish. Cold Moon Palace. Longzhou Shofa Hai. Username 961573657796. Username 9056282547460046. Shifan. And others for their rewards. Thanks to other rewarding book friends, I will continue to express gratitude in the next chapter. Because of you, the bug can appear. Chapter 397. Arrival at the Sky Eye. The helicopter circled around the area, and the reconnaissance soldier reported, Commander Gao. 5 scattered six-legged starry sky armored beasts have been found in the nearby area, and there is only one flying armored beast in the airspace. No other discoveries have been made. Gao Daqiang nodded and said, notify everyone to disperse and land. Try to avoid contact with the starry sky armored beasts. The helicopter carrying Gao Daqiang landed about 5 kilometers south of the fast radio telescope. This was a deliberate arrangement to prevent the starry sky armored beasts from discovering their purpose, so as to avoid significant damage to the fast radio telescope. Starry sky armored beasts are not warm-blooded animals. They can only be detected with thermal sensing equipment under specific conditions. Using sonar detection might provoke a reaction from the armored beasts, so the best way to scout was through visual observation. Fortunately, the starry sky armored beasts had prominent black shells, making them easier to spot from high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Seeing Xi and Mo awkwardly climb down from the helicopter, Gao Daqiang frowned and lifted Xi and Mo, throwing him over his shoulder. This was a gesture he often used to carry his daughter. The action was extremely insulting, and Xi and Mo impulsively wanted to jump down. Gao Daqiang whispered, don't move. Our task is to quickly repair the fast radio telescope. Don't worry about any face-saving. Only then did Xi and Mo fall silent, crossing his arms and sitting uncomfortably on Gao Daqiang's back. Fortunately, there was a luggage rack on the back of the mech, which made it a bit more bearable for him. Gao Daqiang addressed the several scientists being protected, saying, don't make any noise and don't leave the group without permission. If you spot the celestial beasts, do not run away recklessly. Some scientists felt insulted, and one of them, who was wearing a mech, said, Instructor Gao, my simulation mech operation has reached platinum level. I know what to do. Gao Daqiang shot a sidelong glance at the scientist and turned to say, Yuan, report your mech operation level. Yuan understood and revealed his level insignia. I'm not that great. My simulation mech level barely reaches 8 stars. Compared to Instructor Gao's 10 stars, I'm 2 stars short. Each level of simulation mechs has 10 stars. Although Yuan was also at the king level, he was only at the 8-star level, ranked among the top 10,000 nationwide. Gao Daqiang was a 10-star king, also the highest level, ranked among the top 1,000 nationwide. However, this ranking was for simulation mechs. In a real battlefield, Gao Daqiang's ranking should be even higher, possibly even in the top 10. Yet, there was no concrete standard for this, and it couldn't be used as a true reference for combat capability. Zhang Xiaolong, a trainer for 1 billion mech warriors, currently held the #1 rank in the country. However, in actual combat, Zhang Xiaolong would definitely not be a match for Gao Daqiang. In fact, in the military honor ranking system, Gao Daqiang was currently ranked 2nd, only behind Commander Zhao Shi, who had a rank of 1150. The scientist shrank his neck, realizing that the mech warriors protecting him were already among the most elite in the country. He had no objections left. Being ignored by such mech warriors was the most normal thing. Let us go? Confirming that there were no signs of celestial beasts nearby, Gao Daqiang issued the command to set off. 15 people began to weave through the jungle with various equipment. They split into 10 small groups, with the other 9 groups being solely mech warriors, without scientists or maintenance engineers. Their task was to provide cover and vigilance. The team led by Gao Daqiang was the one that would actually enter the center of the equipment. The forest was eerily quiet, to a terrifying degree. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing. The only sound in the world was the rustling of the wind. This was very strange. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, the mech warriors were mentally prepared, knowing that there was no life beyond the insect line. The world could be terrifyingly quiet. Half an hour later, Gao Daqiang and the others appeared near the fast radio telescope. When they evacuated back then, all the power equipment had been completely shut down, including the emergency power supply, and the batteries had been discharged. This way, it won't attract the destruction of the starry sky armored beasts. The equipment center of the Eye of Heaven was built on the ground. Xi and Mo immediately spotted the entrance, which was tightly locked with no signs of damage. Great. There are no signs of destruction, Xi and Mo exclaimed excitedly. Gao Daqiang set Xi and Mo down and checked the surroundings again, confirming that there were no starry sky armored beasts nearby before saying, let's go in. We need to hurry. At the command center, Qian Linsen looked at the images transmitted from the aerial reconnaissance aircraft and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. Luo Yaoyang then picked up the microphone and announced, ground cover operation, start. On section 1174 of the Iron City Wall, a mech squad of thousands had already assembled. Upon hearing Luo Yaoyang's command, the commander waved his hand, set off. The lift quickly lowered the squad to the ground, and the mech warriors quickly formed up, heading towards the insect line. The large group of flying armored beasts discovered the humans who dared to breach the city wall and swiftly gathered to fly towards the mech warriors. In the air appeared a swarm of drones, formed by a team of carefully selected skilled operators. These operators had one characteristic. They were young and quick-handed. Indeed, they were a group of enthusiastic computer game experts assembled into a team, also selected from various professional teams. This was a special team that Xiao Yi began to assemble after the last practical exercise, specifically for executing such dangerous and challenging tasks. Not only did they have drones, but also drone mechs. Drones and drone mechs couldn't be widely promoted due to the scarcity of good operators and significant wear and tear. However, for feints like today's, they were quite useful. These drone mechs took the front line, while the mech warriors followed behind. This was also a mixed exercise to test the combat capabilities of drone mechs and drones. In peacetime, drones showcased their power mainly because there were enough resources to support them. Compared to personnel losses, material losses were more acceptable. As long as there were no casualties, or fewer casualties, spending more money could still provide a good explanation to the citizens. Therefore, developed countries primarily engaged in combat using drones. However, the situation has changed drastically. In the face of endless starry sky armored beasts, resources have become particularly tight, and human efforts must be relied upon for combat. Humanity must be prepared for a prolonged struggle. Inside the steel walls, in a special operations room, Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Aoyan are once again challenging each other. Since joining the National Mobilization Expert Team, they have been secretly competing. However, Zhang Xiaolong has always had the upper hand, leaving Yi Aoyan feeling extremely frustrated. The formation of the Remote-Controlled Combat Corps has given Yi Aoyan a chance to defeat Zhang Xiaolong, so as soon as they received the mission, both were ready for a showdown. They even placed a bet, with the wager being contribution points. Each of them brought 4 teammates to form a 5-person team. Big Zhuang, Sun Xiang, don't fall behind, keep up. Zhang Xiaolong, wearing a helmet, controlled the mech to run at full speed. This drone mech is specially designed. Although it's unmanned, it was made to resemble standard mechs for regular training, just with more weapons and ammunition installed in the pilot's area. Each walking mech can almost be considered a moving fortress. Fatty watched the sky, with a broad view. Zhang Xiaolong immediately spotted a flying armored beast pouncing towards his teammates from behind. Fatty maneuvered the mech back a step, pulled out a standard military knife, and swiftly cut off the head of the incoming flying beast. No problem. These brainless flying insects are nothing to worry about. They're just appetizers. The 5 of them, like they were playing a game, bantered while executing various technical maneuvers. A bit behind them were the mech warriors. This was their first time fighting alongside the unmanned corps, and feeling uncertain, they kept a distance. Nice work. 1-0, we're in the lead. Zhang Xiaolong shouted to Yi Aoyan. Yi Aoyan coldly scoffed. This is just the beginning. Killing one little bug is hardly an achievement. At the command center, Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang watched the images relayed back from the aerial reconnaissance drone, feeling somewhat like they were watching a game live stream. Only when they saw the mech warriors behind them did they again realize that this is not a game. It's a war. Commander Xiao, is the coordination between drones and unmanned mechs reliable? Luo Yaoyang hesitated, noting that this is not a game. The biggest difference between games and real warfare lies in the attacks. In games, attacks don't harm teammates, so attackers don't need to worry about friendly fire and can output freely. However, in real warfare, every bullet must be aimed at the starry sky armored beasts. When wielding a standard military knife, one must also be cautious of the surrounding environment to avoid injuring allies. These are the distinctions between games and reality. Would those accustomed to gaming habits change their operational habits? That is a significant test. Xiaoyi stated, I expect there will be issues initially. But once everyone forgets the gaming controls, everything will improve. This is also the reason why I want the mecha warriors to keep their distance from them. Luo Yaoyang understood that Xiaoyi was also worried that if they treated it as a game, thinking that they wouldn't accidentally harm their own people, it would really become a problem. Seemingly provoked by the arrogance of humanity, a large group of starry sky armor beasts charged forward, numbering in the tens of thousands. The commander ordered, form a defensive formation. The front row of drones quickly halted, drawing out their rhodium shields to establish a defensive position, then setting up rocket launchers for targeting. In Chapter 399, the slaughter scene, the mecha warriors in the back raised their sniper rifles, forming a 3-dimensional defensive formation. Drones overhead began to unleash firepower. There were 2 types of drones. One was a rotary wing drone for low-altitude operations, and the other was a fixed-wing drone, using the Elong 2 from a certain country, capable of carrying 12 missiles. The rotary wing drones were primarily responsible for close-range support, while the Elong drones focused on long-range attacks. Currently, it was the Elong drones that were pouring down firepower. In the rear, another group of drones was preparing for takeoff. These were transport drones, mainly responsible for removing the corpses of the starry sky armor beasts. While the bombardment looked visually impressive, it had little actual significance because it couldn't deplete the starry sky armor beasts at all. So, although it appeared lively at the front, A closer look revealed that the drone attacks were quite strategic. Most of the assaults were aimed at suppressing the Starry Sky armor beasts, preventing them from overwhelming the position. A small passage was left in the middle of the artillery fire, allowing dozens of Starry Sky armor beasts to enter the defensive perimeter at once. Seeing that the number of Starry Sky armor beasts charging in was only in the dozens, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Go!" Their 5-person team each chose a 6-legged Starry Sky armor beast to pounce on, with other team members not wanting to fall behind, all rushing forward. Meanwhile, the Mecha Warriors provided fire support, preventing other Starry Sky armor beasts from approaching, giving the drones some time to resolve the battle. Intense gunfire took down a large number of Starry Sky armor beasts, their bodies blocking the path of the subsequent waves. This created a disconnect between the Starry Sky armor beasts at the front and the back. However, the Starry Sky armor beasts at the front showed no fear and continued to charge forward, engaging in fierce battles with the drones. The operators of these drones were all highly skilled in simulating mecha operations, easily handling 1 or 2 Starry Sky armor beasts, especially top experts like Zhang Xiaolong, who effortlessly dispatched the Starry Sky armor beasts in front of him. The Mecha Warriors at the back moved forward to drag away the bodies of the Starry Sky armor beasts, quickly running towards the rear. Transport drones that had already taken off and were rushing over dropped a steel spear, piercing through the body of a Starry Sky armor beast, then quickly retracted the cable, taking the body away toward the Iron City wall. The drones responsible for cover intercepted those flying armor beasts attempting to snatch the corpses, ensuring that the transport drones could successfully carry the Starry Sky armor beast bodies back to the Iron City wall. The anti-aircraft fire on the Iron City wall also provided fire support for the drones. The flying armored beasts that chased after them were struck down by heavy artillery fire, falling one after another. A large number of transport drones took off, dropping steel spears to drag the corpses of these flying beasts back. Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang watched with excitement. The scene of slaughtering the armored beasts was extremely thrilling. This was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. It proves a saying, discussing toxicity without considering the dosage is nonsense. In the case of armored beasts, it is also nonsense to talk about extermination without considering their numbers. Once the armored beasts lose their numerical advantage, they become easy prey in front of humans. Unfortunately, the numbers of these beasts were frighteningly high. Sure enough, after a brief period of a few minutes, the armored beasts, having lost hundreds of their kin, began to move. They surged forward in dense masses, numbering at least several 100,000 or more. "Retreat," the commander ordered. The drones covered the retreat as the mech warriors fell back. Under the intense artillery fire from the drones, all mechs retreated to about 3 kilometers away from the Iron City walls. The turrets on the city walls began to fire. Seemingly aware that they could not catch up with the mech warriors, the armored beasts started to pull back upon hearing the gunfire. The commander issued another command, "Attack again." The mech warriors turned around to pursue the armored beasts. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the armored beasts lost thousands of their number, while the warriors only lost 1 drone mech and 2 drones. This infuriated the armored beasts, which began to mobilize in overwhelming numbers. A glance revealed that the entire line of beasts stretched for at least several kilometers, all moving towards the Iron City walls to launch an attack. Inside the walls, alarms sounded. The mech warriors quickly assembled and prepared for defense. Zhang Xiaolong and his team also fully retreated. At the command center, Xiao Yi sat down and said, "Do you think these creatures will really attack the city?" Luo Yaoyang replied, "From a tactical perspective, attacking the city at this moment would clearly fall into our trap. If the armored beasts had a commander, they wouldn't genuinely launch an attack. At most, it would just be a feint." Qian Linson added, "My judgment is that since they have stopped attacking, they have clearly received orders and are waiting for other armored beasts to gather before attacking together. However, our ambush has disrupted their orders, and they will keep attacking until new orders are given. It's as if we have given them new orders, replacing their original command to refrain from attacking." Chapter 400. Repairing the heavenly eye. Qian Linson glanced sideways at Luo Yaoyang and said, "Old Luo, how about we make a bet?" Luo Yaoyang chuckled, "Sure, let us bet. But the stakes have to be high." Qian Linson laughed, "You're definitely going to lose. And you better not cry about it." Luo Yaoyang, however, was unfazed. "You're mistaken. No matter the outcome, I will be very happy." Xiao Yi and Qian Linson were taken aback, but quickly understood Luo Yaoyang's meaning. If Luo Yaoyang lost, humanity would gain a new tactic. In the coming days, efforts will be made to relentlessly harass the starry armored beasts, aiming to deplete their numbers. This is great news for Luo Yaoyang. If Luo Yaoyang wins, at the very least, he can win the bet from Qian Linson, so he won't be at a loss. Thus, the astute Qian Linson was unexpectedly outsmarted by Luo Yaoyang. As the starry armored beasts approached the Iron City walls, just as they were preparing to launch an attack, they suddenly retreated like a tide, seemingly receiving new orders. This left Luo Yaoyang quite disappointed. Although he won the bet, he would have preferred to lose. Professor Qian, do you think they retreated because they received new orders? Or was it just a feint? Xiaoyi asked. Qian Linsen replied, based on my observations, initially, they indeed intended to launch an assault. However, later, it seems they received new orders to retreat. Xiaoyi nodded and suddenly said excitedly, this should be a good opportunity for us to track extraterrestrial civilizations. Once the fast radio telescope is repaired, we can conduct several more sessions, allowing us to capture commands issued by extraterrestrial civilizations and thus find their traces. Qian Linsen also became invigorated. I just wonder how XINMO is doing. Has he fixed it yet? At the Tianyan project office, Gao Daqiang looked in astonishment at XINMO adjusting the fast radio telescope. The work of calibrating the fast radio telescope is extensive and intricate. XINMO skillfully maneuvered various precision instruments, his hands more dexterous than those of an artist. How long do you think it will take? Gao Daqiang asked cautiously, afraid to disturb XINMO's focus. A scientist said, the fast radio telescope consists of 452 reflective panels. To achieve maximum effectiveness, all these panels need to be precisely aligned. The scientist remarked, fortunately, the fast radio telescope was not damaged, and thankfully XINMO came. Otherwise, it would take several days. At this rate, we should be able to start receiving signals by tomorrow. Gao Daqiang glanced again at the focused XINMO, realizing that people should not be judged by appearances. The seemingly unremarkable XINMO displayed an astonishing level of concentration and precision during the delicate repairs. Director Gao, we will need a few days to search for and receive signals. Can you ensure our safety until then? A scientist asked. Gao Daqiang frowned. I have received orders to ensure your safety. In dangerous situations, I must take you out. The scientist hesitated. Failing to complete the task would be detrimental to our search for extraterrestrial civilizations and our countermeasures. Gao Daqiang waved his hand. You don't need to say any more on that. As long as you are here, we will eventually find a way to trace extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus, your lives are more important. Countdown for days. In the European Union, the commander looked pale as he gazed at the densely packed starry armored beasts ahead. Overnight, their numbers had doubled, with the sky filled with the grotesque forms of the starry armored beasts. The number of flying armored beasts soaring in the sky obscured it completely. Suddenly, large groups of these creatures flew into the inner part of the steel city walls and then swooped down. This sent chills down the spines of the warriors on the ground. Until now, flying armored beasts had never dared to venture inside the steel walls, fearing the anti-aircraft fire that could bring them down within the city. Therefore, the threat they posed was far less than that of the ugly six-legged crawling armored beasts. However, today, the flying armored beasts seemed to have taken some stimulant, as they widely entered the airspace above the walls and began to dive attack the soldiers on the steel walls. One mech warrior barely had time to react before 2 or 3 flying armored beasts seized him and lifted him up. The mech warrior prepared to shoot, but the claws of the flying armored beasts pierced deeply into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The flying armored beasts carried his lifeless body outside the steel walls and then dropped it to the ground. Soon, his figure was engulfed by the ground-dwelling starry armored beasts. This scene was unfolding across various defense segments of the steel walls. The anti-aircraft fire above the steel walls was fiercely shooting, and many flying armored beasts were hit, plummeting down. Most of their bodies fell inside the steel walls, but the starry armored beasts didn't care at all, attacking recklessly. The commander understood that the starry armored beasts had already realized they would soon breach the steel walls, so they were no longer concerned about where the bodies would fall. Once the steel walls were breached, the location of the bodies would be irrelevant. The starry armored beasts were certain they would break through, which filled the commander with dread. He hurriedly took an elevator down to the ground, called for a vehicle, and instructed it to quickly drive into the inner second steel wall. The outer steel wall could no longer hold, and the second wall wouldn't last long either. However, it could buy enough time for these important figures to evacuate. The vehicle moved slowly due to the chaos inside the steel walls. Many civilians, seeing countless flying armored beasts in the sky, were in a panic, running for their lives. This chaos among the civilians severely hindered the vehicle's speed. The commander gritted his teeth and said, "Don't avoid these civilians, just drive straight through. We don't have much time left. We must quickly enter the second steel wall. Only the EU has established 2 steel walls, one inner and one outer. This reflects their deep-seated aristocratic mentality. These political elites consider themselves nobles and believe they deserve an extra layer of protection compared to ordinary people. Therefore, key figures reside within the second steel wall, while civilians and soldiers live outside. Inside, there is also an airport, which serves as the last escape route for these elites." The driver pressed the accelerator, no longer avoiding the panicking civilians, and began to speed away. Along the way, several women and children were knocked aside. But the commander urged the driver to go faster. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the car's roof as a sharp claw pierced through it. The commander drew his gun and fired. A full magazine was emptied, and the flying armored beast perched on the car's roof was shot down. Hurry up. We must save time. The commander glanced back at the steel wall. Several mechanized warriors could no longer wait for the lift and jumped directly from the steel wall. Clearly, the six-legged starry sky beast had breached the defenses and was battling the soldiers on the wall. The commander regretted his decision to inspect the steel wall today. Why didn't he just stay in the command center? Otherwise, he would have already boarded a plane heading to a certain nation, which was their only hope now. Suddenly, the car was violently struck, flipping several times before coming to a stop. Dazed, the commander crawled out of the vehicle and realized that his small car had been overturned by a rampaging military armored vehicle. A general on that vehicle, gun in hand, shouted, "Faster, faster. If anyone is in the way, run them over. Don't let these civilians block our path." The commander recognized the general as the one in charge of defense. He waved at the general, but it was clear that the general did not see him. The commander felt around and pulled out his handgun, raising it to fire a shot. This shot successfully caught the general's attention. The general turned around, operating the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle, and fired a burst at the commander. The commander widened his eyes and slowly fell back. He never expected to die not at the hands of the starry sky beast, but rather by his own general. The general stopped shooting, realizing that the man who had fired earlier looked somewhat familiar. When he finally recognized him, he gasped. He had overreacted, thinking someone was trying to shoot him, and ended up killing the EU commander. The deputy and the driver rushed to the commander's side as he lay dead, pointing at the general and shouting, "You killed our commander, you madman. You should be court-martialed." The general was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow and steeled himself. He opened fire with the heavy machine gun again, killing both the aide and the driver, and blew up the vehicle. Seeing the flames erupting, the general cursed, "Commander, don't blame me. This is your own doing. Driver, step on it. Hurry to the airport." The armored vehicle sped off once more, leaving behind a field of corpses. A dozen flying armored beasts charged toward the armored vehicle, startling the general. He quickly turned and continued operating the heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage at these detestable flying beasts. After finally killing them all, the general glanced at the iron wall. He saw that the wall was already overwhelmed by the creatures, with countless six-legged armored beasts climbing up and then jumping down from over 100 meters high. The first of the jumping beasts crashed down hard onto the ground. Yet, many more jumped down without hesitation, quickly piling up corpses at the base of the iron wall. As the pile of bodies reached several dozen meters high, the later beasts that jumped down did not die upon impact. They climbed down along the bodies of their fallen comrades and charged toward the crowd in the city. The crowd was frantically running toward the inner city, which was their only hope. Special thanks to several supportive readers. Usernames 10877759, 1273, 15213, 23188. 81658552, God of Time, by Siabai, Hilo Book Friend, Song Family Chicks of Yulan Town. Longclaw Technique High, Du Jinwu, Yuzu Flavored Poetry, and those who supported with gifts. These readers have contributed more than 10 gifts each. A special thanks to the reader Swordberry's 3 Realms who I respect, whose number of gifts reached 40. Thank you. With your support, the motivation to continue writing remains strong. Chapter 402, The Torn Equality, 10th Update. The mech warriors also abandoned their defense, taking advantage of their mechs to run faster than ordinary people, quickly leaving the civilians behind to be slaughtered by the armored beasts. At this moment, no one cared for anyone else. The armored beasts charged into the crowd, their sharp front limbs swinging everywhere, splattering blood in all directions. They were like wolves among sheep, rampaging without restraint. Only a few mech warriors were still resisting, but as the number of six-legged armored beasts increased, along with the support from flying beasts above, they were soon overwhelmed and killed. The general drove closer to the iron wall, and the driver noticed a large crowd of people gathered at the base of the inner wall, all residents wanting to enter. The general took a look. The lifting mechanism was still operational, filling with people each time it rose. "Crush them," the general shouted angrily. The driver, not caring much anymore, slammed on the gas and charged forward. A chorus of screams erupted as the massive armored vehicle crushed the unprepared civilians beneath it, leaving behind a gruesome scene of mangled flesh. Every body crushed by the tread of the armored vehicle was reduced to a pile of mush, a horrifying sight to behold. The armored vehicle forged a bloody path and arrived near the lift device. The general, protected by several soldiers, rushed to the lift. Grabbing the operator, he commanded, "Hurry up and lift." The operator, trembling with nerves, replied, "We can take a few more people." The general turned and sprayed the crowd with his machine gun, taking down those around him. "Now there are none. Go up." The operator, frightened, quickly activated the lift. The general looked back. The entire steel city wall was engulfed in slaughter. The massive bodies of the starry armored beasts rampaged through the crowd, some killing while devouring corpses. Their abdomens were visibly swelling. In the sky, flying armored beasts attacked indiscriminately, each dive claiming a life. The city was filled with apocalyptic scenes. Cries echoed everywhere. But as the starry armored beasts surged in, the cries grew weaker. Only those near the steel city wall, waiting to enter the inner wall, were still calling for help. The artillery of the inner wall began firing, keeping the starry armored beasts at bay. But everyone knew that the artillery could only temporarily halt their advance. Once the number of beasts increased, they would soon rush to the inner wall and slaughter everyone trapped there. Some soldiers and mechs, unable to wait for the lift, began to climb the city wall using their mechs climbing devices. However, some, lacking skill, fell halfway down, crashing into the crowd below and creating a large pit. The death of one could take many lives. Just as the general reached the top of the inner wall, he called to the officer in charge of the defense. "Activate all lifts immediately. We cannot let anyone else in." The officer hesitated. "General, only the commander can issue that order." The general sneered. "The commander is dead, by rank. I am the commander now. I am issuing the order. Execute it. We cannot save those outside." In the Great Zhou Nation, the command center, Xiao Yi watched the reconnaissance aircraft relay the grim situation within the steel city walls of the European Union, his expression grave. The first line of defense had already fallen, and the second line would not hold much longer. At most, one day, all human survival points outside the Great Zhou Nation would fall. The difference between the fall of the Jewish nation and the European Union was stark. Qian Linson murmured. The Jewish nation, despite falling, had middle-aged and elderly mech soldiers covering the retreat of the younger citizens. They held on until the last moment to evacuate as many as possible. Throughout, the Jewish nation had not descended into chaos. But the European Union was different. The upper echelons evacuated first, leaving the lower-ranking soldiers without leadership or resolve to resist. Everyone just wanted to escape quickly. The so-called lies of equality, freedom, and fairness propagated by the Westerners were torn apart every time a crisis arose. I was reminded of the Titanic. When the ship sank, the first-class passengers evacuated first, while ordinary people, even children and the elderly, had to wait until this group of upper-class individuals boarded the lifeboats before they could escape. Qian Linchen murmured. The essence of Western countries is that aristocratic thinking governs everything. Concepts like equality and human rights are merely tools used by elites to deceive the lower classes. This is a form of a policy to keep the masses uninformed. During the last major disaster, the first to receive vaccination for the developed virus were not the frontline medical staff, but the political elite. These were the same politicians who claimed the disaster virus was not severe. Qian Linchen said gloomily. Now, these aristocrats are once again abandoning the common people and fleeing first. This is the truth of the so-called equality in the West. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. Their essay saying that goes, the more one lacks something, the more they promote it. What they lack the most is equality and freedom, which is why they advocate for equality and freedom the loudest. Finally, thanks to all the friends who have worked hard to click and urge updates for all chapters. The 10-chapter bonus is now concluded. Let's set a rule. When the gift value reaches 100, we will add 2 chapters as a token of appreciation for the readers. Every full 100 will trigger an additional update. Hope everyone is happy. Chapter 403, European Retreat Southwest of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Sky Eye Engineering Department. Gao Daqiang listened to the message from headquarters, hung up the communicator, and said to the scientist responsible for data collection, "The message from the command center indicates that Europe is about to fall, and they can hold out at most until tomorrow. Once Europe falls, a large number of cosmic armored beasts will enter the Great Zhou Kingdom along the Eurasian continent. We are situated in their path, and we must evacuate in 3 days." The scientist looked at XINMO, who was nervously testing and adjusting, and said, "Time is tight. We will do our best." According to the information from the command center, part of the cosmic armored beasts have already set off towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. Currently, the cosmic armored beasts are undergoing overall coordination, and only about 60 are still attacking the inner walls of the EU. The others have begun to cross the ocean towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. Given the number of this batch of cosmic armored beasts, they will undoubtedly cause significant damage to the fast radio telescope. XINMO and the others have only 3 to 4 days left. Once the cosmic armored beasts damage the fast radio telescope, who knows how long it will take for humanity to find signals from extraterrestrial civilizations again. Gao Daqiang began to worry. "All right, old Lu, start the machine and give it a try." XINMO suddenly shouted. A few scientists hurriedly started the Sky Eye. And after intense adjustments, Scientist Lu excitedly said, "It's ready. Contact the command center and quickly locate the source of the unidentified signals." Gao Daqiang breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help much and could only strengthen security to provide the safest environment for these scientists. At the command center, Qian Linshan received news about the repair of the fast telescope and quickly shouted to Luo Yaoyang. Team leader Luo, start attracting the firepower of the cosmic armored beasts. We need to search for extraterrestrial signals. Luo Yaoyang picked up the phone and said, all defense sectors, prepare to attack. This time, the number of defensive segments involved in the attack was significantly higher than yesterday. The sounds of cannon fire echoed from the iron wall segments. Countless drones flew out, retrieving thousands of corpses of the celestial armored beasts and transporting them inside the iron walls. Such actions infuriated the celestial armored beasts, which began to surge forward en masse toward the iron walls. In less than half an hour, fierce battles erupted along the southwestern segment of the iron wall. Another half hour later, however, the celestial armored beasts began to retreat. But the humans employed the glorious tactic of guerrilla warfare, retreating when the enemy advanced, and advancing when the enemy retreated, relentlessly harassing the celestial armored beasts, making them increasingly agitated. Throughout that day, alarms within the iron walls went off periodically, and those working inside remained vigilant to the sounds from outside. However, as time went on, they became numb to the alarm sounds. In Europe, the inner wall was constructed on the original basis of the particle collider, and space was limited. Everyone knew that it couldn't hold out for long. The reason it hadn't been breached yet wasn't due to the strength of the defenses, but because the celestial armored beasts were currently focused on the outer walls. Large numbers of celestial armored beasts were engaged in slaughter within the outer walls. A small contingent of troops continued to resist, and the artillery fire from the inner wall provided them with some support, but that was all. The fall of the inner wall was just a matter of time. The general hurried to the airport, where planes were taking off urgently. Pilots who had previously participated in the evacuation operations for other nations had now arrived in Europe to assist in the evacuation of personnel here. However, unlike the orderly evacuations from other nations, the situation here was completely chaotic. At that moment, two planes took off simultaneously. But due to the disturbance caused by a group of flying armored beasts, they collided with each other. After two intense fireballs erupted in the air, they fell to the ground. Yet, this did not deter the desperate people wanting to escape. Politicians and leaders from various nations scrambled onto the next flight, preparing for an emergency takeoff. The general issued his final command, to order all troops to unleash their firepower and set the outer city ablaze. Don't retreat until the shells are exhausted. After this command was relayed, he entered a plane specially prepared for him with his entourage. Clear the runway, we are taking off. The general stated as he sat down. The pilot hesitated and said, we can still take a few dozen soldiers with us. The general waved his hand. My people are all here, take off. The pilot did not argue further and flew the plane into the air. Several fighter jets provided cover, clearing an area. However, their actions attracted the attention of the flying armored beasts. They may not be highly intelligent, but they had basic judgment skills. According to scientists' estimates, the intelligence of the celestial armored beasts was comparable to that of social animals, and they possessed some instinctual combat skills that could be inherited through division. Upon witnessing this situation, the celestial armored beasts instinctively knew that an important figure was attempting to escape. A large number of celestial armored beasts gathered around. Chapter 404. The completion of the 10,000-mile iron wall. Just as the general's dedicated aircraft took off, a swarm of celestial armored beasts charged in, attempting to disrupt the flight. Although the escorting fighter jets tried their best to stop them and the pilots exerted all their strength, one engine was still lost. Fortunately, the aircraft successfully took off and reached a safe altitude of 5,000 meters. The general finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, 2 hours later, the pilot discovered that there was not enough fuel. It turned out that a shard from a celestial armored beast had punctured the fuel tank. Initially, there was no fuel leak, but after flying for over an hour, the fuel began to leak. Moreover, the amount leaking was substantial and the speed was rapid. Now, whether they returned or continued forward, there wasn't enough fuel left. The pilot hurriedly informed the general, whose facial muscles twitched a few times. If it weren't for the fact that this pilot was still useful, he would have drawn his gun and shot him on the spot. Find an airport nearby to land. We need to find another aircraft to fly back. The general, seasoned by experience, immediately made the most reasonable decision. There were still many airports on the ground, and some planes had not been evacuated in time. As long as they had not been destroyed by the celestial armored beasts, there was a great chance of finding a replacement aircraft. The plane began to descend and eventually landed at an airport in the Far East. They hurriedly disembarked, hoping to find an aircraft ready for takeoff at the airport. A dark cloud swept by, causing the hearts of the general and his entourage to drop. They looked up to see a dark mass of flying armored beasts heading towards the Eastern Kingdom. One of them spotted the few people below and swooped down. Following that, a group of celestial armored beasts dove down like eagles spotting their prey. The general felt despair. At that moment, he regretted not bringing those dozens of soldiers with him. With their cover, perhaps they could have held out until they found an aircraft and escaped. Countdown, 3 days. A message spread throughout the kingdom via the news. The 10,000-mile Iron Wall was officially completed and passed inspection. After receiving successive news about the fall of certain countries, people finally awaited a good piece of news. A simple yet grand ribbon-cutting ceremony was held along the entire Iron Wall. This was a ceremony that Xiao Yi insisted on holding for the Iron Wall. The ceremony was particularly special, with the ribbon extending from segment 1 to segment 5,000, matching the length of the Iron Wall, 10,000 miles long. Furthermore, every half-meter stood a person, totaling 5 million people, holding the ribbon and encircling the entire Iron Wall. Almost half of the nearly 2 billion people within the Iron Wall rushed to the foot of the wall to participate in this special and grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. The other billion, either on duty or with limited mobility, remained in front of their televisions witnessing this extraordinary event. Although some believe that this ribbon-cutting ceremony is more about form than substance, and a waste of resources, Xiao Yi insists on holding it. As the National Defense Campaign is about to commence, this ceremony can unite the hearts of all the people in the Great Zhou Kingdom, with the entire world having fallen. Even the most resilient regions in Europe succumbed this morning. Humanity is in urgent need of an event to boost morale. Such a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony serves as the best pre-war mobilization meeting. Xiao Yi stands in front of the ribbon, flanked by seasoned elders, former national leaders who are now in charge of internal affairs, members of the National Mobilization Expert Team, as well as experts and exemplary soldiers from various industries. The entire Steel City Wall is adorned with red flags, with rows of mech soldiers standing atop it, and formations of mech soldiers lined up below, perfectly arranged in rows and columns. This formation stretches endlessly, encircling the entire Steel City Wall. This ribbon-cutting ceremony did not undergo long rehearsals like previous parades. Everyone only practiced a few times online and once on-site, yet it has already taken shape. Because of the unity of purpose, everyone regards this ceremony as an extremely significant event, its importance rivaling that of the war against the celestial beasts. Jack, standing in line, feels an overwhelming sense of shock and excitement. In just one day, the Great Zhou Kingdom achieved what other nations could not in a year, gathering hundreds of millions of troops to form a mech lineup around the entire Steel City Wall. This is the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the power of discipline, honor, and order. The disorganized nations of the West will never achieve this, as their mindset makes success impossible. This is the reason for the rise of the Great Zhou Kingdom and the foundation for its potential to save the entire world. Unity is strength. When hearts are aligned, mountains can be moved. This is the spirit that the Great Zhou Kingdom has inherited for thousands of years, and it is why it has endured and cannot be replaced or destroyed. He solidifies his determination to run for the presidency, aspiring to establish a nation akin to the Great Zhou Kingdom, where personal interests yield to national and ethnic interests. The nation in question will undoubtedly achieve greatness again, but it will be under the system of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chapter 405, a special ribbon-cutting ceremony. The pre-war mobilization order Lai also stands in the lineup. His heart, once filled with confusion and despair due to a broken relationship, has now found direction. In these extraordinary times, women are of little concern. Rebuilding the nation of Tianzhu is his goal worth striving for, and it must be a reconstruction after the old order is dismantled. If he can secure the presidency, his first order of business will be to send those deceitful deities packing. The former nation of Tianzhu was rife with gods. Those charlatans misled the kind-hearted and ignorant into believing in them, placing their hopes of resisting celestial beasts in the hands of these frauds. As a result, the country known for its rich culture became the first major population nation to perish in the world. Lai aimed to establish a scientifically advanced nation. The simplest way to achieve this was to replicate the culture and system of a prominent neighboring country, thereby creating a brand new version of that nation. Young people from various countries, sharing the same thoughts as Lai and Jack, stood upright with excitement in their hearts, fully focused on participating in the grandest ribbon-cutting ceremony in human history. The leader of a certain nation gazed at the central figure with admiration, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. He realized that his vision was too narrow, fixated only on his own people. It was the inclusive mindset of the prominent neighboring country that commanded respect and reverence. The once prosperous era of a great dynasty, with nations paying homage, seemed to reflect the present moment. As the national anthem of the prominent country played, everyone, whether from that nation or abroad, raised their right hand to their left chest, beginning to sing the anthem they had heard countless times before, but now felt particularly solemn and proud. Even foreigners who had never heard it before felt a sense of sanctity in that moment. The hearts of 2 billion people were connected like a long ribbon, united for a common purpose. Between the starting and ending points marked by 2 defensive segments, the central figure took the microphone to commence a pre-battle mobilization, fellow citizens. Survivors from around the world, today, we will witness a historic moment together. We will work hand in hand, side by side, to fight for the defense of humanity. The world may have fallen, but humanity will not perish, because we are still here. We are the spark of humanity. Not only will we drive away these extraterrestrial beasts, but we will also rebuild our homeland. We fight for humanity. A great person once said that all hostile forces are paper tigers. We can also say that the extraterrestrial beasts are paper tigers, for they are merely emotionless creatures, while we are human beings with flesh, blood, and emotions. We come from all corners of the earth for a common goal. Together, we, humanity, will unite to resist these beasts. Humanity will surely prevail. Victory! 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 Countless voices shouted in unison, the cries coming from deep within their hearts, expressing their utmost determination. This is the belief of humanity, the declaration of humanity. At this moment, the prominent nation was no longer fighting for itself, but for the entire world, for the whole universe. All discordant voices vanished, and all narrow-minded thoughts gave way. In this moment, the hearts of people around the world united as one. Outside the steel city walls, the lurking extraterrestrial beasts suddenly stood up, sensing a strong aura of aggression that even stirred a hint of fear within their emotionless beings. Hearing the synchronized shouts from afar, these beasts instinctively retreated several hundred meters before stopping. Gao Daqiang listened to the voice coming from the communicator, his blood boiling with excitement. Although he couldn't attend the event in person, he and a few others found a ribbon and solemnly participated in the ceremony alongside the voice from the communicator. I declare the completion of the Iron Wall City. The ribbon cutting begins. With a command from Xiao Yi, 5 million scissors snipped, cutting the ribbon into 5 million pieces, which were then further divided. This ribbon became a highly collectible item, cherished by those who received it. Gao Daqiang and his companions also cut the ribbon. The next moment, Xianmo said, "Let's get to work. Today, we must find the traces of the starry armored beasts." The scientists quickly immersed themselves in their tasks, filled with passion, shaking off the fatigue of a sleepless night. In the distance, another skirmish began at the Iron Wall. The starry armored beasts were about to encircle them completely. And within half a month, all the starry armored beasts in the world would gather at the Iron Wall to launch a continuous assault on the Iron Wall City of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Humanity had reached a critical moment of survival. In the current skirmish, every corpse they could collect would mean fewer starry armored beasts to face. The formal attack of the starry armored beasts was about to commence. Chapter 406, the last preparatory meeting from above. A black army stretching hundreds of kilometers was crawling across the desert and over mountains towards the east. The number of these starry armored beasts was incalculable, moving one after another. In the sky, flocks of flying armored beasts soared on the wind, occasionally mixed with a gigantic standard-sized flying armored beast. Although it resembled the flying armored beasts, it was dozens of times larger. On the ground were uniform standard six-legged starry armored beasts. Those with a phobia of dense crowds would tremble at this sight. The sun was shining brightly, yet this scene sent chills down people's spines. These starry armored beasts gathered from Africa, America, Antarctica, and Europe. They would join forces with the starry armored beasts from Oceania and Asia surrounding the Iron Wall City of the Great Zhou Kingdom, forming a group of starry armored beasts 5 to 6 times larger than the current number. This was the enemy that the Great Zhou Kingdom was about to face. Luo Yaoyang couldn't help but shiver. Despite his battle-hardened experience, he still felt uneasy when he saw the images transmitted by the reconnaissance aircraft. The dark shells of the starry armored beasts reflected a sinister light under the sun, and with it being winter in the northern hemisphere, it was even more chilling. The elder was also present in the command center, silently observing the starry armored beasts without saying a word. In the operations command room, many people stood in silence, their moods heavy and anxious. Just yesterday, they had held the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and the pride in their hearts still lingered, but this scene quickly brought them back to reality. Could humanity really withstand this? Suddenly, Xiao Yi clapped his hands. "Let's have a meeting. In 2 days, everyone should review their preparations." Xiao Yi's words jolted everyone awake, and people began to get busy. What needs to come will eventually come. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom will not be afraid. A minute later, everyone took their seats, and the materials in their hands were ready. The elder saw that everyone was seated and took the lead in saying, "Before we start the meeting, let me say a few words. Back when we were countering the encirclement, we had only about 20,000 people, while the other side had hundreds of thousands. I stood on high ground and saw their armies stretching endlessly through the telescope, saw their trucks coming one after another. At that time, I felt very uneasy." The elder's words captured everyone's attention, and it seemed he had returned to that war-torn era. "At that time, my leader said something I will never forget." The elder continued slowly. He said, "When the other side has more people, don't look at anything else, just focus on taking down one person. Once you take down this one, move on to the next. As you keep fighting, you'll find that the enemy doesn't seem to have that many people after all, because as you keep fighting, you can't find your opponents anymore. They will all have been eliminated by you. Remember this point. In battle, just focus on one. Take down one, then go for the next, and gradually, the enemy will disappear. Just pay attention to the present. After finishing, the elder sat down. His relaxed and humorous tone lightened the atmosphere. Xiaoyi nodded at Lu Bowen and said, Lu Lao, it's your turn. Lu Bowen stood up and said cheerfully, well said, just focus on the present. We have now completed the construction of over 700 million mechas. Our research has shown that having more mechas does not yield better efficiency. Instead, it leads to serious resource waste. Currently, we have modified more than half of our production lines into armament factories, directing resources to the more urgent task of ammunition production. Now, except for the old and immobile ones, and the small ones that can't stand up, all have become armed militia. We have truly achieved a situation where everyone is a soldier. Moreover, these armed militias are searching throughout the area for the traces of the starry sky beasts that have infiltrated. As soon as they dare to appear, we can discover and annihilate them immediately. Report completed. Lu Bowen shouted with great strength. The second to report was Yi Wanqing. Our exploration of the particle collider is still ongoing, and we are still investigating where the wormholes we created lead. Meanwhile, in terms of equipment construction, we have produced 10 million sets of micro-nuclear power devices, sufficient for our special forces use. We are also expanding production, aiming to equip 100 million mechas with micro-nuclear power. Although Yi Wanqing is a woman, she did not back down and stated, our particle physics team is fully prepared for battle. Xin Lin stood up and said, the construction department has completed the building of the steel walls. We have reserved 100 million workers who are currently upgrading and transforming the steel walls to meet the latest design requirements, allowing for seamless replacement of the steel walls. Luo Yaoyang said, our 1 billion mecha warriors have assembled and are ready for rotation. When the bugs come, they will have a hard time. Happy New Year. Chapter 407. Presidential campaign. Seeing the various groups reporting confidently, Xiaoyi nodded slightly. The preparations for battle were complete. And now there was only one thing left to do. Use the advanced surveillance technology to trace the clues of extraterrestrial civilizations hidden behind the scenes and confront them directly. Xiaoyi stood up and said, this is our final pre-battle inspection meeting. In 2 days, the first batch of advanced combat units will arrive, and the real test will begin. I urge you all to return and hold meetings in your respective functional departments to carefully review every detail. Only through rigorous preparation can we handle the challenges with ease. We have 2 days left for a final comprehensive check to eliminate any potential vulnerabilities. Xiao Yi looked at everyone with great seriousness. We cannot afford any mistakes. Humanity cannot withstand even the smallest flaw. Understood, replied the group leaders quickly. It seemed that this meeting did not discuss anything new or uncover any fresh insights. However, such meetings were essential, especially at this critical juncture. They served as reminders for everyone. Only by being fully prepared could the safety of humanity be assured. Back in his office, Xiaoyi silently observed the reconnaissance drone's footage. Others were busy with the final checks, each occupied with their tasks. Xiaoyi felt reassured, as he believed that after so many days of preparation, everyone was ready. His thoughts were not on defense, but on counterattack. Defense was meant for better offense. The best defense was indeed an offense. A purely defensive stance would eventually lead to failure. Only by decisively dealing with the advanced combat units could true victory be achieved. The biology team was conducting research on the disposal of the advanced combat units' remains. They were focusing on 3 areas: improving incineration efficiency, studying decomposition, and developing agents that could dissolve the remains. Progress in all 3 areas, however, was not going smoothly. Yesterday, Xiao Yi provided the biology team with a new research direction, studying viruses. They needed to investigate whether there were any viruses that could spread among the advanced combat units. Many science fiction films depict the use of viruses or microorganisms as a means to combat extraterrestrial threats. But so far, this remained merely a concept, as no such virus or microorganism had been identified. The purpose of sending advanced combat units to Earth to eliminate humanity could not be solely to destroy humans. It was likely aimed at occupying the planet. If we were to consider the situation from their perspective, if Earthlings discovered a weaker extraterrestrial civilization, they would likely seek to eliminate it and occupy the planet. This is similar to how humans treated indigenous populations when discovering new lands. Only when faced with a superior civilization or one of comparable strength would humanity adjust its mindset and seek ways to coexist peacefully. The potential extraterrestrial beings must possess a civilization level that is undoubtedly higher than that of Earth. However, it cannot be that much higher. At least not to the extent of being in a different dimension. Otherwise, the extraterrestrial civilization wouldn't need to go through such elaborate efforts to invade Earth. They must have ways to deal with the starry armored beasts. Based on the known behaviors of these creatures, it is evident that they repel all forms of life and have an extremely high capacity for self-survival and reproduction. The starry armored beasts that enter Earth act like invasive species, growing rampantly in the absence of natural enemies. Therefore, if the extraterrestrial civilization wants to occupy Earth, they must have effective methods to handle the starry armored beasts. If this method can be found, the beasts can be completely eradicated. Shall we? The presidential elections in eligible countries have been completed, and all but one country have elected new presidents, Niesihua said softly as she entered. Is it the Jewish state? Shaoi asked. The leadership of various countries has delivered an extremely unsatisfactory performance during the campaign against the star beasts, leading to widespread dissatisfaction among their citizens. Although most of the high-ranking officials have fled to the safety of the steel walls of the Great Zhou, Shaoi does not wish to shelter such incompetent leaders. Such leadership cannot unite the people or boost morale. This presidential election adopted a direct voting method. The so-called electoral college voting does not exist at all. Furthermore, it truly achieved equality among all participants. Everyone has a chance to run for president, and the opportunities are equal. Even the most powerful individuals cannot use their influence to restrict others' candidacies. The days when the former president of a large country could participate in elections simply by virtue of being a billionaire are long gone. However, the situation is different for the Jewish state. The leaders there have consistently performed excellently and have won the hearts of the people. Their ethnic group is also very united. Therefore, the re-election of the current leader of the Jewish state should be quite normal. Lu Bowen entered the room and quickly answered, "That's right, it is the Jewish state." Commander Shao, should we intervene? The existence of such a united country seems unfavorable to us. Shaoi smiled slightly and replied, "No need." Why? Niesihua shared Lu Bowen's concerns. Why should the Great Zhou abandon the other countries in the world and independently undertake such a massive human protection project? Is it not because these Western nations have their own agendas, concerned only with their political interests while ignoring the fate of humanity as a whole? Moreover, these countries not only refuse to assist the Great Zhou in constructing human defenses, but also repeatedly hinder progress and create obstacles. The largest country, in particular, has been especially obstructive. Many of the Great Zhou's cargo ships have been intercepted by them. Now there is an opportunity to rectify the situation, taking advantage of the elections to unite the hearts of people worldwide. If the Jewish nation continues to have its current leader as president when they restore their state, will they become adversaries of the Great Zhou nation? Those who are not of our kind will inevitably have different hearts. The best way to control this is to ensure that this election results in the selection of presidents who align with the ideals of the Great Zhou nation. Shao Yi casually said, "Even if the Jewish nation does not share our intentions, it doesn't matter." Why? Lu Bowen and Niesihua asked in unison. This is determined by their ethnic characteristics, Shaoi explained. The Great Zhou nation is inclusive and open-hearted, capable of accepting the integration of all civilizations and races, which is why we have 56 distinctly different ethnic groups. Due to this characteristic, former foreign ethnicities, such as the Mongols and Manchus, eventually merged into one of the 56 ethnic groups of the Great Zhou nation. The Jewish nation, however, is different. They are very united internally, and correspondingly, they are exclusive. Thus, they are destined to remain a united small nation, unable to become a world power or a country that can challenge the Great Zhou nation. We allow them to retain their ethnic characteristics, which also serves to demonstrate to the world that the Great Zhou nation has a heart of inclusiveness. With the submission of the surrounding nations and the arrival of various countries, the might of our great nation can be fully displayed. Shao Yi waved his hand. As for the Jewish nation, we respect their choices. Lu Bowen felt a surge of emotions. He had underestimated Shao Yi's vision. He truly possessed a heart that embraced the world. The Great Zhou nation indeed had no need to worry about a small nation with only 1 million people. All right. Tomorrow I will assist various countries in forming a temporary exile government, giving 600 million foreign soldiers a goal to strive for. By the way, what about the European Union? The population of each of their countries does not exceed 100,000, which does not meet the minimum requirement for forming an exile government. Should we create a unified European Union? Lu Bowen recalled his original intention. Shaoi shook his head. No need. The world only needs one great nation. The Great Zhou nation will not become a despised superpower like some others. Countdown 1 day. Fast Radio Telescope Project Department. Gao Daqiang looked up at the sky. He saw a group of flying armored beasts soaring overhead. These flying armored beasts were few in number, arranged in AV formation, gliding through the high sky. This was the first batch of Starry Sky armored beasts from the European continent. It signified that the siege battle involving the Starry Sky armored beasts was about to commence. However, the work of Xian Mo and scientist Lu had not progressed. Although they had received repeated signals, they had not captured the source of the signals. nor had they intercepted any clear and effective signals. Time waits for no one. They had to leave. Gao Daqiang checked the photos sent by the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. On the border between the Great Zhou Nation and the Land of the Gods, the first batch of six-legged starry sky armored beasts had appeared. Although their numbers were not many, they were steadily increasing. In less than half a day, these starry sky armored beasts would arrive here. Gao Daqiang no longer hesitated. He turned and entered the underground operations room, saying to XINMO, "The starry sky armored beasts are coming. We need to evacuate." Scientist Lu looked up at Gao Daqiang. "How much time do we have left?" Gao Daqiang said. "Based on the speed calculation, we should be able to arrive here in about 7 to 8 hours. Scientist Lu frowned and calculated for a moment, saying, "We should be able to make it in time. We have already detected intermittent regular signals, and we should soon find the source of the signals. Moreover, we have not yet received a complete signal. We cannot leave." Gao Daqiang frowned and asked, "How much longer do you need at most?" Scientist Lu replied, "In this way, Commander Gao, you should let the helicopter get a little closer. We will board and evacuate directly from here before the flying creatures arrive." Gao Daqiang nodded. "That's the only way. I'll arrange for a helicopter to wait immediately." Time passed quickly, and 4 hours later, it was already afternoon. Gao Daqiang hurriedly walked in and said, "We must evacuate now." Scientist Lu asked in confusion, "Why? Didn't you say the flying creatures would take another 4 to 5 hours to arrive here?" Gao Daqiang sighed and said, "The six-legged flying creatures indeed still have 4 to 5 hours to reach here." But he pointed to the sky. The number of flying creatures is now increasing dramatically. Almost every minute, a small squad of flying creatures flies by. If we don't leave now, the helicopter won't be able to take off. Chapter 409. Giving life a bit of meaning. Scientist Lu sighed and turned to the other scientists, saying, "Let's go, abandon the mission." Suddenly, an excited shout came. "We found it! We found it!" Several scientists quickly looked over and saw it was XINMO who shouted. A few of them felt a surge of joy and hurried over. Indeed, a series of regular signals had appeared. These were not the chaotic and irregular signals from space, but rather they followed a certain order and pattern. In the past, scientists would carefully analyze to rule out whether these were signals produced by humans. However, in the current situation where countries around the world have fallen, and the Great Zhou Kingdom has temporarily shut down all possible interference signals, the signals that can be received now can only be those transmitted by alien civilizations to the mother creature, or from the mother creature to the flying creatures, not transmitted via the moon. XINMO's tone became increasingly excited. If it's not transmitted via the moon, then this means it can only be signals from alien civilizations to Earth. This is indeed the signal from an alien civilization. Quickly fine-tune it to determine the source of the signal, Scientist Lu said. The group began to get busy. Gao Daqiang felt reluctant to interrupt their work, but time was running out. If they delayed any longer, none of them would be able to escape. "We must go now." Gao Daqiang patted Scientist Lu on the shoulder. Scientist Lu frowned. "Give us a little more time." "How much time?" Gao Daqiang asked in a serious tone. Scientist Lu briefly calculated and said, "Although we have found the signal, finding the source and determining the location and coordinates is a very precise task. We still need 2 to 4 hours." Gao Daqiang sternly said, "No, at most 10 minutes. Scientist Lu let out a bitter smile, saying, 10 minutes. It's hardly any time for us. There's no chance of success. We should leave quickly." Gao Daqiang subtly gestured to a few mech warriors, who silently moved behind the scientists. Lu noticed Gao's intention and quickly said, "Instructor Gao, listen to me. We can't leave. If the starry sky armor beast comes over, it will destroy the heavenly eye, and the damage will be extensive. It would take years to repair it. Moreover, searching for traces of extraterrestrial civilizations relies on the heavenly eye. This is our only opportunity. We must find it." Lu spoke sincerely. Gao Daqiang shook his head. "I have received orders to ensure your safe return. That is my mission." Lu took a deep breath. "Instructor Gao, we can't leave. The hope of humanity rests on us. Finding traces of extraterrestrial civilizations is the only way to save all humanity. You know this as well." Gao Daqiang remained unmoved. "Your survival is more important. We will definitely find other ways to search for extraterrestrial civilizations." He waved his hand, and several soldiers immediately moved to detain the scientists and drag them outside. XINMO turned to see Gao Daqiang approaching, clearly intending to take him away. He suddenly said, "Do you know? Without the heavenly eye, I'm worthless." Gao Daqiang fell silent. He had heard about XINMO's situation. XIN had mentioned many times that the heavenly eye was the only place where he felt he had value. "I don't want to discuss how important this discovery is. I just want to tell you that without the heavenly eye, I'd rather be dead. This is my route." XINMO waved his hand. "Forget it. You don't understand my thoughts." Gao Daqiang slowly said, "I understand." For him, the military was his route. Without the military, he was nothing in society, merely a worthless laborer looked down upon by others, someone who could only earn a living through hard work. Only his naive daughter still saw him as a hero. It was the appearance of Xiao Yi and the Starry Sky armor beast that made him find value in his existence. Xinmo looked at Gao Daqiang and suddenly slapped his thigh. I forgot. You do understand. That's why you would use your own life to replace Yi Wanqing's, right? Gao Daqiang nodded. Xinmo caressed the instruments and equipment in front of him, his tone filled with emotion. You don't know how excited I was when I received the news the day before yesterday that I could return to the Heavenly Eye. Gao Daqiang suddenly remembered how excited he was when Xiao Yi found him that day. It was the thrill of having his life reactivated. I understand. Xinmo looked at Gao Daqiang and suddenly felt a moment of mutual understanding with this big guy. I know you understand. So give my life some meaning. Let me find traces of extraterrestrials. Let me do something meaningful. Staying here is my value of existence. Gao Daqiang fell silent. He knew what Xinmo wanted to do. He stood straight, saluted, and turned to leave. Chapter 410. Highlight moment. He stood straight, saluted, and turned to leave. Xinmo's actions mirrored what he had done for Yi Wanqing years ago. There were no grandiose vows, just the responsibilities a man should bear. In that moment, Xinmo's petite figure appeared exceptionally tall. Remember, if possible, shut down all power and hide in the basement, Gao Daqiang reminded as he turned to leave. Xinmo did not look at Gao Daqiang. He had already immersed himself in his work. He simply waved his hand, indicating he understood. An ordinary person can also have their moment of glory, and for Xinmo, this was his brightest moment. Gao Daqiang confidently stepped out and boarded the helicopter. What about Xinmo? Several scientists asked in surprise. Gao Daqiang did not answer and simply shouted to the pilot, "Take off." The helicopter roared to life and began to ascend. However, the group on the helicopter found their gazes drawn to the ground. Although they could not see Xinmo, they seemed to sense that he was fully engaged in his adjustments and analyses, completely focused and meticulous. Dozens of flying armored beasts are encircling us, the pilot shouted suddenly. Gao Daqiang grabbed a heavy machine gun, coldly staring at the distant black dots approaching. Just in time, let me vent a little, he exclaimed. The other mech warriors prepared to fire, ready to act at the slightest opportunity. Meanwhile, helicopters tasked with providing cover and drawing fire began to lift off, encircling the area. The sound of Gao Daqiang's heavy machine gun erupted, bullets pouring out like golden raindrops as shell casings fell to the ground. The leading flying armored beasts were hit. Their wings shredded as they spiraled down from the sky. The gunfire startled the distant Starry Sky armored beasts, and soon, groups of black dots appeared in the sky, heading toward their position. The pilot urgently pulled the helicopter higher, aiming to reach an altitude above 2,000 meters for safety. Maintain altitude, don't fly too high. Let us move forward a bit to give Xinmo more time, Gao Daqiang shouted. They were too close to the eye of heaven. If flying armored beasts landed, it could disrupt Xinmo's work and potentially attract ground-based Starry Sky armored beasts that would also interfere. Even if they couldn't spot Xinmo, damaging the eye of heaven would render his efforts meaningless. Therefore, Gao Daqiang aimed to draw the Starry Sky armored beasts away with their own presence. The pilot calmly maneuvered the helicopter forward, enticing the flying armored beasts away from the eye of heaven. As they flew, bullets erupted from the guns, shooting down the Starry Sky armored beasts blocking their path. The intense gunfire attracted even more of the armored beasts. Dozens of flying armored beasts soared into the air ahead, encircling them and closing in rapidly. Bullets began to fly toward the group of obstructing flying armored beasts. As the two sides were about to make contact, the pilot shouted and pressed the button for the countermeasure flares, then quickly ascended. Meanwhile, several crew members opened fire, shooting down the approaching flying armored beasts. Despite not having an overwhelming numerical advantage, humanity's firearms still held significant superiority. However, one flying armored beast that managed to slip through suddenly charged directly above the helicopter, swiftly lunging at the rotor in an attempt to damage it with its body. At high speeds, even a slight collision with the rotor could easily cause it to fracture or distort, leading to the helicopter's crash. Unfortunately, the crew had no time to react. At that moment, in the Sky Eye project office, Xinmo was making fine adjustments. Locating the target was a time-consuming task. Even a slight adjustment could result in a difference of millions or even tens of millions of kilometers in the observable direction. In the vast starry sky, searching could only be done bit by bit, with no shortcuts available. The work of finding the signal source required great attention to detail and patience. Now completely immersed in his task, Xinmo focused all his energy on the control button in his hand, meticulously and accurately moving the observation target. The received signals grew clearer. In the command center, the large screen displayed an image of the Bay of Bengal, in a circular volcanic crater. The mother insect was holding its head high, motionless, clearly receiving instructions from an alien civilization. Have you found it? Xiaoyi asked as he walked in. Qian Linsun did not turn around, staring at the screen as he replied, the fast radio telescope has captured periodic signals, which we have passed on to Gu Linxing and their decryption team. Is the fast radio telescope still operational? Xiao Yi asked, surprised by the timeline. The scientists at the fast radio telescope should have evacuated by now. One scientist hasn't left. He is still searching for the signal source's location. Qian Linxin's tone was calm, but it revealed his inner unrest. Chapter 411. Finding the signal source. Xiao Yi understood what this meant. It indicated that a scientist was risking his life to trace the signs of alien civilization. The Great Zhou Kingdom has never lacked heroes. Not the kind of Western style. One person saves the world, fictional heroes, but ordinary individuals who can step up and even make the ultimate sacrifice in critical moments. To Westerners, this group seems foolish. They firmly believe these individuals have been brainwashed by the Great Zhou Kingdom. They think only a certain type of person, a believer, would act this way. Thus, they believe it is the rulers of the Great Zhou Kingdom who brainwash ordinary citizens, turning them into their followers. In reality, this is merely what distinguishes the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom from others. Individual interests yielding to the collective good. This virtue has been upheld by the Great Zhou Kingdom for 5,000 years. For the greater good, they are willing to sacrifice. What is his name? Xiao Yi asked calmly. Xinmo. Qian Linxin's tone finally showed some fluctuation. Xinmo was personally recommended by him, and upon hearing that Xinmo volunteered to stay, Qian Linxin's emotions were complex. So it was him. Xiao Yi recalled this name. This was the person Qian Linxin had specifically pointed out. Professor Qian, your judgment is indeed sharp. Qian Linxin sighed and then shouted at his deputy. Hurry and mark the areas that need to be searched. It must be precise. If anyone makes a mistake, I'll take their life. Usually composed, Qian Linxin suddenly let out a curse. However, no one felt that anything was wrong. Xinmo was using his life to help everyone search for traces of extraterrestrial civilization, and they had no reason to slack off. Everyone had to work with full concentration, making Xinmo's life more meaningful. Bang! A sniper shot rang out. A large hole was pierced in the brain area of the flying armored beast's abdomen. Gao Daqiang looked up and saw a helicopter coming from the distance providing cover. Yuan smiled at him, adjusted the sniper rifle, and prepared to blow away the smoke from the barrel, showcasing his nonchalance and ease. But the sniper rifle barrel was too long, and despite stretching his neck, he couldn't reach it, so he could only awkwardly shrug his shoulders. Gao Daqiang couldn't help but chuckle, though he couldn't truly laugh. He looked down at the ground. They were getting further away from the eye of heaven, further from the ground, and further from Xinmo. Gao Daqiang collected his thoughts and said to the helicopter pilot, ascend to a safe altitude quickly, we are going back. 10 helicopters, along with 2 F-35Bs providing cover, ascended together, flying towards the steel city wall, the eye of heaven. Suddenly, Xinmo's body jolted. He locked onto the signal source and exhaled heavily. MD. I finally caught it. He slammed the table hard. Finally, he found it. His efforts had not been in vain. Everything was worth it. At the command center, the astronomy team found it. A scientist suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze turned towards this scientist. The scientist shouted to Qian Linxin, Deputy Team Leader Qian. Xinmo has found the signal source. Where? Xiao Yi and Qian Linxin asked in surprise. It's Callisto, the scientist shouted. Xiao Yi frowned. He wasn't an astronomy expert and knew nothing about this star. Qian Linxin was somewhat surprised and, seeing Xiao Yi's confusion, explained. It's Europa, the fourth moon of Jupiter. Why is it Europa? That can't be. Qian Linxin said in doubt. Discovered by Xinmo? Xiao Yi asked. Qian Linxin nodded. Xiao Yi checked the images sent back by the reconnaissance aircraft. The starry armored beasts were approaching the eye of heaven. The leading starry armored beast was now just a kilometer away from the eye of heaven. Notify Xinmo to shut down all power and hide in the basement. Xiao Yi whispered. Maybe there's still a bit of a chance. Although he knew this chance was slim, as the starry armored beasts would track weak electrical signals and destroy the equipment. Even if they shut down the power now, the residual current in the equipment would still attract the starry armored beasts. Xinmo wouldn't be safe even if he hid in the basement. After a brief exchange with Xinmo, the staff member lowered their voice and then amplified Xinmo's voice. Xinmo spoke lightly. Professor Qian, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I'm very content now. I have finally made my contribution, and I'm not a useless person. I had intended to call my parents, but I decided against it. I don't know what to say to them. Saying goodbye feels too tragic. They would definitely cry. And I don't want that sadness because this is the happiest time of my life. I'm very glad that I can do what others cannot. Do me a favor. When you find extraterrestrial civilizations, give their leader a good slap for me, and my life will be complete. Alright, that's all for now. I want to leave some time to listen to my favorite songs. Goodbye. Music started playing through the speaker. Anger surges. At the railing, the rain has stopped, mixed with Xinmo's thin yet determinately heroic singing. Then came a burst of static, clearly indicating that Xinmo had turned off the communication device. Chapter 412, Humanity. Hold on. As night fell, two figures stood on the steel city wall, Xiao Yi and Gao Dechang. They gazed into the distance. In the sky, numerous flying armored beasts flitted about. Although they had been mentally prepared, the sight of so many flying armored beasts still made their hearts tremble. Xiao Yi, let me take that punch, Gao Dechang said lightly, but it felt heavy to Xiao Yi's ears. Xiao Yi understood that Gao Dechang was referring to taking Xian Mo's place and striking the alien leader. Okay. Xiao Yi didn't waste words. Despite his small stature, he was a true man. I'll definitely knock that guy's jaw out of place. Gao Dechang's tone remained relaxed. Absolutely, Xiao Yi nodded. The starry armored beasts had already destroyed the entire sky eye, and there was no way Xian Mo could return. Fulfilling Xian Mo's last wish was the most important thing for Gao Dechang. Even though I was mentally prepared, seeing so many bugs still makes me a bit nervous and scared, Xiao Yi admitted. In front of Gao Dechang, he didn't need to hide his true feelings. Xiao Yi was human too. He couldn't show his fear in front of others, but he could with Gao Dechang because Gao Dechang would give him confidence. Sure enough, Gao Dechang grinned. I promise to slap that guy, and I will definitely do it. The starry armored beasts are just a bunch of paper tigers. Xiao Yi exhaled. Tomorrow, they will launch a siege, and it will be a fight to the death. Gao Dechang turned to look behind him. The area was already brightly lit. What was once a lively and bustling moment was now eerily quiet. Although the lights shone brightly and the crowd was dense, there was not a single sound. Clearly, everyone understood the current situation. A great battle was about to break out. This was perhaps a tranquil moment that might never come again. We are ready. Gao Dachang pointed behind him, and they were all prepared as well. Humanity will hold on. Humanity, hold on. At that moment, a line of clear characters appeared in the sky. Once, during the Great Disaster, there were also these 4 words, Wuhan, hold on. It had always inspired the people of the Great Zhou to fight against the disease. Now, humanity, hold on will also inspire all of humanity to strive for resistance. Messages flashed across everyone's phones, each person sending the same 4 words, humanity, hold on. The silence remained, but everyone's heart was shouting thunderously, humanity, hold on. As Xiao Yi turned to walk down the Iron City wall, Gao Dachang suddenly said, Xiao Yi, the real battlefield is not here, but over there. Xiao Yi nodded. Gao Dachang was right. The Iron City wall was merely the front line of human defense, while the real battle that would determine victory or defeat lay in the command center and the workrooms of various expert teams. The key to humanity's survival was not to withstand the attacks of the celestial armored beasts, but to find a way to restrain them. That was the priority. Countdown, 0 days. At 9:13 a.m., the increasingly thick insect line began to move. The dark insect line slowly advancing. It was not just in the southwestern section. The entire 1,000-mile Iron City wall was being approached by the insect line. Humanity's last fortress was about to face its most severe test. In the distance, trees fell one after another, as the insect line pushed down everything in its path, closing in on the Iron City wall. The sharp alarm sounded, piercing the tranquil sky. Xiao Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the direction of the Iron City wall. Although he could see nothing, he could feel the oppressive presence of the celestial armored beasts approaching. The members of each working group heard the alarm and put down their tasks, turning to look outside or at the screens, watching the advancing insect line. In schools, students set down their books, turning to look outside, while teachers also paused their lessons to gaze out. In the nursing home, elderly individuals with white hair stood trembling, staring ahead. Caregivers pushing carts also stopped, looking forward together. Factory workers turned off the production lines, quietly listening to the alarm. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone appeared frozen. Only the alarm continued to blare harshly. The insect line kept advancing, getting closer to the quarantine zone. On the Iron City wall, soldiers took their positions, watching the front. The celestial armored beasts hidden among the trees were about to reveal themselves. Boom. As if receiving some command. The celestial armored beasts that were originally just crawling suddenly began to run, shaking the ground beneath them. There were several times more of them than a few days ago, and the commotion they caused was much greater. On the segment of the Iron City wall, the voices of various commanders rang out. Prepare to engage in battle. Stay calm. Do not fire without orders. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crashing sounds came as the massive body of a 6-legged celestial armored beast collided with the Iron City wall. The final defense battle has begun. Everyone, do you have any insights on how to conduct the defense battle? If you do, feel free to leave your comments below. I will adopt the good strategies suggested by everyone and write them down, giving credit to the contributors. For details, see the first comment. Chapter 413. Insect elimination. Assembly line. An endless sea of insects surged forward, creating the sensation of waves crashing on land, rolling in waves towards the steel city walls. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing else. Between heaven and earth, There were only the towering steel walls and the infinite starry armored beasts. The green woods had vanished, and the brown earth was nowhere to be found. In the entire field of vision, outside the steel walls, there were only dark, shadowy insects. Commander Zhao Shi of the 1150th Defense looked at the mecha warriors beside him. Some young soldiers had tense expressions, clearly feeling nervous. Even the veteran soldiers wore serious faces. This was humanity's greatest challenge, the most daunting crisis they faced. The seasoned veterans felt the immense responsibility and pressure on their shoulders. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of impact echoed from below the steel walls. As the starry armored beasts at the front, unable to slow down or climb, were pushed into the walls by those behind them rushing forward. The frontmost starry armored beast didn't even have time to see the human mecha warriors before being crushed against the wall. Their bodies became stepping stones for other starry armored beasts. The violent sounds of collision kept coming, and the thick steel walls could faintly feel a tremor. More and more starry armored beasts crowded forward, constantly piling up against the walls. This reminded Zhao Shi of a past incident involving a stampede. He had once been on a mission at a concert when a criminal spotted the police and fired a shot. The crowd of tens of thousands erupted in chaos, desperately surging towards the venue's exits. When tens of thousands fled simultaneously, a stampede occurred. The current situation with the sea of insects was strikingly similar to that chaotic scene. But the number of starry armored beasts was greater, and their size was larger, making the crush even more overwhelming. It was an immense force that no individual could resist. Not even the armored beasts. Fortunately, the steel walls were sturdy enough to withstand the impacts of these starry armored beasts. Within a few minutes, the height of the piled-up starry armored beasts reached over 20 meters. At this time, the stacking speed slowed down, and some of the climbing starry armored beasts began to use their forelimbs to dig into the concrete blocks, trying to climb higher. All mecha warriors, prepare, Zhao Shi shouted. The first row of mecha warriors drew their standard military knives, taking a defensive stance. The second row also unsheathed their knives, crouching behind the first row. The third row of mecha warriors checked their sniper rifles, their task being to cover and remain vigilant. The mech warriors in the fourth row looked up at the sky while checking their heavy machine guns. In the sky, the flying armored beasts were darting around, blocking out the sun. The steel city walls acted like an invisible boundary. Within the walls, the sky was almost devoid of the flying beasts, while outside, they swarmed to the point of interfering with each other's flight. Suddenly, the flying beasts at the front began to dive, targeting the warriors in the first and second rows. Their mission was to assist the six-legged starry armored beasts in their assault. The machine guns of the fourth row warriors opened fire, creating a waterfall of bullets that shattered the diving flying beasts one by one. Anti-aircraft fire also poured down to intercept these diving threats. The flying beasts, already fast, lost control upon being hit and plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the group of six-legged crawling beasts outside the steel walls, where they were instantly consumed. Surprisingly, it was not the six-legged crawling beasts that consumed the most bullets, but rather these flying beasts. Against the flying threats, conventional military knives were ineffective, necessitating long-range shooting tactics, which consumed a large amount of ammunition. After a while, a six-legged starry armored beast finally climbed over the steel walls. It crossed over, steadied itself, and charged at the mech warriors. A warrior from the first row charged forward and executed a standard three-move sequence, swiftly taking down the starry beast, then dragging its leg back toward the rear. The second row quickly filled the gap, taking the front line, while the third row moved in to support, putting away their sniper rifles and drawing standard military knives. The warriors in the fourth row stepped forward, taking on the role of sentinels with their sniper rifles. The fifth row warriors looked up at the sky, providing aerial cover. This was a mature defense formation, the focus of their daily drills. Each individual had practiced this formation countless times, even in their dreams, so everyone was familiar with their roles. This was the assembly line operation of the mech warriors, where mistakes could not be afforded. Chapter 414. The automatic suicide tactic. Any error could pose a danger to others. To eliminate potential risks, 2 additional forces were present on the steel city walls. One was the alert guard team, who moved throughout the defensive segment, constantly monitoring the situation. Upon discovering any threats, they would immediately respond to fill gaps. The other was the sniper team, who generally refrained from firing unless in extreme danger. This sniper team consisted of experienced veterans. The warrior from the first row dragged the corpse of the starry beast to the back and disposed of it in the designated area. A loader then scooped up the body and transported it to the lift system. Before long, the lift was filled with the corpses of starry beasts and began its descent to the ground. From a distance, a long row of towering steel walls had various lifting devices that periodically rose and fell, quickly piling up the corpses of the starry sky armored beasts on the ground. Zhao Shi stood at an observation point protruding from the steel wall and glanced down. On the wall, many six-legged starry sky armored beasts were climbing up, completely obscuring the steel wall and forming a wall of insects. Zhao Shi picked up the intercom and shouted, "Activate Operation Plan 18." At the center of Section 1150, a section of the steel wall began to change. About 50 meters above the ground, a square opening appeared, measuring 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. This area was specially designed as a trap. The starry sky armored beasts crawling to this position soon discovered the trap and began to rush into the opening. The hole, with 100 square meters of space, could accommodate 7 or 8 armored beasts at once. When the armored beasts reached the opening, they found nothing below. Before they could react, the ones crowded behind them pushed them down, causing them to fall hard to the ground. Sharp spikes made of alloy were erected on the ground. The armored beasts, caught off guard, were pierced by these spikes and only managed to struggle a few times before dying. Continually, more armored beasts fell, one after another, impaled by the spikes. As the spikes became filled with corpses, the flatbed truck beneath them started up and quickly left, while another waiting truck filled with spikes moved in to continue the operation. A few armored beasts sensed danger and attempted to climb down the wall. Outside, a group of armed mech warriors had long been watching these beasts with intentions. With a few gunshots, the ones preparing to descend were shot dead and fell from the air. The sounds of the falling armored beasts were particularly pleasing, as trucks loaded with their corpses left one after another to deliver them to the designated area, unloading the bodies before returning to queue up again. In peacetime, this would be a monotonous transportation task, but now it was an immensely satisfying operation. This scene was occurring at every segment of the steel wall. This was the latest combat tactic devised, the simplest and most efficient way to use gravity to make the starry sky armored beasts fall to their deaths. This tactic was developed by experts after observing videos of the armored beasts jumping from the breached steel walls of a certain region, using their bodies to form a staircase for others to invade. Since the armored beasts had the instinct to build staircases with their corpses, this tactic exploited that, causing them to jump down continuously and quickly removing the bodies to facilitate their self-destruction. From above, the steel city walls resemble a dam blocking the tide of starry armored beasts, with the openings serving as outlets for floodwaters, gradually allowing the layers of starry armored beasts outside to seep in. In the command center, Xiaoyi watched this scene on the large screen and smiled slightly. A simple tactic can yield good results. However, Xiaoyi also knew that the starry armored beasts were not mindless low-level creatures, and the alien civilization would certainly make corresponding adjustments. This tactic would soon become ineffective. Nonetheless, the war between the starry armored beasts and humans was fundamentally a war of attrition. Either the starry armored beasts would deplete human resource reserves, or humans would exhaust the vast numbers of the starry armored beasts. Reducing the number of starry armored beasts would require constantly changing combat strategies to achieve. Xiaoyi, Deputy Commander Qian invites you to come over. Nie Sihua approached wearing a low-neck professional outfit. After all, this was the command center, and the so-called low neck was just slightly lower, revealing a hint of content. As she walked, Nie Sihua attracted the attention of many, and she was curious to know what expression Xiao Yi would have upon seeing her. This tactic was suggested by a user with the ID 402-53094. In Chapter 415, Transfer Star, Xiao Yi's gaze was indeed drawn to Nie Sihua, and he glanced down in surprise, saying, "Was it squeezed out?" After saying that, he hurriedly left, leaving Nie Sihua in confusion, wanting to argue. Upon entering the conference room, Qian Linsen, who was sitting in the middle, paused the ongoing discussion and waved at Xiao Yi, saying, "Sit here." Xiao Yi walked over and sat down, asking, "Did you discover something about Europa?" Qian Linsen shook his head. "On the contrary, there is nothing found on Europa." He handed Xiao Yi a document. "Here is the relevant information about Europa." Qian Linsen adjusted the large screen, which displayed a brown planet. "This is Europa. We have altered the trajectory of Tianwen, one to pass Mars, and continue towards Europa." This is the photo it sent back. Europa is the second largest moon of Jupiter, slightly larger than the moon, about 1/5 the size of Earth. According to historical research data, there may be liquid oceans about 100 kilometers underground, where life could possibly exist, said astronomer Luo Tingbing. Xiao Yi frowned. Alien civilizations living 100 kilometers underground? Qian Linsen shook his head. "What I mean is that Europa probably doesn't have advanced alien civilizations. Even if there are organisms, they would likely be extremely low level, because Europa lacks an atmosphere. Callisto is quite similar to the moon. Its surface is covered with craters, having experienced many impacts over long periods. Due to the lack of an atmosphere, these impacts would cause significant damage to Callisto itself. If there were any organisms, they would also be destroyed in the repeated impacts," Luo Tingbing stated. Xiao Yi spread his hands. "Could it be that the signal source discovered by XINMO is incorrect?" Qian Linsen shook his head and said, "No, We have verified that the signal indeed comes from one of the moons. However, we suspect that it is merely a relay point. He enlarged the image of the celestial body on the large screen, revealing numerous circular craters that were quite similar to the lunar impact basins. Another similarity between this moon and the moon is that, in relation to Jupiter, it is also a synchronous satellite. Just like the moon always shows one face to the Earth, this moon always presents one face to Jupiter while hiding the other side. This structure allows it to serve a role similar to that of the moon, acting as a relay for signals. Therefore, we infer that this moon is not the home of an extraterrestrial civilization, but merely a way station, Qian Linson explained. Xiao Yi sighed heavily, cunning extraterrestrial civilizations. Indeed, things are not that simple. The Tianwen, one spacecraft is en route to Mars, which lies between Jupiter and Earth. According to the original plan, Tianwen, one was supposed to orbit Mars, ultimately landing on its surface to conduct exploration activities. Now, we have altered the original plan to have Tianwen, one continue its journey towards Jupiter. Although it won't reach Jupiter in the short term, it will be able to get a closer look at the moon and receive information from it, Qian Linson stated. Xiao Yi stood up and said, Professor Qian, you are the expert in this area. I fully support you. Just tell me what you need. Qian Linson replied. I need a person. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Are you talking about Elon? Qian Linson nodded. Yes, I need Elon. He has been researching the Mars colonization plan for a long time and has made significant progress. I want him and his team to come back to assist our research. All right, Xiao Yi agreed. The guy Elon has been stuck at the space station for some time. It's about time to bring him back to Earth. As Xiao Yi stepped outside, he happened to see Nie Sihua, who was still struggling with her thoughts, who has become the interim president over there. Nie Sihua hurried to catch up with Xiao Yi, saying, It's that Jack. Jack. Xiao Yi was somewhat surprised, the one who made videos? Yes, that's him. Nie Sihua said quickly as they walked. I watched his speech, and it was really good. He clearly understands the advantages of our nation over that country, and he plans to rebuild it according to our model. That's why he received more than half of the votes. Inform him to come over, Xiao Yi instructed. In a fortified city, Jack was wielding a standard military knife, finishing off the struggling celestial armored beasts. Despite being elected as the interim president, he remained an intern mech warrior who had yet to pass the mech assessment. He was patrolling the area with a group of 16-year-olds, checking the pile of celestial armored beast corpses. Their main task was to ensure that any remaining breath was snuffed out, making it the perfect job for these inexperienced intern warriors still mastering their mech skills. Chapter 416, The Concept of Establishing the Earth Alliance. Jack. The command center wants you to go there, Zhang Xiaobao shouted at Jack. Jack felt a surge of excitement. He had just cut off the head of a starry armored beast and hurried toward the barracks. He had been waiting for the command center to confirm his qualifications as the newly elected president of his country. Now that the command center was calling for him, it must be about this matter. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed past him, startling Jack. A starry armored beast? He sprinted after the shadow. Indeed, it was a starry armored beast, but it was small, about the size of a puppy. The beast no longer displayed its previous arrogance. Instead, it was desperately trying to escape and hide. Zhang Xiaobao, surround this creature. Jack shouted. Zhang Xiaobao and the other trainee mech warriors quickly moved to encircle it. The starry armored beast, seeing itself surrounded, attempted to burrow underground. However, the low-frequency signals emitted by the underground collider caused it great harm, forcing it to retreat back to the surface. With a swift motion, Jack severed the head of the starry armored beast. Where did this thing come from? The trainee mech warriors wondered as they gathered around the creature to investigate. The team leader approached, took a glance, and said, It must have split off from those starry armored beasts before dying. Look, it hasn't even grown to the size of a table before it split. Jack, however, felt that this one seemed different. It appeared to have come from outside rather than emerging from a pile of corpses. At the command center, Jack saluted Xiao Yixing, trainee mech warrior Jack reporting. Xiao Yixing smiled slightly and gestured to the chair opposite him, saying, President Jack, please take a seat. Jack awkwardly sat down and gave Xiao Yixing a silly grin. I haven't accepted your appointment yet, so it doesn't count. Xiao Yixing waved his hand. In a few days, I will formally appoint you as the new president and assist you in forming a provisional government. Jack stood up gratefully and said, Thank you, Commander Xiao. Xiao Yixing continued. Since you are an elected president, I must respect your position. Now, on behalf of the Earth Alliance, I formally request that your country share all aerospace data and materials with the Earth Alliance. In fact, Xiao Yixing did not need Jack's consent. He could obtain whatever he wanted simply by speaking. However, he needed to establish a united Earth Alliance, integrating all of humanity's strength, not just that of one particular nation. Xiao Yixing did not wish to create a hegemonic Earth Alliance, but rather one that could unite the hearts of all people on Earth. This was his way of showing respect for the opinions of Jack's country. Jack immediately stood up again and said, Commander Xiao, My country will definitely respond to the call of the Earth Alliance and comply with its directives. On the Steel City walls, the battle intensified. The stacked celestial beetles have reached nearly 100 meters in height. Apart from the entrance that lured the celestial beetles in, countless celestial beetles are piled up in all other areas. A large number of celestial beetles are climbing the Steel City walls, putting immense pressure on the mech warriors defending above. Numerous holes have appeared on the steel walls, all punctured by the forelimbs of the celestial beetles. When a celestial beetle climbs the wall, it leaves behind a row of holes. With countless celestial beetles, this results in an endless number of holes. Gao Daqiang furrowed his brow. The number of celestial beetles exceeded his expectations, and their speed in damaging the steel walls was noticeably faster. When the first layer of concrete blocks became too damaged, it would need to be replaced. Replacement involves pushing the concrete modules from inside the steel walls outward to maintain the integrity of the walls. Initially, it was expected that one layer could be replaced every day or two, but now it seems that at most half a day would be needed to replace a layer. This is double the anticipated speed. The production speed of concrete modules at the rear must be increased, or else the steel walls will become thinner and thinner. Suddenly, a flying beetle dove down sharply, targeting Gao Daqiang, who was standing too close. He raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting the flying beetle. It spun around and fell below the steel wall. The winch gun currently lacks power, making it difficult even to handle flying beetles. These celestial beetles possess combat learning skills and have found ways to counter the winch gun. Once hit by the winch gun, a large number of flying beetles would swarm in to gnaw at the hinges and snatch the corpse. Therefore, the winch gun can now only be used against solitary flying beetles, but in the current situation, solitary flying beetles are almost non-existent. Chapter 417. The difference between men and women turrets. Prepare. Gao Daqiang glanced down at the densely packed celestial beetles, which were piling higher and putting more pressure on the upper defenses. It was essential to use artillery fire to blast away the corpses of the celestial beetles below to scatter the stacked bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The turrets began to fire. The turrets would not open fire on the celestial beetle corpses close to the steel walls. Instead, they targeted areas 50 meters away to avoid damaging the walls themselves, while allowing the stacked celestial beetles above to collapse naturally. After a barrage of heavy artillery, the celestial beetle corpses piled up to a height of 100 meters indeed collapsed, and numerous celestial beetle bodies fell, reducing the height of the stack by 30 to 40 meters in an instant. After several more rounds of artillery fire, the height of the stack was brought down to around 50 meters, prompting Gao Daqiang to pause the bombardment. Continuing the fire was no longer meaningful. Although some celestial beetles were still using their forelimbs to pierce the steel walls and continue climbing, their numbers had suddenly decreased by over 90%, significantly reducing the threat to the mech warriors on the walls. The defense of the Steel City walls is not filled with fervor or passion. Rather, it resembles a long-term, repetitive war of attrition, fraught with danger. Just like the operation of stamping machines, workers must repeatedly perform the same tasks without a hint of carelessness. A moment's inattention could result in serious injuries or even loss of life. In the early stages of the defense, people can maintain excitement and vigilance, but after a while, the attention of the mech warriors begins to wane. Gao Daqiang is well aware of this, and he shouts, "Second team, prepare to rotate." The mech warriors in the standby area, eager and ready, quickly form an orderly line and check their equipment. They belong to the second team and have long been itching to fight after witnessing the first team's impressive performance. However, the first team warriors feel somewhat unsatisfied, as they are being rotated out shortly after the battle has begun. There are a total of 10 teams that can fight on the Steel City walls, and it is uncertain when they will return to the battlefield again. Nevertheless, military orders must be followed, and they begin to hand over their positions gradually. The first row of mech warriors starts to withdraw, while the second row takes their place. The third row follows, the fourth row begins air defense, and the fifth row consists of the second team warriors, whose equipment has already been checked. 10 minutes later, the first team warriors descend to the ground using a lift, while the third team warriors go up to the waiting area. This tactic has been practiced countless times, and everyone is familiar with it. The current composition of the mech warriors is no longer purely military. At least half of them are newcomers. However, calling them newcomers is not entirely accurate, as these individuals have come from construction teams. They have already undergone assessments using simulated mechs and participated in numerous drills. The only thing they lack is real combat experience, and this will be their first actual battle. At the command center, Xiaoyi hears a knock on the door and casually responds, "Come in." The door opens, and a girl in standard military uniform walks in, salutes Xiaoyi, and loudly states, "Commander Xiao, Mech Warrior Squad Leader Xing Shuiyao requests to report on her work." Xiaoyi looks up in surprise and realizes it is Yao Yao. She seems to have changed somewhat. She is less proud and more resolute. She even knows to knock before entering. clearly having learned many rules. Yao Yao, we're familiar with each other. No need for formalities. Sit down, Xiao Yi says, not standing up and gesturing to the seat across from him. However, Yao Yao stubbornly stands straight and replies, thank you, Commander. A soldier must have discipline. Xiao Yi looks at her seriously, knowing she still harbors some resentment, and says, then I order you to sit down. Yes. Yao Yao bites her lip and turns to sit down, but her posture remains upright and straight. This is Yao Yao's last display of defiance. How is it? Have you encountered any danger? Xiao Yi asks with concern. Zheng Xueyao's eyes reddened with anger as she said, thank you for your concern, Commander Xiao. I'm fine. She maintained a very businesslike demeanor. Xiao Yi shook his head. It was impossible to reminisce or communicate in this manner. Go ahead, what's the matter? He decided not to insist any further. Since she wanted to keep it professional, he would do the same. I request to go to the front line. Zheng Xueyao declared loudly. Xiao Yi scratched his head, realizing that Gao Daqiang must not have allowed her to go to the front line. The reasons likely stemmed from her unique identity, as well as some external factors. In fact, this was not an isolated phenomenon. Among the mech warriors, there was no shortage of women. Out of 1 billion mech warriors, women accounted for 1/3. Moreover, even more young women were being trained and developed. The once delicate girls who needed protection were starting to become independent and brave. Chapter 418. The gender struggle. The idea of letting women serve as mech warriors had sparked intense debate within the nation in the past, and still remained contentious. Many insisted that given the current situation, the resources for male mech warriors were sufficient, and women should not be on the front lines. Women were expected to provide support from the rear. Thus, although women made up 1/3 of the total, their numbers on the steel walls were very few, less than 1%. Additionally, the requirements for female mech warriors were even higher. They had to exceed the average performance of their male counterparts in simulated mech training. This led to the phenomenon where although there were many female mech warriors, few were able to stand on the steel walls. Zheng Xueyao's special status certainly meant she was being suppressed by Gao Daqiang, preventing her from going to the front lines, even though her simulation skills were quite high. Xiao Yi rubbed his nose and said, as the overall commander, I cannot interfere with the orders of a defensive segment commander. I have never pressured other commanders personally in the past, and I want to do so in the future. Zheng Xueyao shot him a glance. I'm not asking you to use favoritism. My request is for equal treatment. Seeing that Xiao Yi remained silent, she suddenly stood up. My mech simulation level is already a 2-star champion, far exceeding the requirements for simulated mechs. Is it just because I'm a woman that I can't go to the front line? This is gender discrimination. Xiao Yi still didn't respond. In fact, he didn't know what to say. According to the rules, there were 2 standards for mech warriors to go to the front line. One was meeting the simulation standards, and the other was passing the combat training assessment. As long as there were no physical issues, one could go to the steel walls to fight against the cosmic beasts. However, many female warriors were suppressed by the commanders of various steel wall segments due to gender issues and were not allowed on the front lines. Commander Xiao, if it were an ordinary war and women were sidelined, I wouldn't have anything to say. After all, women are indeed physically weaker than men. Zheng Xueyao surprisingly began to reason, which felt quite refreshing to Xiao Yi. This young lady, born into privilege and full of pride, often acted on her own assumptions, which was why she had been sent to the front lines by Xiao Yi. It now seems that the training on the front lines has greatly helped her, softening her arrogance and fierceness, and she has started to understand the importance of reasoning with others. However, we are now in the era of exoskeleton-assisted mechs. And with these systems, women are not at a disadvantage in strength compared to male mech warriors. In terms of attention to detail and reaction speed, we women even have some advantages over men. Why can't we be on the front lines? Zheng Xueyao said, raising her chin. Suddenly, a female voice agreed. That's right. Why can't women be on the front lines? Yao Yao, I support you. Xiao Yi smiled upon seeing Nie Sihua, not knowing when she had joined in. These 2 rivals surprisingly stood on the same side regarding this issue. Xiao Yi glanced at Nie Sihua and asked, are you trying to rebel? Nie Sihua shrank her neck, realizing that Xiao Yi's gaze was not friendly. But after looking at Zheng Xueyao, she found her courage again. Commander Xiao, this is not a rebellion. It is a normal suggestion, based on reason and evidence, not slander. Xiao Yi smiled. When 2 women share the same goal, their courage multiplies. Nie Sihua, who had always been very gentle, now dared to question her. What do you want to do? Xiao Yi turned to Zheng Xueyao. I demand the elimination of discrimination and for us female mech warriors to have the opportunity to go to battle, Zheng Xueyao declared loudly. Xiao Yi rubbed her nose and asked, do you know what we usually call reckless drivers? Female drivers, Nie Sihua answered quickly. Zheng Xueyao's expression darkened. Xiao Yi continued. It's not that I discriminate against women, but in emergencies, girls are more likely to panic and become anxious than men, which can lead to accidents. She added, moreover, girls tend to be more reckless and impulsive than men. That's impossible, Zheng Xueyao retorted. Most of the people who get into fights and cause harm are men. What does that have to do with women? Xiao Yi smiled and asked, do you know who rides roller coasters, goes bungee jumping, or participates in extreme high-altitude activities more? Men or women? Zheng Shuiyao fell silent, because these dangerous attractions often attract women and children, while men are generally more cautious and less willing to take risks due to fear of death. In dangerous situations, men tend to be more careful and rational, while women can be more reckless, impulsive, and emotional, Xiao Yi explained. Are there no reckless or impulsive men? And isn't it an advantage for women to be braver and less afraid of death? Zheng Shuiyao glared at Xiao Yi. Nie Xihua also glared at Xiao Yi. In this gender debate, it was clear that Nie Xihua sided with Zheng Shuiyao. Furthermore, mech warriors are those who execute orders. Being rational and calm is the commander's job. If you say I can't be a commander, I accept that. But saying I can't be an ordinary mech warrior, I refuse to accept. Zheng Shuiyao strongly protested. Xiao Yi felt a headache coming on. Chapter 419. Decoding the signals of the starry sky armor beast, he realized that Yao Yao was right. He had indeed been a bit too patriarchal on this issue. However, as the commander of humanity, he felt he should maintain some dignity. Before he could figure out how to respond, Zheng Shuiyao spoke up first. Isn't there a mecha operation competition going on now? I don't ask for much. We women should also have the qualification to compete. Let's see what we've got. Nie Xihua quickly agreed. Yes, let's see who's better on the competition field. In order to improve everyone's mecha operation skills and to alleviate their fears, the internal affairs team organized a nationwide mecha competition. The competition was divided into 3 categories: amateur, professional, and student groups. Women were allowed to compete in the amateur and student categories, but the professional group consisted solely of male competitors selected from various defense units. The reason for not including female participants wasn't due to discrimination, but rather because, similar to other sports, men generally had a clear advantage in mecha operations. It would be inherently unfair to have a woman compete against men in the same category. The participants in the professional group were elite soldiers chosen from their respective teams, and there was simply no way to arrange for female competitors, Xiao Yi explained. Just as Yao Yao was about to retort, Qian Linsen walked in and, overhearing the conversation, laughed. Xiao Yi, is this really worth overthinking? Besides, the atmosphere is a bit tense right now, so bringing up this topic could help lighten the mood and distract everyone from the worries caused by the starry sky armor beast. I suggest we hold a gender battle. A gender battle? Nie Xihua and Zheng Shuiyao asked curiously. Yes, select 10 top female mecha warriors and 10 top male mecha warriors to compete against each other, plus a team battle. This could also increase the attention on this competition, Qian Linsen proposed. Zheng Shuiyao excitedly said, Professor Qian, you're brilliant. Unlike some people who only know how to make grand speeches. After she finished speaking, she shot a glance at Xiao Yi, while Nie Xihua once again sided with Zheng Shuiyao, making a face at Xiao Yi. Professor Qian, is there something you need? Xiao Yi asked. Zheng Shuiyao tactfully said, Professor Qian, this matter is in your hands now. Some people are unreliable. I'm off. With that, she turned and left the command center. Qian Linsen glanced at Zheng Shuiyao and, once she had left, remarked, there's been quite a change. Her arrogance has diminished, and she's become much more sensible. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Zheng Shuiyao's departure was a sign of her growing maturity. She was no longer just Xiao Yi's assistant. The matters Qian Linsen wanted to discuss with Xiao Yi were confidential, and she shouldn't be privy to them. Therefore, she wisely chose to leave. Something that would have been unthinkable in the past. The old Zheng Shuiyao would have definitely pressed for details, regardless of whether she had the right to eavesdrop. Any discoveries? Xiao Yi shifted the topic. Yes, Qian Linsen sat down and took the tea that Nie Xihua had brought, saying, we have sorted out dozens of signals sent by extraterrestrial civilizations and have handed them over to the decryption team. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Dozens of signals? That seems a bit few. The more reference data we have for decryption, the better. With only a few dozen signals, the difficulty of decryption will be quite high. Qian Linsen, however, smiled mysteriously and said nothing. At that moment, Gu Linxing rushed over and sat down beside Qian Linsen, saying, originally, the difficulty of decryption was very high. But we made a bold analysis. Nie Xihua walked over, handed Gu Linxing a cup of tea, and stood beside him, listening attentively. We all know that the intelligence of the starry sky armored beasts is not high, so the information they can understand must be simple. Therefore, we analyzed and decrypted based on the sending times of these signals, combined with the overall movements of the starry sky armored beasts. As a result, we successfully deciphered the mysteries of these signals, Gu Linxing said excitedly. He took out a table and continued. There are a total of 65 forms of information, and we have cracked most of the content, including attack, retreat, assembly, and single-point breakthroughs, among others. Xiao Yi sensed the significance of this and suddenly stood up. Can we imitate these signals? That way we can control the actions of the starry sky armored beasts. Gu Linxing nodded excitedly. Exactly. We have already handed over the decrypted information forms to the relevant research teams. It should not be difficult to issue commands mimicking these signals. Humanity is saved. Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh. He did not expect such progress. It greatly exceeded his expectations. He thought he would have to fight the Starry Sky armored beasts to the end. But now, with control over the signals, everything became simpler. Chapter 420. Is it too easy? Then let's start the experiment. Send out the simulated retreat signal, Xiao Yi said as he stood up. Yes, Gu Linxing also stood up. Seeing Gu Linxing walk out, Xiao Yi felt as if he were dreaming. Humanity had actually survived in such a way. Wasn't it too easy? Professor Qian, why do I feel so uneasy? Xiao Yi asked, perplexed despite his excitement. It's like an athlete who has prepared for a long time for the finals, only to find out at the competition that the opponent has forfeited. It gives a surreal feeling. Qian Linsen smiled. This is still thanks to our Sky, I, and XINMO. By the end, Qian Linsen's tone became serious. Xiao Yi nodded. I believe XINMO will be happy to hear this news underground. Our current focus is to deal with the extraterrestrial civilization behind the Starry Sky armored beasts. We must find out where they are hiding. Humanity needs to take down their stronghold. By the way, is the gender war unfair to women? Xiao Yi returned to his earlier question. If we can control the Starry Sky armored beasts artificially, then the biggest threat will disappear. The immense pressure that had loomed over Xiao Yi would also vanish. So, Xiao Yi was in the mood to discuss the recent gender battle topic again. Unfair? Haha. Xiao Yi, you are still too young. On the contrary, it is not unfair to women, but rather to men. Qian Linsen was also in a good mood. Obviously, Gu Linxing's news about cracking the signal had lightened his load significantly. Why? Xiao Yi didn't understand. Qian Linsen smiled slightly. I also have some research in psychology. You might want to analyze this from a psychological perspective. Think about it. Once this news spreads, female mech warriors will definitely rush to sign up. And after layers of selection, the ones chosen will surely be the elites among female warriors. But male mech warriors are different. How could truly capable male mech warriors sign up for such a competition? As a top 1,000 operator, would you sign up? Qian Linsen asked. Xiao Yi immediately understood. Of course, he wouldn't. He couldn't afford to lose face. Top experts like Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Aoyan wouldn't participate either. Experienced fighters like Gao Daqiang, Zhao Shi, and Yuan wouldn't join either. Because winning wouldn't bring any glory, and if they lost, that would be truly embarrassing. If word got out that a man had lost to a woman in a mech battle, that would be a real shame. Therefore, those who would participate in the gender battle would definitely not be top experts. It's like in sports, top male athletes are generally stronger than female athletes. However, a national team female athlete might not necessarily be weaker than a male athlete from a local provincial team. Considering this, the men might actually lose this gender battle. Oh, I see. Professor Qian, you are biased. You deliberately set up such a competition that seems fair on the surface, but in reality, it is skewed in favor of those female warriors. Xiao Yi suddenly realized. Qian Linsen secretly felt pleased. You were mistaken from the start. Having female mech warriors on the battlefield is a good thing. They are attentive and observant, which is a great supplement to an all-male team. Moreover, a combination of men and women makes work less exhausting. In this calamity faced by humanity, women can no longer be bystanders. They must also participate in the fight. Qian Linsen said. Xiao Yi nodded. He also agreed with Qian Linsen's approach, and by allowing female mech warriors to take the front line, it would silence those commanders who deliberately suppressed female mech warriors from advancing. A message spread throughout the mech warrior community. The internal affairs team had added a new event to the mech competition, which was the gender battle. The gender battle would select 10 mech warriors from the pool of applicants. The entire mech warrior team was buzzing, especially the female mech warriors. They had always been protected by their male counterparts, never given the chance to step up. Now, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Who said war should keep women away? They would prove with their strength that women could also go to battle. In ancient times, there was Hua Mulan. Today, there are female mechs. Moreover, this gender battle hasn't even begun, yet it has already ignited a fierce online debate. Both men and women are engaging in a war of words on the internet. Woman A, if Mulan can go to war, so can we female warriors. Man A, wake up, beautiful, Mulan is fictional. There were no women on ancient battlefields. Woman B, ignorant and arrogant men. Haven't you heard of the famous General Liang Hongyu and the female General Qin Liangyu? Not to mention Princess Pingyang, who founded the women's army? Man B, these few can't compare to generations of male heroes. Women just can't measure up. Woman C, whether we can or not, we'll see on the battlefield. I'm just afraid you won't dare to show up. Man C, it's time for the billion mech instructors, Zhang Xiaolong, to bring glory to men. Chapter 421, Victory? In extraordinary times, extraordinary efficiency. Within just a few hours, Gu Linxing rushed into Xiao Yi's office with a group of experts. Xiaoyi stood up excitedly. Is it out? It's out, Gu Linxing said, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. If all goes well, this will be a pivotal moment for humanity. We have simulated these signals and have repeatedly compared them with no discrepancies. Gu Linxing's voice trembled. If successful, no Nobel Prize would suffice. A supreme honor should be awarded to all participants, especially to XINMO. Then let's not wait. Let's experiment, Xiao Yi said hurriedly. Xiao Yi quickly headed towards the rooftop, followed by Gu Linsheng, Qian Linsun, and Zhao Taizhu, the core team. They were about to conduct an experiment that could very well determine the fate of humanity. The helicopter was ready, and the simulation equipment had already been loaded onto the aircraft. For safety's sake, we should take the transport vehicle, Zhao Taizhu suggested. Xiao Yi nodded. Although he was excited and eager to leap straight to the steel wall for the experiment, as the overall commander for humanity, he had to consider his own safety. This was not just for himself, but for all of humanity. The transport vehicle sped away, and the group was filled with excitement. As if they were characters in a cliched elementary school essay, their hearts already flying to the steel wall. A few hours later, the sky had started to darken. Xiao Yi stepped out of the transport vehicle and onto the steel wall. Around him, the mech warriors were already prepared. The simulation equipment was also set up. Despite the fierce ongoing battles on the steel wall, with groups of starry sky armored beasts climbing up and attacking the first mech warrior they saw, the prepared mech warriors fearlessly engaged them, fighting back. More and more starry sky armored beasts continued to climb up, battling with the second warrior. Outside the steel wall, the piles of starry sky armored beast corpses had reached over 100 meters high, and the situation was extremely grave. However, the warriors were still methodically defending. Showing no signs of fear, Gao Daqiang approached, saluted, and said, Commander Xiao, we are ready. Xiao Yi nodded. Gao Daqiang whispered, is this really more useful than our army? Xiao Yi took a deep breath and replied, I hope it is. If we can control the starry armored beasts, we won't have to bleed and sacrifice. An engineer inspected the equipment and then gestured to Gu Linxing. Gu Linxing nodded slightly at Xiao Yi. It could begin. Xiao Yi inhaled deeply. The fate of humanity rested on this small device. Let's start, Xiao Yi said. The engineer, with trembling hands, pressed the button. The device's light flickered. This signal was imperceptible to humans. So everyone quietly focused on the starry armored beasts fiercely fighting ahead, eager to see if the simulated signal was effective. One of the charging starry armored beasts raised its front limbs, about to stab a mech warrior's shield. Suddenly, it trembled and stopped. In the next moment, it turned around and left, ignoring the mech warrior behind it. As it departed, it casually grabbed the corpse of another starry armored beast and tossed it over the steel wall, climbing down from the wall itself. Not just this one, but the entire area within several hundred meters saw the starry armored beasts begin to retreat, similarly discarding their companions' corpses over the steel wall. Xiao Yi frowned. Did we send a signal to make them ignore the corpses? Gu Linxing shook his head. Among the signals we've cracked, there's nothing about discarding corpses. I suspect dragging away corpses is their instinct. Like a tide, the entire region of starry armored beasts quickly retreated, and the towering wall of corpses over 100 meters high was swiftly cleared. 10 minutes later, not a single starry armored beast remained. It felt like waking from a grand dream. We did it, we did it, Gu Linxing exclaimed excitedly. The others also cheered wildly. This was a significant turning point. Humanity had found the best weapon to control the starry armored beasts. Gao Daqiang, still feeling unsatisfied, remarked, damn, are these bugs really that easy to deal with? Just like that, it's over? This is too unsatisfying. Zhao Taizhu teased, come on, just a moment ago you looked like a sour face. The two burst into laughter. However, everyone felt a sense of unease, as if this victory was somewhat unreal. Xiao Yi glanced into the distance, where the starry armored beasts were still fiercely attacking. Clearly not having received the retreat signal. Send a signal to all starry armored beasts to end this battle, Xiao Yi instructed. Yet, like everyone else, he felt an unsettling sense of doubt. Chapter 422. The bugs retreat completely in the early morning. A temporary device was installed on every segment of the steel wall. This device was a signal simulator. Xiao Yi stood in the command hall of the headquarters, looking at the images on the large screen. His feelings were complex. The fierce battle continued on the steel walls. The fighting was not as brutal now, mainly for two reasons. One of the starry armored beasts that came from Europe has only arrived in less than a third. The number of starry armored beasts accumulated is still not high enough. This makes the battle on the Iron City Wall seem less like a war and more like a one-sided massacre. However, the task of slaughter is too burdensome. The casualties among humans so far are minimal. The results of long-term training are now on full display. Each person can smoothly complete their tasks, and everyone's vigilance and seriousness are sufficient. But when all the starry armored beasts gather, and their stacking reaches a certain width and thickness, even the powerful turrets will be unable to break through the bodies. That is when the battle will enter a brutal phase. At that time, human casualties will increase significantly. Xiao Yi does not wish for the battle to reach a fever pitch. If this signal transmitter can control the starry armored beasts, then everything will be easier. They can use these signals to divide and gradually eliminate the starry armored beasts, while also retrieving the bodies. Ready? Luo Yaoyang said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded. Luo Yaoyang took a deep breath, and then solemnly issued the order. Start. 5,000 signal simulators, hastily produced overnight, were activated simultaneously. Although humans could not hear any sound, the starry armored beasts could. In an instant, they all stopped their actions and turned to retreat, taking their companions' bodies with them. Minutes later, the starry armored beasts that had just filled the Iron City wall suddenly disappeared, their lines retreating back to a distance of 10 kilometers before coming to a halt. The massive creatures remained dark and dense, but the intense sense of oppression was gone. The mech warriors erupted in cheers. Although they were not afraid of the starry armored beasts and dared to fight them, everyone cherishes life and hopes to survive. The retreat of the starry armored beasts means safety for everyone, signifies that humanity has gained the initiative and control, and that the end of the war is not far off. We should build a transmitter that can issue commands to all the starry armored beasts, like a mother creature. Luo Yaoyang suggested. Qian Linsen shook his head slightly. No? If we also send signals to the moon to influence the overall starry armored beasts, it may attract the attention of extraterrestrial civilizations. Astronomer Luo Tingbing opposed. I think it's feasible. We are closer to the moon, and the signal will be stronger. If they also want to control the starry armored beasts through signals, their effect will definitely not match ours. Moreover, we can also detect their positions through their signals. Xiao Yi frowned. No, quickly turn off the signal transmitter. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Qian Linsen asked suspiciously why. Xiao Yi replied solemnly. I am worried that extraterrestrial civilizations have other means to control the starry armored beasts. The control signals for the starry armored beasts are one of humanity's trump cards and should not be revealed easily. It was then that Xiao Yi realized he had made a significant mistake. In non-urgent situations, using signals to control the starry armored beasts undoubtedly reveals one's cards. Using them on a small scale yesterday should not have been a big issue, but deploying them on a larger scale today will certainly attract the attention of extraterrestrial civilizations. The starry armored beasts are artificial beings, and this has already been acknowledged. Therefore, the extraterrestrial civilization, as their creator, must have a better understanding of the starry armored beasts than humans do. If humans have cracked the signal, they must have other countermeasures available. Qian Linsen also realized this and smacked his forehead. I was careless. I was too eager yesterday and forgot about this. He hurriedly ordered the starry armored beasts to resume their attack. Yes, Luo Yaoyang picked up the microphone to issue the command. Suddenly, Xiao Yi said, the insect line has moved. Everyone stared at the screen, and sure enough, the distant insect line, which had been faintly visible, activated again and rushed toward the Steel City wall. I didn't issue a signal. Luo Yaoyang was taken aback. Xiao Yi and Qian Linsen exchanged glances and said, it seems it was initiated by the extraterrestrial civilization. Qian Linsen raised his wrist to check the time and said, 3 hours. What? Xiao Yi looked at Qian Linsen with some confusion, and the others were puzzled as well. It's been 3 hours since team leader Luo sent the signal until the insect line activated again, Qian Linsen explained. Xiao Yi then realized how quickly time had passed. The signal was sent around 7 a.m., and while they were observing the retreat of the starry armored beasts and discussing the use of signals, about 3 hours had passed, and it was now around 10 a.m. Is there any significance to this? Zhao Taizhu asked, somewhat confused. Chapter 4:23 Countermeasures from Extraterrestrial Civilizations. Xiao Yi and the others also looked at Qian Linsen, all puzzled about why he brought up the issue of time at this moment. Qian Linsen took a deep breath. From the time we sent the signal to the countermeasure from the other side, it took a total of 3 hours. This indicates that the extraterrestrial civilization is within a distance that light could travel in 1.5 hours. According to Einstein's theory of special relativity, no object carrying information can travel faster than the speed of light. The speed of light is approximately 1.08 billion kilometers per hour. So in 1.5 hours, that equals about 160 million kilometers. This is the maximum distance of the extraterrestrial civilization from us, Qian Linsen stated quietly. Xiao Yi sighed in admiration. Qian Linsen's mind was indeed sharp, as he quickly identified the problem and calculated the approximate location of the extraterrestrial civilization. Luo Tingbing was taken aback and immediately exclaimed, if that's the case, the extraterrestrial civilization must be within the solar system, and certainly within Saturn. Uranus is 2.8 billion kilometers away from Earth, which far exceeds the range. Saturn is currently about 1.2 billion kilometers from Earth, at most 1.6 billion kilometers. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, finally confirming the approximate location of the extraterrestrial civilization. Next, they needed to determine the exact position of the extraterrestrial civilization. This task would be much smaller in scale. The universe is vast and infinite, but the solar system is relatively small. Moreover, there are even fewer planets within Saturn that could harbor extraterrestrial civilizations. By analyzing them one by one, the location of the extraterrestrial civilization could almost be determined. The leader of the biology team, Wang Lin, hurriedly walked in and said to Xiao Yi, "Just now, we received a special signal using the sensory organs of the starry sky beetles." Gu Lin, who entered with him, added, "This signal is something we've never encountered before." Xiao Yi understood that this was a countermeasure from an extraterrestrial civilization. "Let's go check it out at your biology team," Xiao Yi suggested. A group of people hurried toward the biology team. As they walked, Wang Lin said, "Since this signal appeared, the starry sky beetles have shown some abnormal behaviors. They have become agitated and more aggressive." Xiao Yi frowned. The starry sky beetles were already quite aggressive, and if they became even more agitated, wouldn't that make them harder to handle? Upon entering the biology team, they saw the starry sky beetles locked in cages, continuously attacking the special alloy cages. Almost all the starry sky beetles were behaving this way. Xiao Yi had visited this place many times before. Although the starry sky beetles were restless, they were relatively calm and did not engage in such futile attacks. But now, the starry sky beetles seemed to have lost their sanity, incessantly attacking the cages without recognizing their situation. "Let us try using a simulated signal to see if we can calm them down," Xiao Yi said as he walked. Wang Lin quickly approached the signal simulator, adjusted a standby signal, and pressed the button. However, to everyone's disappointment, the starry sky beetles remained agitated. Xiao Yi turned to glance at the monitor on the wall. The insect line was approaching the Steel City walls, and these starry sky beetles appeared just as agitated as those in this area. Previously, the starry sky beetles had moved in an orderly fashion, following a certain formation. But now, those running fast were knocking over the ones in front, rushing forward in a chaotic manner. The scene was one of total disorder. "This isn't working. We can't control them." Wang Lin pressed the button several times, but couldn't calm the starry sky beetles. Xiao Yi picked up the microphone and said, "Team Leader Luo, try using a defense segment with the signal simulator." Luo Yaoyang agreed, and soon, his somewhat disappointed voice came through the headset. "It's ineffective. I tried 4 or 5 defense segment simulators, and none worked. All commands are ineffective." An alarm sounded, the piercing siren echoing throughout the Steel City walls. After 3 hours of silence, the Steel City walls became busy again. Teams of mech soldiers climbed the walls, fully armed and ready to face the new challenge. However, everyone felt a sense of disappointment. Just moments ago, they were celebrating, and now they were confronted with another daunting challenge, leaving people feeling a bit disheartened. Xiao Yi walked aside, picked up a gun, and aimed at one of the starry sky beetles in the cage, shooting it in the abdomen, where its brain was located. The starry sky beetle collapsed instantly. Xiao Yi lowered the gun and said solemnly, "Check the sensory organs of the starry sky beetle." Returning to his office, Xiao Yi's expression was grim. He realized he had been too hasty and had wasted a valuable opportunity. If a signal simulator had been used at the most critical moment, it could have brought a significant turning point for humanity. However, this opportunity was wasted this morning. He should have anticipated that extraterrestrial civilizations would definitely have countermeasures. In a city, several children were playing a game involving mechs battling bugs. But a girl around 4 or 5 years old couldn't join in and could only watch from the sidelines. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Before long, a small starry armored beast, about the size of a mouse, crawled out and charged towards the little girl. Chapter 424. The starry armored beast reduced to a wild creature. Although the starry armored beast was small, it was equally fierce. It rushed to the girl's feet, raising its sharp forelimbs to stab down at her. With a thud, the mouse-sized armored beast was kicked into the air, spinning around before landing heavily on the ground. "Brothers, let's kill the bugs," a boy of about 10 exclaimed as he kicked the armored beast away, excitedly brandishing a wooden sword. Initially, they were just playing a pretend game. But unexpectedly, a real starry armored beast appeared, and it was even a mini version. This instantly sparked the interest of the other kids. The starry armored beast struggled to turn over, not knowing what to do next when another kick came. Another boy kicked the starry armored beast again. Judging by his kicking technique, it was evident that he was better than many skilled athletes. While the armored beast was still in the air, it was struck by a wooden sword resembling a standard military knife, crashing heavily onto the ground. The once formidable starry armored beast on the battlefield was thus beaten up by a group of children. Finally, the largest child used a bamboo pole to hoist the corpse of the starry armored beast, parading down the street with a group of other kids following him. Puffing out their chests, as they walked, they shouted, "Defeat the bugs," attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. At the command center, the commander watched the battle scenes on the big screen without saying a word. Wasting this opportunity made him feel regretful. However, what's done is done. Anyone can make mistakes. Learning from errors is essential for better combat in the future. Commander, the dissection results are out. Wang Lin hurried over to say. The commander took the report, glanced at it, and passed it to Qianlin. Senator Wang Lin explained. According to our dissection results, the reception system of the starry armored beast has been completely destroyed. Qianlin's son murmured. This extraterrestrial civilization is quite decisive. They directly destroyed the reception system of the starry armored beast. But doesn't that mean they can't control it anymore? Wang Lin nodded. Yes, they abandoned control of the starry armored beast. Now, its actions are purely instinctual, so they are no longer fighting as a team, but individually. Luo Yaoyang added, I've noticed this too. The footage from various defense segments shows very different battle conditions. There seems to be a lack of coordination between the defense segments. In the past, the starry armored beasts would complement each other's weaknesses. If there was a significant shortage of armored beasts in a defensive segment, those from other areas would automatically migrate over to fill the gap, often from very far away. Now, only adjacent areas are capable of forming such mutual support. This indicates that the overall coordination of the starry armored beasts no longer exists. It's a good thing. Despite the fact that the starry armored beasts have become more aggressive, the threat to us has diminished, said Luo Yaoyang. Without overall coordination, the starry armored beasts are merely small groups. It seems we can no longer control the starry armored beasts, but neither can the extraterrestrial civilization. This is indeed a good thing. At least we are not at a loss. A smile appeared on Qianlin's face. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of something and said, the mother insect is no longer of any use. Order the task force to capture this mother insect. It's best if we can capture it alive. If not, it must be killed. We cannot let it escape. Luo Yaoyang picked up the intercom and began to arrange it. Xiao Yi turned to Qianlin and then looked at Wang Lin, saying, the actions of the extraterrestrial civilization validate a thought I had. They must have a simple method to deal with the starry armored beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily destroyed the receptor organs of the starry armored beasts. The extraterrestrial civilization has gone to great lengths to send starry armored beasts to invade Earth, using them to eradicate all life on the planet, which surely has a purpose. The most likely objective is that they want to colonize Earth, turning it into their colony. The starry armored beasts, having had their receptor organs destroyed, are now merely ferocious beasts acting on instinct. If the extraterrestrial civilization did not have an easy way to subdue the starry armored beasts, they would not allow them to become the dominant force on Earth. Therefore, there must be a very simple method to eliminate the starry armored beasts. This method is the best means to save humanity. Understood. I will gather the team members right away and conduct another brainstorming session to see if we can find the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and hurriedly left. From now on, we will not have any breathing room until we achieve a complete victory. Xiao Yi looked at the combat footage on the large screen and murmured, the fight to the death has already begun. A soldier walked in and reported loudly, report. We have discovered a dozen starry armored beasts of varying sizes within the Steel City walls. Chapter 425. Operation to capture the mother insect. Xiao Yi exchanged glances with Qianlin and others, suddenly smiling. A concern I've had has inadvertently been resolved. These dozen starry armored beasts must have been brought in by the pregnant one. Now that they have lost their commands, they can only act on instinct, which has instead exposed their whereabouts. Xiao Yi picked up the phone and dialed. Old Lu, strengthen internal patrols and eliminate the starry armored beasts that have appeared inside. Qianlin also breathed a sigh of relief. These hidden insects have been weighing on my mind, making me feel uneasy. Because there is a massive pile of starry sky armored beast corpses here. If they continue to lurk, constantly splitting and secretly infiltrating this corpse site, it will be quite difficult for us to deal with. Qianlin stretched lazily and said, I didn't expect that the destruction of the receiving organs would expose their tracks. This is an unexpected gain. In the Bay of Bengal, on a small island, several planes flew overhead, including 2 amphibious aircraft, 5 escort fighter jets, and more than a dozen drones. This was a special operations team. Team leader Zhang Qianlin looked down at the sea, chewing betel nut, and then made a gesture. The team members stood up one after another, beginning to check their weapons and ammunition. The pilot's voice came through. We have arrived at the destination's airspace, preparing to parachute. Zhang Qianlin spat out the remnants of the betel nut and said, brothers, get ready. Remember, open your parachute at 100 meters. Don't open it too early. A team member named Li Fangzheng hesitated and said, Captain, the operation manual requires a minimum of 150 meters to open the parachute. 100 meters is too dangerous. Zhang Qianlin disdainfully replied, we are special forces. How can we compare with those ordinary soldiers? If you don't want to be eaten by insects, listen to me. Otherwise, you might as well go back now. Li Fangzheng lowered his head, not daring to speak. as a newly selected mech warrior in the Special Forces. He was quite afraid of the reckless Zhang Qianlin. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who disregard their lives. Zhang Qianlin was famously one of those who disregarded his life. Jump! Zhang Qianlin shouted. One by one, the mech warriors quickly jumped out of the open hatch. The mech warriors didn't need to carry parachute packs, as their mechs were equipped with built-in parachutes. Dozens of mech warriors leaped out, swiftly flying toward the ground. The drones quickly lowered their altitude to provide cover. There were hardly any flying armored beasts visible over the sea, but everyone dared not be careless, as this was the lair of the mother insect, and no one knew if flying armored beasts would emerge from the island. Bang! Bang! A series of parachutes opened, startling the mother insect. The mother insect was enormous and clumsy, suddenly letting out a cacophonous cry. A swarm of flying armored beasts suddenly took off from the dense forest on the nearby island, rapidly heading toward the parachutes. At that moment, Li Fangzheng realized how correct Captain Zhang Qianlin's decision was. If they had opened their parachutes at over 150 meters, they would have become live targets for the flying armored beasts. Li Fangzheng controlled his descent to land on the sandy beach at the edge of the island, and he immediately spotted a creature on the distant summit of a dormant volcano, an armored beast twice the size of a standard six-legged crawling armored beast, writhing its body to climb onto the back of a standard starry sky armored beast. Clearly, this was the mother insect, and it was preparing to escape. Dozens of six-legged crawling armored beasts emerged from the depths of the island, rushing toward the coast. What are you standing there for? Quickly organize the formation. Zhang Qianlin's voice startled Li Fangzheng awake. Li Fangzheng quickly removed his umbrella bag and rushed towards the rocky shore. A dozen mech warriors swiftly gathered and formed a formation, beginning their advance towards the mother insect. Originally, the plan was to use drones for the strike, but after communication with Wang Lin from the biological team, Luo Yaoyang decided to send mech warriors to capture the mother insect alive. All the starry sky armored beasts are bred by the mother insect and then split off one by one. Capturing the mother insect alive is of utmost importance for biological research. However, the operation is very dangerous due to the limited knowledge about the guard forces surrounding the mother insect. The special forces participating in the battle were well aware of this, but everyone was determined to join in. Especially Zhang Qianlin, who earned the nickname Desperate Warrior in the entire unit, was experienced in combat and fearless. Luo Yaoyang immediately decided to have him lead the team to capture the mother insect of the starry sky armored beasts. Suddenly, a large pit appeared from the ground, and a standard six-legged crawling armored beast crawled out, its sharp forelimbs stabbing viciously towards the nearest mech warrior. Everyone was startled. Although they had all fought fiercely against the starry sky armored beasts on the Steel City walls, they had not needed to consider the underground. The interference from the particle collider in low-speed operation made it impossible for the starry sky armored beasts to resist. However, the situation was completely different here. Underground, at sea, in the air, and on the ground, the starry sky armored beasts could engage in all-around combat, posing a significant threat to the mech team. With a metallic crash, Zhang Qianlin was knocked back several steps. The foremost mech warrior was still shaken. Just now, it was Zhang Qianlin's quick reflexes that used a rhenium alloy shield to block the armored beast's thrust. Otherwise, that mech warrior would have been injured. Watch your footing and don't forget about the air. Everyone, speed up. We need to finish this quickly. Zhang Qianlin thrust a knife into the abdomen of the starry sky armored beast, piercing through its brain. The mech warriors were invigorated and quickly formed an offensive formation, charging towards the volcano. At the top of the volcano, the massive mother insect climbed onto the backs of two standard six-legged starry sky armored beasts, which began to crawl. Their speed was slow, as the two insects had little coordination, moving instinctively one after the other. The mother insect struggled to control the two starry sky armored beasts, preventing them from separating. The drones began firing, intercepting the flying armored beasts approaching from the front. The drone's firepower was fierce, knocking down the flying armored beasts one by one as they fell from the sky. The ground mech warriors seized the opportunity to accelerate forward once more. Two flying armored beasts approached from the front, launching an attack in coordination with a dozen starry sky armored beasts on the ground. However, the starry sky armored beasts lacked the numerical advantage and were no match for the well-equipped mech warriors. The sound of gunfire erupted as the mecha warriors unleashed their heavy machine guns, instantly taking down the starry armored beasts. In just a brief encounter, the warriors eliminated these creatures and charged toward the mother creature without losing speed. The mother creature, clearly highly intelligent, quickly realized its predicament and let out an angry roar. The sea began to churn, and several massive standard six-legged crawling beasts emerged from the water, swiftly heading toward the beach. Looking at their numbers, there were at least hundreds of them. A jet roared overhead, and an air-to-ground missile swiftly plunged into the sea. Boom. A towering column of water shot up several dozen meters high. The nearby starry armored beasts were directly killed by the explosion, while the others recoiled, only to continue advancing once the blast subsided. This demonstrated the advantage of the starry armored beast's tough armor. Only areas directly hit by missiles could kill them. In more distant areas, the starry armored beasts would curl up. Even if they lost limbs, they could recover by consuming food. However, the recent bombardment still impacted the landing of the starry armored beasts, preventing them from intercepting the mecha warriors in time. Zhang Qianlin was running when he suddenly noticed a slight movement in the ground, as if it was bulging slightly. Zhang Qianlin shouted and aimed his grenade launcher at the ground, firing a grenade. Boom! The ground was blown open, and a starry armored beast crawled out. The previous grenade strike had little effect on it, but Zhang Qianlin's standard military knife was deadly. A flash of light passed as he jumped from the ground, landing on the back of the starry armored beast and swinging his knife at its head. The head of the starry armored beast was severed, but it was not fatal. The vital area of the beast was in its abdomen. The head was merely where its sensory and feeding organs were located. Without its sight, the starry armored beast flailed its front limbs violently, trying to stop the mecha warrior's advance. Taking advantage of the beast's back armor, Zhang Qianlin jumped high, gripping his military knife tightly, and plunged it down at the head area. With a frantic stab, he pierced through the armored beast's back and into its brain. The starry armored beast twitched once before collapsing to the ground, dead. Zhang Qianlin did not pause. He swiftly withdrew his knife and continued charging toward the volcano's mouth. Witnessing their captain's fierce prowess ignited the fighting spirit in the mecha warriors, who all roared and followed Zhang Qianlin into the fray. The sudden arrival of these mecha warriors caught the mother creature off guard. Seeing them charge, it let out another roar. The crawling beasts in front of it surrounded the mecha warriors, attempting to cover the mother creature's escape. Two of the crawling beasts supporting it desperately ran down the hill, trying to dive into the sea. Once in the ocean, it would be difficult for the mecha warriors to capture the mother creature. Rocket! Zhang Qianlin shouted. A dozen mech warriors set up RPG rockets and fired at the approaching starry armored beasts. In the air, drones, after clearing the flying armored beasts, turned around and began firing bullets at the starry armored beasts on the ground. The incoming starry armored beasts were engulfed in a barrage of gunfire. When the smoke cleared, there were hardly any starry armored beasts left able to move. At this point, neither the mech warriors nor the drones showed any intention of conserving ammunition. This round of firepower was enough to wipe out hundreds or even thousands of starry armored beasts. Blocking the way, Zhang Qianlin directed a few mech warriors to encircle towards the seaside, cutting off the escape route of the starry armored beasts. Meanwhile, the drones that had freed up their hands quickly flew towards the direction the mother insect was fleeing, intercepting its path. The two starry armored beasts carrying the mother insect halted, clearly realizing that there was no way forward. They began to dig into the ground. Chapter 4:27. The mother insect's desperation. They wanted to burrow underground. Drones, bombard the ground to prevent them from digging. Zhang Qianlin shouted. The drones launched several small bombs at the ground, sending the digging starry armored beasts flying. Now, the mother insect was trapped. Although the sea was still turbulent, under the suppression of fighter jets and drones, it could not rush onto the beach for the time being. There were also many flying armored beasts approaching from a distance. But they were still far away. By the time they arrived, they might have already subdued the mother insect. The mother insect was doomed. It seemed to realize its predicament. Ceasing its roars, but its round abdomen suddenly began to wriggle. Zhang Qianlin felt uneasy. He sensed that the mother insect must have some trick up its sleeve, but he couldn't guess what it might be. At the command center, Xiao Yi, Luo Yaoyang, and others were watching this seemingly fierce but not particularly dangerous battle. The mother insect is moving, Luo Yaoyang remarked, noticing that it seemed to be preparing some counterattack. Xiao Yi observed the writhing abdomen of the mother insect, but could not predict its next move. Suddenly, the mother's belly flipped, revealing a breeding opening. A large number of black balls sprayed out from this opening like a watering can. As soon as these black balls hit the ground, they extended 6 legs and began to scurry around. What the heck, it's giving birth. What good is that now? Luo Yaoyang scoffed. However, Xiao Yi felt a sense of foreboding. As the mother insect's enormous abdomen flattened, it expelled a multitude of starry armored beasts the size of fingernails. These starry armored beasts did not scatter, but instead rushed toward the mother insect. Xiao Yi shouted, "Drones, bomb these small starry armored beasts. Don't let them get close to the mother insect." The drones reacted, opening fire on the small starry armored beasts crawling toward the mother. However, it was a bit late. Countless small starry armored beasts had already climbed onto the mother insect's body and began to gnaw at it. Xiao Yi anxiously shouted, "Target the mother insect. We need to leave part of its body intact." He had already realized the problem. The mother insect was preparing to die. and it had no intention of leaving even a trace of its body for humanity. It allowed the small starry armored beasts to directly devour its body. In this way, it would not fall into human hands. This also confirmed Xiao Yi's thoughts that there were secrets within the mother worm's body. Perhaps, the alien civilization had left traces on the mother worm, which is why they could control it and influence the starry armored beasts through it. If humans obtained the mother worm's body, they might find clues of the alien civilization. After a series of explosions, the mother worm was blown to pieces. However, despite this, most of its body was still consumed by the small starry armored beasts. By the time the mech warriors arrived, there was hardly any of the mother worm's body left. Zhang Qianlin lifted the mother worm's mouth parts and took a look. The head and mouth parts were still intact, but the body had completely vanished. In just a short time, the small starry armored beasts had devoured most of it, especially the abdomen, which was completely consumed. He held the mother worm's head in his hand and carefully searched the ground, confirming that there were no remains of the mother worm's body before saying, "Retreat." The sea continued to surge, clearly indicating that many starry armored beasts were rushing from the seabed, while flying armored beasts were also approaching. Their mission was over, and they had to return. The seaplane had already landed on the surface of the sea, and the mech warriors turned to leave. After the assault team departed, a large number of starry armored beasts began to scurry around the island, seemingly mourning their mother worm. Xiao Yi sighed. I didn't expect the mother worm to commit suicide. Luo Yaoyang also sighed. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Why would it want to commit suicide? Xiao Yi frowned and said, the mother worm holds secrets. The alien civilization fears it falling into our hands, where we could uncover the secrets of the mother worm. So they must have implanted the information to commit suicide in its brain. Once it encounters an inescapable situation, it immediately takes its own life. Qianlinson said, I'm curious. What secrets does the mother worm hold? Luo Yaoyang picked up the microphone and asked, Assault team, what parts of the mother worm did you find? Zhang Qianlin replied, just ahead. Protect it well. This might be very useful to us, Luo Yaoyang instructed. How to protect it? We don't have a refrigerator, Zhang Qianlin muttered. Luo Yaoyang retorted, the bodies of the starry armored beasts can't even be burned, and you're worried it will rot? Laughter erupted from Zhang Qianlin and his team, and Luo Yaoyang couldn't help but laugh as well. Qianlinson and Xiao Yi also joined in the laughter. The pile of starry armored beast bodies outside had become a mountain. Exposed to the wind and sun, they showed no signs of decay, still looking as fresh as if they had just been killed. Worrying about the worm's body rotting was as ridiculous as worrying that a chef might go hungry. However, Xiao Yi seemed a bit moved, though upon careful reflection, he couldn't pinpoint the reason for his feelings. Chapter 428. Speculations on alien civilization. Retrieve the videos from each defense segment and see if there are any changes in the starry armored beasts. Luo Yaoyang urgently issued commands. Luo Yaoyang, like many others, held a glimmer of hope that after the death of the mother creature, the starry sky armored beasts would collapse entirely. However, the scenes that unfolded before him were disappointing. The battles on the Iron City walls remained intense, and the relentless assaults of the starry sky armored beasts showed no signs of weakening. The mother creature could not control them. Its death had no effect on the starry sky armored beasts. Xiao Yi patted Luo Yaoyang on the shoulder and said, this was to be expected. This isn't a blockbuster from a certain country where taking down the leader means victory. Haha, in this world, no one is the master, not even the bugs. The conference room was buzzing with excitement. A large group of scientists was engaged in fervent discussions. I believe only 5 planets are possible candidates: Mars, Venus, Europa, Enceladus, and Titan. If we launch probes to observe these 5 planets up close, we are sure to find traces of this civilization, Luo Tingbing said, tapping on the whiteboard. Moreover, the greatest potential lies with Europa. Europa, which is one of Jupiter's moons, has an atmosphere, which is the first point. Second, its surface is covered with ice. But beneath that ice lies a deep ocean. Life on Earth originated from the ocean, so the ocean on Europa could potentially harbor a civilization. They are different from us. They must live in water. Therefore, after the starry sky armored beasts eliminate humanity, they will certainly raise Earth's temperature, increase sea levels, and turn Earth into an ocean planet, making it possible for these extraterrestrial civilizations to colonize. Lastly, Europa is closest to Callisto, just as Earth is to the moon. That's why they might choose to use Callisto's characteristics, similar to those of the moon, to relay signals, Luo Tingbing explained. His perspective received much support. Qianlinson turned to Xiao Yi and asked in a low voice, what do you think? Xiao Yi rubbed his forehead and replied, I don't know. However, I completely agree with Professor Luo on one point. Extraterrestrial civilizations exist on these 5 planets. To uncover the mystery, we must launch probes for close observation. Qianlinson nodded. Right, it's time to launch the probes. Has Elon returned? We need his reusable rocket technology to save on costs. Xiao Yi looked at Nie Sihua, who quietly said, He is back, but he is still adjusting to gravity and can't move around easily for now. After living in a weightless state for so long, he needs a recovery period after returning to Earth. Don't let him idle. Get him in a wheelchair and have him start working. Qian Linsun had some reservations about Elon, especially since he chose to align himself with a certain country at a critical moment. Professor Qian, which planet do you think is the home of the extraterrestrial civilization? Xiao Yi asked in return. I think the likelihood of Venus and Mars is low. After all, they are too close to Earth, and we have observed them the most. If there were a civilization, we should have detected something. Even if we hadn't, they should have acted against us long ago. If they had taken action 100 years earlier, humanity would have been no match for them, Qian Linsun replied. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. In the past century, we have witnessed an explosion of scientific advancements, both in theoretical and applied research. If extraterrestrial civilizations had attacked Earth 100 years ago, given the level of civilization at that time, humanity would have been utterly defenseless. Without advanced machinery, massive steel fortifications, modern weapons, or aerial superiority, humans would have long been extinct. Therefore, it seems these civilizations must be quite distant from us, possessing a higher level of civilization and more advanced scientific research. Yet not to the extent of executing a dimensional attack. They might have discovered us long ago, but their technology may not have reached a level suitable for colonizing Earth, which could explain why they are only now beginning to take action, added Qian Linsun. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Do you think the extraterrestrial civilization might be responding to one of our recent studies that threatened their interests or made them feel fearful, prompting them to attack Earth? Qian Linsun also seemed excited by the idea. Yes, your line of thinking is very valid. Something we've done in recent years must have triggered a response from them, inciting their desire to eliminate us. Commander Xiao, Professor Qian, please don't keep your thoughts to yourselves. Share them so everyone can hear. Luo Tingbing interjected, noticing the hushed conversation between Qian Linsun and Xiao Yi. They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Qian Linsun said, I agree with some of your points. I was just discussing with Commander Xiao whether our recent research or actions have provoked the extraterrestrial civilization, leading them to consider us a threat. Chapter 4:29. Changing the course of Tianwen-1? Qian Linsun's comments prompted everyone to reflect. The pace of human technological development has accelerated rapidly, especially over the past century, marking an era of scientific explosion. The first industrial revolution introduced machines to replace human labor, significantly enhancing the efficiency of both industry and agriculture. The second industrial revolution ushered in the age of electrification, driving rapid advancements in machinery. The third industrial revolution brought about a technological era, characterized by explosive growth in scientific fields and humanity's venture into space. As for the fourth industrial revolution, it is based on artificial intelligence and high-tech materials, fundamentally transforming the world. Over the past century, numerous events have occurred that could potentially alert extraterrestrial civilizations. However, when it comes to specific incidents in recent years that might have convinced them to eliminate human civilization, no one could pinpoint anything immediately. It all seemed plausible. From the research in nanotechnology to the ongoing exploration of the universe, almost anything could have triggered a response from extraterrestrial civilizations. Regardless of speculation, close observation remains the best method to confirm the existence of extraterrestrial life. I suggest we launch a significant number of probes to approach these potentially habitable planets. We shouldn't limit ourselves to just these planets. We can also send probes to other less likely candidates, Luo Tingbing proposed. This suggestion received a lot of support from many people, but was opposed by Luo Yaoyong, who said, no, I think we cannot openly expose our thoughts. I'm not analyzing it from a scientific perspective. I'm simply analyzing it from the standpoint of both sides. Luo Yaoyong stood up and continued. The two sides are currently in a confrontation. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. We are already at a disadvantage. Now, we have identified the potential locations of the enemy, but they are unaware of this. They still think we consider the starry armored beast as the enemy and have not realized they are manipulating things from behind the scenes. Luo Tingbing disagreed, saying, that's not right. The extraterrestrial civilization must know that we are aware of their existence, which is why they destroyed the receiver of the starry armored beast. Luo Yaoyong countered, not necessarily. First of all, we did not send signals through the moon. We only sent signals directly using equipment at the Steel City Wall section. This can be interpreted as us merely intercepting the signals of the starry armored beast and imitating them. Therefore, I analyzed that while the extraterrestrial civilization may suspect we know of their existence, they might also think that we do not know about them at all. If we launch a large number of probes, it would confirm to them that we are aware of their existence. In that case, they would not remain restrained or observant, but would employ more methods to eliminate humanity. For safety's sake, we should do nothing. This might lead the extraterrestrial civilization to mistakenly believe that we have simply intercepted the signals between the starry armored beasts and continue to observe without increasing their offensive measures. This gives us a breather. Once we eliminate the starry armored beasts, we can focus on dealing with the extraterrestrial civilization properly. After finishing, Luo Yaoyang glanced at Xiao Yi and said, Commander Xiao, I strongly suggest we do not launch any probes. Let's make good use of our existing probes and see if we can find any traces. Qian Linson nodded. I didn't expect that our military expert, Team Leader Luo, could think of this level. It's truly surprising. I believe Team Leader Luo's analysis is very correct. We cannot make any major moves at this time. We can continue our space activities, but we don't need to deliberately launch too many probes. We can observe in secret. Luo Tingbing pondered for a moment and began to agree with Luo Yaoyang's idea. Then we have only one opportunity left, which is to make full use of Tianwen-1. Qian Linson added, in just over a month, Tianwen-1 will reach Mars orbit. I suggest changing Tianwen-1's trajectory to continue forward towards Jupiter and Saturn. After all, Mars has been landed on multiple times by humanity, and we have a detailed understanding of it, while we know very little about Jupiter and Saturn. Moreover, Tianwen-1 was launched before the outbreak of the starry armored beasts, so it should not raise the alert of the extraterrestrial civilization. Everyone's gaze focused on Xiaoyi. The space agencies of certain countries and the European Union had launched many probes, but they had completed their missions and were no longer controllable. Only the Tianwen-1 from a certain nation remained within controllable range and was the most likely probe to search for traces of extraterrestrial civilization. The original plan for the Tianwen-1 mission was to reach Mars orbit, then achieve a soft landing on the Martian surface for exploration. In 1 or 2 months, it would arrive at Mars. Now, a decision must be made. Otherwise, after entering Mars orbit as originally planned, it would be difficult to escape Mars gravity and continue onward to Jupiter and Saturn. Xiao Yi turned to Niesi Hua and said, contact Elon and have him transfer all the data regarding space exploration from his country to our nation, with Professor Qian leading the expert team to analyze it. We need to examine the existing data and look for any signs of extraterrestrial civilization. Chapter 430. Eastern Assault. Xiao Yi then looked at Qian Linson and said, Professor Qian, I appreciate your hard work. We need to complete the analysis of the existing data before Tianwen-1 enters Mars orbit. Luo Tingbing hesitated and said, the timeline is too tight. His country has been exploring space for decades, and there is a lot of data. Moreover, with the recent disruptions, some data might even be lost. Analyzing all the data within this month will be quite challenging. At this point, Luo Tingbing slammed the table. It's infuriating that they never share key cosmic exploration data. Otherwise, humanity would have long discovered signs of extraterrestrial civilizations. Xiao Yi replied, Elon and his team of experts can assist. They have collaborated with the space agency and are more familiar with their data than we are. We should gather scientists from around the world to work together. If we can find issues within the existing data, we can avoid a lot of trouble and decide the future course of the Tianwen-1 mission. Qian Linson stood up and said, understood. We will ensure the task is completed. He quickly left the meeting with a large group of astronomers. The other teams also departed, leaving only the military group members. Commander Xiao instructed, based on our observations, the attacks from the starry armored beasts have shown a regional pattern rather than a coordinated assault. This creates an opportunity for us to break through on one front. We can identify a relatively weak point to strike and seize a large number of starry armored beast corpses. Luo Yaoyang added, looking at the screen. The images show significant differences in the status of various defensive sectors compared to before. The number of starry armored beasts in the southeastern defensive sector is noticeably less than in the western, southwestern, and northeastern sectors. The overall situation is clear. The greatest defensive pressure is in the west, where a large army of starry armored beasts has arrived from the European continent via the Eurasian landmass, and their numbers continue to surge. The southwestern and northeastern sectors are also experiencing a continuous influx of starry armored beasts. In contrast, the southeastern maritime route faces the least pressure, as it confronts the Pacific Ocean, with the attacking starry armored beasts mainly coming from islands and regions across the ocean. The northern and southern sectors are next, with the north seeing beasts from the Arctic and northern continents, while the south is primarily dealing with beasts from southern islands and other regions. Compared to the influx from non-European, Central Asian, and American sources, the numbers are significantly lower. When the celestial armored beast receiver was still intact, they would flow between each other, distributing their strength evenly across every segment of the Iron City wall. However, after the receiver was damaged, the celestial armored beasts lost their ability for comprehensive coordination. The continuous influx of celestial armored beasts then participated in the attack locally, no longer engaging in large-scale migration and adjustment. As a result, the situation on the Iron City wall segments created a disparity in offensive strength. Luo Yaoyang called up the overall map of the Iron City wall and zoomed in on the southern part, saying, I plan to launch a counterattack at the position from segment 4378 to segment 4425 in the east. We will strike out, utilizing our firepower advantage to eliminate the celestial armored beasts comprehensively and bring all the corpses back to the Iron City wall. Xiao Yi asked, what is the terrain like? Luo Yaoyang enlarged the map again and pointed at it, saying, the Iron City wall has divided this land into a peninsula. You see, the wall has been built all the way to Hangzhou Bay, thus separating this land with Hangzhou Bay and the wide Yangtze River, forming a peninsula. The interference frequency emitted by the collider will prevent the celestial armored beasts from staying in the water for long, creating a natural barrier. We will use Hangzhou Bay and the Yangtze River to cut off reinforcements for the celestial armored beasts, then deploy reserve troops to launch a counterattack, pushing the celestial armored beasts either into the sea or annihilating them completely. We'll use the fastest means to bring the corpses into the Iron City wall, Luo Yaoyang said excitedly. Xiao Yi frowned and asked, how do we deal with the flying armored beasts, especially the standard-sized ones? Luo Yaoyang's tone became somewhat somber. Local sacrifices are unavoidable, but overall it is controllable. Xiao Yi fell silent. Luo Yaoyang's meaning was clear. Dealing with the biological bombs of the standard-sized flying armored beasts was not foolproof. The number of flying armored beasts was vast, and the battlefield situation was ever-changing, leaving no absolutely reliable methods. To kill more celestial armored beasts and seize more corpses, sacrifices were inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi said, relay my orders, Eastern Assault Operation, execute. In war, it is impossible to avoid casualties. Xiao Yi's decision might have flaws, but for the sake of humanity's victory, he was willing to exchange lives for a breakthrough. Passively enduring attacks was not a long-term strategy. Now that the celestial armored beasts were acting independently, it was the best opportunity to dismantle and weaken them. No one knew if the celestial armored beasts could restore their overall coordination, so when there was a chance, action had to be taken. Even if sacrifices were necessary, they were acceptable. Chapter 431. Gathering. The counterattack is about to begin. Iron City Wall Segment 1173. Jack was very busy now. Although the exiled government had not yet been established, he had already begun recruiting soldiers. Uncle Hassan and Hani were his capable assistants. They frequently communicated over the phone. Uncle Hassan, I will participate in the Eastern counterattack tomorrow. After this battle, Commander Xiao will authorize us to formally establish the exiled government of our nation. Uncle Hassan, I will definitely become the first king of our nation after this battle, Jack said with a smile. Uncle Hassan, however, chuckled oddly. I estimate you may not have the chance. Do you know? Hani and I will be piloting a certain type of advanced bomber to join the battle. Our coordination is perfect, and we will definitely earn enough honor points before you do. Jack was surprised. Wow, does that mean we'll meet on the battlefield? You up in the sky, and me on the ground. Uncle Hassan, aim carefully, don't drop any bombs on my head. Haha. As an intern mech warrior, Jack received orders for redeployment today, and he would rush to the Eastern Defense Sector overnight. He originally wanted to show off this news to Uncle Hassan, but unexpectedly, Uncle Hassan was also called to the east. Together, this uncle-nephew duo would surely help their country regain some lost prestige. In Sector 173 of the Steel Wall, Zhong Qianjuan waited quietly in the shadows. Wang Chong ran over, breathless, and as soon as he stopped, he anxiously said, sorry, I was in a meeting. Zhong Qianjuan replied calmly, it's fine, I understand. Wang Chong was excited. This was the first time Zhong Qianjuan had taken the initiative to approach him in a long while. Qianjuan, I hope to pursue you again. Ever since he saw Li Buin and Jin Jishuan return, Wang Chong finally mustered the courage to express his feelings. In the moonlight, Zhong Qianjuan's gaze was clear and bright, seemingly filled with a hint of joy. Wang Chong, initially timid, found a bit of courage upon seeing Zhong Qianjuan's expression. He reached out and took her hand, eagerly saying, Qianjuan, I'm not cowardly or unbrave. I care too much about you. I fear that if I confess, you might reject me, and then I would lose you forever. You are so beautiful and outstanding. I feel unworthy of you. Zhong Qianjuan remained silent, not pulling her hand away, just quietly looking at Wang Chong. He continued, you don't know how important you are to me. Besides my family, I have never felt anyone is more important than you. No, you are even more important than my family. That's why I haven't dared to pursue you boldly. That's why I feel inferior. If you say I'm cowardly and weak, I accept that. Finally, Zhong Qianjuan spoke. Then why did you say it today? Her tone seemed calm, but it hinted at a hint of joy. Wang Chong looked into Zhong Qianjuan's eyes and said seriously, today, I must say it. I can't hold it in any longer. Qianjuan, let me pursue you again, okay? Zhong Qianjuan sighed softly. If I come back alive, I promise I will start over with you. Wang Chong was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhong Qianjuan replied lightly. I've been reassigned to the Eastern Assault Team. I will participate in the Eastern Offensive tomorrow. If I can come back safely, I promise to start anew with you. Wang Chong was stunned. He had heard about the Eastern Offensive. Initially, he felt downcast about why it was the Eastern Offensive and not the Northern one. He really wanted to participate in this counteroffensive, but the orders stated that only the mech warriors from the Eastern Defense Sector would participate. The warriors from other sectors could not join in at all. But why was Zhong Qianjuan, as a support unit, involved? How did you end up in this? Wang Chong asked anxiously. Zhong Xianzuzi quietly said, the command headquarters has formed a reserve force, composed of all female mecha warriors of platinum level and above. I am a Shining Star mecha warrior, so I am also part of this group. Our first mission as a reserve force is to participate in the assault on the Eastern Front. Wang Chong stared blankly at Zhong Xianzuzi, not expecting that she would have to part ways with him. He felt regretful for being too timid. So many days and nights had slipped away just like that, wasting precious time he could have spent with Zhong Xianzuzi. He embraced her tightly and whispered in her ear, you must come back alive. I can't bear the thought of days without you. Zhong Xianzuzi nodded slightly. The eastern segment of the Iron Wall is a bit special. Below this defensive section lies the Yangtze River, which flows through the segment and into the East China Sea several dozen kilometers away. The interference signals from the collider propagate much more effectively in solids and liquids than in air. On the ground near the collider tunnel, the starry mecha beasts cannot stay for long. The starry mecha beasts that burrow underground cannot endure even a few seconds and have to break through to the surface. Chapter 432. The counterattack begins in water. The propagation efficiency is slightly less than in soil, so the starry mecha beasts can endure for a longer time. And the impact range is smaller, but it still serves as a natural barrier. Luo Yaoyang once attempted to dig a moat to block the starry mecha beasts from attacking the city. But the effect was poor because the starry mecha beasts would use various objects to fill the moat. Digging the moat wasted manpower and resources. As for the Yangtze River, the starry mecha beasts did not waste their effort to fill it, as it spans at least several kilometers in width, with the widest sections reaching dozens of kilometers. It is ineffective for the creatures to attempt to fill the river. Therefore, the Yangtze River has become a natural barrier. Hangzhou Bay, on the other hand, is a bay that extends deep into the land. The 4378 defense segment crosses over Hangzhou Bay from the sea surface. The Iron Wall spans across the Yangtze River, crosses over Taihu Lake, and traverses Hangzhou Bay, isolating this land segment from other areas, creating a relatively independent location. When the starry mecha beasts could be coordinated as a whole, many would enter this area from the sea floor and the mouth of the Yangtze River to participate in the attack. However now, due to the isolation from the Yangtze River and Hangzhou Bay, this area has become an isolated place lacking connections to other regions. Luo Yaoyang's choice to conduct experiments for a counterattack in this location is an excellent decision. Although aerial isolation is not feasible, ground isolation can be easily achieved. The starry mecha beasts in this area have formed a relatively independent position, allowing concentrated forces to annihilate the starry mecha beasts in this segment. By transporting large numbers of starry mecha beast corpses in, it can weaken the overall strength of the starry mecha beasts. This is an attempt and also the first step for humanity to launch a counterattack. This counterattack will not draw troops from other locations, but will solely rely on nearly 10 million regular mech troops stationed in the 48 defensive segments from 4425 to 4378, along with an additional 10 million reserve mech warriors brought in from within the fortified walls, plus another 10 million support troops. Finally, a reserve team personally commanded by Xiao Yi will also join this battle. This reserve team is well equipped, boasting strong air force capabilities. Although their numbers are not large, their strength is undoubtedly exceptional. This counterattack has captured the attention of all humanity. It marks the first shot fired in humanity's counteroffensive and is also the first battle involving a significant number of female mech warriors. After 3 days of selection and combat, the female mech warriors achieved a balanced outcome against the male mech warriors, with a score of 5-5 in individual competitions. However, in team battles, the female mech warriors, driven by high morale and excellent teamwork, managed to defeat the male team. Notably, Zheng Shuiyao gained fame in this battle. She not only triumphed over a king-level male warrior in a one-on-one duel, but also showcased extraordinary leadership and tenacity during the team battle, defeating the male side and achieving recognition, thus erasing the shame from previous mistakes. As a result, the number of female mech warriors in this reserve unit accounts for half. Xiao Yi also reinstated Li Qingyi, who had been dismissed, to serve as the commander of this reserve team. This battle will truly serve as an opportunity for female mech warriors to prove their strength. However, Luo Yaoyang expressed some reservations about Xiao Yi's decision to allow a team composed of half women to participate in such a challenging battle, noting that historically, wars have often sidelined women. Typically, women may serve in supportive roles, such as nurses, medics, secretaries, or logistics personnel, but large-scale deployment to the battlefield is rare, especially in a situation where manpower is sufficient. Xiao Yi shook his head, insisting that there was nothing inappropriate about it. Other areas still require a substantial number of mech warriors. Moreover, the battle is likely to be prolonged, and the attrition rate will become increasingly severe. Rather than being forced to deploy female soldiers later, it is better to allow them to grow and develop their skills now. We need enough mech warriors. Luo Yaoyang fell silent. Xiao Yi's assessment was indeed accurate. The number of mech warriors would diminish as the battles continued. The reserve forces must keep pace, or humanity would eventually face collapse. Xiao Yi's approach can be seen as a viable solution to bolster the reserve forces. Letting go of his concerns, Luo Yaoyang immediately issued the order, "Bombers, take off." At the airfield, bombers took off one after another, including a B-52 bomber piloted by Hassan from a certain country. The most eye-catching was the never-before-seen domestically produced H-20 bomber, which had only existed in rumors and had never been publicly displayed. This marked its first appearance. In a peaceful world, the H-20 was a secret asset of a certain nation. However, in the present, when humanity faces the brink of extinction, the significance of secrecy surrounding the bomber has diminished. This battle serves as a test of the bomber's performance. An early warning aircraft flies high above, while below, the bomber fleet has assembled, forming a sharp dagger formation in the sky. Fighter jets take off one after another, and more drones begin to ascend. Chapter 433, Blood-Soaked Counterattack. The sky is filled with various aircraft soaring by, forming different formations in preparation for an attack. This marks the first time the nation showcases its true strength. Report to command. Bomber fleet assembled. Report to command. Fighter jet fleet assembled. Report to command. Drone fleet assembled. With the order from the commanders of the three major forces, Luo Yaoyang excitedly issued the first counterattack command for humanity. Action. High above, various aircraft slice through the sky, heading towards the entrance of the Yangtze River. This area was once the most prosperous urban zone of the nation. However, they must now personally destroy the entire city. Yet, there is little regret among them. A city can be rebuilt after destruction. If the nation can establish a super metropolis in a small fishing village, it can rise again from the ruins. As long as the alien beasts are driven away, it matters not if the cities are destroyed. Humanity endures. And hope remains. That is sufficient. A large group of mecha warriors stands in neat rows on the steel city walls. The front 5 rows of warriors are still engaged in combat, with the alien beasts climbing the walls, but in the rear area, there are no waiting mecha warriors or specialized trailers for dragging away the alien corpses. Instead, there are only the upright forms of the mecha warriors. Half of them are female mecha warriors, their youthful and beautiful faces glowing with excitement and enthusiasm. Although their bodies tremble slightly from tension, their eyes shine with determination. One female mecha warrior whispered, "Wow, I feel my blood boiling. I've never been this excited, not even when I see handsome guys at the bar." This remark instantly made the surrounding female mecha warriors laugh, easing the tension in the air. The defensive segment commander coldly surveyed the densely packed aircraft in the sky and the towering piles of alien beasts on the ground, then firmly issued the command. "Turrets, fire." Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, all the turrets in the defensive segment began to unleash a barrage of fire. This is not the time to conserve ammunition. This counterattack will deal a devastating blow to the alien beasts in the area. The turrets no longer concern themselves with the damage to the steel walls, firing almost right against them. Clearing out the alien beasts in this area will not make it difficult to repair the walls. Meanwhile, bombers in the air begin to rain down firepower. Bombs fall from above, targeting the densely crawling alien beasts in the rear. Drones at an altitude of 3,000 meters unleash indiscriminate fire on the mass of flying alien beasts below. The ground was filled with the sound of artillery as shells fired from the turrets began to fall among the starry armored beasts, each explosion flipping nearby beasts over. With the concentrated fire from the turrets, more and more starry armored beasts were toppled and killed. The corpses of the beasts piled up outside the steel city walls. In the sky, the flying armored beasts, hit by a barrage of bullets, fell like raindrops, each one crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Everyone watching this scene felt a surge of emotions. This was the kind of counterattack humanity should have. Such intense bombardment could not be withstood even by the numerous starry armored beasts. However, this was indeed a battle of ammunition consumption, a battle of energy depletion. If there wasn't a guarantee of seizing the corpses of the starry armored beasts, after a few more rounds of such attrition warfare, humanity's reserves would be nearly exhausted, and the steel city walls would become precarious. The collapse of the steel walls of a certain nation happened just like this. Their firepower was even fiercer than that of the neighboring nation, eliminating more starry armored beasts, yet they could not sustain the consumption of the beasts, ultimately leading to their downfall. In this counterattack, the most crucial aspect for the neighboring nation was not just killing, but seizing the corpses of the starry armored beasts. The area outside the Steel City walls was engulfed in flames. The efficiency of the drones and fighter jets was astounding, and after a rain of bullets, very few flying armored beasts remained in the sky. The death toll of the starry armored beasts rose rapidly. The beasts that were still fighting on the steel walls with the mech warriors seemed to have heard a retreat order, turning around to leave the battlefield, dragging their comrades' bodies with them. On the ground, large numbers of starry armored beasts also began to retreat, dragging their fallen comrades' bodies as they crawled back. They aimed to bring the bodies back to consume them, continuing to transform into new allies. The drone and fighter jet squadrons returned. The commander issued the order. Since the aerial threat was minimal, the drones and fighter jets were no longer needed to continue fighting, to avoid accidentally harming the mech warriors on the ground. The upcoming ground mission would be handed over to the mech warriors. As soon as the command was given, most drones and fighter jets, except for a few responsible for guarding, withdrew to resupply ammunition and energy. Meanwhile, bombers continued to conduct interceptive bombings on the retreating starry armored beasts to prevent them from escaping into the ocean or rivers. Mech warriors, move out. The commanders issued the departure orders. Chapter 434. Teamwork is more effective than lone heroes. The lifting devices began to activate, bringing the mech warriors down to the ground. As soon as they landed, the mech warriors, energized like they had been injected with adrenaline, charged forward, pummeling any starry armored beast they found. After taking down one, they rushed forward to pursue the next. The lifting device quickly ascended, ready to bring down the second batch of mech warriors. After 10 consecutive drops of warriors, flatbed vehicles started to descend as well. Xu Yao led a small team of mech warriors at the front. Her team consisted of 5 men and 5 women, with varying levels of skill. The female mech warriors are all at least at the platinum level, while some of the male warriors are only at the gold level and are relatively younger, having just transitioned from being trainee warriors. Although their simulated mech skills are sufficient, their actual operation skills still need to be tested. Stay alert, Xiaolin. Don't just focus on taking out the bugs. Keep an eye on the skies. Zhang Xueyao did not rush ahead alone to fight the bugs as she usually did. Instead, she was constantly paying attention to the performance of the entire team. She had realized that no matter how strong she was on her own, she was still just a lone hero. Eventually, a lone hero would face moments when their strength couldn't keep up and would encounter many situations they might overlook. In movies, lone heroes are impressive, but in reality, they often fail. A well-coordinated team can take down countless lone heroes, and she bore the responsibility of protecting this group of mech warriors. The sounds of bombing continued ahead. It was a squadron of bombers intercepting the retreating celestial armored beasts, which were now in complete disarray, leaving behind an increasing number of corpses. Zhang Xueyao looked up at the city ahead, and amidst the bombing, the once towering buildings were reduced to ruins. Only the remnants of walls reminded people that this had once been the most prosperous area of the Great Zhou Kingdom. All teams had been assigned tasks, and Zhang Xueyao's team's mission was to swiftly eliminate the celestial armored beasts and clear the ground as quickly as possible to create a safe environment for the following mech teams to remove the bodies. The 10-person team moved quickly, and within half an hour, they were already 10 kilometers away from the Iron City walls. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the sky. Zhang Xueyao looked up to see a manned helicopter flying ahead and then hovering in place, from which a mech team quickly descended. Xiaolin behind her exclaimed, "This is ridiculous. What kind of team is this, coming in on a helicopter and cutting ahead of us? It's unfair." Everyone was working hard to defeat the enemies, not only out of hatred for the bugs, but also for a very important reason. They wanted to earn more contribution points to elevate their honor levels. However, this team had directly taken the lead from the air, meaning a significant amount of contribution points would be snatched away by others. It was a reserve team personally commanded by Xiao Yi. Zhang Xueyao shot a glare and called to the warriors behind her, "Keep up. We need to show them what we've got. Don't be fooled by their superior equipment. They can't compete with us when it comes to earning contribution points." A celestial armored beast was crawling while dragging the corpse of a companion. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a female mech warrior shattered the outer shell of the celestial armored beast. Then, using the mech's jumping ability, she leaped high into the air, wielding a standard military knife that pierced through the beast's back armor and into its brain. The celestial armored beast stumbled a few steps and then collapsed. This series of movements was fluid and graceful, instantly earning Zhang Xueyao's praise. "Xiaoli, well done. Everyone else, keep up." After the bombers unleashed their relentless bombardment and the turrets fired wildly, the 6-legged starry sky beasts suffered heavy casualties. For the fully armed and numerous mech warriors, it was now a massacre. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xueyao's team had already penetrated deep into what was once a city. From a high vantage point, one could see countless mech warrior squads like Zhang Xueyao's rushing into the once most prosperous metropolis of the Great Zhou Kingdom from all directions. Yao Yaojia. That group of warriors is still ahead of us, said the 16-year-old Xiao Lin as he ran. They had been trying to catch up with the forward reserve team, but had not managed to do so. The reserve team ahead was quite strong, operating their mechs with great skill, and were more efficient at exterminating the pests than they were. This put them at a disadvantage, as they barely managed to take down any of the beasts, which frustrated their small team greatly. It's fine, we will definitely catch up, Zhang Shuiyao reassured them. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the ground, and 7 or 8 starry sky beasts surged out around them. This area was far from the Steel City walls, and the interference frequency from the particle collider had little effect on the starry sky beasts here, so some of them had burrowed underground. Now, they emerged in significant numbers. Shaolin, Shaosong, take charge of aerial surveillance. Everyone else, take one each. Don't panic, one-on-one, and we can easily take them down with the standard Type 3. Zhang Shuiyao shouted. As she spoke, Zhang Shuiyao confronted the nearest starry sky beast head-on, raising her shield to block its attacking forelimbs. Her movements were fluid and practiced. However, the other team members seemed a bit flustered. While fighting, Zhang Shuiyao kept an eye on her teammates and shouted, "Don't hold back on the bullets. If you can't use the standard Type 3, just sweep them away with bullets. Shoot them down directly." A female mech warrior and a 16-year-old male warrior suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly jumping out of their predicament and raising their heavy machine guns to fire. Before this mission, the troops had been instructed not to be stingy with bullets. Even if they were using alloy-tipped rounds, there was no need to conserve them, as the goal was to swiftly kill the starry sky beasts. The heavy machine guns roared, spitting fire and forcing the starry sky beasts to retreat. The formation stabilized at once. Zhang Shuiyao took down the starry sky beast in front of her with the standard Type 3, then cautiously scanned her surroundings. Other mech squads were also encountering larger groups of starry sky beasts and had fallen into battle, slowing their advance significantly. However, everything was still going smoothly. Humanity still held an absolute advantage. Zhang Shuiyao looked ahead again. The reserve team was surrounded by a dozen starry sky beasts, but their weapons were sharp, their movement skilled, and their teamwork was seamless. In less than a minute, they had dealt with the beasts. Zhang Shuiyao shouted anxiously, "Follow me." I refuse to believe we can't outpace them. She no longer held back on bullets, wildly shooting at the obstructing starry sky beasts, leading her team to continue the chase. Xiaoyi raised his binoculars to observe the battle situation ahead, while a television nearby transmitted the live footage. This time, the strategy involved using bombers to bombard the ground-based starry sky armored beasts, eliminating most of them, while drones and fighter jets provided aerial fire against the flying armored beasts below. These actions could almost achieve 0 casualties, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Once the number of ground starry sky armored beasts decreased significantly and the flying ones were defeated, the mech warriors on the ground began to slaughter the trapped starry sky armored beasts. Flatbed trucks were responsible for transporting the carcasses of the armored beasts into the Iron City walls. The battle was progressing smoothly, with the mech warriors advancing rapidly. The frontline troops had penetrated deep into the heart of what was once the most developed city in the Great Zhou Kingdom. In another hour, they would be approaching the seaside. The mech warriors planned to establish a basic defensive line at the coast to fend off reinforcements of starry sky armored beasts coming from other areas. Meanwhile, the remaining mech warriors and transport teams were hurriedly collecting the carcasses of the armored beasts. Luo Yaoyang said. The mech warriors at the front just discovered that the starry sky armored beasts are adapting. They are no longer splitting into tabletop-sized beasts but are now splitting into crab-sized ones, and when they split, they do so in large groups. Zhao Taizhu snorted. These starry sky armored beasts have quite a few adaptive methods. If we can't quickly remove the carcasses, it won't be long before these smaller armored beasts grow rapidly and return to their previous state in just a day. After saying this, Zhao Taizhu turned to Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, why won't you let me go to the front line? I'm itching to fight." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. "Just keep an eye on your reserve team and try to avoid casualties. This is our most elite unit. Don't just think about fighting." Zhao Taizhu stared at Xiao Yi. "I suspect you are holding a grudge. Just because I was entrusted by Commander Fong and Deputy Commander Qian to ensure you don't go to the battlefield, you won't let me go either." Xiao Yi was caught off guard, his face flushing slightly. We brothers should just enjoy the show." Ahead, the first flatbed truck returned, followed by dozens of others. These trucks arrived at the Iron City walls, immediately turned around, and dumped a load of starry sky armored beast carcasses onto a lift mechanism. The lift quickly ascended, while the prepared mech warriors on the Iron City walls grabbed the trailer and ran to the other side of the walls to transport the carcasses inside. Xiao Yi shook his head. This efficiency is too low. At this speed, it will take days to transport all the carcasses of the starry sky armored beasts from outside the Iron City walls. Luo Yaoyang looked up at the sky. There weren't many flying armored beasts around. The earlier intense bombardment had cleared out the nearby flying beasts. "Open the segment of the Iron City wall." Luo Yaoyang issued the command. The commanders began issuing orders, and every kilometer, personnel began to evacuate from a 50-meter-wide steel wall. Then, accompanied by the creaking sound of sliding tracks, this section of the steel wall started to move inward. Within a few minutes, the entire 50-meter-wide steel wall had retreated behind the city walls. From a distance, it looked as if a piece had been missing. Chapter 437. Air Defense Line. The flatbed trucks no longer transported the bodies to the lift devices, but drove directly into the steel wall, unloading at the storage area for the bodies. After unloading, they continued moving forward. This significantly increased efficiency, more than tenfold. Damn, this makes me so fired up. I really want to go fight those creatures, Zhao Taiju said through gritted teeth. Xiao Yi chuckled. How about we sneak over? Zhao Taiju was taken aback and immediately put on a stern face. Don't even think about it. As the human commander, I won't let you take that risk. Xiao Yi didn't expect Zhao Taiju to actually allow him to go to the front line. Although he felt restless, he had to suppress it. Suddenly, Luo Yaoyang said, "There's unusual activity." Xiao Yi glanced at the images transmitted from the reconnaissance aircraft. On the other side of the Yangtze River, a large number of flying armored beasts had gathered, and he could vaguely see many standard flying armored beasts assembling. The biological bombs are coming, Xiao Yi said quietly, feeling a weight in his heart. The appearance of standard Starry Sky armored beasts could pose a threat to the ground mech warriors. Looking at Hangzhou Bay, a large number of flying armored beasts were also gathering from the southeast direction. The ground Starry Sky armored beasts from both directions began to submerge underwater, clearly intending to provide reinforcements. Fighter jets and drones took off again. They had to intercept these flying armored beasts over the Yangtze River and Hangzhou Bay. Luo Yaoyang's tone had become much more serious. From now on, it was the true test for the mech warriors. If the flying armored beasts broke through, they would pose a threat to the ground mech warriors. Because there were ground mech warriors, the drones and fighter jets could not recklessly fire downwards. They had to lower their altitude and fire horizontally at these Starry Sky armored beasts. This put the fighter jets and drones in danger as well. Thus, it was safest to use concentrated fire to block the river surface above the Yangtze River and the sea surface above Hangzhou Bay. On the ground, a defensive line had to be formed along the Yangtze River and the coast to intercept these reinforcements of Starry Sky armored beasts. Fortunately, the number of these reinforcements was limited, only visible within the nearby range. Due to a lack of overall coordination, the possibility of reinforcements from farther away was low. Even if they came, it would take a long time. By the time other Starry Sky armored beasts arrived to reinforce, they would have already concluded this eastern assault. In other defensive sectors, once it was found that Starry Sky armored beasts were sending reinforcements, they would strengthen fire attacks, appropriately launch strikes, and draw fire. Luo Yaoyang issued the command. The commanders from segments 4426 to 4436 and 4377 to 4367 all responded in unison, understood. With a command from the commander of the 20 defense sections, the turrets in the nearby defensive segments began to fire intensely, and anti-aircraft fire started to rain down. Drones and advanced unmanned aerial vehicles launched their attacks. The entire eastern defense line echoed with the roar of artillery. Hundreds of fighter jets and thousands of drones blocked the waters of the Yangtze River and Hangzhou Bay. It was also a massacre, as these aircraft unleashed a relentless barrage. A swarm of flying armored beasts, just entering the Yangtze River, was struck by bullets, spiraling down into the river. A thick layer of the carcasses of the flying armored beasts floated on the broad surface of the Yangtze, drifting downstream toward the sea. Similarly, a dense layer of flying armored beast corpses fell over Hangzhou Bay, particularly when the standard-sized flying armored beasts fell into the water. Explosions occurred as they carried biological bombs that ignited fiercely on the river's surface, creating a cloud of unpleasant smoke. Zheng Shuiyao glanced at the distant fierce artillery fire and turned to her team members behind her, saying, "Hurry up. We need to reach the coast and establish a defense line." Yes, the mech team responded in unison and continued to sprint forward. Their mission was to eliminate any remaining flying armored beasts and reach the seaside to build a defense line, providing cover for their teammates in the rear to clear the corpses of the beasts. The goal of this eastern assault was not merely to kill as many flying armored beasts as possible, as that would be meaningless. Only dragging their corpses back held significance. Thus, they aimed to secure enough time for the cleanup teams in the rear. Of course, fully occupying this land would be the best outcome. Running from the steel city walls to the coast required over 100 kilometers. The roads had been bombed to ruins, and buildings were reduced to rubble, making it difficult to run quickly in such an environment, especially with the occasional appearance of stray flying armored beasts. "Shaolin, how much longer until we reach the coast?" Zheng Shuiyao asked. Shaolin checked her position and replied, "Captain, we are still 45 kilometers from our destination. It will take over an hour." Zheng Shuiyao said, "All right, everyone. Check your power systems and don't fall behind." The 10 of them continued to charge toward the coastline. Chapter 437. resupply ammunition. Another squad was advancing toward Hangzhou Bay, led by Captain Zhong Qianzhezu. The exposure to the elements over the past half-year had made Zhong Qianzhezu's skin no longer as smooth and tender as before, nor as fair and pristine, but it carried a unique charm. Her tan skin, determined gaze, and decisive character quickly captivated all 10 members of her squad. Their mission was to rush to Hangzhou Bay to establish the first line of defense, intercepting the advance of ground and aerial flying armored beasts. They would join countless other mech squads to form a mech defense line, surrounding the entire area and holding the line. Captain Zhong, we have 20 kilometers to go. The trainee mech warrior Xiao Fei was excited to be on a mission with such a fit and beautiful captain. This was his first direct confrontation with the celestial armored beast, and he was filled with excitement all the way. Zhong Xinzhong looked up at the sky, where a transport aircraft had just passed, dropping a significant amount of supplies that formed mushroom-shaped canopies as they descended. After estimating the landing position, Zhong Xinzhong said, "Check the ammunition, discard the empty magazines on the spot, and head to the supply drop box to replenish our ammo." The 10-member squad began to move toward the direction of the airdrop supplies. At first, the mech squad encountered quite a few fleeing celestial armored beasts. But after running 80 kilometers, the number of beasts decreased significantly. Now, only the occasional shadow of a celestial armored beast would appear. However, the more arduous battles lay ahead. The real challenge would be to defend against the celestial armored beasts coming to reinforce from other areas. Upon reaching the supply drop zone, Zhong Xinzhong saw that a squad of mech soldiers was already replenishing their ammunition, and it was a special unit. Aside from 2 regular soldiers from the Zhou Kingdom, the rest were from the west. Jack spotted Zhong Xinzhong and was instantly amazed by her presence. As an elected president, he received special treatment from the command center, and they had prepared a unique mech squad for him. This squad was equipped with 2 experienced mech warriors to guide and ensure his safety, while the other 7 were citizens from his homeland. The reason for Jack being on the front line was a result of careful consideration by Xiao Yi. After all, Jack lacked a solid foundation. He was elected as a temporary president mainly because his speeches had inspired the residents who had escaped, making them realize that a truly powerful nation should keep politicians at bay. However, due to his shallow roots, Xiao Yi needed to help establish Jack's image and provide him with a distinguished record. Jack's squad was composed of elite soldiers, with him serving as the captain. Not to mention the 2 seasoned mech warriors sent by the Zhou Kingdom. Even the 7 mech warriors from his homeland were outstanding, with strong resolve and a willingness to follow Jack. They aimed to achieve commendable results in this battle to solidify Jack's foundation. Shoo! A soldier whistled appreciatively at Zhong Xinzhong. She ignored it, glancing over and noticing the captain's armband on Jack's arm. "Have you finished replenishing?" she asked. Jack stepped back to give way, saying, "Beautiful captain, please." Zhong Xinzhong shot him a glance before turning to signal her team to replenish their ammunition. The soldiers in Jack's squad were all male, and they envied the fact that Zhong Xinzhong's team had half female warriors. They stood by, watching and rating the girls. Zhong Xinzhong glared at Jack. "Hey, weren't you done yet?" Jack nodded. "Yes, take your time." Zhong Xinzhong replied irritably. "Then why aren't you hurrying up? Is this how you fight over there?" Jack paused for a moment before shouting, "You bunch of wolves who have never seen a beauty, move out." The group of mech warriors began to line up in a loose formation, laughing as they set off. But they couldn't help but turn back for a glance as they ran. Several girls burst into laughter. Although there were male mech warriors in their ranks, they were all 16-year-old boys, who, in the eyes of these mature girls, were just younger brothers. In contrast, the warriors from the earlier squad were considered mature men, so their appearance made everyone laugh, and they occasionally stole glances at them. Zhong Xianzhis deliberately adopted a stern expression. "What are you looking at? On the battlefield, there's no shortage of men. What is so interesting?" One girl, who had transferred from the 173 defense sector with Zhong Xianzhis, laughed. "We're different from Captain Zhong. Even someone like Deputy Engineer Wang isn't good enough for her, let alone them. But our standards are lower, haha." Laughter echoed among the female mech warriors. Despite the jokes, everyone moved quickly, tossing aside empty magazines and loading full boxes of ammunition into the mech storage compartments. Chapter 438. Building Defensive Works. Xiao Fei curiously asked, "What does Deputy Engineer Wang look like? Is he too ugly for Captain Zhong to consider?" Zhong Xianzhis playfully tapped Xiao Fei on the head, unable to suppress a smile. "You little brat, stop worrying about it. Hurry up, we're setting off." However, she couldn't help but think of Wang Chang's long-faced expression, a smile creeping onto her lips. If it weren't for his constant frown, Wang Chang actually had a quite square face. The reason he always looked troubled was largely due to his own doing. When they returned, she would have to give Wang Chang some comfort as compensation. "Captain, look at the horizon." Xiao Fei's voice changed slightly. Zhong Xianzhis glanced over, and her earlier sweet mood instantly turned tense. The tall buildings had already been destroyed, and even the hills had been flattened by powerful bombs. From their vantage point on the high ground, they could see far into the distance. There was a black line against the blue sky and white clouds, starkly contrasting with the surroundings. This black line, composed of flying beasts, was the enemy they needed to defend against. The real test was about to begin. Increase speed and set up the defensive line quickly, Zhong Xiantis said with determination. Over the past few days, her temperament had matured significantly, and she had become steadier. Once a lobby manager, she had now become a qualified mech squad leader. When Zheng Shuiyao arrived at the banks of the Yangtze River, the sun had already risen high, illuminating the world brightly. The wide river formed a natural dividing line. On one side of the Yangtze were the mech warriors arriving in droves, while on the other side were even more numerous and dense starry beasts. Above, various aircraft were flying, continuously bombing and strafing the other side of the river. The entire world was filled with sounds. Communication between mech squads could only be conducted through wireless radios. Due to the sound of explosions, the deafening noise of planes flying overhead, and the distant blasts of artillery, the atmosphere was relentless. Defensive structures were being built, and shelters were being erected. A command was issued. The soldiers responded in unison, retrieving digging tools to start constructing the shelters. Building shelters was the most crucial task. The most formidable weapon of the extraterrestrial creatures was the biological bomb. The shelters were the most basic means for everyone to defend against these bombs. Next to their team was a squad from the Direct Reserve Unit that had been vying for credit earlier. Their shelter had already taken shape, and they were adept at utilizing materials, having constructed a roof from debris found in nearby collapsed buildings, even bringing in a sofa as a resting area. It looked quite impressive. In comparison, their own shelter seemed lacking. They had merely dug a pit in the ground, which they would dive into when biological bombs were incoming to avoid the attacks. The difference was stark. However, time was pressing, materials were limited, and they couldn't find better materials for construction. Currently, everyone's main focus was on building defensive structures. They filled sacks with broken bricks and tiles, stacking them to form a rather flimsy defense wall. The wall was too low to withstand the assault from the extraterrestrial creatures, so they kept stacking it higher. Fortunately, everyone had replenished their energy, and their strength was robust. Captain, their mechs are powered by micronuclear energy and don't need to recharge. That is so cool, Xiaolin exclaimed enviously. Humph, our equipment may not compare to theirs, but we can still fight, Zhang Shuiyao replied. Get to work, we need to make the defenses taller. From an aerial view, along the banks of the river, a long defensive line made of various materials was constructed on the foundation of the embankment. This was the defense line of the mech warriors. It stretched from the steel city walls all the way to the river's mouth, continuing along the coastline to Hangzhou Bay, covering a distance of 300 to 400 kilometers. 10 million mech warriors guarded this defensive line. This line had its own characteristics. At both ends near the steel city walls, there were particularly many defenders, with a dense concentration of personnel. Each mech squad was responsible for an area of less than 1 meter, and there were additional squads providing support from the rear. Near the ocean side, however, the numbers were sparse, with each mech squad needing to defend an area of 10 meters, and a support squad only covering a 50-meter stretch. The reason was simple. The extraterrestrial creatures mainly concentrated near the steel city walls, and their reinforcement routes were also nearby. Thus, having more soldiers at both ends and fewer in the middle was the most logical arrangement. This was, without a doubt, the most spectacular battle in history. Never before had a local conflict seen the deployment of such a massive force, reaching tens of millions. Within the defensive line, there were transport flatbeds and mech warriors responsible for moving the bodies, tirelessly transporting the carcasses of the celestial armored beasts to convenient locations, waiting for the flatbeds to take them away. The division of labor was clear, and everyone performed their duties. The sounds of explosions and gunfire grew closer, and in plain sight, a large number of celestial armored beasts were attempting to cross the river. Chapter 439. Danger approaches. The area where Zheng Shuiyao was located was near the estuary, and the number of flying armored beasts ahead was not particularly high. Correspondingly, the defensive fire from fighter jets and bombers was also not that intense. A squadron of drones flew by, unleashing a barrage of fire on the flying armored beasts that had reached the center of the river before returning to replenish their ammunition. A rare calm appeared over the river for the moment. Only the flying armored beasts that had been hit spiraled down into the water, creating a large splash. After the drone assault, the number of flying armored beasts in the sky decreased significantly, with only a few stragglers continuing to cross the river. But they were quickly shot down by the mech warriors' fire. They're coming, Shaolin suddenly shouted. Ahead, a dense mass of flying armored beasts appeared, crossing the wide river towards them. This group of flying armored beasts had obviously taken off only after the drones turned back, and their numbers were astonishingly large. The scattered flying armored beasts nearby also turned direction, heading towards this dense group. Zheng Shuiyao looked up at the sky. The drones had just returned to reload, and only 1 or 2 fighter jets were patrolling the area. With such limited aerial power, they could not deal with this group of flying armored beasts. Report. A large number of flying armored beasts have appeared, urgently requiring air support. Zheng Shuiyao shouted loudly. After finishing the report, she called out to Xiao Lin. Keep watch over the river surface. Everyone else, defend the airspace. The squad leader nearby also noticed the dire situation. It was clear that the celestial armored beasts had changed tactics, organizing a large group of flying armored beasts to forcefully penetrate this weakly defended area. If they did not prepare properly, they would face tremendous danger. 2 fighter jets flew in, targeting the group of flying armored beasts and opening fire. However, these flying armored beasts charged fearlessly. The bullets had limited effect on the densely packed group. A large number of flying armored beasts continued to cross the river, close enough to see their ferocious faces. Those with good eyesight could even see through the gaps in the ordinary flying armored beasts to the core area, where a massive standard-sized flying armored beast was well protected, flying towards the defensive line with the help of the wind. Open fire. The commander responsible for overall defense issued the order. Several fighter jets flew in from the direction of the Steel City for reinforcement, and the mech warriors on the ground set up heavy machine guns and RPGs to begin bombardment. Countless firepower intertwined to form a sea of flames, fiercely intercepting the massive group of flying armored beasts. However, no one noticed that suddenly there were many undercurrents beneath the river surface and strange ripples appeared on the water. On the other side, the same scene unfolded over the bay. Zhong Xianzhong looked up at the sky, where a swarm of flying armored beasts was densely packed, coming from the depths of the sea. With the current artillery, it was impossible to stop them. She quickly requested air support from the rear. Xiao Fei, feeling tense, gazed at the densely packed armored beasts in the starry sky ahead, trembling slightly. The other soldiers were also somewhat anxious. Don't be afraid, ladies, we are here. They won't get through, Jack said with a smile, setting up a heavy machine gun and aiming at the approaching flying beasts in the distance. Zhong Xianzhong adjusted her emotions and said, prepare to aim. Air support will arrive soon. We just need to withstand their first wave of attack. Hearing her words, the soldiers felt much less fearful. However, they also did not notice that the waves had suddenly become strange, sometimes large, sometimes small, along with the appearance of many whirlpools. This time, half of the veteran mech warriors were responsible for the eastern assault, while the other half consisted of female mech warriors and trainee warriors forming a new team. Xiao Yi's goal was to have these veterans lead the female and trainee mech warriors to grow rapidly. Only with a full mobilization could humanity's hope be defended. Commander Xiao, the starry armored beasts have changed their tactics and are trying to bypass our tightly guarded areas, aiming to break through our defenses from the rear, Zhao Taizhu said. Xiao Yi was not surprised. The starry armored beasts possess rich and complex combat instincts. Deploy my second reserve team and send all available aerial strike forces. We must intercept the starry armored beasts over the river. Moments later, a fleet of planes and drones took off, heading for the front lines to provide support. These aircraft swiftly flew to the defensive segment in front, as the earlier requests for help all came from that area. On the banks of the river, Zheng Shuiyao's team fired at full force, unleashing heavy artillery against the approaching swarm of flying armored beasts. At that moment, air support arrived. An intense gunfire rained down from the sky, targeting the group of flying beasts. One by one, the armored beasts struck by bullets spiraled down. Xiao Lin looked up at the sky with joy, completely forgetting her task of monitoring the water's surface. Chapter 440. Breakthrough of the defense line over the bay. Zhong Xianzhong's team unleashed their firepower, fiercely blocking the advancing flying armored beasts. The ground artillery was relentless, continuously breaking through the front line of the approaching swarm, causing large groups of flying beasts to spiral down. Even the rear team responsible for joint defense set up rocket launchers, firing them one by one. Be careful of the sea surface, Xiao Fei shouted in panic. Suddenly, a round black shell emerged from the surface of the sea. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. Seemingly in an instant, a large group of black shells appeared on the river's surface. These black shells formed a heart-stopping pattern on the water. Suddenly, Xiao Lin shouted, insects on the river. A six-legged crawling armored beast emerged from the water and began to charge along the riverbank. Just moments ago, Zheng Shuiyao had been thrilled by the arrival of air support, but now she was stunned. One after another, six-legged crawling armored beasts climbed out of the water, quickly launching attacks on the defensive position. Open fire, the captain of the reserve team shouted, and half of the squad soldiers began firing fiercely at the approaching six-legged armored beasts. This snapped Zheng Shuiyao back to attention, and she yelled, aim at the ground, fire. The soldiers of the mech squad adjusted their weapons to target the rushing armored beasts and opened fire vigorously. The barrage from the flying armored beasts in the air weakened considerably, although the aerial armored beasts were rapidly decreasing under the bombardment of fighter jets, with many being shot down and falling into the water, including some of the larger standard body flying armored beasts. They continued to fly towards the defensive position. Zheng Shuiyao wished she could pilot a plane herself to fire at the swarm of flying armored beasts, but currently, She was the only one in her squad engaging the air targets while others fought against the six-legged crawling beasts on the ground. No amount of artillery could stop the approaching aerial threat. Suddenly, several helicopters arrived as reinforcements and opened fire on the flying armored beasts. Shell casings rained down from the sky, and the firepower was so intense that it completely thwarted the assault of the aerial beasts. More flying armored beasts fell from the sky, revealing the Corps' standard body flying armored beasts. A few shells struck the foremost standard body flying armored beast, hitting it and causing it to lose power and begin to descend. As its body touched the water, the massive biological bombs it carried ignited upon contact, resulting in a violent explosion. A white phosphorus-laden liquid splattered everywhere with the sound of the explosion, creating a large cloud of smoke. The entire river was shrouded in a pungent-smelling fog. Zheng Shuiao breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her head to observe the situation below. Just then, the captain of the mech squad shouted, "Get to the shelter, quick." The mech squad members quickly stowed their weapons and rushed into the shelter. Zheng Shuiao felt a jolt of alarm and looked up at the sky. She saw a standard body flying armored beast that had been hit plummeting towards the ground. However, it maintained its gliding posture, diving towards their defensive area like a passenger plane. "Retreat, get to the shelter," Zheng Shuiao shouted loudly. After saying that, she turned and ran towards the shelter. In Hangzhou Bay, a similar situation unfolded. Zhong Xianzi shouted, "Get to the shelter." The mech warriors quickly stowed their weapons and hurried into the shelter. In the chaos, Jack accidentally entered the shelter where Zhong Xianzi and the others were. Feeling awkward, he said, "Just borrowing a spot." Zhong Xianzi's expression darkened as she shifted her body to make room for Jack and said, "Less chatter, stay alert." A standard-sized flying creature soared overhead, its openings wide open, releasing tons of biological bombs that fell and covered the surroundings. The biological bombs consisted of large amounts of white phosphorus wrapped in ethanol. In ethanol, white phosphorus does not ignite. However, once it comes into contact with air, the low ignition point of white phosphorus causes it to burn rapidly, igniting the ethanol and turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Boom. As the ethanol began to ignite, a large amount of white phosphorus suddenly came into contact with the air, exploding and enveloping the entire area in the blast radius. White phosphorus splattered everywhere amidst the explosion. Chapter 441. Injured Zhong Xianzi took out her shield to protect herself. But it was not enough to fully shield her from the splattering ethanol and white phosphorus. Not far away, a poorly constructed mecha squad was suffering even more, with many being splashed by white phosphorus. Once this white phosphorus ignited, it was difficult to remove, clinging to the skin and burning until it reached the bones. Cries of mecha warriors in agony echoed nearby, clearly suffering from the burning white phosphorus on their bodies. Jack heard Zhong Xianzi scream behind him and turned around in horror to find a tiny drop of white phosphorus on her beautiful face, emitting wisps of white smoke and filling the air with a pungent smell. Her hair, contaminated with ethanol, was also on fire. Jack's heart sank. If he hadn't mistakenly entered the wrong shelter and Zhong Xianzi's hadn't moved aside for him, this wouldn't have happened. Without time to think, Jack quickly took out a fire-extinguishing device and sprayed it on Zhong Xianzi's to extinguish the flames on her head. However, the fire on her face continued to blaze. Jack was at a loss, unsure of what to do. The other mecha warriors were equally bewildered. Suddenly, Zhong Xianzi took out a dagger and stabbed at the area where she felt intense pain, slicing off a piece of flesh the size of a thumb. Blood gushed from her face, transforming her once beautiful features into something grotesque, with white bone visible at the wound. Jack fumbled to stop her bleeding but, in his panic, he couldn't succeed. A female mecha warrior next to them took out a hemostatic ointment and applied it, then wrapped her head. Another female mecha warrior administered a painkiller injection and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Captain, does it hurt?" Xiao Fei asked with concern. Zhong Xianzi looked outside, where a group of six-legged crawling creatures had breached the defenses and were approaching. Their assigned line of defense had already fallen. "It's fine, quickly, block this group of creatures." On the Yangtze River defense line, Chen Shuiyao was about to enter the shelter when she noticed Xiao Lin still firing at the approaching flying creatures. Not hearing the retreat order, she turned and ran over, pulling Xiao Lin back towards the shelter. Only then did Xiao Lin realize what was happening. He looked up to see a massive flying creature soaring overhead, and a large quantity of liquid began to pour down, drenching the defensive position from the riverbank. Kobayashi felt his legs give way and almost fell. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous force behind him, pushing him into the shelter. Boom! A wave of flames erupted outside, engulfing the area in fire. When Kobayashi turned around, he saw that Zheng Shuiyao, who had just pushed him in, was already surrounded by flames. "Captain!" Kobayashi wanted to rush out, but was held back by other team members. No one could save Zheng Shuiyao now. Another explosion rang out, and the entire burning area detonated, sending a large wave of flames into the shelter. Even the mech warriors, using their shields to block, were helpless as they were surrounded by fire. The mech warriors quickly activated their built-in fire extinguishing devices, but still could not put out the flames. At that moment, several mech warriors rushed out from the nearby shelter, using their specially designed fire extinguishers to spray inside the shelter, finally extinguishing the flames. These mech warriors pulled the dazed mech warriors who had been burned into the adjacent shelter. Although Kobayashi was somewhat stunned from the heat, he still struggled to say, "Captain, our captain is over there." The reserve team leader's heart tightened. He knew Zheng Shuyao's identity. Looking ahead, there was a sea of flames burning. Glancing up, a standard flying mech had fallen ahead, crashing heavily to the ground. He quickly rushed over, searching for traces on the ground. There were several bodies of mech warriors, burned beyond recognition, their features indistinguishable. However, the mechs had markings. Upon identification, they were not Zheng Shuyao's mech. Suddenly, a pile of rubble shifted, and a titanium alloy shield pushed through the debris. A mech warrior climbed out, emitting smoke, clearly having been burned by ethanol. But the mech's fire extinguishing device and the falling debris had extinguished the flames. Chapter 442. The scarred warrior. The team leader took a look and felt a weight lift from his heart. This was Zheng Shuyao. Although she looked injured and badly hurt, at least she was alive. "Captain Zheng, we need to retreat quickly. We'll cover you," said the mech squad leader. Zheng Shuyao was in pain all over, aware that it was due to her burns, but she didn't want to retreat just yet. She wanted to keep fighting and show Xiao Yi that she was not a pampered official's daughter, not a flower grown in a greenhouse. "I'm fine, I can fight," Zheng Shuyao insisted, struggling to stand, but stumbled and nearly fell. The mech squad leader gestured to his medic, who rushed over to take Zheng Shuyao away from the battlefield. Zheng Shuyao shook off his hand and said, "I'm fine, let go of me." The mech squad leader spoke in a somber tone. "Your teammates are all injured. As their captain, you should protect them and lead their retreat." Inside the shelter, the recently rescued squad members were charred black, their skin unrecognizable, clearly suffering from varying degrees of burns. Zheng Shuyao stood firm and said, "I'm fine. My teammates can handle it too." She forcefully pushed away the medic and shouted to her squad, "Come out, the crawling star beasts are coming, we continue to fight." The mech squad members reluctantly crawled out of their shelter, preparing to line up in front of Zheng Shuyao to start the battle. The mech squad leader helplessly connected to his superior's call, and a minute later, it was directly transferred to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said in a deep voice to the mech squad leader, "Tell Zheng Shuyao to take care of her injuries. I need her for the counterattack." The mech squad leader turned to Zheng Shuyao and said, "Just now, Commander Xiao said that you need to cooperate well and recover. He needs you for the final counterattack." Zheng Shuyao felt a pang in her nose, her eyes reddened, and she said defiantly, "Does he finally need me now?" At this point, she could no longer hold on. Her body softened, and she fainted. The medic unfastened her mech and quickly evacuated her from the battlefield, while her squad members stumbled after her. Behind them, a large number of star beasts broke through the defense line and launched an attack towards the rear. However, at that moment, the mech warriors responsible for defense filled the gap and began to eliminate the group of star beasts. Bombers that had been dispatched dropped a large number of bombs into the river, launching a fierce bombardment. The reinforcements, including drones, encircled the relatively small number of flying star beasts, quickly sealing off the breach again. In Hangzhou Bay, the mech warriors rushed out of their shelters and engaged in close combat with the invading star beasts. The tactics practiced countless times were truly put into play at this moment. The combat efficiency of the mech warriors was extremely high. Zhong Xianzhu and two female warriors in the front row held off several star beast assaults with their rhenium alloy shields, while the mech warriors in the second row accurately fired shots to break through the outer shells of the star beasts. The warriors in the front row used their strength to strike the bodies of the star beasts, exposing their abdomen and brain positions. The warriors in the second row then precisely targeted the brains of the star beasts with accurate shots. After two successful coordinated attacks, several star beasts in the front were immediately killed. The warriors then continued forward, eliminating the next row of star beasts. The mech warriors in the third row were responsible for clearing the flying star beasts in the sky and any unguarded star beasts. The mech squads efficiently sealed the gaps, suppressing the attacks from the star beasts. In the air, fighter jets regained control of the aerial advantage, scattering and defeating the flying star beasts, and finally, there were no standard flying star beasts left that could pose a significant threat to the ground. It was unclear how long they had been fighting, but Zhong Xianzhu lifted her head and suddenly realized there were no opponents left. She then noticed that everywhere was filled with the corpses of star beasts, and no living star beast could be seen. The star beasts had finally retreated temporarily. Zhong Xianzhu sat down abruptly, realizing that her energy had been completely drained, and she felt intense pain on her face, which she could no longer endure. She groaned and covered her face. If Wang Chong were here, she would definitely want to bite him hard. Only then could she alleviate the pain on her face. Around her, several female mech warriors surrounded her, wanting to comfort her, but unsure how to do so. Although they were also somewhat injured, their wounds were far lighter compared to hers. Her beautiful hair was singed, and some areas of her scalp were burned, revealing patches of blood-red skin. The most severe injury was on her face, despite the presence of a hemostatic ointment. Blood continued to flow, running down her face and dripping onto the mech's foot. The wounds were deep, and it was certain that she would be left with a significant scar. A group of mech warriors approached her, lining up in front of her. She lifted her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at the leader. "What do you want?" Suddenly, the group raised their hands and saluted. "Salute to the people of Dezhou," Jack sincerely said. "It turns out that our country is not only lagging behind in systems, but also in individual qualities. I apologize for our rudeness this morning." Seeing Jack's serious demeanor made her want to laugh, but as she attempted to do so, the movement caused pain, resulting in more tears. One of the female mech warriors quickly said, "All right, we appreciate your apology. Just don't bother our captain. She is heartbroken over her injuries." However, Jack replied earnestly, "No, I think Captain Zhong looks even more beautiful now." As Jack and his team prepared to leave, he turned back to the female mech warrior and said, "If anyone dares to say anything about Captain Zhong's scar, let me know. I will make sure to deal with them." Watching Jack and his tall warriors depart, the female mech warrior quietly remarked, "Captain Zhong, I feel like this new president seems to like you." Zhong Xianhuz wanted to laugh, but the movement caused her pain, making her grimace. She scolded, "Don't make me laugh. Otherwise, I might just give you a cut on your face too." The female mech warrior quickly fell silent. Captain Zhong was tough enough on herself, she would be even tougher on others. Such a captain was indeed worth following and was more reliable. A battlefield doctor rushed over, ready to stitch up Zhong Xianhuz's wounds. Upon removing the bandage, the doctor was taken aback. Such wounds required a lot of determination to inflict. However, he was aware of the destructive power of white phosphorus. If not handled quickly, the white phosphorus would continue to burn until it was completely consumed, even penetrating bone. This pain was more agonizing than cutting out a piece of flesh. Zhong Xianhuz made the right decision in the shortest possible time. "Doctor, will there be scars?" A female warrior asked worriedly, seeing that Zhong Xianhuz had already fallen asleep due to the anesthetic. The doctor shook his head. "There will definitely be scars. And they won't be small. I am more worried about injuring the facial nerves, which could lead to facial paralysis. If that happens, Captain Zhong's appearance would be completely ruined." The female mech warrior was stunned, her eyes reddening as tears flowed uncontrollably. A woman's appearance, in a sense, determines her entire life. Such a beautiful girl like Zhong Xianhuz should not have to suffer disfigurement. I wonder if she can bear it. As night slowly fell, the soldiers on the eastern front began to withdraw. Starry Sky armored beasts continued to crawl across the Yangtze River and from the depths of Hangzhou Bay, launching sporadic attacks on the defense lines. However, after enduring the initial fierce battles, the number of Starry Sky armored beasts had significantly decreased. On the opposite bank of the Yangtze River, mech warriors clearly felt the sharp reduction in the number of Starry Sky armored beasts. This segment had fewer armored beasts compared to the northern and southwestern sections, and many had already crossed the river, resulting in a significant decrease in the number attacking the city. This was especially true for the flying armored beasts, as humanity's aerial superiority made the attacks on them overwhelmingly effective. A large number of flying armored beasts fell into the Yangtze River, either sinking to the bottom or being swept out to sea by the currents. With the pressure on the defensive segment reduced, precise hunting tactics were implemented. The winch guns were once again put to use. The flying armored beasts, having lost their numerical advantage, became targets for the winch guns. One by one, the guns fired, hitting a flying armored beast and quickly retracting it. If any flying armored beasts attempted to rescue their comrades, the prepared snipers would not hesitate to take them down with a single shot. As for the six-legged Starry Sky armored beasts climbing the steel walls, the soldiers no longer simply retaliated. Instead, they let them onto the walls, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them and retrieve their bodies. Finally, the group of Starry Sky armored beasts began to retreat, dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades away like a tide. They abandoned a defensive segment of 5 to 6 kilometers. On the eastern front, the number of Starry Sky armored beasts was also sharply declining. Now the primary goal of the mech warriors was not defense, but transportation. Piles of bodies accumulated in various locations, with flatbed trucks making endless trips, seemingly never able to carry them all away. Meanwhile, the mech warriors at the forefront began to withdraw in batches, taking turns to rest. This battle yielded satisfactory results. Chapter 444. Leaders need to pay attention to their image. Xiao Yi watched as teams of triumphant mech warriors returned, filled with excitement. In this battle, over 100 million Starry Sky armored beast corpses were seized. Although the overall impact on the number of Starry Sky armored beasts was limited, it established a successful case. This indicated that humanity could continually employ localized assaults to seize the corpses of Starry Sky armored beasts, gradually weakening their strength. Over a month, the impact might be limited. But over 10 months, a year, 3 years, or 5 years, it would surely lead to the complete eradication of Starry Sky armored beasts. Moreover, although there were casualties this time, the overall death toll exceeded 10,000, primarily due to the forced breakthrough of the celestial armored beasts in weak areas. The number of injured was even greater, reaching over 100,000. The consumption of weapons was also significant. However, the situation is generally controllable. Everything is within an acceptable range. In war, fatalities are inevitable. As long as the overall casualty numbers are kept under control, humanity will eventually achieve victory. Previously, the concern was how long they could hold out. Now, people are beginning to envision when they can eliminate the celestial armored beasts. This marks a significant shift, a change in attitude. The first mindset was pessimistic, negative, and passive. The second mindset, however, is positive, optimistic, and proactive. This has filled all of humanity with hope for victory. Earlier, hopes felt distant, but now they feel tangible. With more operations like the Eastern Front assault, humanity will draw closer to victory. Report to the commander, the vehicle is ready, Nie Sihua said softly. Xiaoyi glanced once more at the vehicles busy transporting bodies into the iron walls. A smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he turned and stepped down from the lift. The vehicle stopped in front of the hospital. Xiaoyi got out, adjusted his appearance in the rearview mirror, then turned to Nie Sihua and asked, "Is there any problem?" Nie Sihua felt a pang in her heart. They were going to visit the injured soldiers, among whom was the wounded Zhang Shuiyao. Seeing Xiaoyi so concerned about his appearance made her a bit jealous. She resented herself for not daring to go to the front line. If she had, would Xiaoyi have also dressed neatly to see her? "What are you thinking?" "I asked you something," Xiaoyi said, feeling frustrated. Nie Sihua quickly snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's good. Yao Yao will be very happy to see you." "Yao Yao?" Xiaoyi shook his head. "Is she here too?" Nie Sihua was puzzled. Wasn't Xiaoyi coming specifically to see Yao Yao? "Yes, she's injured and in this hospital." Nie Sihua replied. She felt a bit strange. Wasn't Xiaoyi preparing for Yao Yao just now? Xiaoyi's feelings were complicated. Yao Yao was the great-granddaughter of the elder, and she was someone he had personally sent to the front line. If anything were to happen to her, he really wouldn't know how to explain it to the elder. He hadn't intended to visit Yao Yao, fearing he would see her eyes filled with resentment and sorrow. Unexpectedly, Nie Sihua had arranged for them to visit the hospital where Yao Yao was. Whether I want to see her or not, I must, he thought. Let's go. Xiaoyi led the way out, and Nie Sihua hurried to catch up, walking alongside him into the hospital. Along the way, people saw Xiaoyi and actively smiled and greeted him. He had become the symbol of hope for humanity. Only he could lead people to eliminate the celestial armored beasts and save the world. Because of this, Xiaoyi, who usually didn't pay much attention to his appearance, carefully checked himself before entering. He wanted to give all the injured a good impression, instill confidence, and fill everyone with hope for the future. He is no longer an ordinary person, but a leader whose every move is connected to the spirit of countless citizens. His appearance and demeanor must be taken seriously. This is a realization he has only recently come to. As Jack entered the hospital, he immediately spotted Xiaoyi, quickly walked over, and greeted him, saying, "Commander Xiao? Good to see you." Without waiting for Xiaoyi's response, he followed closely behind him. Jack would never miss such an opportunity to raise his profile. A political worker from the hospital rushed over and apologetically said to Xiaoyi, "I'm sorry. The director and the doctors are currently treating patients and can't come to greet you." Xiaoyi smiled slightly. "That's fine. Everyone should do what they need to do." The political worker took out his phone, started filming, and activated the live broadcast mode. Chapter 445. Greetings among friends. A group of 5 or 6 people entered the first ward, which was a large room with dozens of beds for less severely injured patients. The bustling ward fell silent as soon as Xiaoyi walked in. "Commander Xiao?" Someone exclaimed in surprise, and immediately the patients got out of bed, disregarding their disheveled bedding, and bowed. Some, while bowing, inadvertently aggravated their wounds, but they didn't care at all. Jack felt a surge of excitement. This is what a human commander should look like. This is what a national leader should embody. Wherever he goes, he is met with heartfelt respect. No wonder the fierce starry sky beasts are helpless against the tight defenses of the great Zhou nation. With an outstanding leader and a group of selfless citizens, humanity has hope. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, raised his hand, and said, "I'm here to see everyone, not to inspect. Relax and carry on with what you need to do." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Xiaoyi shook hands with each person, saying each time, "Well done." Though it was an extremely simple phrase, it stirred emotions in everyone's hearts. This scene was broadcast live online, causing a stir among viewers. Although the attacks from the starry sky beasts continued, people saw hope in the dawn of victory. As they left the first ward, Jack suddenly asked, "Commander Xiao, will you be visiting the special ward upstairs later?" Xiaoyi looked at Jack with curiosity. "Why do you ask?" Jack sighed. "There's a beautiful female mecha captain who was disfigured today. I hope you can go see her." Xiaoyi nodded. "I will visit every ward." Zhong Xianzhu raised the half mask in her hand, which only covered the right side of her face. The right side bore an ugly scar, and her overall appearance on that side was slightly sagging. In the mirror, her left side looked angelic, while the right side resembled a witch. She threw the mask into the trash can. You've got it wrong. I need to cover the left side. Xiao Fei was taken aback, but the left side isn't damaged? Zhong Xianhuz faintly said. I just want to cover the left side to remind myself that I am a warrior. Unable to persuade Zhong Xianzhu to change her mind, Xiao Fei ran out again to find a mask for the left side. A few minutes later, Xiao Fei returned with the mask. Zhong Xianzhu put on the mask and turned to him, smiling as she asked, How does my mask look? Xiao Fei felt a pang in his heart. Zhong Xianzhu had cut off her singed hair. On her blue scalp, several burned areas were exposed. Perhaps, new hair would never grow here again. The left side of her face was covered by the cold mask, while the right side revealed a somewhat sagging face with a large scar. Although her figure was still striking, the overall impression she gave was strange and uncomfortable, especially since Xiao Fei knew how beautiful her face was beneath the mask. Why do this? Xiao Fei asked in confusion. Zhong Xianzhu replied softly, War does not need beauty. What it needs is the harsh reality. The door was pushed open. Xiao Yi walked in, followed by Jack and Yesihua. Xiao Fei and Zhong Xianzhu quickly stood at attention and saluted. Xiao Yi returned the salute and walked in front of Zhong Xianzhu, examining her face carefully. It was a face half covered by a mask. The left side was masked, while the right side bore a shocking scar, particularly striking. Upon seeing Zhong Xianzhu, Jack was momentarily speechless. He knew of Zhong Xianzhu's beauty, but seeing her beautiful side obscured, revealing only the scarred side, left him at a loss for words. Xiao Yi had already learned about Zhong Xianzhu's experiences from Jack, and he understood her intentions as well as the girl's determination. Only a strong-willed girl would make such a decision. She chose not to hide, not to feel inferior, but to face everything with calmness. In extraordinary times, appearance is not important. A brave heart willing to fight is what this era truly needs. I heard your team is very brave. You have brought glory to all female mech warriors. Well done. Xiao Yi extended his hand and embraced Zhong Xianzhu, gently touching her still healing wound that was exposed. Does it hurt? Xiao Yi asked, his tone calm, as if it were a simple greeting between friends. Zhong Xianzhu was taken aback. She had expected Xiao Yi to say something like, Your appearance doesn't matter. Disfigurement can be treated later, or some other comforting words. To her surprise, Xiao Yi seemed unconcerned, as if to him, a scar was just a wound. Zhong Xianzhu did not need anyone's sympathy, nor did she require unusual gazes from others, let alone their pity. The calm tone Xiao Yi had just used was what Zhong Xianzhu needed. Treating her as an honorable wounded warrior was more than enough. It hurts a bit, Zhong Xianzhu murmured. Don't let it get infected. You still need to bandage it properly. Once your wound heals, I'll take you to hunt some bugs, Xiao Yi said with a smile. His tone was plain, but he held great admiration for this girl. It's a deal. Zhong Xianhuz didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so approachable. She felt that she was truly being taken seriously, especially by the human commander. When Xiao Yi was about to leave, Zhong Xianhuz suddenly asked, Aren't you curious to see the other half of my face? Xiao Yi questioned in confusion, Is it necessary? Zhong Xianhuz smiled, It really isn't necessary. What she needed the least right now was sympathy. Xiao Yi's relaxed and natural demeanor made her feel as if she was enveloped in a warm breeze. He treated her as a normal person, without lamenting her past appearance. Instead addressing her current looks with sincerity and honesty. Zhong Xianhuz's previously unsettled heart completely calmed down. Unlike Jack, Xiao Yi didn't express pity for Zhong Xianhuz's disfigured appearance. He didn't find it regrettable. He thought she was beautiful. Her grace, actions, and words all conveyed her remarkable beauty, even with a large scar on her face. She didn't seem repulsive, nor did she evoke fear. Even bald, one could imagine how flowing her hair would have been. Conversely, Xiao Yi felt a bit worried about Zhang Xueyao. According to the news from the doctor, Zhang Xueyao's emotions were unstable, and due to multiple burns on her body. She had several scars that greatly affected her. When the hospital room door was pushed open, Zhang Xueyao was initially sitting up, waiting for Xiao Yi's arrival. However, upon hearing the noise, she instinctively lay back down on the bed, covering herself with the blanket. Xiao Yi asked the others to leave and entered alone, sitting beside Zhang Xueyao's bed. I know about your situation. It's quite impressive, Xiao Yi said. Only then did Zhang Xueyao turn around, revealing her head from under the blanket. There were burn marks on her face, which had been treated with ointment, making it look quite unpleasant. However, compared to Zhong Xianhuz's disfigurement, it was much better. There might be faint scars left, but it wouldn't ruin her face. However, for the proud Zhang Xueyao, this was hard to accept. Moreover, her burns were more severe on her body than on her face, and some scars might follow her for life. You said you need me? Zhang Xueyao asked. Yes. She pressed further. What do you need me for? To recover well. When the time comes to fight back, I hope you can be my deputy to ensure my safety. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Zhang Xueyao stared at Xiao Yi. Is that all? I will also be forming the first female mech warrior regiment and need a commander. I wonder if you qualify, Xiao Yi said. Of course I do. Zheng Shuiao jumped off the bed and stood in front of Xiao Yi. Her competitive nature compelled her to showcase her abilities in front of him. Xiao Yi nodded. You should communicate more with Captain Zhong next door. She will be a formidable competitor. Steel Fortress 173 Defense Division. Wang Chong saw Zhong Xian's husband's appearance on his phone and felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. He stood up and requested leave from the commander. He wanted to rush to the hospital to be by Zhong Xian's husband's side and provide her with the greatest comfort. Headquarters. A military conference is currently underway. Lin Qingxing stated, based on the results of our recent Eastern Front assault, a suitable counterattack is necessary. I suggest we look for similar areas to launch counteroffensive operations. The Yangtze River estuary is simply too limited. This plan is feasible. Please contact the commanders of each defensive sector to see which locations are suitable for launching counterattacks. These places must share similarities with the eastern counterattack area, having natural protective barriers so that our counterattacks can be more effective. Xiao Yi agreed with Lin Qingxing's remarks. Luo Yaoyang opened a map and pointed out 3 areas, saying, I have carefully examined them, and there are 3 locations that are quite suitable for our next counteroffensive. Luo Yaoyang's finger indicated the northern defensive sector, from segment 170 to 220. This area is more appropriate. Here, the Yellow River and the Grand Canal form a triangular zone. The steel wall crosses over the Grand Canal and the Yellow River, isolating this area. Although the conditions are not as favorable as those at Hangzhou Bay or the Yangtze River, and the number of starry armored beasts here is quite high, resulting in significant defensive pressure, the counterattack effect may not match that of the Eastern Front assault. Xiao Yi glanced at the map. The steel wall here is precisely at the northeastern defensive sector, facing a large number of starry armored beasts attacking from the northeast. The number of starry armored beasts in this area is only slightly less than that in the southwestern sector. If we choose to counterattack here, the difficulty and danger would be greater than in the Eastern Front counterattack. What about the other 2 locations? Xiao Yi asked, frowning. One is the southern sector, the Pearl River Delta region, but the area is too vast and the deployment of troops would be extensive. The reinforcements from other areas would also arrive much faster, making it more challenging. The last one is at the upper and middle reaches of the Yellow River at Sanmenxia, where the Yellow River bends and is isolated from the west. However, the downside is that there is no suitable defensive line to the east, allowing the starry armored beasts to advance directly from the Eastern Front. The defensive pressure is immense, Luo Yaoyang explained. Xiao Yi carefully reviewed the 3 locations and finally said, let's go with the northern sector. Notify everyone to prepare for all necessary arrangements. We will initiate the attack in 2 days. In typical military campaigns, preparing for a large-scale battle involving tens of millions of troops in just 2 days would be impossible. However, this is a time of total mobilization, and all orders are executed very quickly, with actions following suit. Soon, directives were issued, and the Northern Front began a sleepless night. After confirming the Northern Assault Plan, Xiao Yi continued, I have a few more proposals. First, I want to form a female mecha unit, composed entirely of women, with a target number of 10,000. Secondly, I want to go to the front lines. No way, Luo Yaoyang and Zhao Taizhu replied in unison. Luo Yaoyang quickly added, first of all, forming a female mecha warrior group has little practical significance. Integrating female mecha warriors into male teams can boost morale and efficiency, and I do not deny this. I welcome the idea of having female mech warriors on the battlefield to some extent. However, forming a separate unit of female mech warriors lacks practical significance. Zhao Taizhu added, in terms of combat effectiveness, female mech warriors still cannot match males. Moreover, in incidents like this one, many mech warriors suffered burns due to biological bombs. This is not a major issue for men, but it poses significant problems for women. Luo Yaoyang didn't give Xiao Yi a chance to counter and interjected. Regarding the matter of Commander Xiao leading the front line, there's really no need to mention it. With 1 billion mech warriors, there's no need for a human commander to personally engage in battle. Do you think this is a mindless online novel where the protagonist can charge into battle without risk? Yes, the elder also told me to ensure your safety, and absolutely forbade you from going to the front lines. Both Captain Fong and Deputy Captain Qian mentioned that if I let you go to the front, it would be on my head, Zhao Taizhu said excitedly. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, urging him not to rush and to let him finish. Xiao Yi stood up and glanced outside, where a large group of staff was working diligently. On the big screen, the status of various defense segments was being broadcasted. The attacks from the Starry Sky beasts had not ceased. In some areas, the fighting was particularly intense, and a number at the top of the screen was constantly changing. That was the count of fallen warriors. All of this served as a reminder that the battle was far from victorious, and not even close to optimistic. The situation remained severe, especially in the western and southwestern segments, where a vast number of Starry Sky beasts were coming across the Eurasian continent from Europe. The defensive pressure in these segments was unprecedentedly high. I understand what you were saying. However, the purpose of forming a female mech unit is not to kill enemies, but to boost morale and set a benchmark. Our battle is still long, and the defensive pressure is immense. The victory in the Eastern Frontline assault cannot diminish the clouds of anxiety in people's hearts. Chapter 448. Gradually drifting apart. The greatest fear in war is the erosion of will. Prolonged warfare can wear down people's enthusiasm. Ordinary wars lasting 6 months, a year, or even 2 years will diminish morale over time. And in such fierce warfare, continuous defense will further erode everyone's passion and resilience. We must have better means to stimulate public enthusiasm. That is the purpose behind establishing a female mech unit. A female mech unit will attract considerable attention. And I also want to cultivate a group of female heroes within these units to inspire morale. Similarly, my participation in frontline battles is also for this purpose. It is not because I want to kill enemies, but for better publicity. Just think about it. What could inspire people's fighting spirit more than a human commander personally engaging in battle? Xiao Yi concluded. You can forget about that. What publicity? I think you're just itching for action. Zhao Taizhu dismissed Xiao Yi's words. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled, saying, when I go to the battlefield, I will definitely need a strong escort team and a highly experienced captain. Zhao Taizhu fell silent. His heart was stirred. This was Xiao Yi trying to recruit him. Suddenly, he felt this could work. Luo Yaoyang angrily slammed the table. Commander Xiao, this is a blatant attempt to woo us, to divide and undermine our leadership team. Laughter erupted in the meeting room. Everyone present were soldiers, battle-hardened veterans. It was clear to them what Xiao Yi and Zhao Taizhu were thinking. Luo Yaoyang said, we can composite it in the studio. Xiao Yi shook his head. Fake is fake. If I lead the way in deception, how will our soldiers think of us? Zhao Taizhu nodded in agreement. Exactly, we cannot fake it. Moreover, as long as we ensure proper protection, there's actually no danger. Luo Yaoyang looked at the others, and the other commanders averted their gazes, refusing to meet his eyes. They understood. Since Xiao Yi had this idea, it couldn't be suppressed. Instead of blocking Xiao Yi's actions, it was more practical to arrange things well and ensure his absolute safety. Luo Yaoyang clearly realized this too, and he finally relented. Fine. It's just shooting a documentary on human commanders in combat. We'll choose the location, the timing, and the personnel. Xiao Yi slapped the table. Deal. Before the offensive in the northern sector kicks off, let us get this film to boost everyone's morale. In the hospital, Wang Chong walked into the ward, feeling uneasy. Although he had seen Zhong Xian's scars on TV, seeing them in person was still heartbreaking. He knew how beautiful she was. Zhong Xian's smiled faintly at him. You're here. Wang Chong reached out, wanting to touch her scars, his face betraying his sadness. Zhong Xian's frowned and stopped his hand. I'm fine, really. However, Wang Chong couldn't find the words to respond. Zhong Xian's, somewhat displeased, said, I told you I'm fine. I'll be discharged tomorrow morning. Wang Chong, oblivious to her displeasure, continued. I applied to my superiors when I came here. I used all my honor points to get you a chance for plastic surgery. Zhong Xian's expression dimmed. Do you care that much about my looks? Wang Chong instinctively nodded. You're so beautiful. I want you to regain your former appearance. Zhong Xian's wanted to say something, but her phone suddenly rang. Wang Chong pressed the answer button, and his expression immediately turned gloomy upon hearing. Xian's, the army is calling me back. Our 173rd Defense Segment is organizing a counterattack. I have to go. He felt embarrassed. He had just arrived and hadn't even had the chance to comfort Zhong Xian's before he was leaving again. Zhong Xian's remained calm. Oh, I have to go too. The command center notified me to report there tomorrow morning. She suddenly felt that she and Wang Chong were not as in sync as she thought. It seemed that the distance over this period, combined with the brutal war they had experienced, had given her a new understanding of Wang Chong. At the very least, his attitude toward her disfigurement left her quite dissatisfied. She does not need sympathy or comfort. What she needs is calmness and a tranquil mind. In war, what is required is resilience, not beauty. However, Wang Chong fails to see her determination, only noticing his own scars. It is then that she realizes she does not truly understand Wang Chong, nor does he understand her. Wang Chong has a sensitive and insecure heart. While she does not share this trait, she comes from a good background and has never felt inferior. Always confident and proud of everything she has. She and Wang Chong are like two parallel lines, seemingly close, yet never able to intersect. Chapter 449, Commander's Documentary. Eastern Defensive Segment. The mech warriors outside have all retreated. A vast area has once again been returned to the Starry Sky Beetles. The reason is simple. This will become a hunting ground, continuously attracting a large number of Starry Sky Beetles to gather here again. Then launching another assault to harvest a large batch of beetle corpses. This is an efficient, albeit slow, method of counterattack. The speed at which the Starry Sky Beetles gather here is not fast, as there are large buffer zones like the Yangtze River and Hangzhou Bay. The starry sky beetles transition slowly from high-density areas to low-density areas, then cross the Yangtze River and Hangzhou Bay from the low-density zones, eventually entering this area. Thus, before a large number of starry sky beetles gather, this place has become a training base for mech warriors and a hunting ground for some independent mech warriors. Xiao Yi and Zhao Taizhu walk through the woods in their mechs, searching for any stray starry sky beetles. Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Outyan, several top-ranking mech warriors, follow nearby. This is not Xiao Yi taking risks on his own. It is a decision made after careful consideration. The starry sky beetles are launching fierce assaults, especially in the southwest and northeast segments, where the pressure is immense. The success of the eastern offensive has provided the mech warriors with a very encouraging outcome. This indicates that the starry sky beetles are not insurmountable. They can be fragmented and defeated. However, this news alone is not enough to boost the confidence of the mech warriors. The northern counteroffensive is about to commence, and before that, a mobilization for this counterattack is necessary. After repeated discussions by the military group and the publicity department of the command center, a plan has finally been confirmed to film a promotional video featuring the human commander, Xiao Yi. To showcase Xiao Yi's capabilities and to let people know he is in sync with everyone, a segment will be filmed during this time, capturing Xiao Yi actively engaging and slaying starry sky beetles. Importantly, synthetic techniques will not be used. Instead, live-action filming will be employed. Xiao Yi's mech operation skills are very high. Even Zhang Xiaolong, a top mech instructor, believes he might not win in a one-on-one match against Xiao Yi. Currently, this area is relatively safe, with only scattered starry sky beetles appearing. It is the best time and place for filming real combat. In a few days, when the number of starry sky beetles gathered here increases, this area will no longer be safe. At the same time, many trainee mech warriors were dispatched here for their first actual combat. Unbeknownst to them, this area had become a hunting ground. A message came from the front, indicating that there were 3 starry sky armored beasts 500 meters away, and above them, 2 flying armored beasts were patrolling. Besides that, there were no other traces of starry sky armored beasts within a kilometer radius. Xiao Yi, you can go now, Zhao Taizhu said after confirming the situation ahead multiple times. Xiao Yi glanced at the distance of the 3 starry sky armored beasts and said, "All right, I'll take these 3. I want one of the flying armored beasts in the sky, and I'll take all 3 crawling ones on the ground." Zhao Taizhu angrily replied, "No way. I'll take 2. You take 1. Xiao Yi waved his hand. "No, 1 is too few. 2 is also not enough. To ensure the footage is effective, 3 is just right." Zhao Taizhu hesitated. "Then I'll take the 2 flying armored beasts." Xiao Yi shook his head again. "I can only give you 1. I also want some footage of killing flying armored beasts. Otherwise, how can I showcase my glorious image?" Zhao Taizhu felt he was being tricked by Xiao Yi. "What about me? I haven't had enough fun yet. After we finish killing, I'll accompany you to continue hunting," Xiao Yi said mischievously. Zhao Taizhu quickly shook his head. "No way. Once we finish, we need to hurry back. If we don't, those old guys back home won't let me off." Xiao Yi stopped arguing and directly told the cameraman, "Keep up. I'm setting off." After that, he adjusted the speed of the auxiliary mech to the maximum and dashed out at an incredible speed. The speed was so fast that even Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Outyan secretly admired it. The tracking camera in the sky quickly followed, and the ground cameraman also closely kept up. Xiao Yi skillfully dodged several bomb craters and charged in front of the first starry sky armored beast. He initiated a standard 3-move combo, blocking the beast's incoming forelimbs, then pierced its weak spot and fired a grenade. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and Xiao Yi effortlessly took down 1 starry sky armored beast, making it seem as if the beast was merely a background actor for Xiao Yi. Without pausing, Xiao Yi continued to advance, executing another set of standard moves from the Little Dragon Terminator, easily dispatching the second beast. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu had just caught up. Xiao Yi charged toward the 3rd starry sky armored beast, this time opting for free combat. He leaped high, gracefully turning midair to evade the beast's forelimbs. And with a swing of his standard military knife, he severed one of the beast's front limbs. At that moment, a flying armored beast swooped down, fiercely clawing at Xiao Yi. Just as Xiao Yi landed on the shell of the 6-legged starry sky armored beast, he used the beast's body to launch himself again, utilizing the mech's auxiliary jump device to leap high. With a powerful swing of his military knife, he split the attacking flying armored beast in half. As he landed, he quickly turned his knife again to sever another front limb of the 6-legged crawling beast. The starry armored beast, despite losing its front limbs, refused to give up and lunged at Xiao Yi with its mouthparts. Xiao Yi deftly spun around and severed one of the beast's hind legs. After several agile movements, the last leg of the starry armored beast was cut off, leaving only its bare shell. If given some time, the beast could regrow its limbs. However, Xiao Yi would not let the starry armored beast escape. He jumped high and thrust downward at the location of the beast's brain in its abdomen, piercing through its shell and striking its brain directly. The starry armored beast lay still, never to move again. Clap, clap, clap. Several warriors responsible for protection applauded. Xiao Yi's series of actions were incredibly graceful, almost textbook-like in their precision. Another flying armored beast swooped in. But Zhao Taizhu didn't give it a chance and jumped up to take it down. Xiao Yi shook his head and stood on the shell, asking the cameraman, "Did you get that? If not, we'll continue." Zhao Taizhu quickly waved his hands. "No way. With 2 aerial cameras and 3 ground ones. It's impossible not to capture it. Let's head back." Only then did Xiao Yi jump down, smiling. "Don't you want to enjoy it a bit more?" Zhao Taizhu felt a twinge of excitement, but held back. "Forget it. I have plenty of chances to take down pests. It's safer to get you back first." Xiao Yi didn't say much. The recent slaughter had been exhilarating, and he knew that his special identity allowed for no slip-ups. Having completed the filming task, it was time to return. The group began their journey toward the Steel City walls, which had become a hunting ground and a good practice area for trainee warriors. Along the way, they encountered many young warriors and female mech fighters. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, the mech fighters were first surprised, then invigorated. His appearance in such a place clearly inspired everyone greatly. Many took candid shots, with some daring ones rushing up to take pictures with Xiao Yi and upload them online. The internet immediately erupted. Netizen female mech. Commander Xiao is so handsome, I want to have his baby. Netizen male mech. I want it too, but unfortunately, I'm a guy. Netizen female B. Commander Xiao looks so cool in his mech. Netizen male B. Why does our mech lack the charm of Commander Xiao's? Is it a different model? Netizen female C. Wake up, the mechs are the same. It's the person that's different. Don't you have a mirror at home? Netizen male C. Am I the only one noticing that Commander Xiao is outside the steel walls? It's too dangerous. Hurry back. After walking for a while, a shout was heard in the distance. Xiao Yi glanced at the footage from the drone and saw a group of female mech fighters practicing. Upon recognizing the leader, he was surprised to see it was Zhong Xian's hus, the one with scars on her face. He remembered awarding her a military medal that morning and promoting her to the position of trainee commander of the female mech unit. He hadn't expected to find her leading a group of inexperienced female mech fighters here. He walked over to the female mech warrior team, which had more than 20 members, who were engaged in battle against 4- or 5-star beasts. Zhong Xian's bamboo was directing from the side. This group of female mech warriors was clearly instructed not to use firearms, but only standard military knives for combat. This was the best opportunity for these inexperienced female warriors to build their courage. When Zhong Xian's bamboo saw Xiao Yi, she immediately smiled and cheerfully ran over to salute him. "Commander Xiao, good day." Xiao Yi shook his head. "You really can't sit still, can you? You just reported in this morning and you're already training the soldiers this afternoon." Zhong Xian's bamboo replied, "Since I have taken on the role of commander, I need to be responsible for them. This way, when they go to the battlefield, they won't be afraid." Looking at everyone's comments yesterday, there seems to be some disagreement regarding the Wang Zhong CP storyline. Let me clarify. Zhong Xian's bamboo will not end up with Jack. How could a hero from our great nation marry a foreigner? As for the relationship between Wang Chong and Zhong Xian's bamboo, I ask you, who has a smooth romantic experience? This is not a traditional feel-good story. It emphasizes reality. So, it might not sit well with everyone. There's nothing to be done. The tone of this book is like that. As for the ending of Wang Chong and Zhong Xian's bamboo, I'll keep you in suspense. Just keep reading to find out. Also, some readers mentioned that this book is unfriendly towards women, suggesting that all the female characters seem to have issues. After reflecting on this, it does seem to be the case. In a friendly spirit towards female readers, I will adjust their personalities in the future to make the female characters a bit kinder. Chapter 451. Significant research breakthrough. Divider. Xiao Yi nodded, no longer speaking, but focusing on the female mech warriors practicing. His presence clearly made the girls more nervous and more engaged. They forgot their previous timidity and bravely moved forward, chopping the 4- or 5-star beasts into pieces. "Commander Xiao," Zhong Xian's bamboo said. "Just call me Xiao Yi," he replied with a slight smile. Zhong Xian's bamboo didn't hesitate and directly changed her address. "Commander Xiao Yi, will we participate in the Northern Assault this time?" Xiao Yi nodded, yes. Zhong Xian's bamboo smiled excitedly. She received the answer she wanted most. From her smile, Xiao Yi saw confidence, which formed a stark contrast to her appearance, reminding him that Zhong Xian's bamboo's beauty could not be concealed by scars. "However, we will only engage in battle if the overall situation is already decided," Xiao Yi added candidly. Zhong Xian's bamboo's excitement slightly diminished, but she still smiled. "That's still good. Don't you want to ask why?" Xiao Yi asked curiously. Zhong Xian's bamboo turned around, calmly looking into Xiao Yi's eyes, and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, the composition of our female mech unit is similar to your actions today. It's all for publicity." Xiao Yi was shocked. This girl was too smart. She guessed the real reason with just one try. And you? Xiao Yi did not voice his question. Zhong Xian's bamboo already knew what Xiao Yi wanted to ask and replied, "It's still good. We can eliminate pests and also boost the morale of more mech warriors. What is wrong with that? Moreover, our female mech unit's capabilities are still insufficient. One day, when our female mech unit becomes a force similar to Special Operations troops, I believe Commander Xiao Yi and the command center won't overlook such a powerful elite unit." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "I like your confidence. If all the mech warriors had your level of confidence, eliminating the Starry Sky beasts would be just around the corner." Zhao Taizhu hung up the phone and hurriedly approached Xiao Yi, saying, "We need to get back quickly. The expert team has made significant research breakthroughs." Xiao Yi's expression tightened as he quickly said goodbye to Zhang Qiance's and the other female mech warriors, then returned swiftly to the steel fortress. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yi sniffed the air and asked, "What is that smell?" Zhao Taizhu shrugged. "What do you mean?" "It's the stench of the Starry Sky beasts. There are bodies piled up everywhere, and the air is filled with that odor. Even our command center can't escape it. Sigh. When can we get rid of these corpses?" Xiao Yi shook his head. This was an urgent problem needing a breakthrough. If there isn't a good way to handle the Starry Sky beast corpses, it could become quite troublesome. They can't just be discarded in the wild since there might still be smaller Starry Sky beasts within the steel fortress. They can't give those little Starry Sky beasts a chance to grow stronger. That's why the corpses are piled up in densely populated areas. Upon entering the command center, Xiao Yi sat down at his desk and asked, "What research breakthroughs do we have?" Experts had gathered, including Elon, who was in a wheelchair. Qian Linson said, "Based on our latest research, we have made significant progress. We have made discoveries regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. This book has been with everyone for several months and represents a bold innovation from the author. First, it is a multi-threaded narrative. Unlike the typical stories where the protagonist dominates throughout, it can be said that this is one of the books with the least content focused on the main character I have ever seen. And I believe readers might feel similarly. The second innovation is that this book has 3 different endings. The dividing point starts here. From this chapter onward, we will enter the 3 ending segments. Each ending is unique and represents a bold attempt by the author. The second volume will have a conventional ending, featuring ground counterattacks as well as extraterrestrial counterattacks, covering a lot of content and filling in all the gaps, ultimately revealing all the mysteries. The third volume will be an extra, presenting a surprisingly twisted ending. This extra ending will be released on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The fourth volume will also be an extra, featuring a mind-bending conclusion that will give you a different experience. The specific release time will also be around the new year. Each ending starts from this chapter of the first volume. Readers can return to this chapter to continue reading. However, after this chapter, the content will no longer intersect, but will follow their respective plot lines, each providing a unique experience. The normal second volume will continue to be updated until the final conclusion. I hope the author's innovations will be well received. Each ending is a creative exploration of ideas. In fact, if written separately, each part could be turned into an article. To make it more enjoyable for everyone, the author decided to combine them, so reading 1 is equivalent to reading 3. If you like it, feel free to show your support. If you don't have money, just click on the video to encourage more updates. Chapter 452. Cassini-Huygens probe. Qian Linson brought up the cosmic cloud map and switched to the imagery of Mars, based on the analysis and discussion by our expert group. We have further narrowed down the planets where extraterrestrial civilizations might exist. First, we ruled out the possibility of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations on Mars. Extensive explorations have been conducted on Mars, and according to the data collected, there are no signs of extraterrestrial civilizations on its surface. Qian Linson enlarged the image of Mars and played a video of the Mars rover. This showcases the results of the Mars exploration. While it is possible for extraterrestrial life to exist on Mars, it cannot be advanced life. What if extraterrestrial civilizations can hide their tracks? Xiao Yi asked. Luo Tingbing explained. Extraterrestrial civilizations need to send signals to celestial beings and must deliver these celestial beings to Earth's orbit, which would definitely leave traces. Mars has always been within human observation range, so such actions cannot be concealed from Earth. Qian Linson continued. If extraterrestrial civilizations were to plant seeds of celestial beings on Earth using asteroids passing by, there would surely be signs of this. We tracked the trajectory of asteroid 52768 and found that it did not have close encounters with Mars. Instead, it had close encounters with other targets, which led us to rule out Mars as a suspect. Qian Linson then displayed imagery of Venus and said, we have also ruled out Venus. There are 2 reasons for this. First, human observation of Venus has been ongoing from ancient times to the present. We reviewed ancient texts from various countries and examined other nations' observational data on Venus. And like Mars, if there were a civilization, especially one at least as advanced as humans, it would have been detected by Earth. The second reason is that Venus is not within our data range. As we mentioned before, Extraterrestrial civilizations can send signals within 3 hours, indicating they are no more than 1.6 billion kilometers from Earth. Therefore, we included Venus in our calculations. After careful analysis, we confirmed that the information came from Bristol Star, which means that if extraterrestrial civilizations were on Venus, they would first need to send signals to Bristol Star for a relay. Qian Linson shook his head. That would be pointless, like making a fuss over nothing. Moreover, this would exceed the distance of 1.6 billion kilometers. Therefore, we also ruled out Venus. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. So, our targets are limited to Europa, Titan, and Enceladus. Qian Linson nodded. Regardless of which one it is, the observations from Tianwen 1 are crucial. Europa is Jupiter's moon, Titan is Saturn's moon, and along with Enceladus, they are all on the observation route of Tianwen 1, which is altering its trajectory. Luo Tingbing said, "We have now taken over the observational data from a certain country regarding these planets. And we have also analyzed the significant reasons behind the attacks from extraterrestrial civilizations. 23 years ago, led by a certain country, Western nations jointly launched a probe named Cassini-Huygens to study the Saturn system." This statement caught everyone's attention. The Cassini probe was a standalone Saturn explorer, while Huygens was specifically designed to observe Titan, one of Saturn's moons. 16 years ago, Cassini arrived at Saturn and conducted a series of observations, ultimately running out of fuel and crashing into Saturn 3 years ago, thus fulfilling its mission. We have reason to suspect that this collision may have alarmed extraterrestrial civilizations. Luo Tingbing's words prompted deep thought among all present. The impact of the Cassini probe on Saturn likely stirred extraterrestrial civilizations, provoking their hostility towards Earth. Qian Linson cleared his throat to awaken everyone from their contemplation and added, as previously mentioned, this probe is actually composed of 2 parts, Cassini, responsible for observing Saturn, and Huygens, which focused on Titan. Based on the extensive data we have gathered, we know that Huygens successfully landed on Titan 16 years ago and transmitted back 350 images. However, strangely, according to the original plan, Huygens was supposed to send back 700 images during its descent, yet only half were received. Oh, why did this happen? That's quite unusual, Feng Wei interjected. Chapter 453, An Unimaginable Mistake. Scientific research is a meticulous endeavor, where every step requires continuous refinement, testing, and adjustment. Once a probe is launched, humanity loses true control over it, and cannot make physical adjustments or modifications. It's similar to the recent lunar soil excavation conducted by the Great Zhou Nation, which involved countless simulations and high-precision tasks before the actual launch. Such a significant error is evidently unusual, Qian Linson explained. According to the data obtained from a certain country, the signals from Huygens were first sent to Cassini, which received and backed them up before transmitting them to Earth. For safety reasons, Cassini was equipped with 2 reception channels as a precaution. Huygens also transmitted image information through 2 channels. A peculiar smile appeared on Qian Linson's face. However, strangely, only 1 reception device on Cassini was activated. The other one was inexplicably left off, resulting in only half of the signals being received. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. There's a problem. Qian Linson nodded. For such a significant scientific project, how could such a basic error occur? Initially, the country and the space agency in Europe did not delve deeply into this matter. They conducted a basic analysis of Titan based on the information transmitted by the Huygens probe. Most of our current research on Titan is based on the data returned by Huygens. In other words, nearly all our understanding of Titan comes from this mission. Qian Linson mused. Was this significant oversight caused by human error or something else? How credible is the information about Titan? Feng Weijing nodded slightly. It seems that either the Cassini spacecraft or the Huygens probe has triggered the alert of extraterrestrial civilization, posing a threat to our Earth civilization. Qian Linson remarked. I personally lean towards the Huygens probe. Extraterrestrial civilizations should not be much more advanced than ours, and the Cassini's fall into Saturn happened only 3 years ago. It's unlikely they could attack us so quickly. Qian Linson continued. I did some calculations. Developing a creature like the Starry Sky Armor Beast would take them several years, even with their level of civilization. Prior to that, they would need to observe and assess our civilization, which also requires time. Finally, launching an attack on Earth using asteroid 52768 would also need time. 3 years is simply not enough. However, Huygens landed on Titan 16 years ago, which is just the right timing. This suggests that Titan is the most likely place to harbor extraterrestrial civilization. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. The observational studies of Europa and Titan 2 should continue, but our focus should be on Titan. He turned to Professor Luo Tingbing. Professor Luo, please introduce the information about Titan. Luo Tingbing nodded and brought up images of Titan, saying, this orange planet is Titan, the 6th moon of Saturn and its largest satellite. Titan has a gravity comparable to that of the moon, but it possesses a massive atmosphere, with a pressure 15 times that of Earth. Its atmosphere is primarily composed of nitrogen, making it the only other nitrogen-rich celestial body besides Earth. According to radio telescope observations, Titan is covered in oceans, forming a continuous body of water with very little land area. Interestingly, the location where the Huygens probe landed is on land. Besides nitrogen, there are also large amounts of various hydrocarbon residues. These hydrocarbons are believed to originate from methane in Titan's upper atmosphere. When methane reacts due to solar radiation, it produces dense orange-red smog. Thus, the surface of Titan appears coated with a layer of tar-like organic sediment. Titan lacks a magnetic field for protection, so it is occasionally exposed to solar winds when it operates outside Saturn's magnetosphere. This exposure leads to atmospheric ionization and the release of some molecules in the upper atmosphere. Hence, the speculation that Titan lacks biological life is primarily based on this point. Without magnetic field protection, life would be very vulnerable and unlikely to survive long-term. There is a widely accepted scientific view that Titan resembles Earth 4.6 billion years ago, a planet before the origin of life, Luo Tingbing stated. Chapter 454, The Hypothesis of Titan. Qian Linson smiled mysteriously again. Most of this data comes from the Huygens and Cassini missions. Initially, I agreed with this data. However, now I suspect that this might have been deliberately shown to us by extraterrestrial civilizations. Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, this speculation is the key point. The extraterrestrial civilization intentionally transmitted false information through Cassini, hiding the truth of their existence. But because of the presence of Huygens and Cassini, they sensed the technological development speed of humans on Earth, which frightened them, leading them to consider exterminating Earth's civilization. Moreover, the living environment of Earth is somewhat similar to that of Titan, and they also want to treat Earth as a colonization planet, Qian Linson added. Luo Yaoyang asked in confusion. If the extraterrestrial civilization is so much more advanced than us, why don't they directly attack Earth? Xiao Yi replied, regarding this, I have a hypothesis as well. That is, the extraterrestrial civilization, like our human civilization, is a product of evolution. Their bodily functions are limited, and they cannot freely enter Earth. Therefore, they sent nearly invincible beings like the stellar armored beasts to invade Earth. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled. If my conjecture is correct, as long as we eliminate the stellar armored beasts, we will have enough time to counterattack. They cannot invade Earth now, and for a short period, they shouldn't be able to. We can seize this opportunity, find suitable methods, and retaliate against the extraterrestrial civilization. Even if we cannot counterattack, at least we can have the leverage to negotiate terms with them for peaceful coexistence and mutual development of the universe. Qian Linson nodded appreciatively. Xiao Yi, you really have a sharp mind and have pinpointed the essence of the problem. Indeed, even if we can't fight them, we need to negotiate terms. Xiao Yi turned to Elon. Have the conditions for building your colonization spacecraft matured? We need to send the first batch of exploration personnel to Titan to assess the situation there. With human involvement, these extraterrestrial civilizations won't be able to pull any tricks. Elon smiled broadly. After hearing your analysis, I think the concept of colonization spacecraft is too small. We should build large-scale cosmic warships equipped with gravity systems. This way, we will have the leverage to negotiate with extraterrestrial civilizations. Cosmic warships? Heh. Transporting so much material into space requires enormous energy. Qian Linson shook his head slightly. But Elon shook his head. Old Qian, let us think differently. I have two ideas for building cosmic warships. One is to construct a space elevator, which can transport large quantities of materials into space with minimal power. Luo Tingbing stood up and said, That's impossible. With our current conditions, we cannot build a space elevator. Elon confidently replied, I'm not a scientist, so I never consider problems from a scientist's perspective. He fiddled with the pen in his hand. Scientists say rockets are single-use, and launching one costs $1 billion. But I'm not a scientist. I don't look at problems from a scientist's perspective, so my rocket launch costs only a little over 10 million, or even lower. Please give me a little more time. I can reduce the cost of rocket launches to 2 million. When it comes to building a spacecraft, I want to think according to your ideas. The space elevator is just one concept. But what is most important is that I hope to establish a spaceport on the moon. The moon has no atmosphere and significantly less gravity, making the cost of building a spacecraft much lower. Elon said. Xiao Yi glanced at Elon, knowing that he was right. It's like a saying in the industry. Often, it's not your peers who defeat you, but outsiders from other fields. For scientists, it's not other scientists who defeat them or disrupt their thinking, but those with disruptive ideas from different fields. Elon, are you feeling better? Xiao Yi turned to ask him. Elon shrugged. My mind is ready, but my body can't keep up. Xiao Yi said. Then let us use our brains. Start forming a human space agency. You will lead, and Qian Linson will be your scientific advisor. Gather the world's astronomers around you to begin developing the lunar spaceport plan, while also researching the feasibility of the space elevator. Xiao Yi let out a long breath. the Starry Sky Beetle 1T be able to bounce around for much longer. We need to quickly develop the capital to challenge extraterrestrial civilizations. Yes, Elon said with an embarrassed smile. I promise I 1T run away this time. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Xiao-E looked at the orange planet of Titan and said softly, the fate of Earthlings must be in the hands of Earthlings. Readers interested in participating in the discussion, please leave your comments below. The story needs your creative ideas to enrich its narrative. Chapter 455. The Northern Assault begins in the northern section of the Steel City Wall, at Defense Segment 173. Wang Chang hurried into the commander's office, which was already filled with people. This was a pre-battle mobilization meeting. The latest directive announced by the command headquarters was to prepare for the Northern Assault. The area of the assault was in the northern section where Segment 173 is located. This time, the deployed force was larger, with 10 million official mech troops, 10 million reserve mech warriors, and 10 million preparatory mech warriors. Additionally, 10 million reserve mech warriors who participated in the Eastern Assault would transition to the northern section. The reserve mech warriors, having been tempered by the flames of war, now had the confidence to defeat the Starry Sky Beetles. Their arrival would greatly boost the morale of the combat teams here. In total, there were 40 million mech warriors, along with a larger number of fighter jets, armed drones, helicopters, and bombers, plus 10 million transport support troops. Such a massive force would engage in a head-on war with the Starry Sky Beetles. The commander began to speak. Everyone, I believe you are already aware of the news. Tomorrow morning, we will commence the Northern Assault. This battle is more dangerous than the Eastern Assault because there are more Starry Sky Beetles in this direction. And there may be more flying and six-legged crawling beetles coming to reinforce them. The commander continued. However, this also means that everyone will have the opportunity to earn a significant amount of contribution and honor points. This also means that we can achieve even more glorious results than in the Eastern Front Assault. The commander surveyed the enthusiastic soldiers and said, you should already know that the area of the Eastern Front Assault has now become a hunting ground for Starry Sky armored beasts. If you want to earn contribution points, just take a stroll in the hunting ground, and you will reap great rewards. Everyone wants to enjoy the good life. And that is not a problem at all. The commander waved his hand emphatically. We also need to turn the triangular area between the Grand Canal and the Yellow River into our hunting ground, allowing our soldiers to earn plenty of contribution points. What do you say? Good. The generals cheered loudly. Once the crowd quieted down, the commander continued. Based on the experiences and lessons learned from our Eastern Front Assault, our mechs are now equipped with a new feature, a protective shield that can effectively block the damage from biological bombs. Your task is to quickly get the mecha warriors equipped with this gear and learn how to use it swiftly. This time, we aim to achieve the greatest victory with the minimum casualties. We must honor the sacrifices and efforts of the soldiers on the Eastern Front, the commander stated. Wang Chang's expression darkened upon hearing this. He recalled the disfigured Zhong Qianzhu. That beautiful girl had now cut off her long hair and had a huge scar that marred her beauty. He truly regretted it. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never allowed Zhong Qianzhu to participate in the Eastern Front Assault, even if it meant violating discipline. He felt guilty, believing that all of this was caused by his hesitation. However, he never expected that Zhong Qianzhu did not regret it at all. Instead, because of his attitude, he had created distance between them. Zhong Qianzhu's heart was drifting further away from him. Li Buyuan repeatedly checked Jin Jishuan's backpack, making her practice the method to activate the protective shield over and over again. The two of them were set to participate in the upcoming Northern Section assault. Li Buyuan, as part of the transport team, was relatively safer, while Jin Jishuan, as an intern mech warrior, faced much greater danger. Li Buyuan attempted several times to apply for Jin Jishuan to be reassigned, but was stopped by her. Jin Jishuan seriously said, Husband, I am now the wife of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and I must do what a wife of the Great Zhou should do. I have fired a gun, killed people, and dealing with bugs is no problem at all. I have also passed the simulator test, and my simulated mech level is even higher than yours. Li Buyuan stroked Jin Jishuan's hair, but Jin Jishuan covered Li Buyuan's mouth and said, Don't worry, we have overcome even tougher situations. And the bugs definitely won't be a barrier for us. Rest assured, once we drive away the Starry Sky armored beasts, I still want to have a baby with you. Li Buyuan's heart warmed. How about we make a baby tonight? Stop it. The sounds of their playful banter filled the room. The next day, the residents near the northern section were awakened by a series of violent tremors. Before dawn, the sky was filled with bombers unleashing a relentless barrage, while the artillery on the Steel City walls also erupted in flames, bombarding the nearby Starry Sky and the alien beasts in droves. Chapter 456. Pre-war mobilization. Rows of mecha warriors were preparing for action beneath the Steel City walls, with flatbed trucks lined up behind them. They were set to replicate the glorious achievements of the Eastern Front assault. No, they aimed to surpass it. After all, The soldiers from the Eastern Front had provided them with invaluable experience. Li Buen leaned out of the car window, watching the multitude of planes flying overhead, feeling exhilarated. Such a massive fleet of fighters instilled great confidence and a sense of awe in people. Master Zhou, you're here too. Li Buen noticed a slightly gray-haired figure peeking out from the adjacent vehicle, recognizing his old colleague, Master Zhou. Master Zhou smiled. If a novice like you can go to battle, why can't an experienced driver like me? Li Buen chuckled. All right. Let's have a little competition later and see who brings back more alien carcasses, the seasoned driver or the rookie. Master Zhou laughed as well and asked, where's your wife? Li Buen pointed ahead, where rows of mecha warriors were lined up, imposing and powerful. Wife is on the front lines fighting, while the husband provides support from the rear. He joked self-deprecatingly. Master Zhou, however, dismissed the distinction. We're all contributing to humanity. There's no need to draw such clear lines. Didn't you hear Commander Xiao say that securing the alien carcasses is the guarantee of victory? We are the key to that victory. Just as Li Buen was about to respond, the large screen hanging on the Steel City wall lit up with a scene. Li Buen synchronized the car's audio with the content on the big screen. The image of Commander Xiao appeared, dashing towards the alien beasts in the starry sky. The scene was evidently from the Eastern Front assault, as craters from previous bombings were visible everywhere. Xiao executed a perfect three-move combination, effortlessly taking down an alien beast. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers, genuinely applauding Xiao Yi's performance. This young human commander had earned the love and respect of all humanity, and his actions now made him even more endearing. A commander who could personally engage in battle was far more relatable than one who remained safely behind the lines. This was exactly the purpose of Xiao filming this promotional video. The mecha warriors watched eagerly, not blinking as they followed Xiao Yi's movements. He executed a high-difficulty maneuver, defeating a second alien beast. Even those unfamiliar with filming could tell that there were no edits. The transition from Xiao defeating the first beast to the second was seamless. Many mecha warriors had already mastered these moves, but they recognized that Xiao Yi's actions were of a higher level, more standard and precise. As they say, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the intricacies. The mech warriors were quite experienced, which made them admire Xiao Yi's actions even more. This is how a human commander should be, capable in strategy and fierce in battle. Xiao Yi's subsequent free fighting earned him cheers from the entire crowd, especially the female mech warriors, who watched him with sparkling eyes. Among them, Jin Jishuan couldn't help but exclaim at Xiao Yi's performance. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him. At that moment, she became infatuated with Xiao Yi. However, admiring Xiao Yi does not conflict with her love for her husband. The human commander Xiao Yi is her idol, while her husband Li Buen is her soulmate. In just a short video clip, Xiao Yi quickly won the hearts of nearly all the female mech warriors and impressed almost all the male mech warriors as well. As the scene shifted, Xiao Yi appeared in military uniform and casually stated, "The Northern Assault will be an even tougher battle. However, I believe in your abilities. Let us go out there and slay the bugs together. The nation stands with you. Humanity stands with you." All the mech warriors raised their hands and shouted, "The nation is with us. Humanity is with us." Xiao Yi raised his fist. "Humanity will prevail." The mech warriors passionately raised their fists in response. "Humanity will prevail." Li Buen, sitting in the vehicle, also had tears in his eyes as he raised his fist and shouted, "Humanity will prevail." A simple pre-battle mobilization united the hearts of all the warriors. The sounds of bombings outside began to diminish, and the flying armored beasts in the sky became scarce. With a command from the commander, mech warriors, move out. Chapter 457. Everyone joins the battle. A section of the Steel City wall slowly opened, 50 meters wide, as numerous armored beasts rushed towards the gap. The mech warriors, already prepared, redirected their anti-aircraft fire towards the opening and unleashed a barrage. Bullets poured down like rain, eliminating the armored beasts in the gap. Now was not the time to conserve ammunition. The warriors vented their anger without restraint, shooting out their fury over the destruction of their homeland. The bodies of the armored beasts quickly piled up. By the time the entire section of the steel wall had fully retreated, the gap was already blocked by a mass of corpses. The first row of mech warriors charged forward, dragging the bodies back. After working tirelessly for over 10 minutes, the corpses in the gap were finally cleared. A large group of mech warriors surged out through the opening, racing deeper into enemy territory. Once the foremost mech warriors had charged out, it was the turn of the trainee mech warriors to enter the fray, with Jin Jishuan among them. Jin Jishuan followed her captain out, flanked by several young warriors eager to seize this opportunity to hone their practical skills and awareness. Once all the mech warriors had exited through the gap, it was finally the turn of the transport auxiliary team driving flatbed trucks. Check your weapons. This isn't a routine transport. We're dealing with the corpses of extremely dangerous celestial armored beasts. Don't be careless. Make sure to thoroughly inspect your equipment and be ready to fire at any moment. The voice of the transport team commander echoed through the loudspeaker. Li Buan pulled out a semi-automatic pistol from under his seat for a quick check, while Lao Qian, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, examined the auxiliary mechanical arm, as well as the rocket launcher and semi-automatic rifle. Although they had checked everything before departure, the two still decided to double-check for safety. Each vehicle was staffed with 2 people, a driver and an assistant. The driver was responsible for driving and transporting goods, while the assistant took on the roles of lookout and support. This was the standard configuration for a cargo truck. The driver was a trained truck operator. Although Li Buan had not been driving for long, he had been conscripted as a driver due to the urgent need for personnel. The assistant was typically a woman over 50 or a man over 60. They couldn't serve as frontline mech warriors, but they were fully capable of fulfilling support roles in the back. This was a total war involving the entire nation. From teenagers to the elderly in their 70s and 80s, everyone was mobilized. Young boys and girls under 16 were entering factories during their spare time, working while studying. Many of the weapons, ammunition, rations, and clothing were produced by these young people. Those elderly under 80 either worked in factories or assisted with maintaining security and vigilance. Anyone who could move and wanted to contribute to humanity was involved. This was a true nationwide mobilization, a sight that shocked many foreigners. In other countries, during times of crisis, although most citizens would spontaneously mobilize, about 30% would resist and even sabotage efforts. They had never seen a unified situation like this in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Master Zhou stepped on the gas, proudly giving Li Buan a thumbs up. I'm off. You just follow behind. His flatbed truck belched out smoke and sped away. Li Buan quickly called out, Lao Qian, hold on tight. We're heading out too. He pressed the accelerator and closely followed Master Zhou. From above, a towering steel wall divided the world in two. Outside, chaos reigned as the celestial armored beasts were retreating, dragging their companions' corpses behind them. Inside, however, everything was orderly, with flatbed trucks moving in sequence toward the gap in the steel wall. Mech warriors surged out through the opening like a flood, scattering in pursuit of the celestial armored beasts in various directions. The flatbed trucks followed closely behind the mech warriors. As they passed through the gap, Lao Qian glanced up at the towering steel wall. They felt like a tiny matchbox navigating through a vast canyon, the entrance of which was piled high with the corpses of celestial armored beasts. Shaoli, who's going to move these bug corpses? Lao Qian asked. He really wanted to bring back more insect corpses. Their contribution value was directly linked to the number of corpses they transported. He had already thought about it and planned to exchange the contribution value for a mechanical arm as an auxiliary tool. This auxiliary mechanical arm was essentially a single-arm version of a mech. With this mechanical arm, he could do many things he couldn't do now. As he got older, his strength and endurance had declined. With the auxiliary mechanical arm, he could lift heavy objects, open bottle caps, chop wood, and especially use it as a sculpting hand to create his favorite stone carvings. This was also an important reason why he actively wanted to join the auxiliary transport team. He thought it was better to leave some tasks to the others. They couldn't take all the contribution value. They had to leave some for the old folks who stayed behind. Li Buan understood Old Qian's thoughts very well, but for the greater good. Those of them with vehicles should transport the corpses from the most remote areas. He chuckled. His old buddies were envious when they heard he could leave the city. Old Qian collected his thoughts and looked ahead. There were still flying armored beasts in the sky, but their numbers had significantly decreased. After a fierce barrage from drones and fighter jets, the once densely packed flying armored beasts had become corpses, falling to the ground. The vehicle had not gone far before it could not move anymore. The corpses of starry sky armored beasts had piled up ahead, blocking the road. Li Buan was surprised to see Master Zhou had already turned back. His vehicle was loaded with 3 six-legged crawling armored beasts and 2 flying armored beasts, completely full, and was already on its way back. Wow, Master Zhou is quick, Li Buan said with a grin. Master Zhou saw Li Buan and gave him a thumbs up. Unsure if it was to encourage Li Buan or to show off himself, Li Buan stopped the vehicle, opened the door, and shouted to Old Qian, hurry up. We need to speed up. We can't let Master Zhou leave us behind. Old Qian jumped out, grabbing his gun for vigilance, while Li Buan jumped onto the flatbed truck, operating the mechanical arm to grab a crawling armored beast and hoist it onto the flatbed. Soon, the vehicle was loaded with 3 crawling armored beasts and 2 flying armored beasts. He turned the vehicle around, preparing to head back. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A mech squad was covering the ground transport team, and among them was his wife. Jin Jishuan also spotted Li Buan at a glance, smiled sweetly at him, and then continued shooting at a flying armored beast in the sky. What are you looking at? Old Qian asked curiously upon noticing Li Buan's gaze. My wife. Isn't she beautiful? Li Buan said proudly. Old Qian quickly noticed the striking Jin Jishuan and said enviously, Shaoli, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful wife. She's more than a decade younger than you. With so many mech warriors around, aren't you afraid she might run off with someone else? Li Buin stepped on the gas pedal hard and proudly said, no way. I trust my wife. He suddenly remembered that not long ago, he was still hesitating whether to marry Jin Jishuan. Just because of such a small blemish, he almost lost such a good wife. Thinking back to his earlier self, he really was foolish. With humanity facing such a great crisis, he was actually entangled in such a minor flaw, which was simply unreasonable. Fortunately, Master Zhou awakened him, otherwise, both he and Jin Jishuan would be suffering now, and there would be no beautiful life they have now. Thinking of Master Zhou, Li Buin stepped hard on the accelerator. He couldn't lose to that old man Master Zhou. In a helicopter, Wang Chong looked at the bustling battlefield below, feeling a bit uneasy. He was currently the aide to the commander of the 173rd Defense Section. The commander of the 173rd Section, Fan Weiman, was a veteran who had experienced the self-defense counterattack war 40 years ago. He was also an experienced old soldier. Commander Fan appreciated Wang Chong's simplicity. So after the completion of the Steel City Wall project, he made him his deputy to learn from him. Don't be nervous, Xiao Wang. As a commander, you need to learn to see the bigger picture. Those starry sky armored beasts can't threaten us, Commander Fan said slowly while observing the situation below. As if to validate his words, the helicopter's machine gunner opened fire vigorously, shooting down a flying armored beast that was approaching. They were flying at a height of about 1,000 meters, which was within reach of the flying armored beasts. However, Commander Fan was unconcerned. The mecha warriors from the 173rd Section had a strong momentum and had already charged out about 4 or 5 kilometers. With a large number of starry sky armored beasts being slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the ground. Squads 6, 7, and 8, your progress is slow. And you are falling behind the other teams. Speed up, don't get caught up in battles. Even if there are some starry sky armored beasts that slip through, leave them to the trainees behind to handle, Commander Fan said into the microphone, directing the scene. Wang Chong looked down. Each mecha warrior had a number above their heads, and from the air, one could discern them with a bit of attention. Below, the mecha warriors of squads 6, 7, and 8 abandoned their fights with the starry sky armored beasts and began to accelerate forward, quickly catching up to the formation. Commander Fan shook his head. The leaders of these 3 squads have too narrow a vision. They always focus on the enemies in front of them while neglecting the overall goal. Xiao Wang, this is the most taboo thing for a unit. Don't let small matters interfere with the larger objectives. Wang Chong actually understood the mindset of the leaders of the 3 squads below. If he were down there commanding the squad's advance, he would make the same mistake. He would also clear all the starry sky armored beasts on the ground before moving on to the next target. Especially since he knew that the female mecha unit led by Zhong Qianzhe would also appear in the rear. He was even less willing to let any starry sky armored beasts pose a threat to Zhong Qianzhe. Xiao Wang, what are you thinking? Can you tell me if there's anything else wrong? The words of the commander awakened Wang Chong, who quickly pushed his thoughts aside. I don't see any problem. Wang Chong replied. Another officer said, we're moving too slowly. We should speed up a bit. However, the commander shook his head. This speed is sufficient. This is not the Eastern Front. The reason the assault on the Eastern Front was able to advance to the defense line in half a day is that there are far fewer starry sky armored beasts there than here. Therefore, they can advance quickly. The commander pointed to the ground. But this place is different. The density of starry sky armored beasts here is high. If we push too fast, it will cause a disconnect between the front and rear, putting excessive pressure on the mech units and supporting transport teams behind. He pointed to Wang Chong and said, you should learn from Wang Chong. Not knowing is fine. Don't try to show off your intelligence by desperately trying to find problems. That's not right. Wang Chong was taken aback, not expecting his casual remark to earn the commander's praise. Not knowing is fine. With your current level, you won't be able to spot the problems, the commander said patiently, like teaching a new recruit. Look at the sky, then look at the ground. See if you can identify the issues our troops are facing now. Wang Chong focused, pushing aside thoughts of Zhong Qianzhe. He stared ahead, noticing in the distance a large group of flying armored beasts gathering densely, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. On the ground, the retreating starry sky armored beasts had halted their retreat and were stabilizing their formation, preparing to counterattack. This was different from the Eastern Front. Their counterattack seemed to come particularly quickly. Wang Chong finally spotted the issue. The commander nodded, exactly. Analyze the reasons. Another officer said, it should still be a numbers issue. The number of starry sky armored beasts here is already greater than on the Eastern Front, allowing them to rely on their numbers to begin the counterattack. The commander looked at Wang Chong and asked, what do you think, Wang? Wang Chong thought for a moment and replied, it shouldn't just be a numbers issue. Because under the bombing of bombers and drones, most of them should have been wiped out. This batch of starry sky armored beasts that is gathered doesn't seem to have been here originally. I understand now. Our defense line may no longer exist. And the reinforcements of Starry Sky armored beasts have crossed the river. These Starry Sky armored beasts are all reinforcements. The commander nodded, correct. Wang's analysis is very accurate. The Grand Canal is much narrower than Hangzhou Bay, and the Yellow River is also much narrower than the Yangtze River. Therefore, we can't reach the planned defense line for now. Then let's quickly send planes to bomb the area and blow this triangular zone to pieces, said another officer. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of bombings and drone fire came from afar. The command center had already noticed this. This battle won't be easy. Our defensive pressure is more than double that of the Eastern Front assault, the commander remarked. He turned to the pilot and shouted, climb, fly to a safe altitude. Chapter 460, the driver's impertinent request at that moment. A command from the Central Command Center came through the headset. All frontline mech squads should establish defensive positions on the spot and halt their advance. Jack led his squad to a stop and began setting up makeshift defenses. This battle was very different from the assault on the Eastern Front. During the Eastern Front assault, their squad had been unstoppable, smoothly reaching the defense line at Hangzhou Bay, where they then built fortifications and shelters. However, now they had advanced less than a dozen kilometers before being forced to defend their position. This indicated that a large number of Starry Sky armored beasts were approaching. Just as the makeshift defenses were completed, a rumbling sound of bombardment echoed from the front. Dense forests were ignited, beginning to burn. The artillery fire ahead was intense, almost overturning the entire ground. Li Buin's vehicle came to a stop once again, not because of the numerous Starry Sky armored beast corpses, but because the mech soldiers ahead had halted. Their convoy could not continue advancing. A voice from the headset of the transport commander came through. Transport convoy. Load the insect corpses on the spot. Do not advance further. Lao Qian looked out the window. The bombardment was roaring ahead, and the mech soldiers in the distance were using various materials to build defensive structures. It seemed the offensive had met with obstacles, so they needed to get to work. Li Buin jumped out of the vehicle again and climbed onto the flatbed. Suddenly, a sound of something swooping overhead caught his attention. A flying armored beast suddenly pounced down, its forelimbs piercing the chest of a nearby driver before soaring past. Gunfire erupted from the mech soldiers behind, and the flying armored beast spiraled down from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Buin ran over to take a look and saw that the driver had a large hole in his chest, blood gushing out, and he was spitting blood from his mouth, clearly beyond saving. The driver twitched for a moment and then lay still, his eyes losing their luster. He was dead. Li Buin's heart sank. The excitement he had felt earlier vanished completely. He realized that he was not engaged in a transportation task typical of peacetime, but rather in a perilous war. Returning to the vehicle, both Lao Qian and Li Buin had grim expressions. They had seen mech soldiers die under the attacks of Starry Sky armored beasts earlier, but it hadn't struck them as strongly. After all, mech soldiers were on the front lines, inherently surrounded by danger. However, the death of the driver instilled a deep sense of fear in them. They finally understood that they were battling against death itself, and there was no room for carelessness. The vehicle started up and headed towards the Steel City walls. Along the way, the two remained silent, the previously light-hearted atmosphere having turned solemn. Your wife, Lao Qian suddenly said. Li Buin looked up to see a stray Starry Sky armored beast engaged in combat with a mech soldier. From the figure, he recognized it was his wife, Jin Jishuan. Danger! Li Buin swiftly drew his gun and fired into the sky. A flying armored beast was circling towards Jin Jishuan. However, Li Buin was too far away, and the bullets he fired couldn't hit the beast at all. Feeling anxious, at that moment, Jin Jishuan took a few steps back, set up a heavy machine gun, and unleashed a flurry of fire, executing the action with grace and skill. The flying armored beast was hit and fell to the ground. The six-legged crawling armored beast was also riddled with bullets, dead beyond recovery. Jin Jishuan put away the machine gun and turned to Li Buin with a smile. Li Buin suddenly felt embarrassed. His wife was so brave, yet he was flustered by just one flying armored beast. It would be truly shameful to admit that. Come on. It's just a bug. I'll kill as many as they send my way. Li Buin slammed the brakes, and his earlier tension and unease vanished. Lao Qian was also encouraged and exclaimed, we can't let your wife outshine us. Let us get to work. Jin Jishuan playfully waved at Li Buin and cheekily said, Hey, driver, there are 2 corpses of starry armored beasts here. Can you take them back with us? Li Buin leaned out, grinning at his wife. Sure. But you have to give me a kiss first. The vehicle stopped, and with Jin Jishuan's help, Li Buin and Lao Qian loaded the 2 starry armored beast corpses onto the flatbed, filling it to the brim. As Li Buin sat in the driver's seat, ready to depart, Jin Jishuan walked over with a smile, stood on her tiptoes, and gave him a sweet kiss. Satisfied, Li Buin started the engine and prepared to leave. The driver of the vehicle behind called out, I have space in my car too. I want to take some. Li Buin turned his head and shot a fierce glare at the driver behind. Get lost. Look in the mirror and see how ugly you are. Jin Jishuan chimed in with a light laugh. You're just too ugly. The driver, feeling dejected, glanced at the rearview mirror. I think I look better than that driver. Chapter 461. Reality show in the northern section of the Iron City Wall. Xiaoyi looked at the team of female mech warriors in front of him and nodded inwardly. This was a unit composed entirely of female mech warriors, all selected from experienced female soldiers who had participated in the Eastern Front assault and had shown exceptional performance. Each girl radiated youth, vitality, and excitement. Furthermore, they were all trained warriors, with standard physiques and an uncommon air of competence for girls. There weren't many of them, only around 10,000, but their presence attracted the attention of all humanity. This was also the goal Xiaoyi wanted to achieve. War is brutal and monotonous, and prolonged warfare can wear down a person's will, especially in conflicts where the outcome is unclear. The reason there were widespread psychological traumas during the war between one nation and another was due to its lengthy duration and deadlock, with no hope of victory in sight. Compared to the First or Second World War, there weren't as many psychological issues reported. This is due to the First and Second World Wars, during which there were constant new developments and reports from the battlefield that gave hope to the soldiers involved. Moreover, these were just wars, fought for the nation and its people. There was an outlet for people's emotions. At the same time, the duration of the wars was not long. However, the current defensive war for humanity is even worse than the conflicts between certain nations, as humanity remains in a passive and beaten state. Prolonged warfare without hope can lead to severe psychological trauma for the soldiers involved. Even when fighting for humanity, a long duration can still cause issues. To prevent such occurrences, the overall commander has to continuously engage people's thoughts and stir their emotions, allowing them to see hope. Throughout this lengthy war, new topics must be constantly generated to give the mech warriors points of focus, thus minimizing psychological issues among the soldiers. The female mech warrior regiment was formed for this purpose. Every action of this regiment will become the center of attention for all soldiers. Moreover, there will undoubtedly be a group of star mech warriors among these female fighters, adored and pursued by many. It's akin to a large reality show, attracting countless viewers. Unlike a reality show, these girls will undergo real-life trials with live ammunition. Their star quality will surpass that of so-called reality show stars, proving to be more worthy of scrutiny. This team is divided into 10 formations, each consisting of 1,000 members. 2 commanders, known for their charisma, lead these formations. The 10 commanders were carefully selected, each brimming with potential for captivating narratives. The existence of such a team will inspire all mech warriors. The 10 female commanders stood before the overall commander, ready for inspection. The formation behind them stood tall, their eyes eagerly fixed on the commander. The commander saluted and spoke slowly. Tough battles await you. 2 billion people are counting on you to win a great victory, showing all of humanity that female mech warriors can achieve greatness. Move out. Milan Regiment, move out. With that, one commander shouted, and her 1,000 female mech warriors began to march in unison towards the breach in the iron wall. As she passed by, she glanced at the commander, her expression complex with excitement, pride, and a hint of resentment. Fire Phoenix Regiment, move out. Another commander shouted, leading her 1,000 female mech warriors forward. Women S Regiment, move out. Queen Regiment, move out. Meanwhile, countless people watched this scene unfold on live television, their hearts racing with excitement. The elderly women were particularly stirred. In a nursing home, one elderly lady, while working, commented while watching TV, "If it had been decades ago, with my condition, I would have definitely been selected." Other elderly ladies were not to be outdone. "You wouldn't stand a chance. You were as fat as a pig when you were young." I was more or less okay. A fierce debate erupted among the elderly women, each unwilling to back down. Soon, the flames of war reached the old men. "Old man, tell me, if I were younger, could I join the Milan Corps?" The other old men watching TV could only respond vaguely, saying, "You all can, you all can." Chapter 462. No one can do without anyone hearing these somewhat childish team names. Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. The more childish the name, the more it would ignite people's enthusiasm. As it stands, the goal of forming a female mecha warrior team has been achieved. Now, this team still lacks the most qualified leader, who will be selected from among these female team leaders through a public vote. It's like a selection show on the battlefield. War is cruel and monotonous. It needs some color. To the several female team leaders, Xiaoyi said, "You can compete with each other. But one thing, never take unnecessary risks, because you bear great influence." "Yes, yes." The clear responses of the female commanders came through the headset. "Yao Yao, especially you, must pay attention to safety," Xiaoyi said. Zheng Xueyao, who was running, suddenly stopped. She felt both joy and conflict. The joy came from Xiao Yi's special concern for her, indicating that he cared about her. The conflict arose from the fact that this deliberate reminder implied he still viewed her as the reckless Zheng Shuiyao from before. Don't worry, Commander Xiao. Zheng Shuiyao will definitely not embarrass you, Zheng Shuiyao replied with a somewhat aggressive tone. Xiao Yi didn't mind. He turned off the communicator and took a special car towards the command center. Nie Sihua, sitting next to him, seemed downcast. As she sat behind Xiao Yi, she suddenly muttered, Commander Xiao, their simulated mecha skills are also top-notch. Xiao Yi turned around in surprise to look at Nie Sihua, who was filled with resentment, and asked, What do you mean? Do you want to go to the front lines? Nie Sihua bit her lip and nodded slightly. Xiao Yi frowned and said, What should I do? Nie Sihua felt a surge of joy. Her desire to go to the front lines diminished significantly. Xiao Yi's words indicated that he needed her. In Xiao Yi's heart, her position was clearly more important. Compared to Xiao Yi's needs, going to the front lines became secondary. However, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi added, It's not impossible. I don't need you that much. How about this? You train a successor, and I'll arrange for you to go to the front lines. Nie Sihua was nearly driven to the edge. This twist left her almost out of control. Xiao Yi's words, indicating he didn't need her, triggered her pent-up frustration. She retorted, Right. In this world, no one is indispensable. After saying this, she ignored Xiao Yi and fell silent. Hastily entering the operations room, Luo Yaoyang greeted Xiao Yi, saying, The situation is dire. The pressure at the front this time is more than double that of the Eastern offensive. Xiao Yi looked up at the aerial view of the entire battlefield. The defensive battle had begun several dozen kilometers away from the Yellow River and the Grand Canal. This indicates that a large number of starry armored beasts have crossed the Grand Canal and the Yellow River, entering a triangular area that requires an assault. The steel walls in the northern section, along with the Grand Canal and the Yellow River, form a triangular region, which is the main battlefield for this northern assault. The objective of this battle is to eliminate the starry armored beasts in this area and transport their bodies inside the steel walls. Additionally, this area will be transformed into a second hunting zone, allowing mech warriors to participate in hunting activities here. However, unlike the natural barriers along the Yangtze River, the Yellow River in this section is not very wide. Even less favorable is that the Grand Canal is significantly narrower compared to Hangzhou Bay. Moreover, the density of starry armored beasts in the northern section is high, with many beasts congregating here from other regions, putting intense pressure on the steel walls. The defensive pressure in this area is second only to the southwestern and western sections. Therefore, the pressure of this assault is immense. Nonetheless, despite these challenges, this battle must be won. It reflects the confidence and courage of the mech warriors. Intensify the bombing efforts on both sides of the Yellow River and the Grand Canal to increase the firepower of these defensive segments, said Xiao Yi. Luo Yaoyang replied. Orders have already been issued, but unlike the Eastern Line assault, the warriors must directly confront a large number of starry armored beasts. There is no overwhelming advantage in numbers. It will be a tough battle, or else the established objectives cannot be achieved. Xiao Yi slapped his forehead. I've made the same mistake again. You are the commander, and I am just offering suggestions. You make the decision. I support you. Luo Yaoyang took a deep breath. There will likely be over 1 million casualties. Chapter 463. Massive casualties. Xiao Yi frowned slightly. This estimated casualty count exceeded his psychological limits. He said, Withdraw half of the mech warriors from the eastern line to reinforce here. We must minimize casualties. The eastern defense line is currently calm, and the number of starry armored beasts is not enough to launch an attack, which is why Xiao Yi made such a decision. A fierce assault battle commenced. Li Buin nervously looked up at the sky while driving the flatbed truck. The situation was much tenser than at the beginning. Initially, the number of flying armored beasts was low, and with the assistance of trainee warriors, the threat to the ground was limited. However, the situation has changed dramatically. More and more flying armored beasts have breached the aerial defenses, appearing above them. Lao Qian had already opened fire many times and successfully killed a flying armored beast. This indicates that the front line is under pressure, leading to so many flying armored beasts breaking through the defenses and penetrating deep into the territory. Li Buin maneuvered around the potholes on the ground and parked the vehicle in front to prepare for loading. Jin Jishuan hurriedly walked by and said, Honey, I'm going ahead. I've left the defense work here to the female mech team at the back. Li Buin expressed some concern. Be careful, dear. Jin Jishuan nodded and said to Li Buin, You should be careful too. There are many flying and six-legged crawling beasts that have slipped through the net. If you see something wrong, remember to run. Your weapons won't be able to handle those creatures. The flatbed truck also had heavy machine guns and light weapons, but they weren't as agile as the mechs. Dealing with the fierce beasts of the cosmos wouldn't be easy. I know, we're fine. It's you who needs to be cautious on the front lines, Li Buin advised. Jin Jishuan nodded, hurriedly said goodbye to Li Buin, and dashed forward where the sound of intense gunfire was coming from, indicating that the battle was fierce. Soon, A female mech warrior arrived to take up defense. Her mech had a hint of pink, a distinctive mark of the female mech unit. They were the ones replacing the trainee mech warriors to assist in defense. Li Buen looked around and saw several members of the female mech unit carefully guarding the skies, trying to ensure the safety of the flatbed truck and the team transporting the corpses of the cosmic beasts. Li Buen felt a bit empty inside. His wife was at the front lines, which distracted him. "Xiao Li, watch out. You didn't even notice the huge pit," old Qian, who had been jolted, said irritably. Li Buen shook his head and focused on his work. As he passed by a female mech warrior, he greeted her, and she returned the gesture. At that moment, a mound of dirt suddenly rose up under the feet of the female mech warrior, and a massive cosmic beast burst out from the ground. The female mech warrior jumped back to avoid it, keeping her distance from the creature. However, a flying beast swooped down from behind, attacking the female mech warrior from above and below. The female mech warrior remained calm, observing the sky while firing at the six-legged crawling beasts on the ground. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and 4 or 5 more cosmic beasts emerged. "Quick, help her!" Li Buen shouted, slamming on the brakes, climbing out of the driver's seat, and scrambling onto the roof of the truck. He set up the heavy machine gun and began firing at the cosmic beasts that had just emerged from the ground. Old Qian also opened fire with his weapon, but the female mech warrior lost her footing and fell into the pit created by the cosmic beasts. The beasts lunged at her, and the scene turned chaotic, shocking Li Buen. He felt that the female mech warrior was definitely in danger, and with a burst of fire, he killed 2 of the cosmic beasts. The remaining 3 beasts dragged their fallen companion's body away. Li Buen jumped off the truck, grabbed a semi-automatic rifle, and rushed to the edge of the pit to check on the injured female mech warrior. Old Qian stumbled over, also carrying a semi-automatic rifle. As soon as they reached the edge of the pit, Old Qian turned away, unable to bear the sight. At the bottom of the pit, the female mech warrior was a bloody mess, especially her head, which was so mangled by the beast's limbs that her features were unrecognizable. Li Buen felt a wave of discomfort, but having witnessed brutal scenes before, he jumped into the pit, unfastened the mech, and attempted to lift the female mech warrior's body out. He still remembered what the female mech warrior looked like just now. A very beautiful girl with 2 dimples when she smiled. Unfortunately, she died here. Li Buen felt a bit of fear in his heart. If Jin Jishuan were here, he would likely end up like this girl, dying in this place. Just as he picked up the girl's body, he heard Lao Qian's terrified shout, "Not good. Not good. The Starry Sky armor beasts are back, and there are several more. Run." Chapter 464. Everything relies on oneself. Lao Qian ran while firing his semi-automatic rifle backward. Li Buen looked up from the edge of the pit and was instantly scared out of his wits. 5 or 6 Starry Sky armor beasts charged over, knocking everything along the way askew. A flatbed truck that had just passed by was overturned by the body of a Starry Sky armor beast, spilling the corpses of other Starry Sky armor beasts all over the ground. The driver and co-driver had just crawled out from the overturned truck when they were pierced through by the forelimbs of a Starry Sky armor beast. Li Buen quickly crouched down and lay down with the body. The Starry Sky armor beasts passed over him and chased after Lao Qian. Li Buen trembled nervously, but thinking of Jin Jishuan made him braver. A young girl, when her life was threatened, dared to fight back. How could he, as a grown man, be afraid? There were no other mech warriors nearby, and if he wanted to save Lao Qian, he could only rely on himself. Li Buen set the girl's body aside, lay down into her mech, and got suited up. With a push of his hands, he stood up from the pit. His mech simulation skills were not high. Unlike Jin Jishuan, who had a natural talent for operating mechs and reached platinum level in a short time, he had practiced mech usage for a very short period due to his limited time in the Steel City. His mech simulation level barely reached silver. Not enough to qualify as an intern mech warrior, but now he couldn't care much. He operated the mech to jump out of the pit and set up the heavy machine gun to fire at the Starry Sky armor beasts chasing Lao Qian. 3 of the beasts suddenly turned around, leaving long skid marks on the ground, and then encircled him from 3 directions. The other 2 continued to pursue Lao Qian. Li Buen took a deep breath. Even in simulation training, he had never attempted to fight 3 against 1. But he couldn't worry about that now. He didn't want to die here. He had to save himself. He hadn't learned the Xiaolong Terminator yet, nor had he mastered the standard 3rd form. However, he found that he had plenty of ammunition. Tat tat tat. Li Buen raised the heavy machine gun with his left arm and unleashed a frenzied barrage. The Starry Sky armor beast in front was riddled with countless bullet holes and fell to the ground before getting close. Li Buen raised the grenade launcher with his right arm and fired a round of grenades, causing the Starry Sky armor beast on the right to stagger backward. The advantage of grenades was clear. They could cause devastating damage after breaking through the armor of the Starry Sky armor beast. However, the downside was also evident, as they were difficult to penetrate. The starry armored beast shell is extremely hard, especially before its outer protective layer is breached, making it even sturdier than a tank. When grenades are fired from the grenade launcher, they fail to kill the starry armored beast, they merely force it to retreat. At this moment, the two starry armored beasts that were attacking Old Qian also turned around and launched an assault on Li Buin. Li Buin raised his left arm, firing a heavy machine gun at the starry armored beast on the left. However, after a barrage of fire, a sound of empty clicks was heard, indicating that the magazine was out of bullets. Li Buin was momentarily stunned and instinctively reached to change the magazine. The spare magazine was in the mecha's load-bearing compartment, and a skilled mecha warrior could change a magazine in a matter of seconds, as long as they were not under attack by the starry armored beasts. However, Li Buin was not very experienced, and with 4 starry armored beasts attacking him, he tried several times but, in his panic, failed to reload. The starry armored beast had already lunged at him. Instinctively, Li Buin turned to run. Fortunately, he was quite good at escaping, managing to dodge the starry armored beast's assault and break through a path, running desperately. Just when he was in the most dangerous situation, a graceful figure flashed by. A streak of pink swept in front of him, and the heavy machine gun began firing, instantly killing the closest starry armored beast. Li Buin finally caught his breath, quickly reloaded the magazine, and aimed with the heavy machine gun. The figure was a beautiful and fit female mecha warrior, moving with great skill. She faced 4 starry armored beasts without any fear, after killing one with her heavy machine gun. She fired several grenades to block the advance of the other 2 starry armored beasts. Her heavy machine gun spat fire again, taking down the closest starry armored beast. And she began to retreat, reloading the magazine, while moving back and starting to shoot again. Li Buin's heavy machine gun continued to provide cover fire. A fierce hail of bullets took down the remaining 2 starry armored beasts. Only then did the female mecha warrior turn to look at Li Buin and ask, "Who are you, and why are you wearing Xiaoli's mecha?" Li Buin did not answer. He just sprinted away while shouting, "Old Qian, Old Qian." The female mecha warrior followed closely behind him, and above her head, a drone seemed to be tracking and filming them. Li Buin quickly found Old Qian, but he was not alive. Instead, he was a corpse. His body had been pierced by the starry armored beast's forelimb, with his arms and legs severed, and his chest was a bloody mess, clearly dead. Zheng Shuiyao looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, tears streaming down her face, especially for Xiaoli. Her face was unrecognizable, completely destroyed. This was the first warrior lost by her Mulan team. War is brutal, and death is inevitable. Yet Zheng Shuiyao still hoped that none of this had happened. Li Buin loaded the 4 corpses onto a flatbed truck, returned the mecha to Zheng Shuiyao, and silently drove back within the Iron City walls. He finally witnessed the brutality of war, and his worries for his wife fighting on the front lines intensified. At the command center, numbers flashed rapidly on the large screen. The casualties for the day had already surpassed the total since the starry beasts began their assault. Luo Yaoyang's expression was grim as he stared at the numbers, his eyes bloodshot. The fighting ahead was exceptionally fierce, with the mechanized warriors on the defense line engaged in direct confrontation with large groups of starry beasts. Although the defense line was steadily advancing towards the original targets of the Yellow River and the Grand Canal, the casualties were shocking. Xiao Yi, however, remained calm. Once a decision was made, it had to be executed resolutely. To turn the tide, sacrifices were unavoidable. Qian Linsen walked in and immediately noticed the number of fallen soldiers on the screen, his brow twitching. This number was more than double that of yesterday. Wang Lin, who entered with him, also saw this, and both felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They understood very well that the outcome of the war did not depend solely on the mechanized warriors at the front. Without breakthroughs in research, the battle against the starry beasts could drag on for years, even decades. Therefore, discovering the weaknesses of the starry beasts and finding ways to counter them was the best path to end the conflict. However, their current research was still at a standstill. Professor Yang Xuelin requested a laboratory to conduct behavioral studies on the starry beasts. Wang Lin said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a novel request. Yang Xuelin was a philosopher, and it seemed somewhat incomprehensible for a philosopher to study the behavior of the starry beasts. It should be noted that the starry beasts were not evolved creatures. They were artificially created. Their behaviors were inherited through genetics. From birth, a starry beast possessed combat skills, organizational coordination skills, and could receive specific signals. Thus, their behavior should also be genetically determined. Studying their behavior seemed to hold little significance. Just let him have it. Xiao Yi said. Although he knew it might not be meaningful, research was like that. No research project begins with certainty of success. In fact, a large portion of actual research projects end in failure. Yet, it is precisely these failed projects that provide more experience and methods, leading to successful research outcomes. Studying the behavior of the starry beasts might yield new discoveries from a different perspective. But he wants to build the largest research lab and needs several hundred samples of starry beasts, including our earliest existing samples, Wang Lin said. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and replied, all right, good. I'll notify them to prepare the laboratory for him right away, Wang Lin said. Xiao Yi then turned to Wang Lin and asked, are there any results regarding the head of the mother insect? Wang Lin replied, there are some findings, but not much. We extracted genetic information from the mother creature and confirmed that it reproduces asexually, with no male counterpart present. Additionally, we compared the genes of the starry armored beasts, and all the samples we currently have from various regions share the same genome. Chapter 466. The Taste of Recognition. Xiao Yi was somewhat surprised. Does this mean that all these starry armored beasts are clones of a single creature? Wang Lin nodded. However, we sampled the bodies of starry armored beasts found within the steel walls and discovered some differences. Xiao Yi was astonished. Are you saying that the starry armored beasts outside the steel walls are all clones, while those brought in by the pregnant women have independent genes? Wang Lin nodded again. Xiao Yi asked in confusion, but why is that? Wang Lin shook his head. Our analysis suggests that there should still be starry armored beasts inside the steel walls, but we have not yet found any traces of them. These creatures are quite patient. Despite the numerous corpses outside, they don't seem to be eating them. Qian Linsen remarked. I feel like these creatures are more like a supplement, or perhaps a backup. Just like the origin points of the starry armored beasts were not limited to just one. Xiao Yi said uncertainly. For now, we can only hypothesize that. Qian Linsen looked at the big screen. It's quite intense, isn't it? Xiao Yi replied. Victory often comes at the cost of countless sacrifices. However, we have persevered, and we are close to achieving our planned defense line. Jin Jishuan pierced the shell of a starry armored beast with a knife, directly hitting its brain. The beast twitched for a moment and then lay still. Jin Jishuan turned around and realized that the entire squad was missing, surrounded by unfamiliar adult mech warriors. The way these mech warriors looked at Jin Jishuan was somewhat strange. This girl's performance was outstanding, so much so that many male mech warriors felt overshadowed. Jin Jishuan was unsure where her teammates had gone. Looking ahead, she wanted to find the next starry armored beast and discovered she had reached the riverbank. A muddy river rushed eastward. This was the Yellow River, the mother river of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although Jin Jishuan didn't know much about the Yellow River, the men in her family held it in high regard, referring to it as the mother river of the Great Zhou Kingdom, which naturally made her feel a sense of familiarity with it. Several bombers flew overhead, dropping a large number of bombs and bombarding the surface of the Yellow River. A captain of a mech squad shouted, build defensive works on the spot. We need to prevent a counterattack from the starry armored beasts. Jin Jishuan felt somewhat at a loss, as she could no longer find her place. With no teammates around her, she didn't know what to do. Hey, beautiful. Stop looking. Your squad has been scattered. They're probably regrouping at the back. You can join our squad, said the captain of the mech squad. Yeah, beautiful. Our squad welcomes you. The mech warriors cheered while starting to build defensive structures. Jin Jishuan felt delighted. Being recognized by the male mech warriors was the most exciting thing for her, someone who had always faced discrimination. However, she still wanted to find her team. The battle had been so intense that she forgot to keep track of their location. Suddenly, the gaze of the male mech warriors shifted from Jin Jishuan to the back. A female mech warrior with a touch of pink on her mech approached. She had a shaved head with only a bit of short hair and wore a mask on her face. The left side had a cold mask, while the right side bore a shocking scar, but her figure and demeanor indicated that she must have been a very beautiful woman in the past. Captain Zhong, the leader of the mech team, saluted her. They had met this brave female warrior through the television, and the salute was a sign of genuine respect. Zhong Xian's eyes were fixed on Jin Jishuan, revealing an unmistakable affection. Jin Jishuan? Jin Jishuan raised her hand, reporting to Captain Zhong, I am Jin Jishuan. Zhong Xianzu looked Jin Jishuan up and down and asked, our Fire Phoenix team still needs members. Would you like to join? Jin Jishuan's eyes lit up. This was the greatest affirmation for her. But in the next moment, she hesitated, reporting to Captain Zhong, I need to get my partner's consent first. As soon as this was said, the hearts of the surrounding male mech warriors shattered. Such a beautiful and brave girl was actually married. Who could possibly be worthy of marrying such an exceptional woman? Zhong Xianzu was taken aback and quickly said, hurry up and respond. I can only wait for you half a day. That's enough. I will contact him immediately. Jin Jishuan turned and ran towards the back. Seeing the joy on Jin Jishuan's face, the male mech warriors were filled with envy and jealousy towards that fortunate man. Beautiful, capable, and even actively seeking her partner's opinion in important matters. Such a girl was incredibly hard to find. Chapter 467. The charm hidden beneath beauty. Li Buin received Jin Jishuan's call and could hear her excitement. Honey, Captain Zhong wants me to join the women's mech team. Do you think I should go? Li Buin knew that being favored by Captain Zhong meant that his woman was capable. However, for some reason, the image of that female mech warrior who had been pierced through the head by the claws of a starry beast suddenly flashed in his mind, making him feel tense. Don't go, it's dangerous. Jean Jishuan's excited words were abruptly interrupted, and she asked in confusion, "Why, honey? I really want to go." Li Buin was a bit angry. He didn't want to lose Jean Jishuan. "You are not allowed to go, and that's final. No reasons." Jean Jishuan hung up the phone, feeling dejected. When Zhong Xiansu gathered the troops, she immediately saw the girl and walked over to ask, "Have you made up your mind?" Jean Jishuan shook her head sadly. "My husband doesn't want me to participate. I'm sorry, Captain Zhong." Zhong Xiansu was somewhat angered and asked, "Why does he oppose?" She had always been strong and confident, appearing fragile on the outside but strong on the inside. She had learned to be independent from a young age. She couldn't understand why someone like Jean Jishuan, who was already out fighting, still cared about her husband's opinions. Jean Jishuan whispered. He didn't say anything. "Give me the phone," Zhong Qianzhe said. Jean Jishuan hesitated for a moment before dialing the number and handing the phone to Zhong Qianzhe. On the line, Li Buin's somewhat irritated voice came through. "Why are you calling again? It's dangerous. Be careful of the bugs." Zhong Qianzhe detected the concern in Li Buin's tone and said, "Mr. Jean, this is Zhong Qianzhe, captain of the women's mecha unit, Fire Phoenix team." Li Buin was taken aback. And immediately the most captivating yet controversial face appeared in his mind. A strong woman wearing a mask with a large scar on her face. "Sorry, Captain Zhong. My surname is Li." Zhong Qianzhe was stunned, realizing she had inadvertently placed Jean Jishuan's title on Li Buin. However, she didn't intend to correct herself. She wanted to provoke Li Buin a bit. "Mr. Jean, we've met. That night, I came to you about Jean Jishuan." Li Buin's body shook. He finally understood why he felt familiar with Zhong Qianzhe when he first saw her. It turned out she was the beautiful and poised girl who had quietly cared for him and Jean Jishuan. She had been disfigured. He choked up, "Captain Zhong, your face doesn't matter. During wartime, there are more important things for us to focus on, aren't there?" Zhong Qianzhe's tone was very calm. Li Buin quickly replied, "I'm sorry. It's my concern. Men always care more about appearances, right?" Zhong Qianzhe's tone was a bit sharp. Suddenly, she recalled Wang Chang's reaction when he saw her appearance. Li Buin hurriedly said, "Captain Zhong, actually, it's not like that. I believe you are even more charming now. Of course, I have a wife, and when I say charm, I mean it purely from an appreciation standpoint." Zhong Qianzhe was somewhat surprised. She could feel the unusual gazes from the male mecha warriors around her. But she always thought they were lamenting her disfigurement. Now that she thought about it, it seemed more like admiration, just as Li Buin had said. Without a beautiful face, people noticed her other excellent qualities instead. "I want to recruit Jean Jishuan into my Fire Phoenix team. I heard you disagree?" Zhong Qianzhe shifted the topic. Li Buin pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes." "Why?" Zhong Qianzhe's tone became stern. "Are you afraid she might end up disfigured like me?" Li Buin quickly replied. "How could that be? Jean Jishuan and I have gone through so much together. Even if she were disfigured or disabled, I wouldn't reject her." Zhong Qianzhe softened her tone slightly. "Then why do you disagree?" Li Buin struggled to respond. "Maybe I'm a bit selfish. Just now, a female mecha warrior died in front of me, and I can't bear the pain of losing her." Zhong Qianzhe was left speechless. She could sense the deep love this man had for Jean Jishuan. But today, she had to persuade Li Buin. Such an excellent warrior like Jean Jishuan should be part of the women's mecha unit, and especially part of her Fire Phoenix team. "Li Buin, if you were called up to the front line, would you refuse the task out of fear that Jean Jishuan would be left alone?" Zhong Xianju asked aggressively. Chapter 468. Once positioned, Li Buin was taken aback. If he were summoned by the mecha troops, he would undoubtedly go without hesitation. As a member of the Great Zhou nation, sacrificing himself for the country was an obligation he could not refuse. Even if it meant leaving Jean Jishuan alone, he would still insist on going. Even if Jean Jishuan opposed it, he would still go. This is the national character of the people of Great Zhou, and it is also the source of Great Zhou's strength. The establishment of Great Zhou was achieved through the unwavering dedication of countless passionate heroes who threw themselves into battle. But when it came time for Jean Jishuan to serve the country as the wife of the Great Zhou, why did he hesitate? Zhong Xianju said no more, simply dropping a remark. "Your wife is outstanding. She should be in the most suitable position." Li Buin finally said bitterly, "Captain Zhong, I don't know what kind of man can handle you. You're too strong." "All right, I agree. Tell Jean Jishuan to take care of herself." Zhong Xianju blankly handed the phone to Jean Jishuan, absent-mindedly saying he agreed. Jean Jishuan jumped up happily and quickly gathered her things to follow the distracted Zhong Xianju. Zhong Xianju's mind kept echoing Li Buin's earlier words. What kind of man can handle her? She is too strong. She finally understood the painful reason behind her relationship with Wang Chang. Even without misunderstandings or war, if time were to rewind, It would still be difficult for her and Wang Chong to be together, because she is too strong, while Wang Chong is too insecure. What kind of man can conquer her? Perhaps there is no man in this world who can conquer her pride. She and Jin Jishuan represent two types of women. Jin Jishuan places herself in a very low position, always following her man's opinions. But she herself is more independent. Which type is happier? Zhong Xianju shook her head, dismissing these untimely thoughts. War has pushed all emotions to the back of her mind. Only victory, only returning to peace, is the best time to confront her feelings. In peacetime, her independence is not so noticeable. During wartime, her independence and resilience are fully displayed. Jin Jishuan, perform well. Our task is to assist in defending the mecha warriors on the front line, protecting against attacks from the sky and underground star beasts. Coming back to her senses, Zhong Xianju assigned tasks to Jin Jishuan. Yes, Jin Jishuan excitedly saluted. Once Zhong Xianju left, Jin Jishuan secretly called Li Buan. Hubby, thank you. Li Buan smiled indulgently and said, take care of yourself, and good luck. Hubby, you too. Jin Jishuan sweetly replied. The helicopter flew over the Yellow River. Along the banks, numerous mecha warriors were busy building defensive structures along the riverbank. On the other side of the Yellow River, a large number of celestial armored beasts are gathering densely, and it won't be long before the second wave of attacks begins. A bloody battle is about to unfold. An officer said with some sadness that he did not know how many soldiers would sacrifice their lives. Fan Weiman replied, Dundandut. No matter how many people will die, this battle must be won. The Yellow River defense line must be held. The officer, realizing he had misspoken, quickly added, yes, there is no war without casualties. Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. Commander Fan, I want to go to the front lines. Fan Weiman looked at Wang Chong with curiosity. The front lines are more dangerous. Why do you want to go there? Wang Chong said, I want to gain some experience. Fan Weiman thought for a moment and replied, you are not suitable for the front lines. Why? Wang Chong was somewhat surprised. This was the first time Fan Weiman had said such a thing. You have many concerns, you think comprehensively, and you are unwilling to sacrifice anyone. With your personality, you are suited to be a commander, Fan Weiman said. Wang Chong asked suspiciously, Commander Fan, didn't you say that in war, many bones are buried for success? Haven't you always said that sacrifice is necessary for victory? Fan Weiman stared down and said, that's right, there are no wars without casualties. However, there is another saying. A qualified commander's only responsibility is to minimize casualties. The commander must think about how to reduce deaths, while a squad leader should not overthink. A squad leader needs to lead by example and forge ahead. The only thing a squad leader needs to focus on is how to complete the mission at any cost. Fan Weiman glanced at Wang Chong. Therefore, you are not suitable to be a squad leader. You might hinder overall defense because you care too much for the lives of your comrades. Chapter 469. The toughest moment amidst the roar of planes. The celestial armored beasts in the distance finally completed their gathering and began to show signs of launching an attack. Fan Weiman picked up the communicator and said, all departments, pay attention, check the shelters again, and ensure they can withstand the biological bomb attack. Wang Chong looked up and said, Commander Fan, I still want to go to the front lines for training. I am also a brave soldier. Fan Weiman saw the determination in Wang Chong's eyes and nodded. All right. Training at the front lines will also benefit your growth. But I need to remind you, orders take precedence over everything. Learn to let go and make choices. Understood. Wang Chong replied. Command headquarters. Luo Yaoyang said softly. The hardest times have come. The strongest counterattack from the celestial armored beasts is about to arrive. Xiao Yi replied. I believe our mecha warriors can defend against it. Compared to other universes, they have already made significant breakthroughs. Not only have they defended against the attacks of the celestial armored beasts, but they have also launched limited counterattacks, which is a huge breakthrough for humanity. The greatest advantage of the celestial armored beasts is their numbers. As long as they can withstand the maximum number of attacks from the celestial armored beasts, they can remain undefeated. According to the information returned from the reconnaissance aircraft, tomorrow, the celestial armored beasts from the European continent will all arrive at the Iron Wall. An officer came in to report. Luo Yaoyang said, tomorrow, the southwest and west sections will face the most severe test. This is a peak in the numbers of the celestial armored beasts. Xiao Yi let out a sigh. Is the turning point finally here? This intelligence indicates that tomorrow, the number of celestial armored beasts will peak. Starting from tomorrow, under various depletions, the total number of celestial armored beasts will begin to decline. As long as humanity holds on, they will be able to continue reducing the number of celestial armored beasts. Gao Daqiang put down the communicator and turned to look at the densely packed swarm of celestial armored beasts, snorting. Tomorrow, the number of celestial armored beasts will reach its peak. Yi Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just assisted the frontline warriors in defending against a fierce wave of attacks from the celestial armored beasts. He spat. Finally, It won't increase anymore? Little bugs. Is that all you can do? Gao Daqiang glanced at the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance aircraft, picked up his standard military knife, and said, "Let us go. Let us patrol ahead and see where there are any vulnerabilities. Tomorrow will be the most dangerous time." Yuan quickly took a sip from his teacup and followed Gao Daqiang out. The 50-meter-wide steel city wall was bustling with activity. The mecha warriors bravely fighting the enemy were still lined up in an orderly fashion, but the density was much greater than before. Previously, a small squad of mecha warriors was responsible for defending about 2 meters of width. Now they could only cover about 1 meter and needed to coordinate with other squads for joint defense. The number of mecha warriors on the steel city wall had quadrupled since the beginning, indicating that everyone's rest time had significantly shrunk. In the past, frontline mecha warriors would rotate after 2 hours of defense, and when the next wave came, they could rest for 4 to 8 hours. Now, the rotation time has been extended by an hour, and the rest time has been reduced to 2 to 4 hours. Previously, after 2 days of defense, there would be 1 day off. Now, after 6 days of deployment, there is only 1 day off. However, despite the tight schedule, everyone's enthusiasm remains high. Due to improved skills and better coordination, even if the number of celestial armor beasts has more than doubled, the effectiveness of their defense continues to improve. Yuan greeted several warriors in the 5th row who were resting and kept pace with Gao Daqiang's strong stride as they began checking the defense situation in various places. Suddenly, an anti-aircraft turret jammed. A warrior reached out to open the overheated turret cover but got burned, causing laughter from nearby resting warriors. 5 or 6 warriors responsible for auxiliary defense set up a heavy machine gun and began firing in bursts to assist in defending against the diving flying armor beasts. These flying armor beasts pose a significant threat to the lives of the mecha warriors and are the main focus of their firepower. The current warriors no longer use continuous fire or rapid fire for defense. The supply of ammunition is not sufficient, so everyone needs to conserve bullets. Especially the osmium alloy projectiles, which are limited for each person. They now use burst fire. Once they break through the outer shield of a flying armor beast, they will switch to other alloy projectiles for precise shooting, aiming for a one-shot kill. After all, flying armor beasts will not easily step inside the steel city wall, so they will fall outside when defeated. Then, they were devoured by other flying insect beasts, leading to the emergence of new flying insect beasts. Blindly killing flying insect beasts is meaningless. The mecha warriors atop the steel walls are more than capable of using knives and refuse to use bullets. Every bit saved counts. Chapter 470. Immediate dismissal. Only when the starry insect beasts begin to climb the steel walls in large numbers do people use firepower to suppress them, driving many starry insect beasts out of the area above the steel walls, and then the cycle begins anew. This mechanical defense and pest control will continue indefinitely. The soldiers at the anti-aircraft turrets quickly cleared the jammed bullets, cooled the gun barrels, loaded new ammunition, and resumed targeted shooting at the flying insect beasts that might pose a threat to the mecha warriors. The best weapon for scavenging corpses, the winch gun, has yet to be put to use. It will only fire when encountering a solitary starry insect beast to seize the corpse. Scavenging insect corpses is a skilled task that requires a bit of luck. Otherwise, the starry insect beasts might get to the body first and toss it over the steel wall. However, everyone remains calm. There will always be opportunities to obtain corpses as long as they maintain their defense. Gao Daqiang patrolled his entire kilometer-long defensive section and found no obvious issues. So he subconsciously continued forward. As he reached the 1172 defensive section, he saw the commander of this section directing the turrets to bombard below. Gao Daqiang approached and asked, "What's going on?" The commander, looking somewhat tense, replied, "The starry insect beasts here are using a new siege tactic, which should be quite dangerous." Gao Daqiang looked over and immediately saw the problem. A mound of insects had formed outside the steel wall, entirely made up of stacked starry insect beasts, now reaching a height that exceeded the steel wall and continuing to rise. If the starry insect beasts are allowed to stack up, once they reach a certain height and topple over, they will directly breach the steel wall's defenses. This situation is extremely dangerous. Quickly call for fire support. We can't let this continue, Gao Daqiang said. The bombers have all gone to the northern section. I'm contacting them to come and assist as soon as possible. The commander replied. Gao Daqiang frowned. Given the circumstances, the commander should have directly called for bomber support. The situation is critical, and the bombers are occupied in the northern section. Currently, the only bombers available for aerial bombardment support are those in the reserve. They should be calling the reserve, but the reserve is directly under Xiao Yi's command. Generally, calling the reserve is not permitted. The last time someone called the reserve under non-emergency circumstances, they were publicly criticized by Xiao Yi. Additionally, during the last change of the steel wall segment, Zhao Shi was also criticized by Xiao Yi for calling in reserve firepower at the end. It seems this commander fears Xiao Yi's authority and is worried about being criticized. So he has not called for the reserve directly. He is preparing to withstand this wave of attacks from the starry insect beasts. This indicates significant risks and considerable casualties. Gao Daqiang picked up the phone and directly called Xiao Yi. Commander Xiao, Segment 1172 urgently needs air support. Please send bombers immediately. Received. Xiao Yi didn't waste time. A few minutes later, dozens of bombers swiftly arrived and bombed the small mountains of the starry sky beasts, quickly resolving the extremely dangerous situation. The commander wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Gao Daqiang, "You really know how to get things done, haha. After all, your relationship with Commander Xiao is pretty close, so it's easier to talk." Gao Daqiang's expression darkened. "Don't speak carelessly. My relationship with Xiao Yi has nothing to do with this bombing." The commander wanted to say something else, but his communicator rang. After the call, his face turned grim. Gao Daqiang seemed to sense something. His communicator rang as well, and he heard Xiao Yi's voice. "You will temporarily take over the command of Segment 1172's defense until the successor arrives for the handover." Gao Daqiang replied, "Understood." Xiao Yi was indeed decisive, directly removing the commander of Segment 1172. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The commander of Segment 1172 was clearly incompetent, as he had placed the Iron Wall in a very dangerous situation, leading to Xiao Yi's decision to remove him. Gao Daqiang said to the commander, "According to the orders from the command center, I will temporarily take over your command. You can return to the command center and wait for your reassignment." The commander's expression was very unpleasant as he glared at Gao Daqiang. "You must have said something to Xiao Yi. Have you always looked down on me? You're just taking advantage of the situation." Gao Daqiang waved his hand and said to Yiwen, "Take him down from the Iron Wall." After that, he ignored the commander and started redeploying defenses. After sending the commander away, Yiwen returned and said to Gao Daqiang, "Colonel Gao, you clearly didn't say anything, yet he still slanders you. Why didn't you refute him?" Gao Daqiang replied calmly, "You know he is slandering me, so why bother explaining?" Yiwen frowned and said, "At least you should clarify a bit." Gao Daqiang said, "The situation is so dangerous, there is no time for explanations. Besides, I'd rather teach you more than waste time on him. His behavior disregards the safety of all humanity just to save his own face. Such a person is not fit to be a commander. On the battlefield, there is no room for personal feelings, only the need to uphold discipline." In the northern segment, the war had entered a heated phase. A large group of flying beasts crowded over the defensive line, and even the bombing from the air and the fierce fire from the mech warriors could not stop their advance. The leaders of various mech squads shouted, "Into the shelter!" Zhong Xian's also called out to her female mech warriors responsible for the joint defense, "Into the shelter, activate the isolation shield." Jin Jishuan was experiencing such a perilous scene for the first time, and she quickly followed the other squad members into the temporarily constructed shelter. A swarm of flying armored beasts suddenly dispersed, revealing a massive standard-sized flying armored beast hidden within. These standard-sized flying armored beasts hovered over the defensive line, opening all the holes in their bodies. Tons of ethanol poured down, mixed with a large amount of white phosphorus. The white phosphorus ignited upon contact with air, and the flames produced ignited the ethanol. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted along the defensive line, scattering white phosphorus everywhere. "Duck down, don't look." Zhong Xianzu, who had experienced such scenes before, immediately shouted at Jin Jishuan. Jin Jishuan quickly lowered his head. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from the front, mixed with the screams of soldiers being burned. At this moment, a large number of six-legged starry sky armored beasts crawled out from the Yellow River, charging through the breached defensive line. "Get out, form a defense line, hold back the attack," Zhong Xianzi shouted, leading the charge out of the shelter, opening fire fiercely at the approaching starry sky armored beasts. Jin Jishuan and the other soldiers followed, rushing out to form a line of scattered infantry and began firing. The intense gunfire halted the advance of the six-legged crawling armored beasts. Meanwhile, in the shelters under the front line engulfed in flames, a large number of mech warriors also rushed out, risking being burned to engage in battle with the starry sky armored beasts. The scene was extremely chaotic. This was completely different from the Eastern Front assault. In the Eastern Front assault, the defense line had not been completely breached. Those flying armored beasts had charged into the defensive line only when they were dying. However, the current flying armored beasts were consciously bombing the defense line, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. The protective shields of the mech warriors could not completely block the flames, making the scene extremely tragic. Fortunately, the supporting personnel from the rear responded quickly, suppressing the invading six-legged crawling armored beasts with firepower. Otherwise, the casualties among the mech warriors at the front would have been even greater. Jack was also on the front line. He rushed out of the shelter, retreating amidst the burning flames of ethanol while shooting fiercely at the starry sky armored beasts. Just moments ago, at least 3 members of his squad had been injured, and some might even have been burned to death. This was the most dangerous situation he had faced. The intense gunfire halted the continued advance of the starry sky armored beasts, and the defensive line was barely re-established. Into the shelter, a piercing scream came from behind, and without thinking, Jack instinctively rushed back into the shelter. Another standard-sized flying armored beast flew in, releasing a large number of biological bombs that once again destroyed the newly established defense line. This surprise bombing caught many mech warriors off guard, surrounding them in flames. And screams echoed one after another, filling people with fear and anger, yet leaving them powerless. Upon hearing the scream, Jin Jishuan quickly retreated into the shelter again. But from the corner of her eye, she clearly saw several female mech warriors who did not react in time. As the flames ignited, these female mech warriors let out cries of alarm. Jin Jishuan glanced over and noticed several female mech warriors were on fire. Fortunately, everyone had activated their isolation shields, so most of them did not suffer severe burns. When Jin Jishuan stepped out of the shelter again, she saw a female mech warrior rolling on the ground, with white smoke continuously rising from her back, clearly contaminated by white phosphorus. Chapter 472. What is an angry Xiao Yi like? She panicked, unsure of what to do. A swift figure rushed over, pinned the female warrior down, and shouted to Jin Jishuan, "Help me hold her down." Jin Jishuan then realized it was Zhong Xian's, and she rushed over to firmly restrain the struggling female warrior. Zhong Xian's picked up a knife and brutally cut into the back of the female warrior, removing a chunk of smoking flesh, blood pouring out. Having witnessed dangerous situations before, Jin Jishuan quickly took out a hemostatic agent and applied it to the wound, then dragged the female mech warrior towards the rear. Zhong Xian's gave Jin Jishuan an appreciative glance and continued firing, suppressing the 6-legged crawling beasts that were breaking through the defense line. Jack rushed out and immediately spotted Zhong Xian's, but there was no time to greet her. He coordinated with Zhong Xian's firepower to suppress the celestial beasts. At the command center, Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyong watched the scene unfold, both feeling anxious for the mech warriors. The previous situation had indeed been too dangerous. Almost the entire defense line had been breached by the flying beasts, but fortunately, the supporting warriors acted quickly, gradually stabilizing their positions and withstanding the onslaught of the celestial beasts. "Finally held our ground," Luo Yaoyong said grumpily. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the standard flying celestial beasts had mostly been shot down. Only the 6-legged celestial beasts on the ground remained. Although the situation was still daunting, the defense line was basically stabilized. "The warriors performed excellently," Xiao Yi stated. "These fighters are incredibly brave. Despite facing immense danger, they held their ground. This is different from other wars. In other conflicts, when warriors lack conviction and the defense line is breached, timid individuals tend to flee, leading to the collapse of the entire line. Fortunately, the warriors understand that they are fighting for humanity. There is no retreat for humanity. Victory is the only option, or else humanity would face extinction. On such a battlefield, there is no concept of surrender, only survival or death." As night gradually fell, although there were still shadows gathering on the opposite bank of the Yellow River, their pace had significantly slowed. Without a few hours of preparation, the celestial beasts would not be able to launch another attack. The celestial beasts on the ground had all been killed, with only a few dragging their bodies to escape. This arduous defensive battle could finally have a moment of respite. Jin Jishuan sat down heavily, feeling a bit exhausted from the fierce battle. Zhong Xian's walked over, handed her a bag of rations, and said, "Here, quickly replenish your strength. The fight isn't over yet." Jack chimed in. This war never really ends. He opened a pack of cookies and handed them to Zhong Qianzu and Jin Jishuan, saying, "My name is Jack. We've met before. I visited you in the hospital with Commander Xiao." Zhong Qianzu glanced at him and replied, "Have we?" All foreigners looked the same. Jack wasn't offended. "I am the elected president in exile of a certain country. If you follow the news, you should know me." Jin Jishuan remarked, "Is there still a need for that country to exist? My previous nation, the Three Han Republic, has disappeared, and now I am a citizen of the Great Zhou. I think your country should also be merged into the Great Zhou." Zhong Qianzu gave Jin Jishuan a thumbs up. "At least our Great Zhou's lady understands." However, Jack shook his head. "Restoration is my greatest belief, as well as that of millions of survivors from my country. Moreover, Commander Xiao has promised to help us restore our nation." Zhong Qianzu fell silent, and Jin Jishuan was uninterested in debating. Jack's desire for restoration was understandable, but he had genuinely integrated into the Great Zhou. "Why are you covering half your face?" Jack asked. Jin Jishuan also looked at Zhong Qianzu, knowing how beautiful her face was beneath the mask. "Why not?" Zhong Qianzu casually replied. Jack shrugged. "Fair enough, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Captain Zhong looks good no matter what." Zhong Qianzu shot him a glare, Don't get any ideas. I want tea like foreigners. Jack was momentarily speechless, not expecting his feelings to be seen through so easily and outright rejected. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhong Qianzu broke the silence. Are you close to Commander Xiao? Jack perked up again. You know, I made that video mocking him, but he didn't mind at all. He even encouraged me to run for president. And I actually got elected. Have you ever seen Commander Xiao lose his temper? Zhong Qianzu asked. Jack shook his head. Why do you ask such a strange question? Zhong Qianzu rested her chin on her hand. I want to know what it's like when a high-ranking leader gets angry, especially someone as gentle as him. After saying this, she laughed first. Jin Jishuan and Jack joined in the laughter. Zhong Qianzu successfully piqued their interest. They were also curious about what a furious Xiao Yi would be like. Chapter 473, The Parallel Universe Paradox Command Headquarters. Xiao Yi suddenly sneezed several times. Who the heck is scheming against me? Nie Sihua handed him a cup of tea and some medicine. I think you have a cold. Take some medicine. Xiao Yi shook his head. You know, whether you take medicine for a cold or not, it's all the same. Medicine can only relieve symptoms, not cure the illness. And it's not good for boosting immunity. Nie Sihua put down the medicine and water, sulking. If you don't want to take it, fine. Professor Qian came looking for you earlier, but couldn't he find you? He said if you come back, you should go to the Qianzi group. Xiao Yi stood up, drank the water, but returned the medicine to Nie Sihua. I'll head over now. In the particle physics group, Yi Wanqing and Qian Linsen were discussing something when they saw Xiao Yi enter. Yi Wanqing said, we conducted another high-power particle collision experiment, successfully tearing through space and transmitting information again. But we encountered a problem. What problem? Xiao Yi asked. Yi Wanqing explained. According to the decrypted data, the previous universe presumes that we are the first universe. Xiao Yi frowned and asked, I've always had a question. How did they determine that we are the first universe? Yi Wanqing continued. We carefully analyzed the decrypted data, and the assumption about other universes is based on a hypothesis. This hypothesis successfully verified the existence of other universes and gradually deduced our own universe, which is the first universe. However, when it comes to our universe, the deductions cannot continue. According to this hypothesis, all calculations in our universe have reached their limits. This suggests that parallel universes have a finite number of layers and are not infinitely expanding. Yi Wanqing went on. However, the decrypted data provided a new hypothesis, which emerged later. The new hypothesis also offers a deduction formula, and according to it, parallel universes are indeed infinite. Xiao Yi shook his head. Isn't this a paradox? One is infinite, the other is finite. At least one of these hypotheses must be wrong. Qian Linsen smiled slightly. Xiao Yi, you don't quite understand quantum research. In the quantum realm, there isn't a strict right or wrong between two opposing concepts. Perhaps both are correct, or perhaps both are wrong. Xiao Yi pointed at Qian Linsen. I know, when faced with uncertainty, invoke quantum mechanics. As long as it involves quantum, no one dares to say it's wrong. Yi Wanqing also smiled, but she quickly composed herself. However, this time it's different. Through the transmitted data, we researched our related information and verified the first hypothesis based on the data from the particle collider. Xiao Yi was not surprised at all, right? If the hypothesis were incorrect, I wouldn't have received the data. He understood that the Xiao Yi from the second universe based his actions on this hypothesis, tearing through the spatial barrier with the particle collider to transmit information to his own mind. If the hypothesis were incorrect, they wouldn't be able to transmit data accurately. Yi Wanqing continued, but we also verified that the second hypothesis is correct. We successfully transmitted information to the next universe, and it was indeed sent out, proving that there is indeed a next universe, and it can continuously extend downward. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Are you saying that we've already transmitted information to the next universe's version of myself? Yi Wanqing had a somewhat odd expression. It has been sent out, but whether it is effective is unknown. However, this also supports Professor Qian's statement. The first hypothesis, which states that parallel universes are finite, is correct and has been verified. The second hypothesis, that parallel universes are infinite, has also been verified to be correct, as we can indeed transmit information to the next universe. Xiao Yi patted his head and said, I knew it would turn out like this. Two completely opposite theories are both correct. This is yet another new paradox, right? Qian Linsen replied seriously. This can actually be explained scientifically. What general relativity cannot explain, special relativity can explain quite well. I believe these two hypotheses are like general relativity and special relativity, targeting different situations. Are we the final universe in the macroscopic world? While in the microscopic world, the universe is infinite. Xiao Yi asked. Qian Linsen nodded. That's pretty much the idea. Otherwise, why would our information be able to reach the next universe? Chapter 474. Another world as Xiao Yi is dead. Xiao Yi pondered and asked, how can we confirm that the information has been transmitted to the next universe and has been received? The information has indeed been transmitted. As for the reception, Yi Wanqing pointed at Xiao Yi. It depends on you. Me? Xiaoyi looked confused. Yi Wanning said, there is also data on this aspect, which indicates that after the information is successfully transmitted, the corresponding you in that world will have a reaction. This is also the reason for quantum entanglement. So, I want to ask you, at 1:15 p.m. this afternoon, did you have any sensations? Xiaoyi recalled carefully and then shook his head affirmatively. No. Both Yi Wanning and Qian Linson showed disappointed expressions. Although I was focusing on the battlefield this afternoon, the phenomenon of quantum entanglement is very special. I should have had a noticeable sensation, Xiaoyi added. Yi Wanning frowned and said, well, what can be confirmed now is that our information did indeed reach the next universe. However, the you in the next universe did not receive it. Qian Linson said, the reason for not receiving it should not be a problem with our transmission method. I have verified the contents of the information received from other universes and confirmed that we did transmit it. Yi Wanning nodded. This can only indicate that there is a problem with the carrier receiving our information. Xiaoyi suddenly raised his hand, thought for a moment, and pointed at Yi Wanning, saying, do you mean that the me in the next universe encountered a problem? Yi Wanning nodded. What kind of problem? Xiaoyi asked. Yi Wanning hesitated, unable to articulate. And Qian Linson interjected. It means that the you in the next universe is either an idiot or simply does not exist. Xiaoyi was left speechless. It seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. It's like making a phone call. You dial the number, confirm that you got through, but the other party doesn't answer. Moreover, this is a mandatory call. As long as you can still move, you must answer the call. The only reason for not answering is that you cannot. There are many reasons for not being able to answer, and death or being in a vegetative state are the most likely outcomes. Therefore, the Xiaoyi in the next universe may not exist at all. So, the information was transmitted, but there was no response. It seems we can only change the person transmitting the information now, Xiaoyi said. But Qian Linson shook his head. That's difficult. I speculate that the most important reason for selecting you as the human commander is your ability to receive information, which is something others find difficult to do. Xiaoyi realized that the transmission of information must be based on the phenomenon of quantum entanglement among beings in this universe. Not everyone possesses this phenomenon. Current theories still cannot explain the reasons and principles behind quantum entanglement. I recall that there are individuals who share a similar phenomenon and can receive information from other universes. Let's find someone like that to test, Xiaoyi suggested. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, when manifested in a person, is reflected in the phenomenon of visual recreation. Although this phenomenon is rare, it can still be found. Yi Wanqing said, we have already tried and found many individuals with visual recreation phenomena. We also conducted tests on them, and the results showed that their quantum entanglement effects are much weaker than yours. Their dreams only partially overlap with reality, and most do not overlap at all. The overlapping parts are merely fragments. Therefore, if we transmit data to them, it would result in significant losses. So far, we have only found that your quantum entanglement phenomenon corresponds completely, with no data deviation. Yi Wanqing stared at Xiaoyi. Your dreams are identical to the reality you encounter, which indicates that the information you transmit through quantum entanglement is without any loss. This is also the most important reason why you were chosen as the human commander. Xiaoyi exhaled and shook his head. I thought my phenomenon was something rare, but still shared by others. However, we also found some personnel and conducted targeted transmission based on their genes. They were transmitted today as well, but like you, they received no information, Yi Wanqing said. Xiaoyi looked up and suddenly said, there is one person who should be suitable. Who? Both Qian Linson and Yi Wanqing asked simultaneously. My mother. I've heard that she also has a similar phenomenon, Xiaoyi replied. Yi Wanqing immediately stood up. I will send a plane to bring your mother over. Xiaoyi smiled. She can be quite chatty, so please be a bit more accommodating. Back in the office, Xiaoyi picked up a book and instinctively flipped through it, his mind still dwelling on the earlier conversation. Chapter 475. Closed-loop parallel universe. Xiaoyi is no longer considered a scientist, but he is still very knowledgeable about related research. A parallel universe is like a book or a series. The main characters remain the same, but the storylines differ. Additionally, there is a temporal connection. Certain significant events run through all the pages and episodes. There is also an order. The timeline of the first episode is certainly before that of the second episode. Events that occur on the first page are related to those on the second page. The invasion of the stellar armored beast is a major event that will change significant events across all episodes. As Xiaoyi turned a page, he discovered that the book was stained with ink, which had seeped through the paper, coloring the pages beneath it. Niesihua walked in and said, Xiaoyi, can you explain the concept of parallel universes to me again? I'm still quite confused. Xiaoyi casually tossed the book onto the table and replied, look, our universe is like a book, and we are on the first page. The other universes are below, arranged in order. However, each page has a time difference. The ink mark is like a wormhole created by a particle collider, transferring the ink to other universes. The ink layers transmit information layer by layer. Xiaoyi continued. But due to the issue of time sequence, information can only be transmitted upwards, not downwards. So, being on the first page, we cannot send information to the second page. Niesihua shook her head, still not fully understanding. She picked up the book to put it back on the shelf, but it fell open to the floor. After picking it up, she noticed the cover and back cover were touching. She asked, if information can't be transmitted from the first page to the second, can it be transmitted to the last page? Xiaoyi looked at her in surprise as she touched the cover and back cover, making the whole book form a circle. Xiaoyi was stunned. Suddenly, he leaped up, hugged Niesihua, and kissed her hard before grabbing the book and running off, saying, "You're amazing. You've cracked a major problem in the history of science." Before Niesihua could react, Xiaoyi vanished, leaving her standing in the office, still feeling the warmth and moisture of his lips. Did I just get kissed? Niesihua didn't think about Xiaoyi's last words. Her mind was filled with this thought. In the conference room, scientists from various fields had gathered. They were summoned urgently by Xiaoyi. Once everyone was present, Xiaoyi stood up and said, "I have a new idea regarding the question of parallel universes." He walked to the center of the room, excitedly stating, "We've been discussing whether parallel universes are finite or infinite. There are two hypotheses that contradict each other. One claims they are finite, with us being the first universe, while the other claims they are infinite, with countless parallel universes. Both hypotheses have experimental validation, which is a significant dilemma for us. However, I just thought of a possibility that could resolve both paradoxes." Qianlin Sun and Yi Wanqing stared at Xiaoyi with wide eyes, eager to know the answer. Xiaoyi continued, "Do you remember the chemist Kekulé?" A chemist interjected, "The one who solved the molecular structure of benzene in a dream?" Xiaoyi nodded, "Exactly." Qianlin Sun and Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Xiaoyi was about to say, excitement visible on their faces. Kekulé's greatest discovery was identifying the molecular structure of benzene, and he did it in a dream. After obtaining the molecular formula for benzene, he struggled to comprehend its structure because previous theories couldn't explain it. Later, in a dream, he saw a snake suddenly bite its own tail, forming a circle. This moment led Kekulé to understand the molecular structure of benzene. Just like the benzene molecule, our parallel universe is also a circle, a closed loop. Xiaoyi took out a book in his hand, stating that we are the first page, the first universe. He stood the book upright, connecting the front and back covers, but we are linked to the last universe. This explains why both hypotheses can be proven. The first universe is connected to the last universe, and the last universe is connected to the previous one, forming a closed loop. Thus, the number of parallel universes is finite, yet infinite. Xiaoyi turned to Yi Wanning. The information we send out reaches the last universe. Yi Wanning was very excited. Just as she was about to stand up, a question suddenly crossed her mind, and her expression changed drastically. Xiaoyi noticed her reaction and suddenly understood, his own expression also turning grave. Chapter 476, a different kind of loneliness, because Xiaoyi suddenly realized that even if the first universe could send messages to the last universe, it would be futile. The starry sky armored beasts originated from the last universe, and humanity, through particle colliders, continuously transmitted information to the next universe, all the way to the first universe. Therefore, the starry sky armored beasts have now occupied the Earth, and the current last universe has become their territory. Even if they wanted to send a signal to the last universe, they could not do so. Humanity has been extinguished. The reason for the failure to send signals to Xiaoyi in the last universe is that he must have died in that universe. Among the countless parallel universes, only the first universe still has humanity, and they are still holding on. The humans in this universe appear incredibly lonely. The intense discussions in the conference room suddenly came to a halt as everyone realized this issue. The meeting turned silent. Xiaoyi was the first to regain his composure. Restoring his smile, "Everyone, don't lose hope. Since we can grasp the secrets of the arrangement of parallel universes, we certainly have the opportunity to bring humanity back to other universes. Our urgent task now is to find the weakness of the starry sky armored beasts and eliminate them to create opportunities for the revival of humanity in other universes." Yi Wanning also came to her senses, saying, "That's right. We can transmit a molecule to the last universe now, and in the future, we can send more things there. We can transmit a seed of humanity, allowing humanity to reproduce again in the last universe." Xiaoyi returned to his office, leaning heavily against the back of his chair, silent. Although there had been significant discoveries today, the harsh reality dealt him a heavy blow. The humans in the first universe were fighting alone, and they might not be able to help those in other universes. This is the reality. The universe they are currently in will be the only lonely universe where humanity survives. Niesihua walked in with a flushed face, lowered her head, and handed Xiaoyi a cup of coffee, then stood quietly beside him. Xiaoyi sighed. "Do you feel lonely?" Niesihua's heart skipped a beat. "Yes. But it's not lonely when I'm with you." Xiaoyi shook his head. "Even if there are 2 billion of us, it's still lonely. In countless parallel universes, there are only these 2 billion people. Nie Sihua was taken aback, realizing that what Xiao Yi said was different from what she had in mind. Xiao Yi, weren't you quite happy when you went out just now? Why have you changed like this upon returning? Is there some bad news? Is there bad news from the front lines? Nie Sihua asked with concern. Xiao Yi shook his head. It's not really bad news. I've had this prediction in my heart for a long time. Today was just a confirmation. Nie Sihua walked behind Xiao Yi and gently massaged his temples. Don't worry too much. There will always be a way when we reach the mountain. There will always be a solution. Hearing this, Xiao Yi relaxed a lot. Yes. There will always be a way when we reach the mountain. Human wisdom is infinite. We will find a solution. You understand me. I think you shouldn't go to the front lines. Otherwise, there will be no one to help me ease my worries. Xiao Yi said. Nie Sihua paused her hands for a moment but quickly resumed. This time her technique became much lighter, reflecting her inner emotions. It doesn't matter if you're one less soldier on the front lines, but if I lose you as an assistant here, it would be a lot more troublesome. You should really stay away from the front lines, Xiao Yi said with his eyes closed. Nie Sihua replied softly. However, you still need to cultivate a deputy, otherwise. If you're not around, I'll have to find someone else, which would be quite a hassle, Xiao Yi added. Nie Sihua's hands suddenly stiffened. She forcefully let go, picked up a teacup from the table, and walked out, nearly colliding with Qian Linsen, who had just entered. What's wrong with Xiaonya? You seem angry? Qian Linsen asked curiously. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and shook his head. I don't know. Women are really strange. She was fine just a moment ago. Qian Linsen said with a deep understanding. That's right. I can't figure out my old lady either. I estimate that even if I fully understand quantum theory, I still can't grasp her thoughts. He sat down opposite Xiao Yi, looking at him seriously. Are you feeling very down? Xiao Yi nodded. I'm a bit down. However, what Nie Sihua said is very true. There will always be a way when we reach the mountain. We will find an opportunity to counterattack the starry sky beasts. Qian Linsen nodded in agreement. I agree with Xiao Nie's view on this. There is only one difficulty, but there are infinite solutions. He changed the subject. The Tianwen, one probe has already passed Mars and is flying towards Saturn at a very high speed. I estimate that extraterrestrial civilizations may be about to take action. Why? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Qian Linsen replied. Originally, the Tianwen, one probe was headed for Mars, and I estimate that extraterrestrial civilizations have also calculated this point. They did not intend to stop the mission, but now we are suddenly changing our trajectory towards Saturn, especially since the mission carries a lander. They should respond. Qian Linsen stood up and said, how can we allow others to rest beside us? Extraterrestrial civilizations certainly would not let our probe just enter the Saturnian region. Moreover, they no longer need to hide their movements. They will launch an attack, Qian Linsen stated. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, exactly. The mission changing its course sends them a signal, informing them that we have discovered their traces. They no longer need to conceal themselves. Qian Linsen remarked. Once they expose their whereabouts, I worry whether our technology can withstand their invasion. Xiao Yi, however, smiled. I'm not concerned about that. Why would a civilization hide its tracks? The only reason is that they think exposure would bring danger. This indicates that we have ways to restrain them, which is why they have been concealing themselves. Otherwise, they would have acted against Earth's civilization long ago. Why wait for the hands of the celestial beasts? Qian Linsen sighed in relief. Yes, that's the point. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to hide like this. I was overthinking. Well, I'm off. I need to keep an eye on those kids and monitor for signs of extraterrestrial civilization without a moment's delay. After talking with Qian Linsen, Xiao Yi felt much more relaxed. He stood up and walked towards the operations room. Upon entering, his eyes instinctively scanned the casualty numbers on the large screen. The figures had not changed significantly, indicating that the casualties during that recent period had decreased considerably. How is it? Xiao Yi asked. Luo Yaoyong replied. We reinforced the defense lines and also dispatched anti-air vehicles for support. We must intercept the advance of the standard-type flying beasts. This is the best way to reduce casualties. What about the female mech unit's casualties? Xiao Yi inquired. Luo Yaoyong responded. There have been casualties. They fought bravely and are already at the front lines. Should I pull them back? Xiao Yi shook his head. Since they are already at the front, there is no need to withdraw. Notify the propaganda department to quickly produce a promotional video of them fighting on the front lines to boost the morale of our troops. Xiao Yi murmured. The battle will continue for a long time. As night approached, Zhong Qianzhu looked across the Yellow River, her expression growing tense. The shadows on the opposite bank had thickened like a mass of ink, indicating that the number of celestial beasts had reached a high density. They were about to launch another attack. Fire Phoenix team, check your weapons and equipment, stock up on ammunition, quickly eat something to replenish energy. Wake up the sisters who are dozing off. Tonight, there's no time for sleep. Zhong Qianzhu instructed the female warriors of the Fire Phoenix team. Understood. Sensing the seriousness in Zhong Qianzhu's tone, everyone began to organize themselves. Not far behind, Fan Weiman stood on a hillside, observing the situation on the opposite bank with binoculars. Several searchlights were set to maximum power, continuously illuminating the surface of the Yellow River. On the other side of the light, the flying armored beasts were swirling in the sky, densely packed and forming tight formations. This was a precursor to an impending attack. Wang Chong, how long do you think it will take for the Starry Sky armored beasts to launch their attack? Asked Commander Fan Weiman. The officer interjected, Commander Fan. Wang Chong is on the front lines. Fan Weiman responded with a sound of acknowledgement, then shook his head. That kid, I wonder how prepared he is now. His attention returned to the Starry Sky armored beasts in front of him. Something feels off, Fan Weiman murmured. The officer added. These flying armored beasts seemed different from the first assault. Fan Weiman snorted and said, Inform the bomber squadron that they can begin the bombardment. Wang Chong, leading a mech squad, was on alert. Their task was to provide support, clearing obstacles in the rear to prevent the frontline mech warriors from being caught off guard. Wang, team leader, the commander has ordered us to reinforce the squad on the west, a soldier reported. Wang Chong glanced at the opposite bank of the Yellow River and said in a low voice, Check the equipment and prepare to depart. He noticed that the previously calm rear had begun significant troop movements, indicating that the attack by the Starry Sky armored beasts was imminent and that the situation had changed slightly. He felt a bit anxious. Since the war began, he had been Commander Fan's aide and had never been on the front line. This was his first direct confrontation with the Starry Sky armored beasts, making him feel both excited and nervous. The roar of airplanes filled the sky. It started with a few aircraft and soon escalated to hundreds, accompanied by a large number of attack helicopters. Such scale clearly indicated that the Starry Sky armored beasts had commenced their attack. Speed up, Wang Chong urged. They, along with many other support soldiers who had received orders, were rushing towards the western defense line. Zhong Xiansu also received the command to lead the Fire Phoenix team members to the western defense line for reinforcement. She and all her female mech warriors began their march westward. In the farthest visible distance was the western defense line, where a large number of flying armored beasts were converging, indicating a tactical shift to a point breakthrough strategy. However, the defenses in other areas could not afford to relax, as numerous crawling armored beasts had burrowed into the Yellow River, attempting to cross the river and prepare for an assault on the defense line. It has begun, Jin Jishuan exclaimed. In the far distance ahead, the flying armored beasts were arranged in a tightly packed long formation, charging toward the defense line on the opposite bank of the Yellow River. Bombers and helicopters began their bombardment and attacks on this massive long formation. Various projectiles, trailing red trails of light, illuminated the sky, forming dense webs of firepower. Yet these projectiles failed to breach the overall defense of the tightly packed flying armored beasts. Countless flying armored beasts fell under the bright light of the bullets, but their formation remained dense and large, steadily advancing toward the opposite bank. A large number of bombs whistled down towards the tightly packed formation of the Starry Sky armored beasts. However, the Starry Sky armored beasts had already gained experience. Clusters of flying armored beasts took to the air, separating themselves from the main force with their bodies. The bombs that landed on these airborne armored beasts began to explode, creating a dazzling and intense display, but had little impact on the overall team. Even when some bombs fell into the massive group, they were completely blocked by the flying armored beasts on the periphery. Among the densely packed flying armored beasts, the standard-sized flying armored beasts remained unaffected, continuing at a steady pace towards the opposite bank. The Yellow River is already narrower than the Yangtze River, and this time, the density of flying armored beasts was thicker than ever before. Zhong Qianzhong watched as the long line of flying armored beasts approached the opposite bank of the Yellow River. The mech warriors on the other side began to unleash their anti-aircraft fire, with bullets flying towards the advancing line of flying armored beasts. However, such a fierce attack only slightly slowed the approach of some flying armored beasts. From the front of the formation, large groups of flying armored beasts fell one after another. Yet, the overall team continued to close in on the opposite bank, and the massive bodies of standard-sized flying armored beasts emerged from the Starry Sky armored beast swarm. This is bad. The defense has been breached, Zhong Qianzhong said with difficulty, turning to shout at the warriors behind her. Hurry, speed up. On the hill, Fan Weiman also witnessed this scene, feeling a pang in his heart. The breach of the defense line by a large number of standard-sized flying armored beasts indicated heavy casualties among the mech warriors stationed there. Indeed, a raging fire ignited beneath the breached defense line. The previously dense barrage of fire suddenly thinned out, and eventually, it completely disappeared. Only nearby defensive positions had support of fire still ringing out. A large group of flying armored beasts continuously surged in from the breached area, mixed with a massive number of standard-sized Starry Sky armored beasts. These standard-sized flying armored beasts continued to rain biological bombs onto the positions, setting the area ablaze. The mech warriors in this place were surrounded by flames. The situation looked dire. Fan Wayman's expression turned grave as he issued the order. Fire suppression towards the western defense line, indiscriminate attacks. The adjutant's expression tightened. Commander Fan. There may still be mech warriors alive. Fan Wayman said grimly. For the safety of more lives, for victory. The adjutant's expression tightened further. Realizing that this meant abandoning the mech warriors defending this position, Fan Wayman picked up the communicator and said, all reinforcement squads, hold your positions and encircle the starry sky armored beasts that have breached the line. Meanwhile, orders from the command center also came down. All reinforcement squads, hold your positions and intercept the charge of the starry sky armored beasts. Wang Chong, who was running, felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that this meant abandoning the western defense line. This signified that the warriors on the western defense line could not be saved. Chapter 479. Inevitable sacrifices. As if to validate his thoughts, artillery fire from the rear cut through the sky and accurately struck the western defense line. The mech warriors on the western front, even if they could evade the biological bomb attacks, could not escape the indiscriminate bombardment from their own side. Wang Chong shook his head. He understood that the command center was making the right decision. If they did not conduct the bombardment in time, the starry sky beasts that had breached the defenses would pose a greater threat to more mech warriors. However, the thought that this artillery fire might kill their own people made his heart ache. He realized that he could not be a commander, at least not one who could issue such orders. Zhong Qianzhe suddenly stopped running and shouted to the team behind her, establish a defensive line on the spot to intercept the starry sky beasts. Her reaction was different from Wang Chong's. She instantly understood the command center's intention and quickly began to execute it. The survival chances for the mech warriors at the front line were slim. Rescuing them was no longer feasible. What she needed to do now was to ensure the safety of her Phoenix team members and hold the line. The mech warriors of the Phoenix team began to use the terrain to prepare their defenses, constructing makeshift fortifications with various materials. These temporary structures would not withstand the attacks from the starry sky beasts, but they could slow down their advance and buy time for everyone. After about 10 minutes, a simple defensive line was established. From above, reinforcements like Zhong Qianzhe's formed a semicircle, surrounding the breached area behind the front line. In the center of the semicircle, bombers, drones, fighter jets, and ground artillery completely covered the area. The flying beasts were aware that their breakout mission had been completed, quickly dispersing into the surrounding air. A large number of six-legged crawling beasts emerged from the river, charging onto land from the open breach, but they were met with a barrage of dense artillery fire. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, many survivors still rushed towards the makeshift defenses, assaulting the temporary line. Stay alert, the bugs are coming, Zhong Qianzhe shouted. Dozens of bugs charged forward, followed closely by many starry sky beasts. Open fire, Zhong Qianzhe shouted again, her voice growing hoarse from the repeated calls. The Phoenix team's warriors fired their weapons, taking down the swarm of crawling beasts that charged in. Watch the skies, maintain depth protection, Zhong Qianzhe reminded her teammates while continuing to fire. Behind her, a camera drone was tracking the action, as emphasized by Xiao Yi. The 10 female mech warrior team leaders had to ensure they were always being filmed. War is brutal, and only the courage of the warriors can offset the harshness brought by conflict. At the command center, Luo Yaoyang's eyes were bloodshot. He did not dare to look up at the numbers on the large screen. The numbers had surged explosively, reaching a nearly overwhelming figure. Xiao Yi walked in and patted Luo Yaoyang on the shoulder. They are brave, and we must honor their sacrifice. Luo Yaoyang sighed and said, I understand. However, the bombing order was given with great difficulty just now. His fist slammed down hard on the table. Tens of thousands of warriors, just like that. Gone in a few minutes. Xiao Yi looked at the large screen. The battle was still intense. The western defense line had retreated a few kilometers, forming a semicircular area. The mech warriors were engaged in fierce combat with the astral armored beasts that surged up to break through the defenses. Luo Yaoyang picked up the communicator and continued his command. Divert some bombers to the southwest section for bombing. The battle continued, and life went on. The defensive pressure in the southwest section had become enormous, with the number of astral armored beasts reaching a peak. He had to divert some bombers to reinforce the southwest. Although Xiao Yi's reserve team still had a large bombing squad, Luo Yaoyang would not utilize them. The war would be prolonged, and the mech warriors had to learn to withstand pressure, maintaining such high-intensity resistance for the long term. Xiao Yi's direct reserve team was humanity's last armed force, and it would not be deployed unless it was the last moment. Even if there would be sacrifices, they had to learn to endure. As dawn broke, the semicircular defense line finally saw a reduction in the number of astral armored beasts charging in. Contract the defense line and rebuild fortifications by the Yellow River. Luo Yaoyang ordered. Chapter 480. Meeting on the battlefield, the mech warriors behind the defense line finally began to advance towards the banks of the Yellow River, clearing the remaining astral armored beasts. Wang Chong received the latest order to lead his squad of warriors to quickly reach the Yellow River bank and establish a defense line. The astral armored beasts that slipped through would be handled by other mech units behind them. Upon receiving the command, he swiftly led his squad to maneuver towards the Yellow River bank. They had half an hour to arrive, establish a defense line, and intercept the subsequent reinforcements of astral armored beasts. As they passed through a dense forest, Wang Chong suddenly stopped, his heart racing. Along the way, he had seen many mech warriors fighting the astral armored beasts, but they were bound by military orders and could not assist others, so they simply hurried past. However, what he saw this time was different. A small squad of female mech warriors, marked by a hint of pink, was engaged in combat with a large group of astral armored beasts. The situation was quite dangerous, especially with dozens of flying armored beasts soaring through the air, charging toward the target. A female squad leader was firing while calling out, "Commander, we urgently need reinforcement." Wang Chong recognized this squad leader. She was Wang Yusi, a friend of Zhong Qian's. Thinking of Zhong Qian's, he felt a particular concern for this group of female mech warriors and called out, "Let's go help." The squad members rushed into the combat zone, unleashing concentrated fire on the flying astral armored beasts. With the assistance of the squad warriors, the female mech warriors stabilized their formation and began to establish a three-dimensional defensive formation. At that moment, two agile pink mechs dashed over, clearly reinforcements arriving. Wang Chong glanced over, and his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The person he missed dearly was none other than Zhong Qianzhu. Zhong Qianzhu also spotted him and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" While shooting, Wang Chong replied, "I was ordered to establish a defensive line by the Yellow River. I passed by and saw that you were in danger, so I rushed over to provide support." Zhong Qianzhu changed her magazine and adjusted her gear, saying, "You go complete your mission, we can handle this." Wang Chong shook his head. "No, I can't rest easy." Zhong Qianzhu shot him a glance, stopped talking, and instead opened fire with her heavy machine gun, taking down two flying armored beasts. She leaped forward, confronting a six-legged starry armored beast, drew her standard military knife, and shouted, "Wang Yusi, you three are in charge of air defense. Everyone else, engage in close combat." The other female mech warriors swiftly drew their standard knives and charged into the crowd of starry armored beasts alongside Zhong Qianzhu. Wang Chong and his team reluctantly paused their heavy machine guns. With the starry armored beasts mixed in with the female mech warriors, shooting could easily lead to friendly fire. All they could do was assist with their defense. However, he soon realized that his team seemed somewhat redundant. Wang Yusi and her group were providing effective cover and quickly eliminated the flying armored beasts in the air. Wang Chong watched in astonishment as Zhong Qianzhu moved through the crowd of starry armored beasts effortlessly, her standard knife dancing up and down as she dispatched one beast after another. The female mech warriors were no less capable than their male counterparts, and perhaps even stronger. This was because these female mech warriors had been carefully selected and had fought in several fierce battles, gaining rich experience. Minutes later, the crowd of starry armored beasts was completely cleared. It was only then that Wang Chong remembered his mission and shouted to his team, "Let us move out quickly." As he ran, he couldn't help but glance back at Zhong Qianzhu and the others with reluctance. After the defensive line was established, he briefed his team briefly and then ran toward the rear. With the starry armored beasts retreating, he felt a lingering unease and wanted to check on Zhong Qianzhu. He sensed that something seemed off between them because Zhong Qianzhu had been in touch with him less frequently lately. However, he also hadn't contacted her much either, and he didn't know why. Now that he had encountered her on the battlefield, he felt the need to talk to her properly. Upon reaching the rear, he quickly spotted the members of the Fire Phoenix team. They were assisting the transportation team in clearing the corpses of the starry armored beasts from the ground. The significance of this battle lay not in how many armored beasts were killed, but in how many corpses could be recovered. This task was even more meaningful than killing the armored beasts. Wang Chong inquired around and finally found Zhong Qianzhu. She was loading the corpses of the starry armored beasts onto a flatbed truck while chatting with the driver. Her smile, combined with her scars, gave off a very unique vibe. Wang Chong walked over, and Zhong Xianzuzu spotted him at once. She paused her work and handed it over to Jin Jishuan, then walked towards Wang Chong. "Xianzuzu, I came to see you," Wang Chong said, feeling a bit awkward. But Zhong Xianzuzu remained calm and replied, "I also have something to discuss with you." Chapter 481. Once possessed, why seek eternity? The two of them walked to a slightly quieter spot, with Zhong Xianzuzu standing with her back to Wang Chong. He felt a bit tense inside, sensing that what she was about to say wouldn't be pleasant. After a moment, Zhong Xianzuzu seemed to have made up her mind and turned to face Wang Chong, her expression calm. Wang Chong, I've thought it over, and I don't think we are suitable for each other. Wang Chong's heart tightened. Since we met, there was only one truly happy night, the night you sent me home. In the days that followed, we have been in a state of entanglement. I don't believe in fate, but I still think this is a sign that we are not meant to be together. Being together will only add to our mutual pain. Even when our misunderstandings were resolved later, we still made no progress. It's not that I don't like you, nor is it that you don't like me, but rather that our personalities are not compatible. We have differing opinions. Even if we were together, we would constantly argue and be upset with each other. As the saying goes, only the feet know whether the shoes fit. Only one knows whether a marriage is happy. I feel this saying is incredibly true now. I never understood why we always had so many conflicts until I saw Jin Jishuan and Li Buin together. I finally realized that we are like angular stones. Kept in the same bag, we only hurt and torment each other. True marriage requires one party to have edges, while the other must be accommodating. Wang Chong bitterly said. That's because we don't understand each other deeply enough. Zhong Xianzizu shook her head. No, if we didn't understand each other well, I wouldn't have liked you. And you wouldn't have liked me either. Moreover, after all this time, we know each other well enough. We just have different personalities and are not suitable for each other. Like the team member who came to save me earlier, if it were me, I wouldn't act the same way. I would definitely focus on completing my own mission instead of putting it aside due to personal feelings to save someone. Wang Chong responded. But they were really in danger at that time. Zhong Xianzizu nodded. Yes, I know. So I don't think what you did was wrong. It's just that your choices are completely different from mine. That's just how our personalities are. We are not compatible. I would believe they are capable of handling their own matters, while I would go on to complete my task. There is no right or wrong in our actions. It's merely different choices and outcomes. At this point, Zhong Xianzizu's tone softened. I've been feeling very distressed these days, and I estimate you feel the same. But when I decided to let go, I suddenly felt so relieved. I realized that our relationship not only didn't make me happy, but it was also incredibly burdensome. I will cherish the days when we fondly liked each other as my first love memory. However, we really are not suited for each other. I hope you can understand. After speaking, she left with a relaxed stride, without waiting for Wang Chong to respond. Clearly, it took her a lot of courage to say those words. Once she had expressed herself, she felt a sense of relief, which was reflected in her light steps. Wang Chong thought he would feel very sad and upset. But he suddenly sensed the same kind of lightness that Zhong Xianzizu had described. He had been carrying a heavy burden in life for a long time. It dawned on him that he had long felt that being together with someone was a heavy matter. Now, because Zhong Xianzizu had decided to let go, he oddly felt relieved too. He deeply understood the meaning of the lightness Zhong Xianzizu had mentioned. Perhaps, he and Zhong Xianzizu really were not suitable for each other. Just like many beautiful first loves in this world, they are splendid but not lasting. Being together, especially in marriage, requires tranquility and longevity, rather than short-lived brilliance and prolonged depression. He turned and called out to Zhong Xianzizu's retreating figure. That's right, I feel relieved too. Zhong Xianzizu paused slightly but did not turn around. Instead, she raised her hand and gently waved. Wang Chong recalled a famous saying, once possessed, why must it last forever? Some people are destined to be passers-by in your life, unable to accompany you for a lifetime. Though the encounter is splendid, separation will eventually come. Wang Chong took a deep breath and walked toward the banks of the Yellow River with a noticeably lighter step. Not far from where he had just walked, a female mech warrior suddenly exclaimed with surprise, Deputy Engineer Wang, is that you? Wang Chong stopped in his tracks. Wang Yusi rushed in front of him, her eyes sparkling. I was worried I wouldn't be able to thank you. Thank you for saving us earlier. Wang Yusi thought for a moment, then took out a box of candies from her pocket and handed it to Wang Chong. Here, they're very sweet. As Wang Chong took the candies and brought them to his mouth, he caught a whiff of the unique scent of the girl, evidently something she cherished. This scent masked the sweetness of the candies and made Wang Chong feel the beauty of life. I don't think I did anything wrong. Such a beautiful life. If given another chance, I would still save them, Wang Chong thought to himself. Chapter 482. Progress in Scientific Research. 3 months later, the war had reached a bottleneck. The Eastern Hunting Zone and the Northern Hunting Zone had conducted several surprise attacks, seizing a number of starry armored beast corpses. Correspondingly, due to the accumulation of experience, the number of personnel casualties had significantly decreased. However, the handling of the starry armored beast corpses was quite troublesome. A large number of these corpses were piled up in open areas, with the stench of the corpses lingering in the air, which was quite bothersome for everyone. The speed of incinerating the corpses was far slower than the rate of collection. The accumulation of the starry armored beast corpses not only made the air unpleasant, but also occupied valuable arable land. In the Steel City, where every inch of land is precious, this was hard to accept. A large outdoor screen was playing a selection for the leader of the female mech team. The most popular candidates are 3 individuals. One is Zhong Xian's hus, who has had her appearance damaged and wears a cold mask, giving off an icy vibe. The second is Zhang Shuiyao, who is handsome and brave, exuding a passionate aura. And the last is the recently emerged and fearless Jin Jishuan. Each candidate has many loyal supporters. Xiao Yi, who do you think is the most promising? Nie Sihua asked excitedly. As Xiao Yi walked, he glanced at the large screen displaying the three girls, each with their own unique traits. Zhong Xian's hus is rational and intelligent. Zhang Shuiyao possesses star quality and has matured significantly after enduring the trials of war. Jin Jishuan is exceptionally brave and has a natural sensitivity to mecha operations, making her the most skilled among the three. I would choose Zhong Xian's hus. A commander needs a calm mind. Plus, Jin Jishuan was also discovered by her, which shows her good judgment and vision, Xiao Yi said as he walked. I still support Zhang Shuiyao, Nie Sihua replied. Xiao Yi looked at her in surprise. Aren't you two on bad terms? Nie Sihua's eyes sparkled. In some aspects, we are indeed rivals. However, that doesn't affect my admiration for her. What aspects are you rivals in? Xiao Yi asked. Nie Sihua hesitated. I won't tell you. Upon entering the Qiangzi team's workspace, Yi Wanqing greeted them and shook her head at Xiao Yi. We brought in more than a dozen people with quantum entanglement traits for transmission experiments. But it still didn't work. We can't confirm if the last universe received the signal. Xiao Yi was already prepared for this result. It seems that the humanity in the last universe has gone extinct. Let's think of other methods, like first cultivating lower organisms, then using them to produce higher beings, and finally transmitting human messages to accelerate evolution. Yi Wanqing sighed. It took Earth millions of years to evolve from lower organisms to higher beings, and then to produce highly intelligent humans. Xiao Yi waved his hand. Then let's find a way to speed up evolution. Nie Sihua added, where there's a will, there's a way. There will always be a solution. Yi Wanqing smiled. All right, seeing how confident you both are, we will also speed up our efforts to research a method to accelerate evolution. As Xiao Yi entered the astronomy group, Qian Linsen, looking scruffy and exhausted, waved at him. You arrived just in time. Extraterrestrial civilization has made a move. 2 meteors are headed straight for Tianwen. 1, clearly intending to collide with it. What should we do? Nie Sihua asked anxiously. Qian Linsen waved his hand. We have altered Tianwen 1's trajectory, so these 2 meteors won't hit it. Besides, even if we didn't change it, Tianwen 1 is so small and the universe is so vast that there's a high probability it wouldn't collide. Just then, Wang Lin from the biology group hurried over and said, Commander Xiao, hurry to the biology group's lab. There's a major discovery. A group of people rushed with Xiao Yi toward the biology group. As others from different groups witnessed this scene, they instinctively followed the crowd to the biology group. By the time they arrived, there were already over 100 people gathered. Upon entering the conference room, Wang Lin called over the philosopher Yang Xuelin and explained. The discovery this time was made in the behavioral laboratory of the Starry Sky Soak, led by Professor Yang Xuelin. Yang Xuelin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said somewhat awkwardly, It's a bit embarrassing. Because our laboratory was set up to study the behavior of the Starry Sky Soak, yet we didn't find much in terms of their behavior, but instead discovered some additional information. Feng Wei chuckled. That's science for you. When you lose something in one area, you gain something in another. Many scientific discoveries in history have been like this. Chapter 483. The lifespan of the Starry Sky Soak. Wang Lin said. The biggest finding from this behavioral study is the discovery of the lifespan of the Starry Sky Soak. Yang Xueli nodded. That's right. We have been studying the behavior of the Starry Sky Soak, so we placed them in a sealed space without human interaction and let them grow. As a result, a week ago, the first sample of the Starry Sky Soak, captured on an island, became noticeably aged and eventually died due to lack of food supply. We speculated that the lifespan of the Starry Sky Soak is not long, around 6 months. In the following days, 2 more Starry Sky Soak aged and died. Yang Xueling continued. The biggest discovery is that the naturally aged and deceased Starry Sky Soak's body is not consumed by other Starry Sky Soak, Yang Xueling added. Luo Yaoyang exclaimed excitedly. So those Starry Sky Soak outside, if we leave them alone for 6 months, they will all die, right? Yang Xueling nodded. In theory, yes. But how can we leave them alone? They will continuously attack, die, get eaten, and then split into new Starry Sky Soak. They continue this cycle, living and dying. Wang Lin supplemented. Right, unless we hide so they can't find us, then they will all die after 6 months. People fell silent. With a population of 2 billion, it was impossible for everyone to hide. Xiao Yi suddenly said, so that's how it is. If humans are eliminated, after 6 months, the Starry Sky Soak will die naturally. At that time, an alien civilization could occupy the Earth without a fight and turn it into their colony. It truly is a despicable and malicious plan. Luo Yaoyang sighed. If that's the case, this discovery doesn't really help us. After all, we can't hide. And the Starry Sky Soak won't die of old age unless we don't kill them. The conference room fell silent again. The discovery of the lifespan of the starry sky SO was not very helpful to humanity, which left people feeling somewhat dejected. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, "Let's study in detail the differences between naturally deceased bodies and those that were killed." The alien civilization wouldn't just ignore the bodies of these starry sky SO either. Perhaps we can find breakthroughs from the bodies. If the bodies are left outside, they might not decompose for decades or even a century. The biological team has conducted simulation experiments exposing the bodies of the starry sky SO to harsh environments, showing no signs of decomposition at all, which is even harder to break down than plastic waste. If aliens were to invade Earth in a short period of time, it would be necessary to find a way to deal with the corpses of these celestial armored beasts. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the aliens' invasion plans. Of course, they could also choose to pile the bodies together and leave them unattended. Back in the office, Xiaoyi was deep in thought. Now that the two major mysteries had been unraveled, humanity's situation had not improved at all. It was basically confirmed that the alien civilization was located on Titan. They no longer concealed their movements, but instead began to interfere with the reconnaissance of the Tianwen-1 probe. Although nothing was known about this alien civilization, one thing was certain. They were currently wary of humanity, which was why they had not launched a second wave of attack. Moreover, due to the great distance, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, if not longer, for the alien civilization to launch an attack on Earth. Based on reasoning, this alien civilization was likely not much more advanced than human civilization, as they could not achieve near light speed travel. Otherwise, they would not be so apprehensive about humanity. Therefore, their arrival on Earth would not be swift, giving humanity some time. As long as a way to deal with the celestial armored beasts could be found, humanity could focus all its efforts on developing cosmology and researching relevant topics. The strength of united humanity was immense, especially when there was a clear goal. 3 to 5 years would be enough for significant advancements in humanity's cosmological knowledge, enabling them to have a fighting chance against the alien civilization. However, finding a solution to the celestial armored beasts was a huge challenge. If humanity continued to be entangled in battle with the celestial armored beasts for several years, by the time the alien civilization arrived on Earth, the chances of Earth's inhabitants successfully resisting with current technology would be slim. Chapter 484. Humanoid Mechas. The second dilemma was related to the issue of parallel universes. It was now certain that information could be transmitted from their first universe to the last universe. If the last universe was still a human world, it could aid them in resisting the invasion of the alien civilization. However, it seemed that the possibility of humans existing in the last universe was slim. This second dilemma had also reached a dead end. It appeared that everything had entered a bottleneck period, much like the war with the celestial armored beasts. Commander Xiao, come and see our latest research results. Zhao Hongyi, the leader of the frenzy team, burst in excitedly to Xiao Yi. Oh, what results? Xiao Yi finally emerged from his earlier frustration. He desperately needed some good news. Our research on the intelligent robotic combat system will effectively carry out assault missions and can serve as frontline mech warriors, helping to collect more celestial armored beast corpses. Zhao Hongyi said. Xiao Yi stepped out and followed Zhao Hongyi to the laboratory. The laboratory was large, housing dozens of celestial armored beasts. When Xiao Yi arrived, Zhao Hongyi said, "This is a combat robot we developed by integrating VR technology, camera analysis technology from a certain automotive company, and cloud VR technology provided by a partner. It will assist us in dealing with the cosmic beetles." As they walked to the observation area of the laboratory, Zhao Hongyi announced, "Let's start the experiment." The laboratory door opened, and 2 humanoid mechs entered. The cosmic beetles sensed the electrical currents of the humanoid mechs and immediately entered a state of agitation, launching an attack. The weapons of these humanoid mechs primarily relied on a certain alloy-cold weapon to conserve our precious resources. At the same time, they utilized artificial intelligence to quickly respond to combat situations, Zhao Hongyi explained. Suddenly, one of the humanoid mechs raised its shield to block the front limbs of the cosmic beetle, thrusting its standard military knife into a weak spot in the beetle's shell. It then agilely jumped onto the beetle's back. Its agility surpassed that of a human. The knife plunged deeply into the abdomen, piercing through the beetle's brain. The cosmic beetle collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Several more cosmic beetles surrounded the humanoid mech, but it quickly analyzed the best attack strategy. It leaped to the left, charged forward, then suddenly turned back, causing 3 encircling cosmic beetles to stumble and collide with one another. Zhao Hongyi continued to explain. Previous intelligent robots lacked adaptability and could not react appropriately. However, this mech employs algorithms from several AI companies, allowing it to calculate the most reasonable attack methods in real time. The humanoid mech pounced on a lone cosmic beetle, dispatching it with a few swift strikes. The other humanoid mech was equally impressive. Both mechs maneuvered through the swarm of cosmic beetles, slaughtering them as easily as chopping vegetables. Most importantly, these two humanoid mechs possessed autonomous learning capabilities. Their current skills were a result of learning from thousands of hours of footage we provided, along with 2 months of battle experience against cosmic beetles in specific hunting zones. Zhao Hongyi stated. Xiao Yi clapped Zhao Hongyi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wow, you didn't reveal any hints at all. You've been holding back a big surprise for months." Zhao Hongyi chuckled modestly. "We didn't want to get your hopes up for nothing. Ever since our team was without a mission, we've been working on this. Finally, we successfully developed the humanoid mechs." Xiao Yi asked, "But if the quantity is too low, it won't be useful. How long will it take to mass produce them?" Zhao Hongyi scratched his head. "We're not experts in mechanics. It depends on the mechanical engineers." Xiao Yi immediately called out to a colleague. "Hurry and bring in that expert. Give him a month to achieve mass production of the humanoid mechs, with a minimum output of 100,000 units each month. Otherwise, a low quantity would be useless. Although humanoid mechas are powerful, they are ineffective without a numerical advantage, as no matter how many celestial beasts they defeat, their remains will be taken away by the beasts. In such a case, it is meaningless. Only by forming large-scale, organized combat teams of humanoid mechas can they achieve their goals. However, this has given humanity a glimmer of hope. As long as there are over 100,000 humanoid mechas working alongside human mecha warriors, they can launch a counterattack and gradually clear out the celestial beasts." Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh. Humanity has finally seen a glimmer of victory. Chapter 485, Rooftop Transformation. Walking through the woods, Xiao Yi looked up at the sky. The sky was still a deep blue, the air remained fresh, and the sunlight was gentle. Unbeknownst to him, spring had already arrived. However, Xiao Yi felt as if it had been a long time since he experienced such feelings. He had been preoccupied with thoughts about humanity's future and how to deal with the celestial beasts, neglecting his connection to nature. This was the rooftop of the command building where the headquarters was located. The green team had transplanted many precious plants from outside to the rooftop, forming the current forest. The soil layer on the rooftop was over 10 meters thick, sufficient for planting tall trees. Looking down from the high building, other rooftops, like the headquarters, had also established green gardens. The most significant change from before the outbreak of the celestial beasts was the greenery on the rooftops. Before the outbreak, from an aerial view, there were only cold, steel, and concrete forests. Now, after careful cultivation by the green team, an aerial view revealed patches of well-structured green gardens. Due to its special nature, the command headquarters had planted trees, creating a rooftop forest. In other areas, there were more rooftop farms, growing vegetables and fruits. As for grains, those were cultivated on the land outside the city. The motto of the green team was to not waste a single bit of land. Therefore, from above, one could not see any concrete ground. This was the only aspect that was better than before the outbreak of the celestial beasts. Xiao Yi looked down and saw various fruit trees planted on the tops of other buildings, and they were blooming at this time of year. The blossoms of apricot and pear trees were faintly visible. Below the fruit trees were green seedlings of vegetables, creating a scene full of vitality. Such a beautiful world must not be destroyed by the celestial beasts. This was a strong thought in Xiao Yi's mind. In front of him, a man and a woman were taking a walk, with the woman linking her arm with the man and chatting about something. Xiao Yi hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. The woman turned her head and immediately spotted Xiao Yi, waving at him. "Come here. I have something to ask you." Xiao Yi recognized them as the two leaders of the Qiangzi team, Yi Wanqing and Professor Yang Buwei, stepping on the soft fallen leaves. Xiao Yi walked briskly to them and smiled. "Aren't you making me a third wheel?" Yang Buwei reached out and removed a leaf from Yi Wanqing's head, while Yi Wanqing blushed slightly and said, "We were discussing work." Xiao Yi turned around to look at his surroundings. "I rarely come here. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful." "Yeah, you should bring Xiao Nye here more often," Yi Wanqing replied, then changed the subject. "Xiao Yi, I remember you mentioned that your mother also has a similar phenomenon of visual recall, right? Didn't you send someone to pick her up last time?" Xiao Yi asked. Yi Wanqing shook her head. "They went, but your mother happened to be ill." "Ill? Why didn't I know about that?" Xiao Yi realized he hadn't seen his mother in a long time. "It's not a serious illness, just a cold. But I was worried it would affect the experiment. So I didn't bring her here. I wanted to ask, is your mother's visual recall as complete and clear as yours?" Yi Wanqing inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head. He was quite knowledgeable about this matter. When Xiao Yi first experienced the phenomenon of visual recall as a child, he was very excited, thinking he had gained the ability to predict the future. This was because what had just happened was exactly the same as in his dream. Moreover, he had successfully predicted the development of events. At that time, he and a group of friends were assigning tasks for a game. Xiao Yi was the leader and was assigning tasks one by one when he suddenly felt that he had experienced this scene before. He clearly remembered that he was wearing the same clothes in his recent dream, assigning tasks to the children, and the words he said and their responses were all identical. Especially at the end, he even mimicked the last child's response, saying the exact same thing. He was thrilled, feeling he had an incredible ability, and excitedly ran to tell his mother. However, his mother just gave his head a gentle pat and said, "What's so great about that? Your mom has it too. It's useless, can't be used to buy lottery tickets, and it's inconsistent." At that moment, Xiao Yi realized that his mother had a similar phenomenon. However, he never understood what it was all about until he received messages from the previous universe, where he finally understood it was all due to quantum entanglement. It was transmitting images from other universes to Xiao Yi in this universe. Chapter 486. The ultimate showdown of female mechas. I specifically asked her. She is different from me. Only has some fragmented memories, not clear. She can't make predictions about subsequent events like I can, Xiao Yi said. Yi Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. Then it seems your mother might not be of much help. However, I still plan to bring her here to spend some time with you. But Yi Wanqing hesitated a bit. Just say it directly. Xiao Yi, familiar with Yi Wanqing, knew she must have something to say but was hesitant to express it. Finally, Yi Wanqing said, Xiao Yi, if you have a child, would they also have this ability like you? Xiao Yi scratched his head. How would I know? Yi Wanqing looked at Xiao Yi mischievously. Why not try having one? Xiao Yi turned around and walked away, too lazy to respond to Yi Wanqing. Can having a child be something you just casually try? It's not like raising a puppy or a kitten. Moreover, Xiao Yi was so busy that he didn't have time for romance, let alone raising children. Yang Buwei shouted from behind. You're not that young anymore. You should consider it. Xiao Yi turned around and made a face at Yi Wanqing and Yang Buwei, saying, you two are the ones who aren't that young. You should hurry and have one. The selection for the female mecha unit commander was nearing its end, and the audience's enthusiasm had surpassed previous events. We were now at the most critical moment. The top 3 finalists were Zhong Xianhuz, Zheng Xueyao, and Jin Jixuan. The audience voting had concluded, and it was now time to determine the final winner who would take on the role of the female mecha unit commander. The selection rules were simple. Each contestant would lead a 10-person team in a competition using mecha simulation software, and the one with the best performance would win. Now, the entire human population was discussing the selection of the female mecha commander. Nie Sihua walked in and asked, Xiao Yi, have you placed your bet? To increase public interest and boost the morale of frontline mecha warriors, the publicity department had heavily promoted the 3 candidates, even using a betting system to enhance engagement. The bets were not monetary, but based on contribution points. I bet 5,000 contribution points on Yao Yao. That's all my contribution points. Nie Sihua said while tidying up the documents on the table. Xiao Yi was still lost and thought about what Yi Wanqing had said earlier regarding having a child, and asked blankly, bet on what? Betting. Who do you think will win? Nie Sihua replied. Xiao Yi then realized and shook his head, you're bound to lose. In terms of command, Zheng Xueyao might be stronger than Jin Jixuan, but she's a bit weaker than Zhong Xianhuz. Xiao Yi had carefully observed the performances of the 10 female mecha captains, including the eventually promoted Jin Jixuan. He was familiar with these 10 individuals and knew their characteristics. Jin Jixuan excelled in solo combat and leading aggressive attacks, with her team members also possessing strong individual abilities. Zheng Xueyao had exceptional personal charm and popularity, and her command skills were good as well. However, in terms of overall strategy, she was still not as strong as Zhong Xianhuz. Zhong Xianhuz was calm in battle, decisive in action, and rarely influenced by emotional factors. Experts often remarked that she had a heart of iron and nerves of steel. Clearly, Zhong Xianhuz was more suited to being a commander. However, since this was a selection competition, anything was possible. Xiao Yi had no intention of favoring any candidate in this selection. It all depended on their own performances. Are you planning to bet on Zhong Xianhuz? How much? I can place the bet for you, Nie Sihua asked. Me? I'll bet on all of them, 1,000 each. Xiao Yi replied. As expected, you're quite the seasoned player, not wanting to offend anyone. I didn't expect you to become so slick, Nie Sihua teased. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Nie Sihua suddenly looked at the television and exclaimed, It's starting, it's starting. Xiao Yi's decision to establish a female mecha team was very wise, successfully keeping morale high among the people, especially the frontline mecha warriors. They had not become complacent due to prolonged combat. Although there are casualties every day, people still remain hopeful for the future. This is the effect of Xiao Yi's hope. Mental health is essential to better defend the stronghold. Xiao Yi's attention was also focused on the television. This time it was a live broadcast of a simulated mecha battle, and almost everyone not on the front lines was watching it. After more than an hour, the competition came to an end, just as Xiao Yi had predicted. Zhong Qianzu ranked first, Zheng Xueyao second, and Jin Jixuan third. According to the rules, Zhong Qianzu would be appointed as the commander of the women's mecha team. However, some fans of Zheng Xueyao in the comments started proposing a personal showdown between Zheng Xueyao and Zhong Qianzu, stating that the ultimate winner should be recognized as the rightful champion. This suggestion received overwhelming support, with the comments filled with calls for a peak showdown between the two. This is easily understandable. Zhang Qianzu comes across as overly proud, while Zheng Shuiyao has nearly become a national idol, second only to Xiao Yi. Furthermore, people were not yet satisfied with this selection, not wanting the competition they had followed for 3 months to end just like that. Thus, when someone proposed this idea, nearly everyone quickly supported it. Zhao Hongyi rushed in and said, "Commander Xiao, everyone is asking for an additional round in our selection to have a peak showdown between the two. What do you think?" Before long, several people entered Xiao Yi's office, all looking at him expectantly, including Nie Xihua. Among them were also Qian Linsun and Fang Weizheng, the team leader and deputy leader, respectively. Xiao Yi stood up and said, "I know what you're all thinking. After all, you're not familiar with Zhang Qianzu, and Zhang Shuiyao came from here, so you feel indebted to her. However, the rules do not state that." Qian Linsun chuckled awkwardly and said, "But this is what everyone wants. If the rules conflict with the will of the people, then it's the rules that need to be adjusted, not the people's wishes." Fang Weizheng chimed in, "Rules are rigid, but talent is dynamic. People are more important than rules." Xiao Yi shook his head. "You're just stirring up trouble for the sake of excitement. Let me think about it. If Zhang Qianzu has no objections, I wouldn't mind seeing another selection." After the others left, Nie Xihua handed Xiao Yi the phone. Xiao Yi looked confused. "What does this mean?" Nie Xihua replied, "I've already called Zhang Qianzu, and she's on the line." Xiao Yi shook his head again. Realizing that if Zhang Qianzu became the commander of the women's mecha team just like that, it wouldn't be easy for her. She truly needed a peak showdown to prove her strength. "Zhang Qianzu, this is Xiao Yi," he said. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qianzu sounded excited. "Hello, Commander Xiao." After some consideration, Xiao Yi said, "I was going to congratulate you on becoming the commander of the women's mecha team." However, before he could finish, Zhang Qianzu interrupted, "I agreed to have a peak showdown with Zhang Shuiyao." Xiao Yi was taken aback. He hadn't even spoken yet when Zhang Xianzhong preemptively voiced her thoughts. Having someone like her as the commander of the female mecha unit would certainly save him a lot of trouble. If it were Zheng Shuiyao, she would have probably turned against Xiao Yi by now. "Why?" Xiao Yi asked. Zhang Xianzhong replied, "I just reviewed my messages, and almost all of them are similar requests. Clearly, my abilities haven't won over everyone yet. Even if I become the commander of this female mecha unit, it would be detrimental for me. It's not easy for me to get my work started. Therefore, I agreed to have a peak showdown with Zhang Shuiyao to conquer all who doubt me." "That's right. I like this about you, confidence and strength, which are the qualities I need in a good assistant," Xiao Yi remarked with a sigh. Zhang Xianzhong's tone suddenly turned a bit strange. "Commander Xiao, tell me honestly, who do you favor more?" Her voice was loud, and Nie Xihua also heard it, staring at Xiao Yi with a smile, clearly eager to know his answer. When it came to command abilities, Xiao Yi would definitely choose Zhang Xianzhong. However, in terms of personal strength, it was a different story. In terms of simulated mecha levels, Zhang Shuiyao was 2 levels higher than Zhang Xianzhong. In terms of performance and contribution, Zhang Shuiyao also outperformed Zhang Xianzhong. Therefore, Nie Xihua believed that Xiao Yi couldn't answer this question. It was impossible for him to openly favor Zhang Shuiyao in front of Zhang Xianzhong. Moreover, as the commander of humanity, he couldn't lie either. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Yi said without hesitation, "I favor you more." "Why?" Both Nie Xihua and Zhang Xianzhong on the phone asked in unison. "Simulated mecha levels don't represent actual combat. I value your adaptability and determination more," Xiao Yi explained. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhang Xianzhong asked, still somewhat skeptical. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. "I'm answering this question as the commander of humanity." Chapter 488, Parenting Guide. Only then did Zhang Xianzhong believe him. "All right, I will repay your trust with victory." After hanging up, Nie Xihua still looked at Xiao Yi in disbelief. "Do you really think Zhang Xianzhong will win? Yao Yao is 2 levels higher than her in simulated mecha." Xiao Yi shook his head. "Simulated mecha is always just simulation. Actual combat is actual combat. You may not know her well, but I have seen her a few times. I understand her better than you do." A fierce peak showdown officially began at night. Apart from the frontline mecha warriors, almost everyone was closely watching this confrontation. Moreover, at Zhang Xianzhong's request, the showdown would be a real combat, not a simulated one. No matter how high the simulation level was, it was still just a simulation, not true combat. As the commander of humanity, Xiao Yi also arrived at the scene of the confrontation. After the duel, he would officially appoint the winner as the commander of the female mecha unit on the spot. "Are you nervous?" Xiao Yi asked Zheng Shuiyao. Having undergone a long period of training, Zheng Shuiyao had changed significantly inside and out. "I'm not nervous. I just want a straightforward battle," Zheng Shuiyao replied proudly. Xiao Yi nodded slightly and was about to go out to check on another contestant, Zhang Qianzhu, when Zheng Shuiyao called out to him. "Don't you have any encouraging words for me?" Xiao Yi turned around, looked at Zheng Shuiyao, and said, "Leave all your burdens behind and just go for it." Treat it as a match between you and team leader Zhong Qianzhu. Zheng Shuiyao looked at Xiao Yi with some confusion. Clearly, my level is higher than Zhong Qianzhu's. Why do you make it seem like I'm at a disadvantage? Xiao Yi stared at Zheng Shuiyao and replied, you are at a disadvantage. The disadvantage lies. Xiao Yi pointed at her chest. The disadvantage lies here. Zheng Shuiyao's face turned red instantly, and she looked at Xiao Yi in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Did he mean that her figure wasn't as good as Zhong Qianzhu's? However, Xiao Yi's next words made her realize that she had misunderstood. To others, it seems like you have the advantage, but in reality, you are at a disadvantage. Because according to the previous rules, Zhong Qianzhu has already won. You are the one who was given this opportunity, so subconsciously, you might have some unworthy thoughts, which will put a lot of psychological pressure on you. And this thought will restrict your performance. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Zheng Shuiyao became serious, as he had touched on her innermost feelings. My advice to you is not to think too much. Your duel with Zhong Qianzhu is just the peak match of your mech skills. It has nothing to do with the position of commander. Xiao Yi reached out and patted Zheng Shuiyao's head. Just go all out. Showing your true level is more important than anything else. Zheng Shuiyao felt a sense of relief. She looked up at Xiao Yi and said with a hint of emotion, Xiao Yi, you really understand me. I was just thinking, did I get this opportunity through connections? Relax and just perform your best, Xiao Yi replied. He suddenly raised his eyebrows, then extended his arms and gave Zheng Shuiyao a hug. Ning Sihua, who had just entered, felt a pang in her heart at this scene and hurriedly stepped back. It wasn't until she saw Xiao Yi give Zhong Qianzhu the same kind of hug that she felt a bit more at ease. At least from Xiao Yi's perspective. He didn't seem to have any special feelings for Zheng Shuiyao. When there were no one around, Ning Sihua quietly asked, Xiao Yi, if I were a contestant too, would you hug me as well? Xiao Yi patted his head. Look at my head. I should definitely give you a hug. Thank you for doing such an outstanding job. After saying that, he gave Ning Sihua a bear hug as well. Ning Sihua found it a bit strange. This wasn't like the usual Xiao Yi. What made you think to give hugs? Xiao Yi shrugged. Yuan Qing insisted on giving me a book and told me to read it carefully. She said she would check my homework. The book says that giving more hugs can help children feel secure and make them smarter. Children? Ning Sihua had a bad feeling. What book are you reading? Xiao Yi's expression became extremely strange. It's a parenting guide. What? Ning Sihua was confused. Parenting? Zhong Qianzhu put on her goggles and revealed her standard military knife with a flick of her wrist. This match did not use any special weapons, but rather the usual equipment. The only difference was that to demonstrate the proficiency of the mecha operations, neither of the two participants used firearms. They both used standard military knives as their combat weapons. This is currently the most common combat method employed by mecha warriors. After all, ammunition supply is limited, especially after such a prolonged conflict, coupled with several assaults that have depleted a significant amount of weapon stockpiles. There was another difference. Both participants wore mecha with armor. Against the starry armored beasts, armor is not very useful. The forelimbs of the starry armored beasts have great impact force, and only heavy shields can withstand them. Therefore, ordinary mechas do not have armor. If the armor is too thin, it won't provide protection. If it is too thick, it will affect the agility of the mecha. Agility is more important than armor. However, for safety reasons, armor was worn in this match. The battle quickly began, and Zheng Shuiyao took the upper hand from the start. As her mecha operation proficiency was higher than that of Zhong Xianzhe's, keeping her under constant pressure. Zhong Xianzhe's is definitely going to lose, Nie Sihua commented from the sidelines. The audience shared the same sentiment. Zheng Shuiyao continuously slashed, driving Zhong Xianzhe's into a corner, leaving her with no way to retreat. Zheng Shuiyao jumped up and brought down her knife. Zhong Xianzhe's could not continue to back away. Retreating would mean stepping out of the competition area and thus losing. Suddenly, she rolled on the spot, and her mechanical arm grabbed the dirt on the ground. In a rather awkward manner, Zhong Xianzhe slipped through Zheng Shuiyao's legs. Zheng Shuiyao was momentarily stunned, as she had never expected Zhong Xianzhe to employ such a tactic. This move was not very graceful for a female participant. In that instant, Zhong Xianzhe, still half lying on the ground, raised the dirt in her hand and threw it in front of Zheng Shuiyao, temporarily blinding her. However, Zheng Shuiyao was also experienced. She raised her shield to block below, ready to defend against any possible attack from Zhong Xianzhe. But she never expected Zhong Xianzhe to once again dart back between her legs, quickly standing up and striking Zheng Shuiyao in the back with her military knife. According to the rules, a hit to the back is considered a critical hit, and it would mean a loss. Zheng Shuiyao was taken aback. She could not comprehend how she, who had clearly held the upper hand moments ago, had been defeated by Zhong Xianzhe. The audience was also in an uproar. Clearly, Zhong Xianzhe had disregarded her identity as a girl and had used an undignified method to defeat Zheng Shuiyao in such a precarious situation. The venue erupted in applause. As Xiao Yi clapped for Zhong Xianzhe, People soon realized and joined in the applause. In peacetime, people would certainly question Zhong Xian's method of victory. But those who had experienced the brutal war understood that only by any means necessary, mobilizing all resources, and using every possible method could one achieve victory. Zhong Xian's methods may not be aesthetically pleasing and are somewhat clumsy, but she has won. As long as she wins, the method is not important. Zhong Xian's was already at a disadvantage in terms of mecha operation skills. Therefore, any method she used to achieve victory is justified. Having someone like her serve as the commander of the women's mecha team will also be more reassuring. In this competition, Zhong Xian's was appointed as the commander of the women's mecha team, with Zheng Xueyao serving as the deputy commander. Xiao Yi specifically chose to meet with both of them in his office. When Zheng Xueyao and Zhong Xian's entered Xiao Yi's office, it was the first time Zheng Xueyao did not push the door open directly. Instead, she knocked on the office door. Xiao Yi smiled and personally opened the door for them. He greeted Zhong Xian's first, and then said to Zheng Xueyao, "You know this place well, so feel free to help yourself." Zheng Xueyao rolled her eyes at him. "Commander Xiao, I came here to receive guidance." Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "I called you here today because you both have important responsibilities. Every move you make will attract attention, even more so than idle stars during peacetime. Therefore, I hope you can unite sincerely." Zhong Xian's simply replied with a yes, but Zheng Xueyao shot Xiao Yi another glance. "Commander Xiao, I'm not a petty person. I will cooperate with Commander Zhong and lead the women's mecha team well." Zhong Xian's smiled and said, "Commander Xiao, Yao Yao and I have a good relationship privately, and I will get along well with Deputy Commander Zhang, so please rest assured." Xiao Yi was indeed a bit worried about their interaction, especially concerning Zheng Xueyao. This girl was proud and rarely submitted to others. Chapter 490. The Dawn of Victory. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yi's concern, Zheng Xueyao said irritably, "Are you really that worried about me? I've been training on the front lines for so long. I know I used to be a bit arrogant and didn't follow the rules, but I'm not the same Zheng Xueyao as before." Xiao Yi noticed that Zheng Xueyao had indeed changed. It seemed he had underestimated her. He turned to Zhong Xian's and, looking at her cold mask, suddenly said, "Zhong Xian's, I have a request. Of course, you can refuse." Zhong Xian's smiled slightly. "You want to see my true face beneath the mask, right?" Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Zhong Xian's understood him without him needing to finish his sentence. Having a subordinate like her was certainly convenient. Zheng Xueyao said, "That's impossible. I've known Zhong Xian's for so long, and she has never." Before she could finish, she was surprised to see Zhong Xian's remove her mask, revealing a confident and beautiful face. Nie Sihua, who had just entered with hot water, looked at Zhong Xian's revealed face and was also amazed. Zheng Xueyao widened her eyes. This was the first time she had seen Zhong Xian's take off her mask. She knew Zhong Xian's should be beautiful, but she didn't expect her to be this stunning, especially with the contrasting scar on the other side of her face, which made her beauty even more striking. Xiao Yi's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "As expected. Just as I thought." Xiao Yi took something out of the drawer and handed it to Zhong Qianzhu. "For the country, for humanity, put on this mask." Zhong Qianzhu took it and was stunned. It was a reverse mask that covered a large scarred area and revealed the beautiful other half of her face. "Why?" Zhong Qianzhu asked. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. "Humanity needs a powerful and dignified female commander. After all, people are drawn to beauty." There was another reason. People preferred Zheng Xueyao not only because she had a higher level of mecha simulation skills, but also because she was attractive. People naturally love beauty. Now that Zhong Qianzhu had become the commander of the female mecha unit, it was necessary for her to gain public favor to secure more support for herself. Wearing such a mask would help increase her fan base. Suddenly, Zhong Qianzhu blurted out, "What about you, Commander Xiao?" As soon as she said it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her face turned red. Zheng Xueyao and Nie Sihua exchanged strange glances. Xiao Yi replied, "I value inner qualities." Zhong Qianzhu's heart raced. This was the third time Xiao Yi had expressed his fondness for her. Although it was all in formal settings, it made her daydream. It seemed that the only person who could conquer her was Xiao Yi. However, Zhong Qianzhu suddenly sensed the hostility from Zheng Xueyao and Nie Sihua. The atmosphere among the three women in the room became extremely delicate. Only Xiao Yi remained oblivious. He said, "Tonight, I will host a banquet for both of you with my contribution points. We won't leave until we're drunk." 3 months later, headquarters. The large conference room was filled with people. Attending the meeting were the highest-ranking individuals from the current state and humanity. Leaders and deputy leaders from various groups were present, as well as members from the headquarters. The room was filled with an exciting atmosphere. The biological group had informed everyone that they had made breakthroughs in their experiments. Although the specifics were unknown, it was clearly a significant matter to excite people like Wang Lin. Seeing that most people had arrived, Xiao Yi signaled for Wang Lin to begin the report. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, nearly overturning the table, revealing his inner joy. He said, 3 months ago, we discovered the secret to the lifespan of the starry armored beasts through Professor Yang Xuelin's behavioral research. Commander Xiao instructed us to further investigate the mysteries of the naturally aged starry armored beast corpses. Wang Lin excitedly clenched his fist after more than 3 months of research. We finally have results. He brought up the large screen and said, we conducted a detailed study of the naturally aged starry armored beasts. As you all know, starry armored beasts do not consume the corpses of those that have naturally aged and died. We conducted a thorough comparison between the corpses of starry armored beasts that died in battle and those that died of natural causes, examining every component. And after over 3 months, we identified several different components. One particular enzyme is a significant reason why other celestial beetles do not consume corpses. Chapter 491. Humanity's Comprehensive Counterattack. Based on this discovery, we continued our cultivation efforts and developed a type of bacteria that carries this enzyme. This bacteria poses no threat to the celestial beetles themselves. However, once a celestial beetle dies, the remaining beetles will perceive it as a natural death due to aging, and thus will not eat the corpse. Wang Lin said. The conference room suddenly filled with excitement. This means that celestial beetles will no longer be a threat to humanity. As long as this bacteria is introduced into the bodies of the celestial beetles, and then the beetles are killed, the other beetles will no longer consume these corpses. Consequently, the population of celestial beetles will sharply decrease, leading to a comprehensive victory for humanity. Have there been any live tests? Xiaoyi asked. Yes. We have conducted extensive experiments in the laboratory to verify our results. 3 days ago, we deployed the bacteria in the eastern hunting zone. According to the speed at which the bacteria infect the celestial beetles, today is the time to assess the results, which is also the purpose of inviting everyone here. The large screen displayed several mech warriors, all adorned with a touch of pink, representing the female mech squad. It is most suitable for the most eye-catching female mech team to carry out such a mission. We can proceed, Wang Lin said. Yes. The screen showed Zhong Qianzhu and Zheng Shui Yao among others, as they began to search for the traces of celestial beetles in the hunting zone. Soon, after just a few minutes, the mech warriors had exterminated dozens of celestial beetles and quickly retreated, leaving behind unmanned cameras for tracking and filming. A celestial beetle that came to assist saw the corpses on the ground, approached slowly, noticed that there was no one around, and then began to gnaw at the corpse. Wang Lin felt a bit disappointed. Could it be that his experiment had failed? Xiaoyi patted his shoulder and said, don't worry. Perhaps this celestial beetle just arrived and hasn't been infected yet. Several more celestial beetles arrived, circling around the other corpses but not eating them. Instead, they gathered around the first beetle and began to feed on it. It seems promising, Wang Lin said nervously. More celestial beetles approached, completely consuming the first beetle. And then they surrounded the second corpse. Wang Lin felt as if his heart was in his throat. Experiments are like this. Even if they have succeeded countless times in the lab, it does not guarantee success in a real environment. Only when experiments succeed in practical applications can they be deemed truly successful. The celestial beetles circled around the corpses a few times but did not take a bite. They moved to the second corpse, still not eating, then circled again to the third corpse. Out of dozens of celestial beetles, apart from 2 or 3 that were consumed, the others did not move at all. They neither ate nor dragged the corpses away, leaving them lying on the ground. It worked. Wang Lin shouted excitedly and jumped onto the table in a swift motion, exclaiming that they had won, and the cosmic armored beasts could finally be defeated. A message rapidly swept across humanity. They had finally found a way to eliminate the cosmic armored beasts. Within the steel walls, cheers erupted. People, like students who had just finished their college entrance exams, threw everything they could into the sky. Those with firearms fired vigorously into the air, celebrating the arrival of this day with fervor. The counterattack against the cosmic armored beasts had taken humanity just over a year to prepare. But that year felt like an endless darkness. Now, the darkness had finally passed, and light had come. A week later, countless planes took off, simultaneously spraying outside the steel walls. The substance being sprayed was a biological enzyme. These bacteria, carrying special enzymes, would attach to the cosmic armored beasts, enter their bodies, and then reproduce in large numbers. 3 days later, countless planes took off again. This time, they were not carrying biological enzymes, but tons of bombs. Humanity no longer needed to conserve resources. It was time to unleash these bombs, specially designed for the cosmic armored beasts, right above their heads. The steel walls were crowded with people, not only the mecha warriors responsible for defense, but also elderly individuals, women, and children who had never been on the battlefield. The 10,000 miles of steel walls were filled to the brim with spectators eager to witness the most spectacular scene in human history. Chapter 492. The moment of victory, the turrets no longer held back. They fired relentlessly at the dense clusters of cosmic armored beasts below. The anti-aircraft turrets also spared no bullets, sending trails of red bullets soaring toward the flying armored beasts in the sky. The mecha warriors on the front lines were busy as well, setting up heavy machine guns in a long line stretching for 10,000 miles, unleashing flames toward the area beneath the steel walls. This was a frenzied massacre. Countless cosmic armored beasts perished in the explosions, collapsing in droves amidst the smoke. Humanity unleashed all the pent-up fury they had held for so long. The force at this moment was immense and shocking. Faced with such firepower, the fearless cosmic armored beasts finally wavered. The once densely packed cosmic armored beasts quickly began to falter and flee. However, unlike before, they no longer dragged their fallen companions as they retreated. They fled alone. In the past, they would return shortly after retreating. The ammunition expended then would have been wasted. But this time was different. The bodies of their companions lay thickly outside the steel walls. After a thunderous roar, each section of the steel wall began to retract, opening a breach. Countless war vehicles surged through the breach, exuding an overwhelming and murderous aura. The mech warriors who couldn't board the battle vehicles either descended from the lifts outside the steel walls or rushed out directly from the breaches behind the vehicles. At the forefront were the mass-produced humanoid mechs, clearing obstacles for the human mechs behind them and rampaging through the enemy ranks. The human counteroffensive had fully commenced. The starry armored beasts, which had once eradicated all human life across the cosmos, were finally to be exterminated by humanity. This moment would be recorded in history. Inside the steel walls, at a site where the corpses of starry armored beasts were piled high, a crab-sized beast appeared. Seeing no one around, it quickly crawled towards the mountain of bodies. Suddenly, an iron cage fell from the sky, trapping the starry armored beast inside. A group of young children rushed out, laughing joyfully as they placed the beast into the cage and ran off to hand it over to the community. This scene was happening at many such sites. These starry armored beasts were the hidden reserve forces. Once a significant number of the outer beasts were killed, the alien civilization would activate these backup seats, hoping to stir trouble again. However, against the prepared community members and children, they had no chance of escape. These creatures were the last resort of the starry armored beasts. If the outer beasts failed and could no longer wreak havoc, they would be reactivated. Unfortunately for them, they would never get that opportunity again. At the command center, Xiaoyi stretched lazily and walked into the operations room with a relaxed gait. The atmosphere here was one of ease, the first since the establishment of the command room. The numbers on the wall finally stabilized and stopped fluctuating. When Xiaoyi entered, everyone stood up and saluted him. It was under such a wise leader that humanity had turned the tide. Otherwise, the people of this universe might have been devoured by the starry armored beasts like in other parallel universes, leading to humanity's complete eradication from existence. But now, humanity was still here. Luo Yaoyang turned around and saluted Xiao Yi with a standard military gesture. Commander Xiao, the starry armored beasts have been thoroughly defeated. Only a few have escaped into the woods. We are dispatching elite troops to search for them, ensuring that these beasts are eradicated from Earth. Xiaoyi nodded and said, "From now on, our focus will shift from the starry armored beasts to the alien civilization." He turned to Nie Sihua and instructed, "Notify everyone that tomorrow will be declared Humanity Liberation Day and will be celebrated forever. People around the world will have 3 days off." Nie Sihua responded excitedly, "Yes." Hearing that Xiao Yi had gone to the operations room, the members of various teams also came in joyfully to celebrate together. Nie Sihua arranged for several boxes of treasured champagne to be brought in, a drink produced before the outbreak of the starry armored beasts, which people hadn't had in a long time. Laughter and cheers filled the room. This was the taste of victory. Suddenly, the phone on Luo Yaoyang's command platform rang. He answered the call, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Xiaoyi curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Yaoyang replied, "Survivors have been found." Chapter 493. The surviving Fitzwilliam family 3 months later. On the west coast of a certain country, beneath a small island, Colonel Fitzwilliam looked through an underground observation port and saw a scene that filled him with immense excitement. He was always very careful and cautious when observing the outside, and his viewing time was quite short. But in that brief moment, he actually saw humans. 2 mech warriors were walking past the lookout, chatting leisurely as they went. This signified that humanity had won. They had finally made it through. Previously, there was either nothing in sight, no living creatures at all, or only the occasional crawling of scattered star beasts patrolling or a flying beast zipping by overhead. Now, not only were humans appearing, but there were also traces of helicopters flying in the sky. "Quick, open the door. Humans have appeared," Colonel Fitzwilliam shouted excitedly. A few mech warriors were about to take a helicopter back to the camp. They were part of a European expeditionary force responsible for clearing the remaining star beasts. They had already checked this small island, and the last star beast had been eliminated, so they were preparing to leave. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out, running and shouting loudly. The squad leader saw this group and immediately excitedly picked up the communicator, report to the command center. Survivors have been found on the small island to the west of the country. There are quite a few, about 30 to 40 people. A month later, command center. Xiao Yi walked into the team led by Qiangzi. Upon seeing him, Yi Wanqing said to the others, "You all take a break for an hour." Hearing Yi Wanqing's words, everyone understood that there was something important to discuss, and they quickly left the room. "Xiao Yi, we have found a way to save the other universes," Yi Wanqing said straightforwardly. Xiao Yi became interested. "How do we save them?" Yi Wanqing's expression was somewhat peculiar. She looked at Qian Linson for help, who smiled and shook his head, saying, "You know, this time we rescued a group of people from dozens of underground facilities around the world. Although the number isn't large, there are still tens of thousands of them. These people will be the most important carriers for our counterattack in other universes." Xiao Yi said, "I had considered that possibility as well. We can transmit information through these people. This way, we can help them establish a revitalization base and start a counterattack." Yi Wanqing shook her head. "We tried that, but it doesn't work. Transmitting information requires finding individuals with quantum entanglement phenomena, and they must be those with weak information decay, like you." Xiao Yi frowned. Ordinary people find it hard to receive information. Even if they do receive it, it is fragmented and cannot form effective reminders or cues, but rather will be dismissed as an ordinary dream, Yi Wanqing explained. "Why is that?" Xiao Yi asked. Yi Wanqing shook her head and said, "To understand this problem, we need long-term research, and we may not necessarily find the answers." Qian Linson sighed. "We must quickly relay the information to the people of the next universe and also share our years of research. Only then can we help them resist the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. Humanity has already started preparing to combat extraterrestrial threats. Although we don't know when the invasion will occur, time is truly running out. But I have a question," Yi Wanqing continued. "When the previous universe transmitted information to us, it was after their fall. Based on the timeline, I received the information 180 days before the outbreak of the Starry Sky Xug. They held out for another 3 months, totaling about 270 days. This indicates that the time difference between each universe is 270 days. Countless universes later, we are separated from the last universe by far more than just a few hundred years. Even if we send information back, it might not save humanity." Yi Wanqing glanced at Qian Linson, who had a slight smile on his face. "In the past, we had this thought as well. However, I organized a group of physics experts to calculate the distribution of parallel universes based on the hypothesis of 2 parallel universes, and we discovered some uplifting news." "What news?" Xiao Yi asked. "According to the theoretical hypothesis, the time difference between us and the next adjacent universe is always fixed. This means that the previous universe is about 270 days apart from us, and we are also about 270 days apart from the next universe. If we extrapolate, the last universe is currently just after the outbreak of the Starry Sky Xug," Qian Linson explained. Xiao Yi was taken aback. This is a bit hard to understand. Clearly, the last universe experienced the outbreak of the Starry Sky Xug first. The information had to have traveled through countless times and years from the last universe to ours, right? Regarding the Starry Sky Xug, it is about to conclude. The following will focus on saving other universes and resisting extraterrestrial civilizations. This mainly serves to fill in the gaps. Additionally, the second ending will be released on February 11th. After that, the third ending will follow. If you enjoy it, be sure to support it at that time. The second and third endings are different from the first one, representing a brainstormed conclusion, inspired by the writing process, and greatly differing from the originally planned first ending. Consider this a preview. Chapter 494, The Mystery of Time. Qian Linson said, "This is based on general logical reasoning, and general logic is derived from three-dimensional reasoning. However, from the perspective of the fourth dimension, it is different." He picked up a pen and drew a point at each end of a piece of paper. This paper represents a two-dimensional world. In this two-dimensional world, these 2 points are far apart, essentially the entire world. If a person from this two-dimensional world wants to walk from one point to the other, they would need to traverse the entire two-dimensional plane. Xiao Yi nodded. A piece of paper with a point at each end. Moving from one point to the other. This is a problem often encountered in elementary and middle school mathematics. A person on a plane starts from one point and must traverse the entire sheet of paper to reach another point. Usually, the problem will present parameters such as speed and time for calculation. Qian Linson said, "From the understanding of a two-dimensional world, it must be like this. Distance divided by speed gives time." Qian Linson folded 2 sheets of paper and said, "However, from the perspective of a three-dimensional world, it is not necessarily so. The distance between them can change at any time. Look at the 2 points now. How far apart are they?" Xiao Yi looked at the paper in Qian Linson's hand, and the 2 points had already coincided. The 2 points were together, with no distance at all. Qian Linson then shifted them slightly apart, and I can even let this point move backward, becoming negative. This cannot be answered from a two-dimensional understanding. A being from a two-dimensional world cannot comprehend that 2 points, which are worlds apart, can be reached by merely stepping into 3 dimensions. This completely subverts the cognition of beings in the two-dimensional world. This is why 3 dimensions hold an absolute advantage over 2 dimensions. From a 3-dimensional perspective, these 2 points can be any distance apart, whether close or far. Qian Linson looked at Xiao Yi. This is what is called a dimensionality reduction attack. You are a scientist too. I believe you understand this principle. Xiao Yi nodded. He understood to some extent the difference between the two-dimensional world and the three-dimensional world, especially the famous Mobius strip. A small worm crawling over a Mobius strip can move from one side of the plane to the other. In a Mobius strip, the plane has no distinction between front and back. In theories about 4 dimensions and 3 dimensions, there is also a famous Klein bottle, where a worm can easily move from the inside of the Klein bottle to the outside. However, Qian Linson was clearly not discussing the spatial differences between 3 and 4 dimensions. He said, the 4-dimensional space of parallel worlds adds a dimension of time to our 3-dimensional world. This is the 4-dimensional space. In 3-dimensional space, time always moves forward, which is why you think the last universe has experienced the explosion of the starry sky for a long time, even for decades or hundreds of years. However, based on these 2 hypotheses, we deduce that time is not eternal and unchanging. Just like those 2 points in 2-dimensional space, one can move from one point to another without crossing the entire world. Time is similar. We do not have to traverse the entire timeline to reach the next parallel universe. We can skip through time. According to the 2 hypotheses, we can conclude that countless parallel universes form a closed loop, with time being a main axis on this loop. After calculations, it can be determined that the time interval between each parallel world along the main axis is eternally unchanging. Following the deductions of the 2 hypotheses, we can conclude that the last universe is just 270 days behind our current universe. As long as we transmit information there, they are exactly in the period of the starry sky explosion. It is not what we think it is, spanning decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Xiao Yi was a bit confused. According to this theory, if we had countless universes and built sufficiently large